He completely freezes, tuning out the entire room at the sound of a strangely familiar voice. Is this child Yu Jung's? Then what about her lord? When we found her, Lady Yu Jung was in his dazed state. Li Cheol slowly recognizes those voices as the head of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan and his loyal butler. But wait, his father, Lee Taishin, is supposed to be dead. Once Li Cheol finally gets a clear look at his surroundings, he confirms this man is indeed his father, but looking incredibly young. And it is not just him, Butler Choi is standing right there too. Li Cheol instinctively reaches out toward his father, only to recoil in utter shock. His own hands are as tiny as a baby's. It makes absolutely zero sense, but the reality is undeniable. Li Cheol has regression reincarnated into a tiny infant. Li Cheol's immediate reaction, pure, unadulterated panic. He has no clue what is going on, especially since his death was supposed to be final. At first, Li Cheol figures this has to be a final dying hallucination or some bizarre afterlife. But then he hears Lee Taishin instructing Butler Choi name this child Li Cheol. That will be his childhood name. Just like the other kids, arrange a wet nurse for him and assign a squad of elite swordsmen as guards. Also let him attend the iron selection ceremony alongside the 8th young mistress. Butler Choi is visibly taken aback. After all, Li Cheol is still a completely unprepared infant, and the age gap between him and the 8th young mistress is far too wide for this. However, Lee Taishin's mind is set. Once the arrangements are finalized, he and Butler Choi turn and leave. In his wooden crib, Li Cheol lets out a sigh of relief. He hasn't seen his father in ages, yet the man's overwhelming pressure remains just as terrifying as ever. But more importantly, what in the world is actually happening here? If this truly is just some final dream before death, then everything feels entirely too real. Besides, that very conversation between Lee Taishin and Butler Choi is something that actually took place in his past. Though it seems impossible to believe, it looks like he has actually returned to the past. Accepting something so completely absurd is incredibly hard. But get this, months fly by in the blink of an eye since his soul first awakened. And now a highly critical day for the Esteemed Martial Lee clan has finally arrived. The Grand Iron Selection Ceremony begins. At this event, the clan's children must showcase their innate talent by choosing their primary weapon. Li Cheol's father was once chosen by 10 legendary swords as a child, eventually becoming the absolute strongest swordsman of the age. Meanwhile, his eldest brother, chosen by the sword, magic, grimoire, and staff, all at once rose to fame for his mastery of both blade and sorcery. Now it is Li Cheol's turn to take the stage. Just like in his past life, he is forced into a stiff, itchy ceremonial robe while waiting on a velvet chair. His devoted wet nurse Gawa cannot stop gushing about how absolutely adorable he looks in these fancy, oversized clothes. She gently reassures him not to worry, promising that he is bound to achieve great things today. Your future will undoubtedly be filled with endless glory, young master. I am absolutely sure of it, Gawa says, smiling warmly. Li Cheol feels a rush of genuine warmth. To him, this kind woman is his only true mother, as his own birth mother passed away when he was still an infant. Yet due to the constant scheming of his cruel siblings, Gawa was eventually cast out of the clan alongside him. She was the sole person who ever stood up for him, weeping out of pure worry even during their darkest final moments. Seeing her kind face again, it's the ultimate motivation to make sure none of those tragic events happen this time. He reaches out with his tiny chubby hands to grasp her robe, pressing his little face warmly against hers. In this life, I will protect you, Gawa, Li Cheol silently swears. Just then, a servant arrives to announce that the ceremony is ready to begin. Meanwhile, Butler Choi arrives to report to Lee Taishin that all preparations for the iron selection ceremony have been successfully completed. He simply nods in agreement and leads his entire grand procession straight outside. The weapon selection ceremony has drawn a massive crowd of people. Compared to the 8 young ladies, the illegitimate child who was brought back home just a short while ago, Li Cheol is still the one pulling in the most attention. He easily spots a few familiar faces in the crowd, like Lady Bei Kuean, who is the official wife of Lee Taishin, and the chief manager Lee Tae-heung, who is also the younger brother of Lee Taishin, along with Lee Mi-hyun, and the 3rd young master Lee Gun-sung. Lee Tae-hyung stares at him and murmurs that he is still far too young. Lee Mi-hyun nods along in agreement, saying she has never seen anyone take this trial at such a young age. Meanwhile, Lee Gun-sung is clearly showing his intense annoyance. It makes sense seeing his father suddenly bring home a random illegitimate child out of nowhere. Honestly, you can't blame him. Nobody likes having their spotlight stolen. With a booming declaration from the clan leader Lee Taishin, the selection ceremony officially begins at last. The 8th young lady, Li Hua, is up first. Lee Taishin carries her and sets her down onto the stone chair in the absolute center. Then he uses a dagger to quickly slice Li Hua's tiny fingertip. She bursts out crying instantly as the fresh blood drips down, soaking the stone. Instantly, an invisible bond of energy starts to form. The weapon connecting to the other end of that invisible thread is none other than the legendary relic class weapon, the Ivory Sword. The Ivory Sword has ignored every single descendant of the esteemed Martial Lee clan for a very long time, yet here it is choosing young Li Hua. Li Taishan reaches out his hand. The Ivory Sword instantly flies directly into his waiting palm. He raises the weapon high, declaring to the entire crowd that this weapon belongs to Li Hua from this day forward. The crowd rushes to congratulate Lady Bai Kueyon on the birth of yet another incredible genius for their noble family. Bai Kueyon offers a polite thank you to them, but her sharp gaze remains completely locked onto young Li Cheol. His own selection trial begins right after Li Hua finishes. And of course, the haters are already whispering in the back about his status. They claim an illegitimate child of unknown origin has no right to even stand at this sacred ceremony. But Li Taishan ignores the gossip, picking him up and placing him onto the stone seat. Unlike his sister, Li Cheol does not shed a single tear when his father draws blood. Seeing this silent resolve makes his father highly pleased. Li Taishan pats his head in front of everyone and praises him, saying he did a very good job. Having lived a past life already, Li Cheol feels absolutely zero joy or satisfaction from his father's praise. Instead, he is incredibly tense because this crucial moment has finally arrived. In his previous life, the weapon that chose him was the heavenly class sword known as Chong Chong. Now that he is reincarnated, he wonders if they are still destined to be together in this lifetime. Li Cheol's blood drips onto the cold stone. Just like before, an invisible thread of connection begins to take shape. Up in the grandstand, Tae-hyun covertly watches his neighbor, noticing the ashen face of Bai Kueyon. You have to be blind not to see the woman is utterly furious. Of course, Li Cheol is the hidden bloodline of the Taishan family after all. And Bai Kueyon is the legitimate wife, so being happy about this would be truly odd. Tae-hyun sighs silently, feeling that Li Cheol has a truly cruel fate. Carrying the name of a secondary son yet trying to survive in the Lee family is definitely not easy. This small thought of Tae-hyun's doesn't go unnoticed by one of the elders of the family. That old man with the silver beard and hair approaches, stroking his beard as he speaks. It seems the chief steward holds quite a bit of interest. Tae-hyun stays quiet, silently gritting his teeth in frustration. He can't help but feel that conservative old dinosaurs obsessed with pure blood nonsense are the exact reason everything is so messed up. Still, he is dealing with Elder Council head Lee Cheon-jung, a man of immense power and influence within the clan. Swallowing his pride, Tae-hyun offers a formal greeting, though his gaze remains ice-cold. He knows the head elder is a master at wearing masks, never revealing what he is actually thinking. One wrong word could cost him everything. Like the rest of the clan, Cheon-jung sneers at the thought of a concubine's bastard son of unknown origin even participating in the sacred iron selection ceremony. But what he says next is where he truly crosses the line. This ritual is completely pointless for bastards. Hasn't that been proven already by the chief manager's own failure? Tae-hyun clenches his fists in rage. He wants nothing more than to punch the old man. But of course, physical violence is out of the question. Cheon-jung knows this and grows even more arrogant, mockingly apologizing while bringing up how Tae-hyun was famously rejected by every weapon during his own ritual. Cheon-jung knows exactly how to push his buttons. His wicked words are enough to drive Tae-hyun completely insane. To this arrogant elder, a bastard will always be a worthless bastard, not worth a single cent. They should just accept their low status and stay in the shadows. That's the breaking point. Tae-hyun snaps, unable to take the disrespect any longer. He yells out, warning the elder that he will no longer stand there and endure these pathetic insults. Cheon-jung's eyes go wide with shock. It is not because of Tae-hyun's defiance, but rather a blinding light suddenly erupting from the arena floor below. Tae-hyun leaps to his feet as a brilliant blue radiance grows increasingly blinding. Looking at the spectacle, these two Lee clan members react with completely opposite emotions. He gasps, wondering how on earth this could even be possible. Cheon-jung grips the wooden railing, trembling. He nearly loses his footing in shock. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun is absolutely ecstatic, laughing as if he is witnessing a beautiful dream come to life. He secretly roots for this kid who shares his lowly birth, hoping his future shines brighter than anyone's. Threads of blinding light explode from Li Cheol, completely obscuring him and the clan leader. From where the crowd sits, the two figures standing right in the center of the stage are entirely invisible. And here's the crazy part. Nothing matches his previous lifetime. Every single legendary weapon present at the ritual is now choosing Li Cheol. What is truly terrifying is that even weapons with active owners are shaking, practically begging to betray their masters and claim Li Cheol as their new lord. Myeongjong's sword is no exception. The blade sheathed at his hip begins to glow with wild energy. Instead of being annoyed, Myeongjong looks thrilled, turning to his younger brother to share his excitement. He asks Gunsong if he believes his eyes, noting that their ninth brother has a talent that completely shatters all expectations. Gunsong nods, but his glare is razor sharp. He looks like he wants to end Li Cheol right then and there. The entire arena erupts into a chaotic roar of disbelief and gossip. Most of the crowd finds it completely absurd that such miraculous power could belong to an illegitimate outcast. Taking a deep breath, Illegitimate raises his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. The Colosseum falls dead silent as he announces that by clan law, every single weapon choosing Cheol now belongs to him. But resolving this issue in a simple way is going to be far from easy. So Illegitimate wants to hear everyone's opinion on the matter first, and Taehyung is the very first one to speak up. He believes that no matter what the clan rules dictate, handing over every single weapon here to young Cheol directly contradicts the true spirit of the weapon selection ceremony. This sacred ritual is a tradition that must be preserved for future generations to come. So the fairest approach is to let the young master of the Lee family choose a single weapon from all those that flew to him. Illegitimate finds his younger brother's advice highly reasonable and immediately agrees to the plan. With a quick snap of his fingers, every single legendary weapon floats into the air. They neatly align themselves to form a perfect circle. Moments later, young Cheol is lifted upward, gently lowered right into the center of the ring. "Come on, my son, choose whichever weapon your heart desires." Illegitimate speaks with firm belief, even though he's unsure if a mere infant can understand his words. Of course, he understands, knowing very well that this decision will shape his entire future. He has no idea why things are playing out differently from his past life, but this remains a perfect chance. He absolutely must make the most of this moment. Cheol clenches his tiny fists and begins to crawl forward. He crawls right past many incredibly valuable treasures, such as the sword forged with the bloodline of the true dragon Braha designed to slay powerful monsters, and the white mirror holy spear crafted using a sacred relic of a legendary saint. There is also the Van Hane staff carved from a branch of the world tree where spirits rest, and the spirit magic sword forged during a cosmic alignment of the sun, moon, and stars. All of these magnificent weapons await Cheol's choice. Yet he does not hesitate for even a single second, crawling directly toward the ancient ancestral sword. This relic of the Lee clan was discovered in an uncharted wasteland long ago. For generations, not a single person has managed to unlock its hidden power, leaving it to sit quietly in the dark, gathering layers of dust. This is the legendary sword Hokia, and young Cheol reaches out to touch it. Illegitimate watches the child closely. Based on known abilities, this sword does not qualify for the heavenly rank. However, due to its deep connection to the clan's founder, it has always been preserved alongside other legendary heavenly weapons. Until today, not a single master has ever been chosen by Hokia. But with Cheol, things are different. Illegitimate cannot tell if this is just a random grab by an infant, or a grand destiny set in motion by the hands of fate. Regardless, he lifts his youngest son up in his arms. He proudly announces to the gathered crowd that Cheol has chosen Hokia, officially concluding the ceremony today. High up in the seating area, Lady Baekwa's expression is ice cold. She mutters under her breath that Cheol is just another nuisance joining the clan. If he becomes an obstacle in her way, she will have no choice but to eliminate him. Time flies and 9 years quickly pass. Today is just like any other day. Cheol waves goodbye to his nanny and heads out to train. But Gawa insists on walking with him for a bit. She is quite curious, since all the other modern training grounds are mostly empty. Yet Cheol stubbornly insists on choosing the ancient rundown Training Zone 1. Before Cheol can explain, a loud shout echoes from Training Zone 7, catching their attention. "That's completely wrong. Gripping the sword too tightly will hurt your hands. Now try striking downward again." It turns out to be Li Hua training hard alongside her master. Even though this little girl ranked one step above Cheol, he never called Li Hua his older sister, choosing to call her the 8th lady instead, even if it was a bit disrespectful. After all, calling a girl only 5 months older than him sister just felt way too awkward. Lately, Li Hua was clearly having trouble with her sword swings. She grew so incredibly frustrated with her own master that she slammed her weapon right onto the ground. Her young 9-year-old face flushed with pure rage as she screamed at him, "Master, why do you keep nagging me so much? Who cares how I hold the sword as long as my grip is tight?" He gently said, "My lady, this is all for your own sake, so please calm down and try once more." His soft words helped de-escalate things, and as he handed the sword back to Li Hua, we learn this master is Baek-e Hyan, the formidable leader of the Black Dan Association. Once Cheol realized who the man was, he could not help but be thoroughly shocked. For a 9-year-old girl to have such an incredibly powerful master was just way too much. Lost in deep thought, the boy unconsciously muttered his internal monologue right out loud. Overhearing this, Ga Hua felt her heart sink, assuming her young master was feeling utterly dejected because he did not have a strong mentor of his own to reassure him. She quickly comforted him, promising that a great master would soon appear to recognize his brilliant talents. She then began to tear up, blaming her own incompetence for not serving him well enough. She lamented that while the young Li Hua had been pampered with rare medicinal herbs since infancy, poor Cheol had to grow up completely deprived of everything. Seeing his young nanny cry was too much for Cheol to handle. He immediately cut her off, telling her never to say that again because she was the person he was most grateful to. Besides, he did not even want masters like those anyway. They only came because of the prestigious Esteemed Martial Lee clan family name, and besides, he already had plenty of great masters guiding him. Looking at how confident and mature Lee Cheol was for his age, Gawa finally felt a deep sense of relief. She walked him all the way to the elite training ground, number 1 reserved for the direct Esteemed Martial Lee clan line, before finally heading back. Lee Cheol pushed the doors open and stepped inside alone. This training hall stood as a grand symbol of the prestigious clan's long history, but nowadays it functioned more like a dusty museum piece than a real active training ground. Even so, Lee Cheol was only here for one specific purpose: the vault of ancient weapons that was far older than any standard armory. Tucked away in a dark corner, Lee Cheol spotted a rusty old sword covered in cracks. But to him, this damaged blade was an absolute goldmine. See, when he reincarnated into his second life 9 years ago, a few extraordinary things happened to his body, and among those, the most shocking gift was his ability to read the memories locked deep inside any weapon. The moment he gripped that battered old sword in his hands, Lee Cheol felt himself pulled back hundreds of years into the past. It felt as if he was standing in an ancient classroom, receiving direct, priceless lessons from countless legendary master swordsmen of long-forgotten generations. Those memories were permanently etched deep within the old metal. The older and more finely crafted the weapon was, or the more it was cherished and used by its original master, the clearer those hidden memories would flow. They stood like an unshakable pillar of ancient knowledge, with those vivid memories of the past playing out clearer than ever. Lee Cheol poured everything into his training, and today he finally mastered the legendary 7-star sword technique. Ever since he started coming here at age 7, he had successfully read almost every weapon memory inside the clan's archives. For someone with a miserable past life, this was an incredibly proud achievement. Suddenly, a voice praised him, saying it had been ages since anyone executed such a perfect 7-star sword style. Turning around, Lee Cheol heard a familiar voice behind him, and it turned out to be none other than Taehyung. This man, despite possessing a face that screamed typical villain, was actually the head manager of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan family and a level 4 martial artist. Despite being born as a second son, he earned recognition through sheer strength to climb to his current position. Across both of Lee Cheol's lifetimes, Taehyung was the only family member who truly cared for him, likely because they shared that same low status. Lee Cheol bowed politely, greeting his uncle. Taehyung just laughed heartily, rubbing the boy's head and telling him he could just call him uncle. Taehyung is deeply proud of his nephew, noting how commendable it is that Lee Cheol never skips a single day of training. Every time he heads out or returns, he sees the boy diligently practicing. More than anyone, Taehyung knows how painful it is to be cast aside and treated differently from the other siblings. Even so, he hopes Lee Cheol can stand strong and overcome all of it. "I am fine, uncle, no matter what happens. I still carry the blood of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan family," Lee Cheol replies with firm resolve. "The sword is our proof. That is the very creed of our clan, and it is exactly how I was raised. So I will prove who I am with my own hands." Lee Cheol's mature answer leaves Taehyung completely speechless for a few moments. He cannot help but feel a deep pang of regret that such a flawless child was born as a mere concubine's son. Taehyung lets out a heavy sigh, realizing it will not be long before the boy reaches the age for his official naming ceremony. Even if it is a bit late, he suddenly offers to become the boy's official master before the ceremony, his face lighting up with a bright, hopeful smile as he asks if he is happy. But the young boy immediately pours cold water on his uncle's excitement by turning the offer down. Taehyung is completely frozen, instantly worrying that Lee Cheol does not think he is good enough to be his master. Lee Cheol quickly waves his hands to explain, citing the strict clan rule that forbids taking a master before the naming ceremony and saying he does not want to cause trouble for his uncle. This only deepens Taehyung's shock, knowing Lee Cheol's siblings blatantly ignore those clan rules. Most recently, Lee Hua took a master at the exact same age, enjoying personal lessons from famous teachers and being constantly pampered with all sorts of precious, expensive spiritual elixirs. Yet Lee Cheol insists that just because everyone else ignores the rules, it does not mean he should do the same. He is determined to prove his true worth on his own terms. Hearing such incredibly mature words come from the mouth of a 9-year-old child leaves Taehyung staring into his eyes, completely lost in absolute disbelief. In that fierce gaze, he feels like he is looking directly at his older brother, Lee Tae-shin. "It seems you have absolutely no intention of letting go of this stubborn streak." Taehyung lets out another soft sigh. He reaches out to playfully ruffle his nephew's hair, muttering that he is the spitting image of his stubborn father. Even though his offer was rejected, Taehyung still desperately wants to do something to help his nephew, unable to bear the thought of leaving him empty-handed. Feeling far too restless to just stand by and do nothing, Taehyung decides to ask him again. "Is there anything else you might need, because I can help you find it?" Hearing those words, Lee Cheol's eyes instantly light up with excitement. This is the exact moment he has been waiting for this entire time. The young boy scratches his head and puts on an absolute masterclass in acting, perfectly blending a show of hesitation with a deep longing desire for something. "There is one small favor, uncle, as I would love to take a look inside the basement of the family vault." Surprise flashes clearly across Tae-young's eyes at such a bold request, but in the end he simply cannot say no. Soon the two are riding in a vehicle toward the secret vault of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan. Two high-level martial artists guard the main gates, immediately stopping their vehicle as they approach. But as the chief manager of the clan, Tae-hyung easily gains entry by simply claiming that he is here to conduct a routine periodic inspection. He introduces Lee Cheol in the back seat as the family's youngest master, simply tag along to see the sights. With that excuse, the guards have absolutely no reason to hold them back. Once their vehicle passes the main gates, Lee Cheol quickly puts on an excited act, perfectly fitting for a kid his age, well aware that staying too calm on his very first visit to the legendary vault would only raise his uncle's suspicions. Catching the boy's thrilled expression in the rearview mirror, Tae-young smiles and asks if he really likes it that much. Of course, Lee Cheol cheers, acting amazed by the fact that they are entering the vault where the clan's greatest treasures are kept. Naturally, he keeps his true motive hidden because he is actually here to claim a legendary weapon he could never obtain in his past life. This grand vault holds mythical weapons and ancient relics so rare that most people do not even know if they truly exist in this world. Yet those seeking such unbelievable treasures are always met with the exact same answer. If it exists, you can find it inside the vault of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan. Tae-young guides Lee Cheol deep inside the vault and presses the elevator button, explaining that the dark basement serves as a graveyard for weapons sealed away for various dangerous reasons. Among those are demonic monster-tier weapons that completely devoured their very own masters in the past. If you carelessly touch any of those weapons, your body and mind will be completely consumed. Tae-hyung flashes a sly grin, clearly trying to scare a little kid. But little does he know this kid has already lived through 2 entire lifetimes. Still, Lee Cheol happily plays along, putting on a terrified face just to make his uncle happy. Immediately after, his uncle reassures him, telling him not to worry because he is not even allowed to enter such dangerous places anyway. "I have some business to handle upstairs," his uncle says, "so take your time exploring this place." Lee Cheol nods happily and immediately hops right inside the elevator. Once the elevator doors slide shut, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Honestly, the absolute hardest part of his current life is having to act like a totally innocent child. Lee Cheol presses the button for the basement. This area is known as the Weapon Grave, a sealed vault holding countless ancient arms and relics, and there is only one reason Lee Cheol came all this way: to find a legendary weapon called Infinity. In its natural state, Infinity looks like a simple, short sword. But once you channel magic power into it, it can freely alter its length and overall shape, even changing weight and properties. In his past life, Gun Sung was the one who stumbled upon it in this vault. Leveraging its infinite forms and overwhelming adaptability, he eventually earned the legendary title of Myriad Jengas. He kicked the eldest brother out of the top air spot and claimed leadership of the family. Eventually, he tracked down Li Yong, who was hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated him. That is pretty much everything he knows at the moment. To prevent that terrible future from ever happening, he absolutely must secure the sword Infinity first. Even if it takes forever, Lee Cheol has no choice but to inspect every single weapon one by one. Magic power begins to pool in his hand, fueled by a burning determination that he will be the one to claim the sword this time. It will not go to Gun Song. Lee Cheol patiently channels his magical energy into each weapon. But an entire hour passes, and despite testing every single short sword that looks like a match, he gets absolutely nothing. Even so, Lee Cheol refuses to give up, fully convinced that the legendary weapon is hidden somewhere in here. He decides to go over and inspect the display case on the other side. But as he makes his move, Lee Cheol accidentally knocks over an old, extremely rusty weapon. It looks far more ancient and worn down than anything else in this entire vault. Lee Cheol reaches down to pick it up, but before he can even touch it, magic power suddenly begins to surge wildly from his palm. Without him even actively trying to do it, his energy pours directly into the heavily rusted short sword. Suddenly, a thick fog rolls in, completely blinding Lee Cheol with strange magic. When his sight finally clears up, he realizes he has been pulled into an entirely different space. It is a mountain of corpses and a massive sea of blood instead of his clean family vault. Lee Cheol starts to panic. He figures this must be a memory sealed inside that rusty sword, but the feeling is entirely different from any weapon memory he has ever experienced in his lives before. It feels as though he is physically standing in this nightmare, with every detail being terrifyingly vivid and real. Then a sudden chill runs straight down his spine, forcing Lee Cheol to spin around in pure panic. He is met with an overwhelming pressure so intense that even nature itself seems to tremble. Towering high above, a pair of colossal eyes are staring straight down at him with pure malice. It is the apocalyptic beast that famously emerged from the blue hole in ancient times, the very creature that devoured countless human civilizations. Lee Cheol's legs gave out and his entire body couldn't stop shaking. This was the first time since his reincarnation that he felt this kind of absolute terror. Li Cheol knew there was absolutely no way he could ever defeat that ancient terrifying monster. If he wanted to survive, he had to run. Yet out of nowhere, a seemingly invisible presence had already crept up right behind Li Cheol. Though the figure was blurry and faint, he was still able to clearly recognize that the figure was a man clutching a heavily rusted sword. Without warning, the mysterious man suddenly lunged straight forward, fearlessly confronting the massive, that vicious savage beast. With a single devastating strike, he completely pierced the enemy. Li Cheol collapsed to the ground in sheer panic. That raw display of power was truly terrifying. Ending an ancient beast like that with just one single hit, absolutely insane. Once the battle ended, the man covered from head to toe in foul blood turned around. Shooting him, an icy piercing glare, the man coldly demanded to know who he was. Li Cheol was utterly shocked. He originally thought this was just a vision from the ancient dagger, slightly more vivid than the others. Who could have guessed this man could actually see him? On top of that, the stranger's gaze was dripping with clear, undisguised hostility. Sure enough, the man immediately closed the distance and raised his heavy sword high. He declared that although he had no idea why Li Cheol was there, he would show mercy and end his life painlessly. Li Cheol's eyes widened. He stood entirely paralyzed, powerless to block the blade slashing straight down toward his head. His past life. The agonizing memories flashed before his eyes in that exact moment, forcing him to gasp for air in absolute terror. Instantly, the entire space shifted. He was safely back inside his family treasury. The weathered ancient dagger slipped from his trembling hands, clattering loudly to drag him back to reality. Even so, his body continued to shake violently. There was no way that terrifying encounter was just a simple memory. If it was truly just an old memory, why on earth would the person inside it actually attack him? That absolute suffocating pressure from the warrior still lingered so clearly, making the whole encounter feel terrifyingly real. Looking down at the short sword once more, Li Cheol was astonished to see the thick layers of rust slowly flaking away. A wild theory crossed his mind. Could this legendary weapon actually be the mythical infinite? He picked it up to inspect it closer. There was no mistake, this was exactly what he was searching for. Without hesitating, Li Cheol sliced his fingertip open and dripped his blood onto the blade. In this life, he was determined to become the absolute master of all weapons. The moment his fresh blood touched the metal, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted inside the silent treasury. Li Cheol channeled his mana directly into the blade and swung it. And incredibly, the short sword instantly transformed into a powerful full-size greatsword right before his eyes. Time quietly slipped by and a whole week passed since that fateful, life-changing encounter. Today, Li Cheol was still diligently practicing his moves as usual, but his face showed clear frustration as he sighed, wondering if he had failed yet again. It had been a full week since he obtained the legendary Infinite, the very weapon he had managed to secure from that underground armory. For now, he kept it disguised as a simple ring to keep anyone else from finding out. He sits down softly, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he remembers that day in the basement. But what actually happened back then? That is right. That man's powerful sword strike felt like a harsh reminder that Li Cheol still was not worthy. A bloody memory flashes in Li Cheol's mind, where that mysterious man unleashed a single strike to completely obliterate the monster. Beyond the sheer destructive force, every single movement from that man possessed an incredibly elegant grace. Yet no matter how hard he tries to mimic it, he still cannot replicate the skill, though he refuses to feel rushed about it. In his past life, he was just a looked-down underdog who never even learned the family's basic martial arts. Even if it is just a single move, this is his very first time touching high-level martial arts. He will master it. He remembers the man's precise movements clearer than anyone else possibly could. Suddenly, Li Cheol freezes. His eyes widen in realization as a critical thought hits him. Wait, that man. He is not a fully grown adult like that warrior, but just a 9-year-old child. Trying to copy an adult perfectly is a massive mistake. Of course, he cannot bring out the true power that way. The revelation strikes Li Cheol like lightning, clearing his path. He needs to adapt to his current body, taking things slow. He will swing the sword naturally in a way that fits him. With fresh resolve, Li Cheol closes his eyes and breathes deeply. Raising the blade above his head, he grips the hilt tightly and channels his entire strength downward. The moment the blade strikes the floor, a massive shockwave erupts, cracking the hard ground right open. Debris and shattered stones explode outward like a lightning strike. Looking at the destruction, Li Cheol nods in satisfaction. Good, he seems to have caught the right feeling. Now it is just a matter of integrating his magic power. Yet a look of deep concentration soon returns to his face. No matter how many times he tries to run it through his mind, there is still a vital missing piece he cannot quite replicate. In the end, his only option is to keep practicing. All right, time to start over. He sighs, gripping the sword tightly to ready his stance. But right at that exact moment, a soft yet incredibly firm hand suddenly reaches out and grabs his blade. An unfamiliar voice whispers in his ear, asking where on earth he learned that specific technique. Li Cheol freezes instantly. Standing there is a young woman with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. Without a single doubt, she carries the prestigious blood of the Sungyu clan. Coldly, he frowns, demanding to know who she is. In contrast to his wariness, she laughs out loud, asking with a hint of surprise if he really does not know her. Well, that makes sense since she rarely shows her face around the family anyway. Without waiting for an invitation, she cheerfully asks him what his name is. Hesitating slightly at her bizarrely friendly attitude, Lee Cheol finally tells her that his name is Lee Cheol. The moment he speaks his name, the woman's face lights up. She grabs his hand, shaking it vigorously like a doll, while excitedly introducing herself as Lee Gyonghua. She says it is great to meet him. Hearing that name, Lee Cheol instantly recognizes her identity as his youngest aunt Lee Gyonghua. He recalls his uncle Lee Taehao mentioning in his past life that this aunt was so eccentric even their grandfather could not handle her. However, what truly catches Lee Cheol off guard is not her legendary identity. Instead, he internally screams, asking why on earth she does not hold back her ridiculous physical strength while casually playing around with her young nephew. Lee Cheol narrows his eyes, shooting Gyonghua a highly suspicious look, but chooses to remain silent. Completely ignoring his intense glare, his aunt simply looks him up and down before casually commenting that his body seems to be quite weak. Without wasting any time, she confidently strides straight toward Lee Cheol. Stopping right in front of him, she directly demands to know where a little kid like him learned that technique. Lee Cheol is no fool. He is not about to spill his secrets, so he tilts his head and cautiously asks why she's asking him that. Gyonghua simply laughs, explaining with a highly cheerful face that the move is an ancient martial art, and she absolutely completely adores studying those ancient fighting styles. That was back when those vicious monsters were running rampant, wasn't it? She pulls an old book from her sleeve and hands it to Lee Cheol like a priceless treasure, telling him it is a gift just for him. Lee Cheol raises an eyebrow in curiosity. His aunt nods for him to open it, and he immediately begins flipping through the pages. The more he reads, the more he frowns. The sloppy handwriting makes it hard to decipher, but a sudden realization hits him. This book contains both magic spells and ancient martial arts. The techniques are so advanced he barely understands them. Clearly, the rumors about his aunt were completely false. Lee Cheol hesitates and asks her what this is. Seeing her young nephew struggle, she steps closer to explain. Gyonghua steps over to point at the old book, explaining with a warm and excited voice that these are ancient spells powered by natural mana pathways. In the old days, casters drew mana directly through their body pathways without needing a core. Modern magic relies entirely on storing mana inside the heart, but that does not mean ancient arts are obsolete. And honestly, their ancient mana control was probably far superior to anything we see today. She pauses for a brief second, her face tightening with a rare seriousness. She reveals she is currently researching amplification and conversion magic, but surviving records are incredibly scarce. Hearing this sudden revelation instantly drags Lee Cheol's mind into a completely new world. A spark of pure excitement flashes in his eyes at this entirely new concept. He never imagined magic could be so limitless. Spinning on his heel, Lee Cheol shouts for his aunt to wait, bolting out of the room before Gyonghua can even process what is happening. Somehow, he produces a sword. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, he closes his eyes and begins to channel his mana. Energy surges from his heart core, but he suddenly pauses. That nameless warrior in his memory utilized raw pathways, not a central core. The strange mana flow of that man in his memories used to be incomprehensible, but now he can actually do it. A sudden light flashes in Lee Cheol's eyes. He channels his power and slams the sword downward, tearing a massive fissure into the ground as debris explodes everywhere. Look at that! Lee Cheol cannot contain his excitement because his technique actually worked. But before he can even catch his breath, Gyonghua rushes toward him like a speeding arrow. Her face pale with shock, she grabs his shoulders and shakes him, screaming to know if that was amplification magic. Feeling a bit guilty, Lee Cheol averts his eyes and reluctantly admits that it was indeed amplification. What Gyonghua stands frozen in disbelief before shrieking, demanding to know how he managed to do that. Lee Cheol keeps his usual mysterious composure, simply shrugging and saying he just sort of figured it out on his own. Naturally, Gyonghua is not about to let that slide. She grinds her teeth, demanding to know how he actually did it. Lee Cheol is not easily pressured. His expression hardens as he asks why he should even tell her. Completely losing her cool, Gyonghua practically begs him with the eyes of a lost child. She reminds him he only learned it from her notebook, pleading that she has dedicated her entire life to this very secret. She has searched for this secret for over 10 years, even after being cast out of her home. Her hands tremble as she tightly grasps his. A heavy silence settles down between them. Looking at his desperate aunt, Lee Cheol lets out a quiet sigh and agrees, but only if she promises 3 things. 3 things. The first condition is that she cannot speak a word about him to anyone without his permission, and that naturally includes his father and eldest brother. Gyonghua blinks in confusion and asks why, but Lee Cheol replies without a single second of hesitation that he simply detests when others speak about him. Hearing that, Gyonghua's eyes soften. A wave of melancholy washes over her face as she quietly mutters that she understands, having felt the exact same way. Seeing his aunt suddenly fall silent, Li Cheol is slightly taken aback, wondering why she looks so incredibly sad. Instead of prying, he simply continues with his conditions, stating that she must never lie to him. They need absolute trust, and he promises to be as honest with her as possible. Hua hesitates for a brief second before giving him a much more serious nod. Very well, she agrees. What is the final condition? Well, as for the last one, just like that, a year passes. Early morning mist clings to the training courtyard. The quiet space is broken only by the sharp, decisive sweeps of Li Cheol's sword as he trains diligently. Young master, a frantic cry shatters the peace. Li Cheol turns to see Nanny Kawa running toward him, clutching a letter with a look of sheer panic on her face. Nanny, what is so urgent that you ran all this way? Though she is completely out of breath, Kawa desperately holds the letter forward as if it were a matter of life and death, begging him to read it. Li Cheol takes it. A quick glance at the familiar handwriting tells him exactly what is happening. A small smirk plays on his lips as he mutters that the moment has finally arrived. The letter is incredibly brief and direct without a single wasted word. It is a summons for the 9th young master Li Cheol. The scheduled date is September 10th at 10 a.m. All participants for the naming ceremony must gather at the central training grounds by 10 a.m. on September 10th. Note that anyone carrying unauthorized items will face severe punishment. Signed by the representative of the family head Myong Jong. The moment Li Cheol reads Myong Jong's name, he pauses. He mutters to himself, wondering why the representative is none other than Myong Jong. Is his father not at home? He had not heard any news of him going on a campaign. Before he can think any further, a naming ceremony. Suddenly, Hua screams from right beside him, acting as if someone had just thrown a bucket of fire on her. Li Cheol turns in shock to see his aunt's eyes wide and face flushed red. Why is she suddenly so agitated? Hua clutches her head, pulling her hair and stuttering as if holding back a storm. Everything has just got on track, and this is the most critical time. She panics, warning him that the ceremony will hold him back, so he absolutely must not go. Seeing her act like a child whose favorite toy was just snatched away, Li Cheol can only sigh. It has been a year since his deal with his aunt. Since then, the two of them have been researching magic together. They combined innate and externalized magic powers. Creating a completely new magic system has been her lifelong dream. Innate magic allows for storing and transforming elemental attributes. Externalized magic allows for precise control and execution. Because of this, Li Cheol's magical abilities now far surpass those of any child his age. Hua continues to mutter regretfully, complaining that researching magic is far more exciting than some ceremony. Not wanting to drag this out, Li Cheol firmly tells her that she knows it is unavoidable, but he promises her not to worry. Even if his free time is cut short, he will continue practicing magic and restoring ancient spells. Her eyes widen in disbelief at his words. How can he manage that when the training schedule for the ceremony is brutally intense? Li Cheol does not flinch. His eyes shine with absolute confidence as he vows to do both at the exact same time. A few days later, Li Cheol and Hua find themselves inside a cold white room flooded with artificial light. They sit quietly inside a thick magical glass cage that resembles a prison of light waiting for what is next. From across the room, a raspy voice commands them to begin training. Their first task is to endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. That speaker is Janguk, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, who is directly in charge of this brutal training course. Instantly, a loud hum echoes as the glass cage erupts with chaotic electrical sparks. Blue lightning flashes violently, crackling around them like hundreds of live snakes. Yet the moment the lightning tries to strike Li Cheol, the attacks are suddenly blocked. An invisible barrier of wind wraps around him, repelling every single attack as if they are hitting a solid copper wall. Janguk, who has seen his fair share of geniuses, freezes. By all accounts, the 9th young master should be charred to a crisp right now since he lacks basic training. Instead, he is repelling it all with magic, forcing Janguk to stare at him in shock. At that exact moment, Li Cheol's gaze meets his. It is incredibly calm, cold, and breathtakingly deep. Is that kid actually observing me? Janguk's heart pounds heavily as he realizes the boy is not just surviving. He is testing, analyzing, and silently demanding a much higher level of instruction. Damn it, how is this kid considered a mere concubine's son? Calling him a genius is an understatement. This is no longer standard training, it is the moment he must pour every drop of his experience into this boy. Staring at the massive potential right in front of him, Janguk's fist unconsciously clenches tight. An indescribable feeling swells inside him, going far beyond mere surprise. It is pure excitement. A passion he thought had died out long ago is suddenly burning hot once more. Time waits for no one. After a brutal training session, Li Cheol lets out a sigh of relief while stretching his arms, muttering that it is finally over. This family is completely insane when it comes to training basic magic resistance. They literally threw him straight into a live magic generator. But he never expected the other side to be the one apologizing first. Li Cheol shrugs. It seems the way everyone looks at him is finally beginning to change. Either way, it is time for a quick break. But just as he turns to leave as if fate is playing tricks, a dark shadow lunges from the side. In that split second, Cheol reacts like a pre-programmed machine, raising his arm to block the sudden sneak attack. The attacker is none other than young Hua. Seeing her strike fail, she scowls. She coldly demands that the concubine's son step outside with her for a moment. Cheol is not about to follow anyone else's script. He takes a step back and frowns, asking what she is trying to pull. Hua snaps, screaming at him to watch his mouth. She reminds him that she is legitimate while he is a concubine's son and she is also a year older. Cheol has no interest in arguing with a child. Wasting time bickering is worse than training with a sword in a blizzard. Waving his hand, he calmly states he has no time for her nonsense and turns to walk away. But Hua's anger is not so easily doused. Channeling magic into her fist, she screams at him not to dare ignore her. Sensing the magic fluctuating right behind him, Cheol immediately turns back his gaze, turning pitch black. She's even using mana now. Yeon originally planned to let this go, but he decides it's time to teach her a lesson. The punch flies close, but before it connects, Yeon casually steps aside. Instantly, he grabs Hua by her collar, lifting her off the ground with a chilling warning. He tells her to go whine to her own mother and stop bothering him since he's incredibly busy as well. With that, Yeon drops her. Hua stumbles as she lands, but instead of backing down, she lets out all her frustration. She screams that it's all his fault. Because of his stunt at the selection ceremony, everyone keeps comparing them, so he needs to know his place as a second child and just shut up. It's too unfair. She loses sleep and trains endlessly while he was simply born with genius talent. She never wanted things to be like this, but her mother made her. Realizing she slipped up, Hua quickly covers her mouth. Yeon raises an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. He points out how easy it is to blame others, especially since his own low status gives him no such luxury. If she's losing sleep, he tells her to just stop sleeping entirely. And if she skips snacks but still can't keep up, she might as well skip her main meals too. If he irritates her, he tells her to use any means necessary to defeat him and force an apology because that's the way of the esteemed Martial Lee clan. Without waiting for her response, Yeon turns and walks away with firm, confident steps. Behind him, the young girl clenches her fists and screams after him. She yells that he talks tough, but at the naming ceremony, she will completely outperform him. He will be forced to call her big sister while kneeling down and begging. Yeon doesn't even look back, simply tossing over a calm reply that he'll be waiting. Later that afternoon, a figure approaches the private training grounds of Sector 7. A woman dressed in formal, elegant attire begins to approach. Her chilling presence is warning enough, making all the servants immediately bow low as someone respectfully announces the madam's arrival. Madame Baek Hwaeon coldly dismisses them, stating she has private matters to discuss with her daughter. With those words, she steps directly into the training hall. Inside, Hua is striking a training dummy with all her might, sweat dripping onto the cold tiles. A cold voice demands to know what she's doing, startling Hua. Her hands freeze in mid-strike as she turns, stammering at the familiar voice. Hua keeps her eyes glued to the floor, stammering that she's just training, completely unable to face her mother's razor-sharp glare. As she expected, Baek Hwaeon isn't here to offer praise. Instead, she coldly dissects her daughter's failures, demanding to know if she was actually overpowered by that second son. Baek Hwaeon stands there like a looming storm, her eyes heavy with disappointment and pressure. She coldly reminds Hua of her previous warning: if you can't suppress him, then crush him completely. She calls it deeply disappointing, adding that if she only trains out of fear, she might as well stop. The words pierce Hua's heart. After a tense silence, something inside her shifts, and she slowly raises her head with fierce resolve, telling her mother she knows what she thinks of her training. But she's only doing this because she wants to. She will defeat him, not on her mother's orders, but because she chooses to make her own decisions. The defiance makes Baek Hwaeon narrow her eyes. Though her face remains expressionless, she feels a sudden unease, wondering if her daughter was actually provoked by a total nobody. She reminds her that she's a direct descendant of the esteemed Martial Lee clan. Their starting points in life were never meant to be the same. Defeating him should be natural, yet she allowed herself to get so worked up. With that, she pulls a small glass vial from her sleeve. She hands it over to her daughter with a chilling instruction, explaining that this is Mi Mong, an extremely lethal poison. If she cannot surpass him, she must simply trample him, because that is the true way of the esteemed Martial Lee clan. She does not say another word. Baek Hwaeon turns and departs from the room. Meanwhile, in a completely different room, someone gasps. A shocked whisper echoes as the maid Kawa stares wide-eyed at her computer screen, unable to believe what she's seeing. Displayed on the screen are the latest results from the clan's internal evaluation system. The records show Lee Yeon is male with Grade 1 Magic, Grade 1 Weapons, Grade 1 Theory, and an overall ranking of Grade 1. Standing right next to her, Yeon smiles brightly, crossing his arms and teasing his nanny to stop worrying so much. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kawa tightly hugs her young master, her voice trembling with pride as she confesses she did nothing to help him, yet he achieved greatness. Yeon simply chuckles, offering her a reassuring smile in return. He tells his nanny she has helped too much to talk like that. Right then, heavy stomping outside shatters their warm moment. The door bursts open and Lee Gyung-hwa charges in like a total hurricane, yelling at the kid to get training. Her face is completely red with hype, looking like she just swallowed a bucket of fire. Lee Cheol blinks in confusion, blurting out before he can even think that he literally just finished training. Lee Gyung-hwa proudly flexes her muscles like a superhero and declares that is exactly why they have to keep going. She claims that training mana will actually make him feel less tired. Lee Cheol looks at her like a tired uncle watching a kid babble nonsense deadpan, saying he has never heard of such a thing. Lee Gyung-hwa freezes her eyes, darting away as she stammers that it is totally true, well, probably true. Shaking his head, Lee Cheol lets it go. Remembering something important, his expression turns serious as he tells her never mind, he actually has something cool he wants to show her. Her face instantly flips from curiosity to total shock as she gasps, asking if he has actually reached the 1-star level already. Lee Cheol does not say a word, just giving a small smirk that confirms everything. Standard mana control has 3 clear phases. First is body strengthening. Next, chi control. This alters mana properties. Finally, scripture release. Superhuman power unlocked. But Lee Gyung-hwa's unique mana system is divided into special star levels blending ancient and modern styles. She channels her own mana into Lee Cheol, focusing intently to feel his progress. A moment later, she cheers like she won the lottery, yelling that it is indeed 1 star and asks if he felt anything weird using magic. She admits it. She thought it would take a year. Lee Cheol shudders, remembering the brutal days of training alone in the dark, constantly flirting with death. He tells her he figured it out just from theory, admitting it was a completely insane way to learn. If he had failed to control his mana, the balance between his heart and magic circuits would have collapsed completely. But honestly, just letting things happen naturally is enough, since mana flows like water, following its own natural laws. He calmly points out that their bodies are basically just vessels holding mana. His casual words hit like a droplet on a quiet lake, making Lee Gyung-hwa freeze in surprise for a few seconds as she mutters to herself. She wonders if the body is really just a vessel, softly murmuring that she can probably do that too. Unlike her usual wild and crazy self, her voice is remarkably calm, filled with the quiet joy of a sudden and deep breakthrough. Lee Cheol offers a small, reassuring smile, feeling a sense of relief like seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. He wonders to himself if she really just had an epiphany right then. But that peaceful moment instantly vanishes when Lee Gyung-hwa lunges forward, squeezing him like a bear catching prey. She screams out her thanks, calling him her lucky charm. Lee Cheol can even react. Her steel grip locks around him so hard his bones start popping, forcing him to wheeze out a plea for her to stop before his ribs break. Only when he genuinely screams does she finally let go, showing absolutely zero remorse. Instead, she is already hyped to jump straight into their next topic. Perfect, time to move to the 2-star stage. She points out that he always knew his 1-star level was different from the standard first stage. According to her, what weapon or skill does he think he uses best? Lee Cheol strokes his chin, reflecting on his entire journey for a moment before replying that the thing he uses best has to be the sword. But before he can even finish his sentence, Lee Gyung-hwa shakes her head and cuts him off, saying she completely disagrees. Lee Cheol is startled and frowns, pointing out she has never even seen him practice swordsmanship. Lee Gyung-hwa shrugs and says with a sly smirk that she actually has just a few times when she was bored. She explains that his true talent goes way beyond swordsmanship. While it is hard to put into words, his greatest strength is mana mastery, which is so incredibly overpowered that it completely overshadows everything else he does. Having tried teaching her custom magic to many people without success, she notes nobody could pull it off, causing Lee Cheol to look down thoughtfully. He stares down at his own hands as if searching for something he lost. Before regressing to the past, he was constantly mocked for being unable to use mana, triggering a flood of bitter memories filled with cold stares and pitying comments. Noticing his dark mood, Lee Gyung-hwa flicks his forehead to snap him out of it, reassuring him that reaching 2-star level now will be easy for him. She says mastering 2-star power makes the naming ceremony pure child's play. Only after he does that will she teach him real techniques, warning him to stay focused. Lee Cheol nods, his calm voice filled with determination as he tells her he understands. He then glances over at a wooden box sitting on the table, asking what exactly that thing next to her is. She asks if he means that. Lee Gyung-hwa speaks. Her voice is soft. Suddenly, a razor-sharp gust of wind grazes Lee Cheol's cheek, leaving a tiny scratch before a mysterious object slams directly into the brick wall behind him, shattering the masonry. She explains they are iron beads and he must learn to release mana while on the move. If he can only use magic while standing still, it is basically useless, so they need to start training immediately. Lee Gyung-hwa grins widely without showing even a shred of guilt on her face. Lee Cheol gets a pretty bad feeling about this training, and honestly, we cannot blame him. Time flies by like a flash, and soon they are standing in a massive arena facing off against Lee Jungwon. With an imposing and heavy voice, the captain of the Blood Tiger unit introduces himself as Lee Jungwon, announcing that he will now guide them in the martial arts of the Youngwai clan. He tells them to pick the weapons they will use and bring them over. They only have 1 minute, so they had better not slack off. Without wasting a single second, Lee Cheol and Hua rush to the weapon racks to make their choices, but as they browse, Hua cannot help but steal glances at Lee Cheol. Finally, losing his patience, Lee Cheol grits his teeth and asks what she is staring at and if she has something to say. Startled, Hua stammers that she is not looking and has nothing to say. But then she quickly leans in and whispers if he also uses a sword, to which Lee Cheol coldly replies that he does not. Without another word, he picks up 2 swords and a spear, turning back to the training ground, while a wide-eyed Hua wonders aloud since she clearly saw him training with a sword before. Nearby, Jungwon glares at the pile of weapons in Lee Cheol's hands and frowns, demanding to know what he is doing, only for Lee Cheol to casually reply that he was simply told to pick his weapons and bring them over. Jungwon firmly emphasizes that he meant choosing the specific weapon he actually intends to use. Lee Cheol shrugs as if it is no big deal, claiming that these are indeed the exact weapons he plans to use. Unable to argue, the defeated Blood Tiger captain simply shakes his head in absolute disappointment. He sighs, calling Lee Cheol a complete blockhead, despite expecting him to be somewhat smart. They must engrave his next words deep into their minds. Though he promised to teach them secret techniques, he explains it will not involve any standard moves or physical stances. Within the Youngwei clan, there are countless secret arts collectively known as the Dragon Will. To master these arts, they must first awaken the dormant origin power still sleeping deep inside their very bloodlines. From this moment on, he will help them unlock and unleash that hidden potential. He tells them not to worry too much about awakening their instincts. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Jungwon unleashes a powerful sweep of his spear, kicking up fierce gusts of wind with sharp, rapid strikes that form a flawless offensive stance. Watching him resemble a tiger ready to pounce, Hua shivers in fear and anxiously wonders what he is planning, while Lee Cheol already has a pretty good idea of what is coming next. He turns to her and delivers a cold, flat warning, telling her to get ready if she does not want to get knocked out immediately. Before the warning even registers, Jungwon strikes like a sudden bolt of lightning. Moving as fast as a flash of light, he closes the distance instantly and unleashes a devastating blow right at Lee Cheol, launching the boy high into the air. Fortunately, in that split second of extreme danger, Lee Cheol manages to react in time, using his swords to guard and absorb most of the impact. The impressive block makes Jungwon burst into surprised laughter, amused that the kid actually managed to defend against it. Landing gracefully on his feet, Lee Cheol grits his teeth as frantic thoughts flood his mind, cursing the fact that he has to go through this insane ordeal all over again. In his past life, he could not even complete this brutal training, but this time will be totally different. Time flows on in a relentless blur of endless and exhausting training sessions. Under the captain's very intense and brutal care, both Lee Cheol and Hua find themselves getting absolutely pulverized day after painful day. No joke, saying they are getting beaten to a pulp is a literal understatement. Just like that, a whole month flies by since Lee Cheol began this hellish training. He silently reflects that forcing a 10-year-old child through training brutal enough to cause broken bones and internal injuries is definitely not meant for kids. Yet he has no intention of complaining, feeling a strange sensation slowly taking hold of him as a faint, mysterious smile plays on his lips. In another corner, a startled Hua jolts awake, her face pale with panic as she frantically wonders if she blacked out once again. Lee Cheol simply shrugs and casually tells her that this is her 22nd time, while he has only blacked out 16 times. His teasing tone immediately gets under her skin, like puffing up a cat's fur, making Hua snap back in utter frustration, wishing she had been much better prepared on that first day. Meanwhile, Jungwon watches the 2 children bicker from a short distance away, quietly making his own calculations. He marvels at the 8th young lady, noting her extraordinary constitution, since she has not suffered any major injuries, despite him going a bit too hard on her. As for that wild beast of a boy, he knew from day one that the kid was something special. Seeing him carry a mountain of weapons at first made him look foolish, but his proficiency with each one is surprisingly solid. In fact, his real combat performance went far beyond expectations. Just 1 month and they already have results like this, pretty interesting. Then with a voice booming like thunder, he shouts out, "All right, let's start the training, everyone get back into position." On command, both Lee Cheol and Hua instantly stop arguing, gripping their weapons as their eyes turn deadly serious. It doesn't take long for Lee Cheol to realize a pretty bitter truth about their old tactics. He is never going to land a single hit on Jungwon. Glancing over at Hua, he quickly whispers to try and block him once he gives the signal. Hua asks in surprise why she should ever do that, but Lee Cheol just shrugs nonchalantly, "Fine, but I thought we could finally land a hit on the old man." At that, Hua's face shifts, harboring her own deep grudge against Jungwon after weeks of brutal training sessions. She grits her teeth and asks if he is absolutely sure. Lee Cheol nods with absolute certainty, no more words are needed. Hua tightly grips her weapon and charges straight forward, screaming out that he owes her one. Right behind her, Cheol strikes with perfect timing, knowing deep down that against a genius of this level, there is absolutely zero chance of winning in a straight fight. Their only option left is to overwhelm him with numbers. Across from them, Jungwon watches their coordinated assault with a slight amused smirk playing on his lips, openly commenting on whether they are finally deciding to work together. Not a bad choice, but that is only if your plan actually succeeds, and with those words, Jungwon lightly tilts his head, effortlessly dodging Cheol's incoming spear thrust as if he foresaw the move a mile away. He counters instantly with a lightning-fast swing, but Cheol is already one step ahead, anticipating the trajectory the very moment his opponent moves and pulling his weapon back just in time to mount a solid defense. Jungwon's eyes briefly flash with a hint of genuine surprise. But he doesn't stop there. A split second later, he gathers his massive strength, lunging straight forward with absolutely terrifying speed. Right as they are about to clash in a decisive strike, Cheol suddenly shouts out, "Now is the time." He leaps backward in a flash, quickly widening the gap between them. Hua instantly takes his place, bringing her sword down like a flash of lightning, yet that desperate, powerful strike is easily shut down by Jungwon. Watching from behind, Cheol knows this won't be easy. They were never going to take Jungwon down with just a simple, straightforward attack. He immediately shifts his strategy, throwing his spear aside to channel all his energy into his special ring, an infinite weapon which instantly transforms into a gleaming, powerful longsword. This is one of the very few weapons capable of dealing real damage, a sword pulled straight from the endless secret vault. Putting all his power into his legs, Cheol launches forward like an arrow with his burning sword held high right as Hua is sent flying backward by a heavy blow from their coach. Cheol manages to seize this precious opening. Dropping his sword, he shifts his weight into his fist, throwing a full-force punch straight at his target. You'd think that would land, but no. Jungwon effortlessly catches the fist with just a single hand. That brief crushing pause forces a weak laugh from Cheol. "Haha, you actually blocked it." Before the words even settle, a devastating, thunderous punch from Jungwon sends Cheol's body flying backward like a literal cannonball. He slams hard against the wall, coughing up fresh blood. Even so, that joint assault was enough to satisfy Jungwon, his calm voice carrying a rare note of genuine approval. "So it took you 37 days, congratulations on finally unlocking your sixth sense. But the lady still has far to go." As he speaks, Jungwon casually leans aside to dodge another swipe from Hua, before suddenly sweeping his leg, sending her crashing into the wall with zero chance of recovery. Looking down at the two exhausted kids, Jungwon decides that this is enough for today, calmly declaring that their training session is officially over. Before long, the arguing starts right back up as Hua scrambles to her feet furiously, yelling at Cheol that she actually believed his stupid promise about landing a hit on him. Ignoring their loud complaints, Jungwon simply turns and walks away, but secretly glances down at his own trembling palm. He looks at the slightly swollen spot, a cold thought crossing his mind. After all that mana output did, he really only pierced it a tiny bit. Even though he only used a tiny amount of mana, he had officially broken the clan's taboo. Pair his raw combat instincts with his forbidden power, and the family elders would soon be trembling in fear. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. By day 47, after Hua successfully awakens her sixth sense, their harsh training under Captain Yongguan officially comes to an end. For the remaining days, the two are finally allowed to rest and review everything they have learned so far. And right then, a familiar figure appears before Yang. It is none other than his older brother, Lee Myeongjong. Lee Myeongjong is the eldest son of the family, known as Song Song, a legendary name feared by both martial artists and mages. As a second-tier master in both paths, he is a formidable figure whom everyone deeply respects and heavily fears. But to Yeong, this man is no distant legend or idol, he is simply his older brother. Yeong takes a deep breath, shaking off his thoughts to focus on the present. Once they sit down, Myeongjong speaks with an apologetic tone. He is sorry for not checking in sooner, explaining that he has been incredibly busy lately. Yeong just smiles softly with a calm gaze, assuring his brother that it is completely fine and he is doing great. Sitting across from him, Myeongjong chuckles at Yeong's reserved yet honest demeanor. He smiles, noting that even though this is their very first meeting, Yeong recognized him instantly. Yeong does not beat around the bush and answers frankly. He asks how he could ever fail to recognize his own older brother, even if he is just an illegitimate child. Hearing those words, Myeongjong freezes as a flash of deep sadness washes over his eyes. In a low, heavy voice, he firmly warns him never to call himself an outsider again, reminding Yeong that despite having different mothers, they are still real brothers. It is a painful realization that leaves a bitter taste in Myeongjong's mouth. He feels incredibly sorry for this young kid, someone who has not even had his official naming ceremony yet, but already views himself as a stranger to his own family. Unaware of his older brother's heavy thoughts, Yeong awkwardly scratches his head and mutters a quiet apology. Seeing his sheepish reaction, Myung-jong can only let out a heavy sigh, telling him that there is absolutely no need to apologize as long as he understands. He adds that there is no need for such stiff formal greetings next time since they are family, so why keep up the polite act? Young smiles and nods. From the memories of his past life, he remembers his eldest brother perfectly. No matter how brilliant and powerful the man was, he always remained this sincere and incredibly humble. Wanting to lighten the mood, Myung-jong quickly changes the subject and pulls a gift from his coat pocket. He explains that he got this during his enrollment at the Ifan Magic University in France, but he believes it will be far more useful in Young's hands. He gently places a small glass vial in front of Young, containing a legendary elixir called Nita. A clear, pure light glows inside, radiating a faint but incredibly unique energy. Young recognizes it immediately as a top-tier elixir crafted only at the French Magic Tower, with just 500 milliliters produced every 10 years. It is a genuine masterpiece. After a brief pause, he reaches out to accept the small bottle, his eyes fill with immense gratitude as he thanks his brother for such a precious gift. But as Young bows in gratitude, the polite response seems to leave Myung-jong completely stunned. A look of surprise crosses his face and he mutters that Young is quite different from what he expected. Young squints his eyes, slightly asking him what he means by that. Myung-jong offers a gentle smile, explaining that all the other siblings he met previously only treated him as a rival, making this peaceful interaction feel both strange and refreshing. Young chuckles softly and admits his true thoughts, stating that he does not necessarily see his older brother as anything less than a rival. Because born into this brutal family, even his beloved older brother is ultimately a competitor. He warns Myung-jong not to just view him as a cute little kid, because one day he might just become his greatest rival, promising that their future competition will be incredibly thrilling. Seeing the absolute confidence radiating from Young's eyes, Myung-jong bursts into hearty laughter. He heartily agrees, shouting that he will eagerly await the day Young becomes his strongest competitor. With that, he reaches over to pat his younger brother's head, a gesture filled with both affection and high expectations. Deep down, Young makes a silent vow to himself. His eldest brother had always truly loved and protected him, and this time he will be the one to guard his brother's back. Days slip away quietly, and soon it is time for the second and most crucial exam of the Esteemed Lee family. The official naming ceremony has finally begun. Standing side by side on the deck of a massive ship slicing through the ocean waves, Young and Hua remain completely silent. They are heading straight toward a very special island. Cheol Island, a mysterious place where the soil color actually shifts based on the density of local mana. This ancient isolated territory is where the Esteemed Lee family has hosted naming ceremonies for generations. The moment the ship docks, an instructor steps forward and formally announces that the rules for the upcoming naming trial will now be explained. The young candidates must survive on Cheol Island for 3 weeks straight to fully prove their worth. The tracking devices handed out must be kept on their person at all times, only to be used in absolute life or death situations. The final phase of the trial will open for exactly 2 days after the 3rd week concludes. He wishes them luck. The moment they set foot on the ground, the very air shifts, warning them of the brutal trial that lies ahead. Hua suddenly breaks the silence, her face hesitant as she mentions she has something important to say. But before she can finish, Yang sighs, having already predicted her words, and remarks that she has made her choice. Hua blinks in total confusion, asking what he means. Yang points out that she kept looking like she wanted to say something all through training. His blunt honesty hits a sore spot, causing the young girl to turn bright red and defensively yell, demanding to know how he could possibly know. Amused by her adorable embarrassment, Yang chuckles quietly to himself. He tilts his head and speaks with a warm, comforting tone, encouraging the pouting girl to just spit it out because he is listening. Hua swallows hard, taking a deep breath to summon every last ounce of her courage. She unpins the badge from her chest. Her eyes dart toward Lee Cheol, clearly signaling for him to follow her lead. Understanding her intent, Lee Cheol unpins his badge too. Both quickly conceal the device's known tracking and eavesdropping bugs. Once they are safe, Lee Cheol asks, his playful tone completely gone. "All right, it is done, so what is going on?" At this point, Hua stops hiding the truth. From her pocket, she pulls out a glass vial filled with a cloudy liquid. She speaks clearly. This is a poison called Enchanting Dream. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to the open air for over 5 minutes, it will completely evaporate. Once it enters the body, it blocks the target's mana circuits for a very long time. Hearing this, Lee Cheol's face instantly darkens, his voice dropping low as he asks, "Who did you get this from?" A simple question, but it feels as heavy as a boulder. Hua knows that no matter what, she can never reveal the name. The one who gave her this poison is her own biological mother, so she just responds firmly, "I do not intend to tell you." With that, she throws the vial at a nearby rock. It shatters with a sharp clink, sending shards everywhere. Hua raises her head, speaking decisively, "See now, there is absolutely no evidence left. I am going to defeat you fair and square. There is no need to use this poison, so you had better give this match everything you have." Her fierce attitude catches Li Cheol off guard, but then he offers a small smile and nods. I was planning to do that anyway, so sounds good. With that settled, they pin their badges back on and prepare to go. Before leaving, Hua turns back like a nagging parent. Did you put your tracker back on? Do not go deep into the center without knowing the terrain. It is dangerous. Behind her, Li Cheol sighs warily, shaking his head. Yeah, I get it, but are you actually worried about me? That instantly strikes a nerve, causing Hua to blow up. What do you mean worried? I'm just afraid you will die somewhere before we even get to fight. Just as she finishes yelling, a blood-curdling roar echoes from deep within the dense forest. Both freeze, instantly turning toward the sound as their gazes grow sharp and alert. In the brief silence, Hua lowers her voice, giving a short but heavy warning. Well, then do not die. I am leaving first. With that, she turns and quickly walks down the left path, her figure fading into the thick woods. Left alone, Li Cheol watches her go, murmuring to himself she is gone, but even so, my real target was never the outskirts of this island anyway. Alright, time to head out too. Heading straight for the center of 6th Than Island. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room of the Sumu Lee family clan, screens display live feeds from the island as elders and high-ranking members watch intently. One of them speaks up, his eyes locked on Hua's screen. She really is the 8th child of our Sumu Lee family, and she has already completed her very first hunting mission. The number of monsters Hua defeated is certainly not small. Even though this is her very first real combat experience, she is already putting on a show. But those combat instincts do not just appear, it took 47 days, right? In a shadowed corner, Captain Jungwon quietly leans against the wall. He speaks slowly. The child was not always like this. I thought she would need at least 2 months. Inside, Jungwon thinks she has talent, but she was definitely pushed by someone. And that person is the youngest son, Li Cheol. Jungwon's eyes slowly drift to another screen showing Li Cheol. Unlike Hua, who is fighting tirelessly, Li Cheol seems to be quietly exploring, taking careful steps to inspect every single corner of the island. The stark contrast makes old Cho-Rang frown in suspicion, asking what that kid is even doing. Jungwon glances at the monitor and replies calmly, it looks like he is searching for a shelter. Instantly, several cold and mocking sneers echo from different corners of the room. He is running around like a cowardly rat. What a pathetic coward, truly nothing but an illegitimate child. In another part of the viewing room, Minjung is also closely watching the events unfold. Hearing those harsh, bitter insults aimed at his younger brother, he can no longer keep his cool. Glancing at the faces around him, he warns them coldly, stop talking in a dangerous place like this. Finding shelter first is a smart move. There is absolutely nothing to criticize. His stern warning makes the mockers cough awkwardly, quickly, trying to save face with empty laughter. Right, of course. Maybe we have been watching the 8th young lady too much and our standards just got too high. Cunning old Cho-Rang shows zero respect and keeps stabbing with his words. Let's see, in the Sumu Lee family clan, being ordinary is a sin, is it not? A person carrying our blood, acting like a commoner, is just downright ridiculous. Those venomous words make Minjung clench his fists. He does not talk back, but his mind is racing, looking down on a child just because of his birth. Since when did their clan become like this? Or maybe we have always been this way. But more importantly, what on earth is Lee Seon planning to do by heading straight for the center of the island like that? That sudden realization makes him instinctively look over toward Lee Tae-hong, the uncle of both of them. Right now, the old man is anxiously biting his nails with a worried look, muttering to himself, what on earth is that brat thinking? Hearing those words makes Myung-jong realize something. He is not the only one left confused. He sighs softly, what are you really up to, Lee-san? Deep in the forest, Lee Seon finds a secure cave to use as a shelter, but he is too smart to just walk right in without being careful. He burns a handful of herbs and tosses in a fire-attracting plant, letting the spreading light and smoke flush out any hidden creatures. Next, he carefully covers the entrance with leaves. Every single movement is precise, without any wasted effort. The onlookers whisper in quiet approval. It turns out his stealth skills are actually pretty impressive. Suddenly, Elder Cho's eyes widen as he shouts, wait a minute, what is that kid doing now? Wait, what is he doing? Every eye instantly locks onto the screen as Lee Seon removes his watch and tracking badge. He casually sets both of the tracking devices aside. Then he covers both of them with thick leaves. Just like that, the feed on the monitor goes completely dark. Standing in the back, Jungwon bursts out laughing. He cannot hide his absolute amusement. This kid is just completely and utterly unpredictable. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-hong and Myung-jong can only hold their heads in pure frustration. To Lee Seon, this is a necessary move because he simply cannot let those prying eyes watch his every secret. With the trackers hidden, he mutters to himself, there is no need for others to see this. Now he can finally use his power without limits. Since he is on Cheol Island, he needs to gather as much as possible time to move. He transforms the ring on his hand into a sharp, short sword, ready for his next hunt. Time flies and night quickly falls. By the flickering firelight, Lee Seon sits before a clay pot, frowning at the strange liquid inside. It is a thick, dark blue brew that looks exactly like deadly poison. It is so creepy that he can almost see a screaming face swirling inside the dark liquid. He mutters in doubt it should be done, but it looks awful. Is this really magic tea? In his past life, being too broke to afford even cheap elixirs, he had to follow herb gatherers to find magic herbs. Now on Sekcheong Island, where magic fills the air, it would be a waste not to train, just like his aunt always said. Even if this magic tea tastes repulsive, it is still better than nothing. Taking a deep breath, he grits his teeth and lifts the pot straight to his mouth. Moments later, the empty clay pot is tossed aside. Lee Seong collapses, looking completely pale as if his life force was just sucked dry, groaning that it tasted like pure hell, and with that his 3-week solo survival officially begins. By the 18th day of the naming ceremony, we see Myeong-jong's modest traditional office sitting quietly under a clear blue sky. Myeong-jong is deeply focused on his work when a voice suddenly calls out from the door asking to enter, prompting him to look up and tell them to come in. A subordinate steps inside, quickly apologizing for the sudden disruption, but Myeong-jong simply brushes it off with a gentle smile, guessing by the tense look on his face that there must be bad news. The man who just entered is Kang Han, the vice captain of the Holy Sword Squad under Myeong-jong, and he solemnly reports that a massive group of wanderers has crossed into Northern Territory. Standing perfectly at attention, he goes on to explain that although they initially expected these outlaws to target the Danger Zone's wasteland, they are actually moving south, putting them just 2 days away from one of the clans. Vital magic stone mines. Myeong-jong rubs his chin thoughtfully, deeply suspicious about these traveling criminals, and asks Kang Han for his own input on the matter, noting that those greedy hyenas would never dare to trespass on clan territory without a very good reason. Kang Han shares his doubts, pointing out that while they look like simple wanderers, it could easily be a disguise orchestrated by an unseen force backing them from the shadows. Tapping his fingers anxiously on the desk, Myeong-jong grows increasingly concerned as he mentions reports of the Nine Dragons sect mobilizing their forces near their northern border. According to the intelligence he gathered, this massive powerhouse from the Central Plains has been constantly provoking the Sumu clan by repeatedly encroaching on the unexplored lands of Myeong-jong's territory. He narrows his eyes in deep thought, realizing the secret news of his father leaving the clan must have leaked, giving their enemies the perfect opening to strike. Hoping to confirm the situation, Myeong-jong asks if their clan intelligence has caught wind of this, yet prompting Kang Han to proudly report that thanks to Myeong-jong's prior orders to keep watch, they actually gathered this information much faster than the clan's main spy network. He already had an urgent solution in mind, so Min Byung-chan stood up and made a decision. First, they must cooperate with the intelligence department to investigate further. Pulling his chair closer, he turned around and looked outside, certain that there was still something more. Min Byung-chan clasped both hands behind his back, trying to stay calm on the outside while his heart raced with anxiety, hoping this was just a false alarm. The scene shifts to a pitch-black forest at night where a crimson magic circle suddenly materializes on the ground. Its form shifts as the ancient runes in the center ignite with a blinding glow. In the next blink, the space cracks open, revealing a gaping black void right in the center. A strange artifact begins clinking continuously as it slowly emerges from the darkness. Right after, a figure appears with a smirk, their face partially hidden behind long hanging hair. This mysterious stranger unexpectedly appears in the dark forest, showing only a faint silhouette of their back, as a chilling voice whispers, "Is 2 nights really enough to kill an illegitimate child?" Under the clear blue sky just past the gloomy forest lies a distant beach with rolling waves. A series of terrifying, deafening roars echo continuously through the air, accompanied by the heavy, powerful stomps of a fierce beast. The source of those violent tremors is a massive crocodile-like dragon pacing around and breathing heavily. A terrifying level 7 monster known as a Draco. Lee Cheol suddenly stands before the beast, his grip tight on his sword as he breathes heavily. The Draco throws its head back, inhaling deeply as its belly swells with a glowing red heat. Moments later, it unfurls its 2 wings and unleashes a massive torrent of fire, leaving absolutely nothing alive in its path. His eyes widen as cold sweat beads on his forehead, his face tense with absolute dread. Moving with lightning speed, Lee Cheol waits until the last second to dodge backward as the wall of flames sweeps in. With searing flames roaring right beside him, Lee Cheol bravely channels magic into his blade, dragging the power straight forward. Unleashing his built-up internal energy, Lee Cheol leaps high into the air, facing the mighty Draco head-on without a single shred of fear. As his battle cry rings out, blinding bolts of lightning crackle around him, driving his ultimate strike forward. Landing on its head, Lee Cheol plunges his blade deep, unleashing a devastating storm of electricity through the sky. Unable to dodge or defend itself, the scorched Draco immediately collapses to the ground in a blackened heap. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he raises his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Looking down at his scorched and tattered clothes, Lee Cheol realizes that dragons truly are different, and if he were still on the outer edges of Red Cheongdo Island, he would have been defeated by the very first blow. Sheathing his sword with a quiet sigh, Li Cheol realizes it took him until the 19th day just to reach the dragon territory at the center of Cheongdo, but staying here any longer is just a waste of time. Refusing to linger, he quickly turns on his heel, knowing he ventured this deep for an entirely different reason. But suddenly his feet halt mid-step, freezing him right in place. But wait, just when he thinks the area is clear, his sharp sixth sense flares up, throwing him right back into defense mode. Dropping low to the ground, he instinctively presses his back against a thick tree trunk, his gaze locked forward. Li Chao's face darkens, a sharp glint in his eyes as he grimly realizes his suspicions were absolutely correct. Suddenly, another massive wave of monsters appears before him, marching in a pack of half-human, half-lizard hybrids, known in the records as Level 8 lizardmen, dangerous beasts indeed. Instead of fleeing, Li Cheol hides in a blind spot to observe their every move, realizing something has been off since yesterday, as these lizardmen should be on the outskirts. But here they are at the center, only running away without even fighting back when attacked. He strokes his chin in deep thought, analyzing their strange behavior, concluding that since lizardmen have low intelligence, they must be under the influence of something powerful. Formulating a plan, Li Cheol draws his sword and charges forward without hesitation, believing that if his theory is correct, then this is his only play. The lizardmen instantly sense his sudden approach, and one of them quickly turns to look. Following its terrified shriek, the rest of the pack immediately turns and begins running away at full speed. His gamble pays off, and with zero fear in his heart, Li Cheol accelerates forward, realizing his prediction was spot on. Li Cheol unleashes a rapid flurry of devastating slashes, cutting down every single beast before they can even think of escaping. Standing small amidst the mountain of lizardmen corpses, he quietly tells himself that while one time might be a coincidence, a second time is definitely a pattern, and he must give chase. As the sun slowly dips below the mountains, a warm twilight blankets the sky while eerie noises echo through the dense trees. Deep within the forest, muffled whispers are accompanied by a suspicious, ominous purple mist beginning to spread. The source of this phenomenon is none other than that mysterious man sitting cross-legged under the setting sun and muttering that the Sumu bloodline is truly bizarre. Fully absorbed in his task, he ignores the lizardmen creeping up behind him, quietly pondering how such a young child could wipe out so many of them alone, though it probably does not matter. Even as the beast draws incredibly close, he remains completely calm, muttering to himself that in the end, a kid is still just a kid. This is none other than the master monster tamer Nishizawa Sogo, who simply smirks and glances back, and let's face it, our young hero is about to walk into a world of trouble. Sogo protectively cradles a creature in his arms, his eyes downcast as he quietly murmurs that he might not even need the trap he painstakingly prepared. Perched high up in the trees, Yang silently scans the entire area below, and his previous suspicions are quickly confirmed. This is indeed a deadly trap. With that strange ability to command monsters, his target must be some sort of beast tamer. Yang frowns, keeping himself hidden as best as he can. How on earth did an outsider manage to infiltrate the restricted Sixthan Island? His mind races, weighing every single possibility. It would actually make perfect sense if someone had secretly set up a hidden teleportation array right here on the island. A knowing, sharp smile slowly creeps onto Yang's face as a perfect scheme takes shape. If that is true, then someone from his own clan must be pulling the strings. His expression darkens as he slowly zips up his jacket. Should he just report this to the clan and wait for backup? With fierce determination, Yang clenches his fist and stares ahead. No, if he waits for backup, it will be far too late, and all clues about the mastermind will completely vanish. He immediately slips his hand into his pocket. There is only one way left. Moving forward with his plan, Yang immediately activates his invisibility skill. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Yang instantly leaps down from the branch, determined to erase any traces of his presence. He drops low to the ground, shifting his entire body into an offensive stance. Then he suddenly springs forward, launching himself ahead at an absolute blinding speed. Leaping right behind Sogo's back, he swings his sword, determined to eliminate the threat once and for all. But just then, a strange bird resting in Sogo's hand suddenly snaps awake, sensing the imminent danger. In an instant, it lets out a sharp, ear-piercing screech, warning Sogo about the surprise attack launching from right behind his back. Hearing the cry, Sogo quickly whips his head around, shocked to see how close his enemy has already gotten. Glaring at the bird, Yang grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, is he carrying some kind of danger-detecting artifact? Even so, Yang refuses to halt his momentum, bringing his blade down. But Sogo manages to narrowly dodge the fatal strike at the very last second. Crouching on the ground, Sogo pants heavily, admitting that Sumu Lee family land's bat is far stronger than he anticipated. Standing tall with his sword pointed right at him, Yang sneers back, mocking that maybe Sogo is just pathetic. Sogo angrily waves his hand, roaring for him to shut up. Suddenly, 3 green monsters emerge from the shadows, lunging forward to tear Yang apart. Yang tightens his grip as a powerful surge of energy wraps around his blade, preparing the 7-star sword third form. Then, fast as lightning, Yang glides toward the 3 beasts, moving so quickly he leaves only after images. With a swift execution of his true sound technique, their heads fly. But his confident smirk instantly vanishes as a strange sensation runs through his veins, forcing his body to freeze on the spot. Suddenly, dozens of heavy iron chains bind him tightly from all sides, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to move. Sago stands aside chanting. Seeing his opponent immobilized, he laughs mockingly, declaring that Yang has fallen right into his trap. A mysterious magic circle glows brightly beneath Yong's feet, summoning endless chains to wrap around him. As Yong stares in disbelief, Sogo continues to taunt him, explaining that this high-grade array completely seals a martial artist's mana. Without his energy, Sogo mocks Yang as nothing more than a helpless brat, and with his body fully paralyzed, he is doomed to face a miserable end. Yang stands helpless as Sogo slowly walks away, leaving him surrounded by the remaining green monsters. He grinds his teeth, muttering about his sealed mana. His expression hardens, filled with absolute resolve. If that is the case, Cheol releases a devastating surge of raw energy, growling that all he needs to do is activate his mana circuits. Before the eyes of the monsters, he shatters his chains, the sheer force triggering a sudden shockwave. Cheol immediately locks his eyes on Sogo, who is casually trying to slip away. He leaps high into the air, soaring right over Sogo's head. Cheol lands gracefully in front of him. Sogo can only stare in sheer panic. Smirking confidently, Cheol points his blade directly at Sogo, asking if he actually thought he could escape. Sogo stumbles back in fear, demanding to know how on earth the magic array was broken. Cheol casually tells him there is no reason to explain, dryly ordering him to surrender because his image has already been broadcasted back to the main family. Sogo looks down, a dark smile slowly spreading across his face. Leaving Cheol stunned, Sogo declares that he will kill him to win back his freedom, making the young warrior doubt his own ears. While Cheol is still trying to process his words, a massive menacing shadow lunges forward, launching a sudden attack right at him. A massive tail slams violently into Cheol's small frame, giving him no time to dodge as he takes the full force of the surprise blow. Cheol flies like a cannonball shot from a barrel, hurtling straight toward a massive tree in the forest. He crashes violently into the trunk, snapping the thick tree in half. Battered and bruised, Cheol collapses as fresh blood gushes from his mouth. Trembling on the dirt, he lies completely still, his mind racing with a single horrifying thought: don't tell me. Weakly, Cheol raises his head, staring straight ahead with absolute terror in his eyes. Looming over him is a colossal beast resembling a giant tortoise. This is the ruler of these lands, the mountain demon turtle. Clutching his bleeding wounds, Cheol struggles to stand as his mind races. How on earth could a mediocre tamer control a nightmare-class rank 3 beast like this legendary mountain demon turtle? Sogo watches him stand back up and can't help but mock his resilience, calling him pretty sharp. He adds that even though the taming process isn't completely finished, the order to kill him will absolutely be carried out. With a smug smirk plastered across his face, Sogo lifts his staff while pulling something out, telling Cheol not to bother struggling anymore. He tosses a shower of yellow talismans high into the air, shouting for the boy to just accept his fate and die already. Cheol drops to one knee on the dirt, his mind racing to find a way out of this desperate situation. Getting serious, he reaches into his pocket, telling himself to stay calm. If he can't fully control the mountain demon hand, yet he just needs to take down the tamer instead. Cheol pulls out a plain-looking pill and stares at it. To create an opening against a beast like this, he has no other choice. He never thought he would actually have to use this stuff. Without a second of hesitation, Cheol pops the pill straight into his mouth. It is a strictly forbidden drug, carrying a massive backlash that far outweighs the mana it actually provides. The moment he swallows it, his body surges with a miraculous power as the burst pill ignites. Flickering streams of aura erupt from his back as he realizes he still has one more trick. He glances down at the glowing ring, shining brightly on his finger. Cheol grips his sword tightly and channels a torrent of powerful sword chi into the blade, remembering the secret technique he was warned to only use in a life-or-death crisis. Cheol's eyes flare with determination as he decides that this is the exact moment to strike. An overwhelming pressure explodes from his body, shaking the very ground beneath him as he activates his heaven-defying technique. Cheol launches himself into the air with such force that a massive crater implodes right where he stood. Soaring directly over the towering beast, he delivers a single devastating slash straight across its massive body. He hits the ground hard and struggles to stand, noting that even though its hide looks completely unscratched, the strike definitely hit home. Once more, Cheol floods his sword with a spectacular surge of energy, determined to bring this massive creature down for good. The monster unleashes a terrifying, blood-curdling roar that echoes violently through the entire mountain forest. Cheol is stunned by the sound that is the roar of the mountain demon hand-pier. Staring at the massive beast, he realizes he can't move a single muscle because of this damn monster's oppressive mana field. Suddenly, a mysterious black aura begins to spill out from deep within him. Cheol glances down at the dark energy, amazed to see the black mist actively pushing Pier back. Seizing his chance, he bolts toward the giant creature, and believe me, there is no room for error here. Cheol pours every ounce of his strength into pulling his sword far back, preparing for one final lethal strike. Quietly, he whispers the name of his skill, Void Eclipse. He swings his demon-slaying blade in a clean arc, tearing a massive, devastating wound across the monster's flesh. The beast throws its head back and lets out a deafening, agonizing shriek before crashing heavily onto the forest floor. The thick clouds instantly part, allowing bright sunlight to break through and illuminate the battlefield once more. Cheol quickly claps a hand over his mouth, desperately holding back a sudden surge of blood. Collapsing under the weight of his broken, exhausted body, he realizes he has no time to lose. The combined toll of the burst pill and heaven-defying technique will soon leave him completely paralyzed. Clutching his wounds, Cheol forces himself to run forward, panicking because he only has 10 seconds left before the rampaging mountain demon hand redirects its focus. He has to find that tamer right now. He dashes wildly through the dense forest, hunting for Sogo, as the timer relentlessly ticks down 8 seconds, 4 seconds. Suddenly, he skids to a halt, his eyes catching sight of something unexpected on the ground. Glancing down, Cheol spots a faint red thread woven into the dirt, appearing to guide his path. A guiding path. Staring down the narrow forest trail where the red thread leads, Cheol dives straight in without hesitation, the clock now ticking down to 3 seconds. Sure enough, Sogo appears at the end of the line, desperately trying to flee through a narrow mountain pass. Turning back in pure terror, Sogo screams in disbelief at how he survived, while Cheol races against his final second. He leaps through the air, aiming the razor-sharp tip of his sword directly at Sogo's throat. But panic sets in, his reach is just a hair too short, and he wishes his body were just a little bigger. Glaring at his sword, Cheol commands the blade to stretch out and close the gap. Responding to his will, the sword extends and pierces clean through Sogo's throat, drawing a final choked gasp as he instantly goes limp. The blood-slicked blade finally slips from his grasp, clattering loudly as it hits the stone ground. Shaking uncontrollably before Sogo's cold corpse, Cheol forces himself to stay upright, knowing that if he collapses right now, he is as good as dead. He quickly pulls out a small container and gulps down the liquid, thankful that he brought the special nectar his master warned him to drink immediately after using the heaven-defying technique. Yong's vision slowly fades as he staggers, completely losing his balance. Just before his consciousness slips away entirely, one final desperate thought crosses his mind. He must fully suppress the beast before the monsters draw any closer. Exhaustion lines Yong's pale face as his eyes slowly flutter open, hazily scanning his unfamiliar surroundings. His body feels pinned to the dirt, while his breathing grows heavy. He whispers into the blinding white void, wondering where he is, and what became of the beast tamer and the mountain demon hand. Suddenly, a sharp spasm of agony racks his entire frame, causing his muscles to seize as his pupils slowly lock in shock. Clenching his fists to endure the violent tremors, Yong weakly mutters that his entire body feels like it is about to shatter into pieces. A massive blue eye slowly opens, staring down at Yong's limp body. A deep, disappointed voice echoes, asking if this is really how things were destined to end for him. The voice leaks from the dark shrouds swirling around him. It wonders how a mere human could contain such volatile energy, questioning how two opposing forces can coexist inside a single vessel. Swirling around Yong's hand, the dark mist speaks with pity. It whispers that he should have stayed asleep. It tosses a dark purple mass onto the ground, coldly demanding that he feed it. Yong jolts awake from the sudden noise, staring in utter disbelief at the mysterious object. Staring at the massive hive, Yong gasps, wondering if this could be the legendary violet river nectar. But the voice quickly cuts in, reminding him that he is not the one who needs to consume it. The reflection of an ancient turtle appears within the giant eye. It leaves him with a final piece of advice: the times are changing, so the young human must grow stronger. As the eye fades and the ancient turtle vanishes into the distance, a parting warning echoes softly. He must not let himself be swallowed up by this new era. Hua tilts her head innocently. "Oh, you're awake." Yong weakly looks over and mutters her name, which immediately prompts Hua to scold the brat for addressing his elder so casually. She quickly softens her tone, asking how his battered body is actually holding up. Closing his eyes to inspect his internal energy, Yong realizes that despite severe damage to his bones and muscles, his magic power has surged to a terrifying level. Slowly opening his eyes, he stands completely amazed. Did he really absorb the rare nectar? Yong calmly explains his injuries: just a few ruptured mana pathways, bruised organs, fractured bones, and torn muscles, nothing too serious. Hua turns absolutely pale, screaming back at how he could possibly think that is not serious. Yong watches Hua, feeling a wave of guilt. That violet river nectar was originally her target, a miraculous medicine granting extreme physical power, mana boost, and immunity to poisons and curses. He had been determined to claim it on Crimson Island, but stealing her prize feels a bit wrong now. Feeling his intense gaze, Hua looks back at him with deep suspicion. Did he get hit in the head? Yong sits up abruptly. Why is she even here? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the distance. Myung-jong rushes over. Young looks up surprised to see his brother. Anxiously offering a medicine bottle, Myung-jong insists on using his own mana to heal his injuries. But Young quickly waves his hands with a strained laugh, declining the magical treatment while gladly accepting the liquid potion instead. Myung-jong watches in silence as Young gulps down the potion, his gaze heavy with profound pity and a lingering sense of pain. Myung-jong asks Hwa to step outside for a moment. She quietly agrees. Once she leaves, Myung-jong stares intensely at Yang, vowing that if he had died, he would have wiped every single beast tamer faction off the face of the earth, regardless of their size. Yang chuckles, admitting that is incredibly reassuring to hear. But Myung-jong immediately turns serious again, criticizing his actions. He explains that while his bravery represents the absolute ideal for any young Mu clan warrior, as his older brother, he simply cannot view such extreme recklessness in a positive light. Yang awkwardly scratches his head, apologizing and admitting he never anticipated the mountain demon hand appearing. He assures him that had he known, he definitely would have waited for backup. Myung-jong sighs. It is comforting to know Yang can tell recklessness from confidence. Out of nowhere, Yang makes a bold proposal claiming that since he was the one who defeated the beast tamer, all intel on him should belong to him. Myung-jong rubs his temples, admitting he fully expected that response. He looks up and reveals that the beast tamer was once a semi-grade 5 sorcerer within Japan's Yin-Yang Bureau, apparently expelled for attempting to master forbidden arts. Someone behind the scenes provided high-grade talismans and artifacts to awaken the sleeping mountain demon hand, hoping to eliminate Yang while making it look like a tragic monster accident. Yang falls into deep thought, asking if they still have not found the mastermind. Myung-jong sighs, sharing a piece of news that makes Yang's eyes widen in shock, and honestly, you can't blame him. The captive is currently near death, making interrogation nearly impossible right now. Yang quickly pieces it together, realizing he was never the actual target they were trying to strike at Myung-jong. After a brief silence, his brother asks why he thinks that. Yang explains his theory that the enemies wanted to ruin Myung-jong's reputation, making everyone believe he failed to detect an intruder and reacted far too slowly. Rubbing his neck with another weary sigh, Myung-jong admits that is indeed the case. With a strained expression, he notes they can no longer pretend to be ignorant. Yang watches him closely, asking if he's doing all right. Reaching out to gently pat Yang's head, he reassures him that a minor blow to his reputation is nothing to worry about. Myung-jong looks at his younger brother with pure affection, stating that he cannot be away for long and must head back. Just as he pulls his hand away, Yang quickly catches his sleeve. With eyes sparkling with complete confidence, Yang confidently asks if his brother would be interested in making a deal. Seeing his brother's stunned silence, Yang explains that they should claim Myung-jong anticipated the intrusion and sent Yang in advance. Yang promises to testify to that story, quietly adding that it will make it seem like Myung-jong was 10 steps ahead of even their own clan's elite intelligence division. Myung-jong asks if sticking to the absolute truth wouldn't be better for Yang, who slowly struggles to stand up. Yang explains that if the public believes a mere junior accomplished this alone, they will only become more suspicious of him. Myung-jong realizes why he framed it as a business transaction, reminding him that a real deal requires both sides to get what they want before asking what Yang actually wants in return. Yang stands up straight and confidently states his request, asking for just 3 days of access to the scripture pavilion. Myung chuckles softly and agrees to the deal with the arrogant kid, but when he says thanks, Yang quickly cuts him off, telling him a thank you is unnecessary since this is strictly business. Myung pats his shoulder with a knowing smile, asking if he already had a backup plan in case the deal fell through. Yang just stammers, completely unable to find his words. Just then, Myung's phone starts buzzing. He pulls it out and says the sword squad is calling, meaning it is time for him to make his exit. Before heading out, Myung suddenly stops, calls out, and tosses a small object right toward him. Yang easily catches the tiny sword ornament, his face written with absolute shock at the unexpected parting gift. Myung heads out, but his parting promise still rings in Yong's ears as he stares at the shiny metal, assuring him that this little secret is safe. Yang chuckles helplessly, realizing his senior is still incredibly sharp and impossible to fool. As Yang gets dressed, Kawara strolls over and remarks that the conversation seemed to go pretty well, earning only a cold shrug from him. Standing with her hands on her hips, she gives him a challenging look and asks which test gate he plans to challenge now that 3 weeks have passed. He maintains his calm, steady voice and turns the question back on her, asking where she plans to take her own trial. That immediately ticks Kawara off, prompting her to yell that she asked first, but Yang simply counters that she should speak up first if she wants answers. She proudly places a hand on her chest and boasts that there is only one choice for her, the hardest trial of all, the Gate of Obsession. Kawara demands to know his choice next, and Yang calmly zips up his jacket before revealing his destination is the Gate of Combat. Her face completely freezes in shock as she asks if such a place even exists, praying he is not talking about one of those low-level outer gates. Frowning slightly, he looks determined as he confirms that it is indeed located in the outer district. Kawara sighs in deep disappointment, muttering that she must have misjudged him if he settled for some easy outer gate. She stands there quietly, whispering to herself that she honestly used to think he was a worthy rival, maybe even better than her. Yang watches her walk away, knowing that since everyone assumes a trial's location dictates its difficulty, they will all think he chose an outer gate just to take the easy way out. The two of them head their separate ways, and as Yang walks in the opposite direction, he simply sighs, deciding to let them think whatever they want. Deep inside a dense sunlit forest, Yang pushes through the thick rustling undergrowth, scanning his surroundings as he tries to recall the exact path to this hidden location. Squinting against the sudden glare of light, he pushes past the branches to reveal a hidden cave, remembering that this was the exact spot he discovered in his past life before his regression, where his second trial awaits. Staring into the pitch-black cavern ahead, Yang tries to peer through the shadows, filled with anticipation as he stands before the gate of combat. He finds a wooden torch and sparks it to life, readying himself to venture deep into the dark, unknown cavern. Holding the flame high as he steps inside, he examines the dead end, noting that it looks just like an ordinary stone wall. But as he studies the faint, intricate lines carved into the stone, he knows things are never quite that simple. He sets his torch down, grips the hilt of his sword, and draws the blade with a clean, sharp ring. Yang unleashes a rapid flurry of slashes against the stone, leaving glowing blue trails of energy in the wake of his blade. Moments later, a massive stone door emerges from the rubble as chunks of rock continue to crack and crumble to the ground. Staring at the grand gateway with absolute confidence, he smiles to himself, thrilled that he finally found the entrance. Pulling out a small dagger, he carefully cuts across his own palm, allowing his fresh blood to pool and drip down. He squeezes his fist tight and watches closely as a strange glowing blue energy begins to radiate from the open wound. With a swift flick of his wrist, he splashes his blood across the massive door, igniting bright sparks of energy upon impact. As the blood sinks into the ancient carvings, the massive door rumbles to life, releasing a brilliant flash of light. The ground trembles beneath his feet as the heavy door slowly slides open, revealing a stone altar waiting right in the center. He pauses at the threshold to take in the vast chamber, his small figure completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the ruins. He slowly approaches the altar, his tightly clenched fist still dripping fresh blood onto the cold stone floor with every step. Yang holds his bleeding hand over the bowl, declaring in a solemn tone that a descendant of the Sumulan clan has come to take the ancestral trial. He watches in awe as his dripping blood transforms into swirling mist, wrapping around his body like a spectral embrace. As he begs for approval, a booming voice echoes through the chamber, announcing that the gate of combat features only one single trial. The swirling blue mist coalesces into a perfect phantom copy of Yang, and the system declares his ultimate goal to defeat himself. Facing his own double, he draws his sword and mentally prepares himself by recalling the absolute rule of the trial: unlimited attempts, but leaving is impossible until he wins. Yang unsheathes his blade and drops into a combat stance, quietly whispering to himself to start. He stomps his foot with explosive force, shattering the ground beneath him as he lunges forward to strike. But before he can even swing, the phantom clone's blade flashes right past his neck, freezing him in place as he gasps out. It feels as though his head is literally sliding off his shoulders, forcing a horrified, stuttering cry of disbelief from his lips. Even as his own illusion freezes in its post-attack pose, that strange seven-toned voice continues to echo, marking what is currently happening. Cheol quickly clutches his own neck, shaking it with a look of absolute panic written all over his face. Touching his throat in disbelief, he reassures himself that his head was definitely cut off just now, but since this is only a trial, death is impossible. Cheol struggles to stand up silently, cursing how annoyingly realistic the pain is, realizing an ordinary person would have easily gone mad from this. His eyes turn sharp and doubtful as he stares at his double, his mind racing with even deeper questions. Cheol stares at his own double and mutters to himself, wondering if he is truly capable of such power. Pulling the sword back into his grip, he analyzes the situation, noting how the combat trial allows his double to utilize power with absolute perfection. Recalling the moment the blade sliced right through him without killing him, Cheol realizes he still hasn't fully tapped into his inherent potential. He knows that if he could completely master and extract this dormant power, he would have easily blocked that devastating attack earlier. Wasting no more time, Cheol assumes his combat stance once again and calls out for another round. Before he can even charge, the lightning-fast illusion strikes first, forcing him to adapt, though on his third attempt he gets skewered through the stomach and dies on the spot. Next, the clone switches tactics to a chokehold, and though he blocks the sword on trial 5, his neck is immediately snapped. Talk about a brutal cycle. Cheol experiences the agonizing pain of losing his head over and over, dying from round 10 all the way to 20. This time, he successfully counters the double's next move as both swords clash, violently blasting both fighters backward from the sheer impact. Cheol slides back across the dirt, but he manages to regain his footing and land perfectly on his own 2 feet. Panting heavily as his breath grows shallow, he silently counts his attempts, wondering if this is round 75 or 80. Suddenly, a wave of realization washes over him as his eyes snap wide open. A dark, intense expression covers his face as he mutters that he finally understands and can learn everything. Li Cheol slowly uncovers the true rule of this trial, realizing that his greatest strength is absolute freedom and overwhelming adaptability. He morphs his starting sword into a deadly spear, his hand gripping the shaft tightly with unshakable resolve. He sweeps the spear in a fluid motion, giving a confident look as he embraces a completely unpredictable style of combat. Li Cheol charges back toward his clone with full force, shouting that this time he will definitely succeed. The two spears clash violently as the illusion blocks his relentless follow-up, and both fighters instantly morph their weapons back into swords as Li Cheol analyzes the exchange. The intense swordplay continues before they transition back to spears locked in an endless duel with absolutely no signs of slowing down. After a grueling clash, everything finally falls into place, just as he planned, matching his opponent's movements move for move. The duplicate slides backward, but because it is a mere illusion, maintaining its balance seems completely effortless. The copy instantly morphs its spear back into a sharp blade, staring back at Li Cheol with an icy glare. Deliberately leaving his defense wide open, he waits as the copy predictably lunges forward using the exact same strategy. The copy's sword drives deep into Li Cheol's stomach, burying the blade almost to the hilt, yet not a single drop of blood falls. Li Cheol's smug, mocking voice rings out, leaving the duplicate utterly bewildered, as he calls it a complete fool. Grabbing the duplicate's sword arm to yank it closer, he swings his own blade with the other hand, declaring that he exposed that opening completely on purpose. His powerful strike floods the entire space with a brilliant blue light, cracking the solid ground beneath them, a technique the trial labels the Demon Cleaver. The defeated double begins to dissolve its physical form, slowly shattering into countless glowing blue particles. As the copy fades away entirely, a faint, slightly pained smile creeps onto its face just before it vanishes. Standing alone amidst the floating blue embers, Li Cheol quietly mutters that by conquering this brutal trial, his hidden potential should unlock. The Sung Mu Lan bloodline is supposed to release his past life's dormant ability, which back then was only the common reinforcement type. But as brilliant gold light begins radiating from his blue aura, Li Cheol whispers softly about his current life, staring in utter disbelief as his own eyes glaze over at the golden phenomenon. He reaches out a trembling hand to cradle the floating golden sparks, asking in a dazed whisper what this incredible power could actually be. Meanwhile, a massive crowd waits anxiously outside the chamber, likely other candidates gathered to face their own trials. Li Taehong stands right near the entrance, pacing back and forth while letting out one heavy, worried sigh after another. Crossing his arms, Li Taehong grumbles under his breath, complaining that he actually expected the boy to behave this time and pointing out that while everyone else enjoys peaceful naming ceremonies, this annoying brat only brings endless chaos. Suddenly, a loud warning alarm blares, forcing him to whip his head toward the door as the chamber's mana density rapidly fluctuates. Every eye in the crowd locks onto the massive doors as they slowly grind open, waiting for Li Cheol to finally step out. With a pale face, he struggles to take even a single steady step as he wobbles out of the chamber. Li Taehong panics, frantically running toward the boy, while screaming out his full name, Li Cheol. He quickly catches the collapsing boy, frantically shaking his shoulders and begging him to wake up. Li Cheol's lips are severely cracked, and as he desperately tries to whisper a single word, Li Taehong leans in and asks him what he said. Li Cheol's face goes pale like a sick man, his hands trembling as he begs for water and food. Supporting the boy's pale and completely exhausted body, he could only gape in utter helpless shock. His entire body trembled as a suppressed rage threatened to explode, his voice low and growling. A roaring voice echoes, scattering birds near the cliff. In a panicked frenzy, "You absolute brat." Inside a lavish aristocratic mansion, a desperate, frantic cry rings out into the courtyard, "Young master." Kawara screams out in pure emotion, her face etched with worry as tears stream down her cheeks. She pulls Li Cheol into a tight embrace, sobbing and asking if he knew how worried she was, from the beast tamer to Devil's Hand Mountain and that crazy ancestral trial. But Li Cheol gently cuts in, reminding his nanny that he has been sleeping outside for nearly a month. Pinching his cheeks, his nanny playfully scolds him, admitting she originally planned to give him a piece of her mind but welcomes him home anyway, making the young master blush red and shyly mutter his thanks. Letting him go, Kawara wipes her tears and tells him she has prepared a hot bath and a fresh meal will be waiting right after. Wrapped in a blanket, Li Cheol casually asks about his aunt, honestly expecting her to be the very first one running out to greet him. She suddenly hesitates, her stammering reply instantly triggering Li Cheol's suspicion that something is seriously wrong. Hua greets him with a massive grin, cheering that her favorite nephew has arrived, though she is currently locked inside a prison cell, making Li Cheol laugh out loud. Asking what on earth she did, she smiles sheepishly and apologizes, saying his safety is all that matters because even locked up Hua only cares about him, wondering how his mana surged so high when he has not even processed all that energy yet. She casually tells him to sit down and rest his legs so they can catch up, but Lee Cheol gently cuts her off, calling out to his aunt. Realizing she is getting a bit too excited, she laughs awkwardly, saying she never expected her nephew to go to such extreme lengths just for her sake. Gyeonghwa recalls the exact reason she got thrown in here, remembering how she had lost her mind with anger, causing absolute chaos in the Elders' Council room, requiring 2 guards just to hold her back as she screamed at them, demanding if they were the ones who did this completely, disrupting the elders and her own brother. She had screamed at them all, accusing them of pulling the exact same underhanded tricks as usual. Feeling quite guilty for her impulsive behavior, she sincerely apologizes to him, admitting she feared they had done something terrible to him, which caused her to lose her cool completely. Lee Cheol is genuinely surprised by her confession, as she explains she was just consumed by anger at the thought of never seeing him again. Gyeonghwa playfully clutches her throat, acting dramatic, claiming her throat simply choked up at the thought. Reflecting on their shared memories, Lee Cheol is lost in deep thought, realizing that honestly he had been wrong. He had never truly trusted her in the past, but without even realizing it, he has come to view her as real family. He smiles and sighs, giving in to this unfamiliar warmth. All right, he thinks he can accept this feeling now. Lee Cheol turns around to leave but promises Gyeonghwa that he will find a way to get her out of there very soon. He asks her to wait just a bit longer while she reaches through the iron bars to wave him off, telling him not to push himself. Lee Cheol offers a warm, reassuring smile, promising he will not do anything reckless since she is bound to be released soon anyway, before bidding her farewell and quietly closing the heavy door. Meanwhile, out on the runway, a private jet lands smoothly under the cover of night. Once the aircraft is securely parked, the boarding stairs are rolled out and a massive welcoming party gathers. Lee Tae-shin steps out now. His subordinates greet him with deep, respectful bows, welcoming him back. He walks right past Wei Zion, who is bowing low, apologizing for keeping her waiting, but she politely brushes it off, mentioning that the hot springs and a warm meal are fully prepared for his relaxation. Lee Cheol and Sehyun stand in silence watching the adults interact as Lee Tae-shin gives a brief, quiet nod. Lee Cheol glances around, realizing that after the dramatic events of the naming ceremony, he had felt pretty confident in his growth. When their eyes meet, Lee Cheol's mind races, yet he realizes he still has no way to measure the massive invisible gap between himself and his father. His father's sudden sharp turn of his head makes Lee Cheol wonder if they truly just made eye contact. Walking ahead confidently, Lee Tae-shin mutters that those who refuse to fight have absolutely no place in this clan, but his voice trails off. His cold eyes scan around, searching for a target, thinking that among all his children, only one truly possesses a burning desire to fight and win. Those words shake Lee Cheol to his core, leaving him to wonder who his father is referring to his eldest brother. He sighs in defeat, realizing that despite how carefully he masked his emotions, his father still managed to read him effortlessly. The scene shifts to the grand banquet hall of Songmurin, where the red carpet is rolled out and guests mingle excitedly. Lee Cheol picks a quiet corner to observe the crowd, knowing that since this is a rare event for Songmurin, the scale of this celebration is vastly superior to any regular naming ceremony. Watching the guests, Lee Cheol uses memories from his past life to identify them, recognizing the exceptionally young Tower Master Wizard over in the distance. Glancing at another figure, he recognizes the director of the Onmyeoji Bureau. Wait, no, they are just the new vice director. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor approaches, disrupting Lee Cheol's peace to respectfully greet the youngest young master. Butler Choi formally requests his presence. The clan head has summoned him. Lee Cheol never expected this turn of events and asks to be sure. My father, Butler Choi, simply nods, inviting him to follow. He follows the butler with a mind full of questions. Why would his father summon him privately? He silently hopes it is nothing serious. Under a star-filled night sky, the young man politely greets Lee Tae-shin. He respectfully asks why his father summoned him tonight. Looking up, Lee Cheol is startled to find they are not actually alone. Standing right beside his father is his eldest brother. Lee Cheol breaks into a cold sweat. Before he can even process this, Lee Tae-shin speaks up, stating that Lee Cheol must already know the reason. The patriarch orders him to recount the entire naming ceremony incident, noting that according to Myeong-jong, Lee Cheol was the one who exposed the outsider and ordered his immediate arrest on the spot. Lee Cheol instinctively bows low, as Lee Tae-shin directly asks if this entire scheme was his doing. His heart sinks as he closes his eyes, realizing his father saw right through him. Gathering all of his courage, Lee Cheol confesses to his father that he was indeed the one who proposed a deal to his eldest brother, offering to shield him from public backlash in exchange for 3 days in the library. Lee Tae-shin has no choice but to let his youngest son off with a warning, deciding that because of his major contribution, the false report will be overlooked this once. He warns him sternly that there will not be a second chance. Lee Cheol bows deeply quietly, assuring his father that he understands. Now it is Myeong-jong's turn to face the music with Lee Tae-shin, promising a proper punishment later while ordering him to finish managing the banquet for now. Placing a hand on his chest, the eldest brother readily complies with his duty. Before leaving the room, Myung-jong offers a warm smile to reassure his younger brother. Lee Cheol watches him go with deep concern, wondering if his older brother will be okay. Once the eldest brother leaves, Lee Tae-shin addresses his youngest son again, stating that despite the false report, his success still warrants the reward Myung-jong originally promised him. The boy is stunned as his father adds that since he unlocked the trial of combat, you will receive an additional special reward. Seizing the moment, Lee Cheol speaks up about his desire. Later, Lee Tae-shin stands before the massive crowd to officially open the banquet, thanking everyone for making the long trip and offering warm blessings to the two young stars of the night as they begin their journey forward. Lee Cheol and Si-hyun kneel on the red carpet as the patriarch announces the naming ceremony. His deep voice echoes, calling the young girl to step forward. She smiles warmly as Lee Tae-shin praises her for being chosen by the Holy Sword, urging her to continue shining like the sun on this bright path. He bestows upon her the new name Si-hyun, which means to shine eternally, and right on cue, her official nameplate is dramatically lowered from above. Filled with joy, the girl expresses her deepest gratitude. When it is finally Lee Cheol's turn, his father's gaze immediately sharpens. The entire hall falls into dead silence as the patriarch summons Lee Cheol forward. Stepping forward, he notices the crowd's cold expressions. Honestly, they look as hostile as during the selection trial, but watch because he does not care at all. Standing tall and completely unfazed by the whispers, Lee Cheol listens carefully as Lee Tae-shin describes him as someone incredibly sharp and unyielding, yet also remarkably flexible. Just like a blacksmith gathering raw iron from all corners to forge a single blade, the boy has forged his own soul. The patriarch looks at him gravely, admitting he cannot find a better way to describe him. With a sudden snap of his fingers, a sharp sound echoes through the hall. Lee Cheol's official nameplate drops from above. Lee Tae-shin bestows upon him the name Cheon. Staring at the nameplate, he remembers how his past name carried the heavy burden of living as tough as steel. A subtle, confident smile plays on his lips because that old meaning has finally changed. Placing his hand over his heart, he swears he will never stop until he reaches the absolute peak of Sumulin. Proudly embracing this new identity as Lee Cheol, the boy offers his father an incredibly bright smile and a sincere thank you. The scene shifts directly to the surprisingly comfortable isolation room of the Sumulin judiciary, where a certain dramatic prisoner is slowly losing her mind from sheer boredom. Locked away for days on end, Gyeonghwa finally snaps and clutches her head in absolute frustration. She violently rattles the heavy metal bars, screaming to the world that she is suffocating, and honestly missing the kid's naming ceremony has made her utterly furious. Her incredibly noisy complaints echo right through the heavy door, leaving the exhausted guards outside practically begging for someone to come rescue them from her endless tantrums. Suddenly, a loud phone ring cuts through the chaos and catches their attention. After hanging up, the guard enters the cell, only to find Gyeonghwa literally biting her blanket like a wild animal. Unlocking the heavy metal gate, he tells the chaotic prisoner she is finally free to go, leaving her completely stunned. Gyeonghwa is absolutely thrilled to hear that, while her official discipline will be decided later, she is officially allowed to leave the room right now. Gyeonghwa excitedly storms out of her prison cell, shouting and making a scene while the terrified guards desperately yell at her to stop kicking things around. Suddenly, a sharp voice calls out, telling her to wait up. Gyeonghwa is thrilled to see Lee Cheol waiting right at the door, calling him a sweet little kiddo. Her jaw drops as she asks her beloved nephew if he was actually the one who freed her. Yes, that is right, he replies. Gyeonghwa is completely baffled, but before she can even ask how, he thrusts a piece of paper right in front of her face. She opens it to read, questioning what it is, while Lee Cheol reminds her that she now owes him a pretty big favor. Her eyes widen as she reads her official appointment as an elder of Pungrai. The details leave her completely stunned, especially the part appointing her as the master to the 9th young master Lee Cheol. Flashing a brilliant grin, he holds out his hand and asks his new master to teach him well from now on. Scene changes as Lee Cheol adjusts his traditional robes, while Kawara curiously asks if today is the big day. Seeing him dress himself in traditional robes, the old nanny starts weeping with joy. Lee Cheol just smiles, telling her that this is only the starting point, while Kawara sniffs and wonders how her young master has already grown to 13 years old. He heads toward the exit and bids his nanny farewell, telling her he is leaving. 13 years have passed and Lee Cheol is ready. Under a beautiful clear blue sky, Lee Cheol's voice echoes out with a simple good. He stands by the gates, and trust me, things are about to get wild. As he stands in the courtyard assembly, whispers quickly spread about him, calling him the illegitimate 9th son Lee Cheol, who caused a massive scene during both the selection and naming ceremonies. Their voices are filled with utter contempt, dismissing his achievements as pure luck since he is just an illegitimate child, though some find it hard to believe someone could pass the naming ceremony on luck alone. Standing straight in line, Lee Cheol cannot help but roll his eyes at the toxic gossip, completely sick of hearing them repeat the word illegitimate over and over again. Suddenly, a fresh wave of excited murmurs rises next to him, pointing out the 8th young lady. They are gossiping about Sehyun, whose elegant presence makes everyone jealous, showing the undeniable aura of a direct family descendant, now standing tall as the 13-year-old Lee Sehyun. But to Lee Cheol, her behavior seems rather strange, and he cannot help but notice how differently the crowd treats her compared to the cold shoulder they give him. Sehyun approaches him with a casual greeting, to which Lee Cheol politely replies that it has been a while. Scratching her neck awkwardly, she asks if he is still holding a grudge about the naming ceremony, leaving him utterly confused. Sehyun quickly corrects herself, referring to when she called him a disappointment, which finally triggers his memory about the whole incident. Knowing she will likely grow up to be a cold-blooded figure, Lee Cheol still decides to play nice, assuring her that he does not care at all, which makes her joyfully ask if he is really telling the truth. She laughs happily, teasing that he can be a bit petty, which instantly sours his mood as he asks her to define what exactly is petty about him. Still curious, she asks if he is actually studying under their aunt and even gained access to the library. But before he can start explaining the situation, a loud voice suddenly booms across the yard, ordering all students to fall in line as the head instructor announces that class placement is about to begin and called freshmen must gather immediately in their designated rows. Lee Cheol begins to feel a wave of anxiety, realizing that getting placed into a terrible class will completely ruin his future plans. He sighs in pure helplessness, which is totally understandable because the entire academy training lasts 3 years, meaning these class placements are crucial, with the top students always going to the elite classes. The instructor calls out Sihan's name, assigning her directly to Class 1, and she happily accepts her admission paper with a polite thank you. Lee Cheol watches silently, having fully expected Sehan to land in Class 1, but his thoughts are cut short as the instructor loudly calls out his name next. He steps forward to accept the document, politely thanking the instructor. As he looks over his class assignment, he notices the blatant look of disgust and annoyance written all over the instructor's face. He knew they would try to screw him over, but he never expected them to play dirty so openly without any shame. Surprisingly, Lee Cheol seems pretty pleased with Class 5, a place notoriously known as the garbage dump for repeaters and academy failures. This is definitely Hwaseon's doing, as her dangerous schemes grow bolder by the day, since class assignments for descendants rely on evaluations controlled entirely by the Elder Council and Lady Beck. Yet everything is actually playing out perfectly for Lee Cheol, as being sent to the bottom class saves him a lot of unnecessary effort, and right on cue an instructor approaches to guide the new student of Class 5 to his designated area. Lee Cheol quickly turns to follow him, saying he is on his way. He glances back at Sehan, who is standing nearby, looking incredibly frustrated on his behalf. She looks ready to breathe fire, demanding to know why he is not protesting the unfair decision, while Lee Cheol can tell by her angry face that she might actually cause a scene if he does not stop her. He does not care about the unfair ranking at all, simply waving back to reassure Seon that he is completely fine with it. Lee Cheol turns back to his real plans because right now other things matter. While he focuses on his secret goals, the other kids in Class 5 are desperately panicking about their future, terrified of how their families will mock them for being thrown into the academy garbage dump. Lee Cheol looks at Class 5 in absolute disappointment, wondering how students from the prestigious Esteemed Martial Lee clan could act so pathetic. Suddenly, a classmate approaches him to ask if he is indeed the youngest son of the main family, and Lee Cheol nods. The kid beams with excitement, happy to finally introduce himself. With a warm smile, he introduces himself as Kim Han, the son of a blacksmith contracted by the Esteemed Martial Lee clan, calling it an absolute honor to study together. Lee Cheol is surprised, searching his past life memories, but he has absolutely no recollection of this Kim Han guy from his previous timeline. Kim Han innocently admits that because the young master is so famous, he has always idolized him. Seeing that goofy face, Lee Cheol lowers his guard and asks to confirm his name is indeed Kim Han. Curious, Lee Cheol asks him how he feels about ending up in the lowest ranking Class 5. The boy cheerfully replies that his current strength is probably just at this level for now, but then he pauses. With determination shining in his eyes, he adds that nobody knows the future. Lee Cheol is genuinely taken aback by Kim Han's attitude, finding the boy's relentless optimism highly impressive. A rare smile creeps onto Lee Cheol's face, completely infected by the kid's bright positive energy. Deciding he likes this guy, Lee Cheol tells him he passed, leaving Kim Han totally baffled. Stepping into the classroom, they are greeted warmly by their peers. Standing right in the middle is a 15-year-old student named Cho In-ha, who happily welcomes the new recruit. While some of the other students look on in confusion, others immediately offer to help, telling Lee Cheol to feel free to ask if he needs anything. Suddenly, a loud clap cuts through the excitement, commanding everyone to quiet down and pay attention. Thumping his chest proudly, Level 5 warrior Jung-ho introduces himself as the official instructor for Class 5, announcing that since they have a new student today, they will skip the formal lessons for some quick introductions. Lee Cheol watches from a distance, noting how the instructor is just as passionate as ever. In his past life, this man actually tutored him personally when he struggled to keep up. He was always incredibly kind to his students. Wrapping up, Jung-ho instructs Cho In-ha to take over the tour, and the friendly class leader readily agrees to show the new recruit around. Waving with a sheepish smile, Cho In-ha admits that although it is slightly embarrassing, repeating his grades for 2 years in a row has made him the class president again. While the rest of the classroom gossips noisily, only Lee Cheol and Kim Han pay close attention. Cho In-ha tells everyone to get comfortable before explaining that they must elect a class president, especially since they can still get sent into real battles. Cho In-ha slowly explains that the role of a class president behaves almost like a squad leader. Unlike their instructor, who only handles scheduled training sessions, the president is the one who gets to make the final calls on virtually all other class matters. When a classmate raises his hand to ask how the president is chosen, Cho In-ha sheepishly admits he forgot to mention that part, explaining that they will hold a friendly sparring tournament and then vote on the winner. Clasping his hands with a bright smile, Cho In-ha announces the start of the matches. He reminds everyone that using magic is strictly forbidden during these spars, and they will get plenty of rest between rounds. But suddenly, a cold voice cuts in, asking if they are actually being serious. While the other students sweat with nervous tension, the president asks if Lee Cheol has some sort of problem. Lee Cheol growls back, stating he objects to absolutely everything they are doing and saying. Lifting a sword from the rack, Lee Cheol tells them to wake up. If they want to play school games, they should leave this academy and go to a normal school in the safe zone. Cho In-ha quickly defends his class, arguing that Lee Cheol is taking things way too far and they just want to resolve things peacefully. Lee Cheol slams his blade straight into the floor, shattering the tile as he remarks that peaceful talk clearly will not get through to them. Leaning on his sword, Lee Cheol delivers an ultimatum, telling them to come at him all at once because he is taking on the entire class. Gripping his sword tightly, he gasps heavily, trying to force as much oxygen as possible into his burning lungs. Around him, his groaning classmates lie defeated on the ground, begging him for mercy. Cho In-ha stands frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe how many people this single guy has managed to wipe out alone. Cho In-ha flinches as his name is called out by the fighter standing before him. Glaring with intense wild eyes, Lee Cheol demands that he call up the next opponent immediately. Swallowing his fear under the crushing pressure, Cho In-ha reluctantly nods, stepping forward as the final opponent of the day. Lee Cheol tosses the sword onto his shoulder, letting out a mocking laugh. He raises an eyebrow, telling Cho In-ha to bring it on. The two charge straight at each other, their heavy swords colliding with a deafening crack that echoes through the room. While Cho In-ha is momentarily distracted by his own swirling inner thoughts, Lee Cheol uses sheer raw power to forcefully knock his weapon aside. Cho In-ha genuinely cannot comprehend why this guy is pushing himself so hard for a worthless academy practice match. Seeing Lee Cheol pushing himself to the point of breathlessness makes no sense to Cho In-ha, especially since Lee Cheol is too exhausted to land a proper blow. Gritting his teeth, Cho In-ha realizes that deep down he actually knows the truth. Seizing an opening, Cho In-ha slashes at Lee Cheol's flank, remembering how he once hungered for victory just like this, but Lee Cheol swiftly dodges the blow. He used to think that compromising was just another way of living, believing that accepting reality and growing up was the correct path. Looking back in desperation, Cho In-ha realized he still desperately craved that feeling of winning, but Lee Cheol spots a massive opening and swings, claiming his victory. Yang strikes directly at Choi In-ha's sword hilt, successfully knocking the weapon right out of his opponent's grip. The moment the blade spins high in the air, Choi In-ha immediately realizes he is in deep trouble. Choi In-ha drops to his knees on the ground, painfully clutching his injured arm. Yang pants heavily, calling out to get this guy to the medical room immediately. But Choi In-ha's next words catch Yang completely off guard. It is not over yet. Choi In-ha snatches his sword and recklessly swings forward. It is still not finished. Yang parries the strike and instantly realizes he is using his left hand because the right is injured. Choi In-ha's pupils dilate with a rare, desperate hunger to win. His gaze is totally different now. Yang knows a single strike can blow his arm away. No, this match is over. Yang shifts to a firm two-handed grip, his intense gaze locking onto a single target. He delivers a blunt strike to Choi In-ha's stomach, sending him doubling over in agony. Choi In-ha's eyes roll back in his head as saliva spills from his mouth. In a split second, Choi In-ha collapses onto the dirt while Yang stands completely untouched, absolutely wild. The other students scramble to lift Choi In-ha, rushing to carry him out. Yang takes slow steps forward, muttering that he has lived every second like an hour, every hour like a year. Stepping onto the stone platform, he shouts down that anyone can choose an easy life, but without risking everything to fight every single second, they will eventually lose it all. That is why even breathing is a battle, a constant war with themselves and everything around them. The injured students slowly pull themselves up and gather together as Yang asks if they have ever truly lived like that. Yang slowly clenches his fist and roars that this is what real struggle is all about. Dong-ho approaches from afar, scolding him for going too far with 4 broken bones and 3 cases of internal damage. Yang bows his head and closes his eyes, saying that to survive in Sumu Lee family, they must learn to laugh at pain, while Dong-ho gently defends that those kids have their own reasons. Yong's cold, resolute tone startles Dong-ho as he asks if he really has to explain this to the instructor when even the raw students already understand. He walks right past him, muttering that people like Dong-ho are rare in Sung-Moo Lee family because he is actually a good person. Dong-ho stands frozen as Yong walks away, thinking that they are still academy students, and if they lose their path, he must play the villain to drag them back. Feeling a bit frustrated, the instructor clenches his fist and tells himself to do his duty under a sky that looks strangely clear. Yang arrives at the classroom before dawn, complaining to himself about how sore his body is. He pauses mid-complaint and realizes he definitely pushed his physical limits too far yesterday. The students line up in perfect order across the courtyard. Though some hold on to their hostility, none of them run away, facing him with absolute determination. Young notes that if they were still terrified like yesterday, there would be no hope, but they actually look quite promising. Young walks past each student with a lot on his mind as some whisper that the trash has arrived. A cheerful voice calls out from behind, welcoming the young master back. Seeing Kim Han-young greets him warmly for arriving so early. The boy scratches his head sheepishly, admitting he was worried about his poor performance yesterday, though Young reminds him that being weak is completely natural for mere students. Despite the dark bruises still painted across Kim Han's face, he smiles and chats like it is absolutely nothing. He suddenly turns polite, asking if he could bother the young master with a question, which Young easily accepts by telling him to go right ahead. Clenching his fist with sheer determination, Kim Han asks what he needs to do to become strong like him. Yang points to his temple, explaining he is not qualified to teach anyone, but notes that Kim Han has great eyes and sharp instincts. As Yang continues to explain, Kim Han's eyes go wide with total shock. Yang points out that dodging 3 consecutive strikes yesterday proves his talent lies in speed and technique rather than raw strength, adding that if he risks everything to sharpen his unique traits, he will eventually stand out. Kim Han stutters for a long moment before finally whispering a sincere thank you. An unfamiliar voice echoes from nearby, causing Young to turn around as someone greets the young master. Choi In-ha appears with his arm in a thick plaster cast. Young teases him for looking so miserable and unable to train, but Cho In-ha sighs, asking if Young would even let him rest without giving another speech about fighting or calling him a coward. Choi In-ha quickly brushes past Young, muttering that he only came out to avoid hearing another lecture from him. Young flashes a satisfied grin, quietly noting how much the boy has changed. Dark clouds still drape across the morning sky, yet the courtyard is bustling as the instructor yells for them to assemble. Dong-ho looks down and shouts that with 4 out sick and 5 absent without reason, only 11 of them remain. Looking closely at the students worries him, as every single one of them looks completely exhausted. The students keep their heads down in silence, completely devoid of their usual energy. The entire atmosphere has shifted, and the instructor wonders if the mere presence of a single apex predator is keeping them this incredibly tense. Dong-ho pretends not to notice the heavy tension and announces that while they were scheduled for basic physical testing today, the current situation changes things. He clenches his fist with determination, deciding to change his plans right then and there. Standing right in the middle of the disciples, Dong-ho loudly barks out that the physical test begins now. By dawn, the exhausted disciples are collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, with the grueling physical test officially over and the rest of the free training left entirely to their class monitor. Even Yuan can barely stand, sighing over the 10-hour physical test that has left him completely drained and out of energy. But he quickly locks in his focus. There is absolutely no time to slow down. Yuan walks up the stairs while the disciples whisper behind his back, gossiping about how unusually strange the instructor is acting today. One of them guesses it is because of yesterday's fight, noting that normally they would have definitely gotten a day off after so many injuries. Suddenly, a voice cuts them off. Yeon, standing high above, loudly announces there is no need for introductions because he is Lee Yeon, their new class monitor. Choi In-ha stares up at him with wide eyes, realizing his own predictions from yesterday were completely spot on. Kim Han looks on with absolute admiration as Yoon declares that he now holds total authority over all of their training sessions. One of the students fumes with anger as Yoon warns that his regime will be brutal, and he has absolutely zero intention of dragging any useless slackers along with him. A 5th-year student named Kim Bo-song scowls in pure annoyance, clearly hating Yeon's incredibly arrogant and cold attitude. Slamming his sword into the ground, Yeon challenges any of them who object to fight him, promising to yield the class monitor position if they can land just a single hit. With a sharp gesture, he orders them to stop talking and start sparring with the person standing right next to them immediately. As the burning sun beats down, only 6 determined disciples manage to stay standing while everyone else has completely given up and quit the brutal training session halfway. With everyone unable to move even a single muscle, Yuan finally calls it a day and dismisses the exhausted group. The bitter students immediately huddle up to complain about their suffering, calling Yoon a miserable royal prince who is making their lives a living hell for absolutely no reason, with another classmate angrily declaring he will never follow a leader like that. Exhausted and barely able to draw a breath, Kim Han still yells at them to shut up. He clenches his fist in frustration, admitting how incredibly humiliating it is that they could not land a single blow on him even though Yuan was also completely tired out. When asked about the fun they had last year, a weary Choi In-ha bluntly snaps back that their easygoing attitude from before is exactly why they all ended up failing and repeating the grade. While the others look on in surprise, Choi In-ha struggles to his feet, stating that he refuses to live as a total failure and he is willing to fight even if he gets his limbs broken. The crowd goes silent as he reminds them that they all secretly understand exactly what the youngest prince is trying to do for their own sake. They watch him stumble away, fully aware of his determination as he mutters that he must fight because this is his last chance, realizing he needs to wake up and stop resisting in vain or pretending not to notice anymore. Some time passes, leading to a bright and clear afternoon. Inside a cold mechanical lab, a voice suddenly instructs the young kid to begin his shape transformation. Sitting perfectly still on a chair with his eyes closed, Yon concentrates on a flickering blue flame in his hand. The vibrant blue fire burns brightly for a split second before suddenly fizzling out, prompting a command to stop. Elder Lee Giwa grabs her hair in sheer frustration, noting that the aura's shape collapses during every attempt, and honestly, we can all feel her pain here. She points at her notes with annoyance, shocked that this issue is popping up right after he reached 3 stars. Flexing his fingers, Yon sighs that having ancient records on how ancestors controlled magic would solve their problems. He sits in silence, wondering if the memories of the infinite sword hold the key, though he cannot access them yet, but at least his library trip was a major success. In ancient times, humans fought a terrifying darkness shrouded in black energy that struck fear into monsters and easily defeated even the most powerful generals of the kingdom. This corruption hid deep in the mountain peaks until legendary heroes finally sealed it away at the northern Devil Mountain. Grateful for the territory granted by the king to honor their victory, those very heroes forged a legendary sword. Forged to bring light and hope to humanity, they named the sacred blade Infinite, and clenching his fist, Yon realizes that uncovering this hidden history is a massive breakthrough for his journey. Lee Giwa's mood suddenly brightens up as she highly praises him, noting that reaching the 3-star rank and tapping into aura completely on his own is truly respectable. She affectionately reassures him the bottleneck will be solved soon, telling him he has nearly perfected both amplification and conversion techniques anyway, while a polite Yon buttons up his shirt and thanks her for her constant guidance. With eager eyes, he asks her what advanced techniques he will be learning next now that he has officially reached 3 stars. Picking up her pen, she slowly explains he will learn advanced aura manipulation, though mastering it will require a massive amount of time. She excitedly asks how his own disciple training is going since he always looks so completely exhausted, but a weary Yon merely sighs and tells her everything is perfectly normal. Grinning widely, she eagerly offers to step in and give him a hand, which instantly sends a wave of pure panic through him as he asks how she plans to help. Placing a hand over her heart, she confidently tells him that he will find out soon enough and to just trust her. Yon's face instantly goes blank in regret, knowing that whenever she tells him to trust her, major trouble is always right around the corner. With a gentle breeze catching Jiwa's hair, the scene shifts as the eager students straighten up their uniforms and stand at attention, waiting in anticipation for a special lecture about magic. Wearing a neat white researcher's coat, Elder Lee Giwa stands before the class, introduced as a top scholar from the Dongmu Research Institute. Jung-ho points toward her, signaling everyone to applaud, while Gyung-hwa covers her face and giggles, suddenly feeling pretty shy. She grabs a piece of chalk, winking at the students as she tells them she hates wasting time, so they're starting right now. Watching Gyung-hwa chatter excitedly at the podium, a thought crosses Lee Cheol's mind. It really seems like she's starting to enjoy teaching. Clapping her hands together with a loud smack, she announces that the boring lecture is officially over. Gyung-hwa is practically glowing with excitement as she announces that the boring stuff is done and it's time to show them the Research Institute's new upgraded iron wire technique, leaving Jung-ho completely baffled since he thought the class just ended. Gyung-hwa rolls up her sleeves, telling them that the real lesson starts right now, ordering everyone to sit straight because she will only demonstrate this once, so they better keep their eyes glued to her. Lee Cheol is pushed forward, totally dazed by what is even happening, as Gyung-hwa stands behind him, explaining that direct descendants usually get this kind of special support, but since he doesn't have anyone, she decided to put in some extra effort for him. Feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, Lee Cheol smiles, thanking her, which earns him a proud nod from his master. Gyung-hwa pats his back reassuringly, claiming his power should theoretically double, prompting an excited Lee Cheol to take a deep breath and tell her she's absolutely amazing. Jung-ho claps his hands to gather the students, telling everyone to pay attention as they'll now start sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder, urging them to find their partners. Lee Cheol instinctively spins around when he hears a voice calling out, asking the young master to be their opponent. Choi In-ha stands ready, sword already drawn, as he warns that he won't be holding back. Pointing his blade forward with an eager grin, Lee Cheol welcomes the challenge, even offering to let him take the first strike. Watching the two kids recklessly charge at each other, Gyeonghwa can't help but chuckle at how ruthless her little student is. She watches intently, muttering that the kid looks just like she did back in her youth. Suddenly, a hushed whisper behind Gyeonghwa catches her attention. One of them mutters that they really can't stand that brat. The trainees huddle together, whispering that even as his second son facing discrimination, he's still on a completely different level from them with an elite body and awakened abilities right from the start, while another points disgust, complaining that they struggle so hard, while that kid knows absolutely nothing about real effort. Gyeonghwa suddenly appears right behind them, startling the group as the guilty students stammer and ask if she has not left yet. Leaning in uncomfortably close to the student, Gyeonghwa asks if they were just talking about her precious little disciple. Terrified by her intense gaze, the students quickly bow down, pleading for forgiveness and admitting they spoke way out of line. Burning with quiet fury, Gyeonghwa demands to know what they think they actually understand to be talking about that child like that. Shaking with absolute terror, they desperately beg her to forgive them. Another student steps up to question her, asking if the young master isn't just as clueless as they say. Bo Seoong confronts Gyeonghwa with open resentment, complaining that they've put in endless effort only to be treated like nobodies, arguing that people raised in completely different worlds are bound to be different. Anyway, Gyeonghwa coldly turns away, asking if he truly doesn't know, leaving him completely speechless. She casts a sharp, meaningful glance at him, murmuring that it might actually be better for them not to know, because if they realize how brutal his daily routine is, compared to theirs, they'd see their own lives as mere child's play. Clenching his fists until his veins pop with frustration, Bo Seo-ong wonders what could possibly make that second son so damn special. Gritting his teeth, he steels his resolve, muttering that he's going to prove them all wrong. With the sun high in the sky, training for the day finally comes to an end. Bo Seo-ong narrows his eyes, shooting a sideways glance toward his target. He glares at Lee Cheol resting nearby with pure jealousy, muttering that there's no real difference between them and that all the talk of hard struggle is just an excuse for someone born with cheat-like talent. A few students creep up to Bo Seo-ong, whispering to ask if he's actually serious about tailing that second son today. The boy gives him a worried look, questioning if it is safe to wander around the estate like this, but Bo Seo-ong confidently brushes it off, saying they are registered trainees, so it is fine, especially since the second son doesn't even live in the main family's restricted zone. A cold determination burns in his eyes as he tells himself he won't let that brat look down on them anymore, promising to see the truth for himself. Night quickly falls over the estate, casting a quiet, heavy stillness across the courtyard. Crouching behind a wall, Bo Seo-ong and the others wait impatiently, wondering how long he has been inside that research lab since it is already 9 p.m. A bowl-cut student wipes his nose, whining to Bo Seo-ong that they should just head back because daytime training has left him incredibly sleepy, while another groans that he's completely exhausted too, with a third agreeing that tracking him is useless since they can't even see what he's doing in there. Watching them wave goodbye and slip away one by one, Bo Seo-ong scoffs, disgusted by their sheer lack of backbone. The moment he spots Lee Cheol stepping out, he tenses up, whispering that he is finally out. Lee Cheol massages his sore shoulders, quietly telling himself to hang in there. Bo Seo-ong stealthily tails his every step, assuming the boy is finally heading back to his room. But instead, Lee Cheol pushes open the gates to a different courtyard, leaving him stunned to realize it is the main family's private training ground. Suddenly, a strange echoing sound reverberates from inside the yard, instantly putting the boys outside on high alert. The bowl-cut kid stammers, asking what that noise is, while his friend wonders if it is the sound of training. The student behind him frowns, trying to reason with Bo Seo-ong, saying that the youngest master is actually pretty formidable, so they should just drop it since Lee Cheol did not say anything wrong. As the cadet keeps rambling about how they should try hard, like in Bo Seo-ong angrily cuts him off, snapping that he never skips his solo training either, so there is no difference. The two cadets following him exchange a silent glance. Neither of them dares to say another word. Bo Seo-ong stands in silence as the other two walk away, wondering how he is any different from that second son, while his friends awkwardly excuse themselves and head home first. Hiding to the side, Bo Seo-ong watches Lee Cheol take a quick break, silently vowing that he will prove he is not wrong. Lee Cheol walks down the dark hallway. Bo Seo-ong shadows his steps, carefully staying out of sight. Relieved to see Lee Cheol enter the residence, Bo Seo-ong sighs. The guy is finally heading home. Suddenly, a bright light shines on Bo Seo-ong from behind, followed by a sharp command to freeze. The night patrol guard pushes his cap up to get a better look at the intruder, questioning if he is a cadet. Shining his flashlight to inspect him, the guard mentions that young master Lee Cheol walks around at this hour every single night, but never expected him to bring another cadet, leaving Bo Seo-ong utterly shocked. Raising his hands, Bo Seo-ong stammers out a weak excuse about having some business, but the impatient guard cuts him off, stating that rules are rules and telling him to head back immediately. Bo Seo-ong slowly lowers his hands, his eyes still stealing a glance behind him as he quietly complies. Noticing the glowing light on the second floor of Lee Cheol's residence, he wonders why the lamps are still burning when it is already 2 in the morning. Turning to leave, Bo Seo-ong mutters under his breath, wishing the young master the best of luck. With no further hesitation, he spins around and walks away, telling himself to just move on. Dawn slowly breaks over the horizon with a faint weak morning light. By 5 a.m. the next morning, the training grounds reserved specifically for Class 5 are already in use. Exhausted, Bo Seo-ong rubs his temple, admitting he got back way too late last night. But as he slowly lowers his hands, his face fills with pure shock at the sight before him. Lee Cheol is already there, tiredly massaging his shoulders and looking completely drained. Even with his gifted physique and the massive mana of the direct bloodline, how can a 13-year-old survive on only 3 to 4 hours of sleep? Remembering yesterday, Bo Seo-ong feels a deep wave of shame thinking about how he usually just relaxes at home watching TV or playing games to unwind. For the first time, he walks over to Lee Cheol without a single shred of jealousy, pointing out that he also does solo training but still makes sure to get proper sleep and rest. Lee Cheol looks up, eyeing him with suspicion and asking what he wants. He raises an eyebrow when Bo Seo-ong asks if he ever gets tired. A second later, his reply completely freezes Bo Seo-ong in his tracks, asking if he was one of the stalkers from last night. Suddenly, Bo Seo-ong pours his heart out, leaving Lee Cheol stunned as he argues that since the young master is from the main family, his starting point and support are entirely different. Lee Cheol simply replies with complete honesty, explaining that he has lived like this since childhood, sleeping only slightly longer before joining the cadets and admitting that of course he gets tired. Bo Seo-ong hangs his head in shame, asking why on earth he would push himself to such an extreme. Lee Cheol steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and quietly telling him that he already knows the answer. Left with no argument, Bo Seo-ong lowers his head, his lips trembling as he tightly bites back his words. Watching Lee Cheol walk away, Bo Seo-ong can only curse under his breath, calling him a total jerk. Meanwhile, inside the massive main hall, Lee Tae-shin stands completely still, with his sword focused and silent. A sudden entrance from the main gates catches his attention, echoing through the vast family hall. Butler Choi approaches with a stack of papers announcing that the reports for the assigned mission are complete, prompting Lee Tae-shin to hold out his hand for them. Examining each page closely, he mutters that it is not enough, noting that these are level 7 and 8 dungeons, which are far too dangerous for the current cadets. Lee Tae-shin turns to his loyal butler and voices his deep concerns, explaining that while food and weapons can easily be stockpiled, human lives cannot. He absolutely must forge true survivors now, and Butler Choi bows respectfully, promising to carry out the master's precise orders. After a brief hesitation, the butler speaks up again, adding that there is one more matter to report. A heavy silence fills the hall before Lee Tae-shin finally speaks, surprised that his youngest son actually did such a thing. Thinking of the boy who seems so unlike any normal child, he sighs, noting that Lee Cheol always possessed different eyes, the cold look of someone who has been stripped of everything and dragged down to the very bottom. He looks down at his clenched fist, murmuring that leading people and actually changing them are two completely different things. Handing the documents back to Butler Choi, Lee Tae-shin instructs him to adjust the upcoming tests slightly, noting his 8th child is also in that class and to raise the standards for the entire cadet squad, which the butler promptly accepts. Lee Tae-shin wears an intriguing smile, wondering if the boy truly has what it takes to lead others, deciding he will watch this test very closely. Early the next morning, Jung-ho steps onto the Class 5 training grounds, feeling quite curious about what he might find. The scene before him leaves him completely wide-eyed, as cadets yell about losing and refusing to give up just yet. Watching them jog around the field in neat lines, he wonders why these kids are already out here training on a weekend morning. Seeing others sparring in pairs brings a small smile to Jung-ho's face, realizing he will not even need to call them together. A student turns around and spots Jung-ho, quickly greeting him. The coach smiles and praises them for working hard on the weekend. Jung-ho approaches and quietly instructs him to gather anyone who is missing since he has an announcement to make. The student quickly scurries off to do just that. Once everyone gathers, his voice turns serious. He announces that although it is sudden, the first quarterly assessment schedule has been moved up. Jung-ho cheerfully shares some great news with the trainees. They are getting a 1-week break, so they should treat this as their last chance to rest up properly. He seems to have more to say, but suddenly stops himself. Seeing the bruised and battered trainees still in high spirits makes Jung-ho incredibly proud. He notes he probably does not even need to remind them to keep training. He shouts loudly that he trusts they will manage themselves well. Wishing them a good rest, the entire class shouts back in unison. Lee Yong-muk bows his head, lost in deep thought. Suddenly getting a break like this while the big exam is moved up, is this really okay? Sensing someone behind him, he looks up and wonders why everyone is still hanging around instead of heading home. Kim Han grins warmly, saying they are just watching the young master. Cho In-a glances at Lee Yong-muk curiously, asking what the young master plans to do during his break. His casual response leaves the other trainees completely dazed as he asks why they are even questioning him about personal time. His next words leave them even more stunned. He tells them to just rest when they need to, having absolutely no intention of forcing them to train during vacation. They immediately start whispering among themselves, shocked to hear this from the young master. They honestly expected him to drag them into some absolute hellish training, suspecting he would call them out for wanting to relax and force everyone into a brutal group session. Hearing them openly badmouth him makes Lee Young-muk raise an eyebrow in annoyance. He asks why they do not just speak up and what they think he is. He then makes a suggestion that sends a shiver down their spines, asking if they should maybe replicate their brutal first day of training during the break. Lee Young-muk sighs helplessly and tells them to rest properly, emphasizing that recovery is crucial. He knows they will not just sit around doing nothing anyway, so they should manage themselves, rest up, and meet again when the break is over. He barely turns to walk away when the entire class erupts into massive cheers of pure joy behind him. On a sunny day, we find ourselves inside Lee Gyung-hwa's busy research lab. Gyung-hwa is not pleased at all, demanding to know why he got a break when she has a mountain of research to finish. Lee Young-muk forces her to read some books, calling her out for slacking off on her phone just moments ago. Gyung-hwa snaps back angrily, arguing that she was reading about Cho In-ha being recognized by the family head and getting completely cured of leukemia as well. Lee Young-muk gets curious, asking what on earth she is actually looking at. Shifting to a more serious tone, he asks if the quarterly evaluation was truly moved up by his father's direct command. Young-hwa nods, confirming that the order came straight from the top. Lee Young-muk slumps, feeling a sudden wave of dread. This evaluation is going to be far harsher than imagined, and since his mana is currently hit by a massive wall, he must unlock the next memory of the infinite to break through. Remembering his previous failure makes him clutch his head in frustration. Since the memory is still locked, something crucial must be missing, and all of his attempts to modify and unlock it have completely failed so far. While Lee Young-muk remains totally distracted, a massive stack of documents nearby begins to wobble precariously as he keeps searching for a solution. Suddenly, the papers crash down, prompting him to shout that someone needs to be more careful. With documents scattered everywhere, he complains that he already warned her to clean up this messy place. And just like that, he spots a document that changes everything. The research paper details a harmony concept, explaining that the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their ultimate target, suggesting that ancient human techniques were designed solely for fighting off massive monsters. Lee Young-muk reads intently, carefully analyzing what that target could actually mean. The same must go for Juma. The original technique was designed to be extreme. Suddenly, he stands up abruptly, causing Seihen to stop eating and ask him what is wrong. Lee Young-muk rushes off in a panic, calling out that he finally understands and will explain later before sprinting to the training field. As documents scatter in his wake, a dazed Seihen can only scream at the top of her lungs after the disappearing boy. A radiant blue light wraps around the sword as a hand gently reaches out to grip the hilt. Gripping the sword tightly, Lee Young-muk takes his stance and focuses on imagining his opponent. He slowly closes his eyes, focusing every ounce of his mental energy. A massive pitch-black beast rises in his mind, a monstrous creature far larger than any human. To defeat it, he needs a technique that completely ignores defensive combos, dodging or conserving strength, focusing only on total devastation. As his focus sharpens, the sword absorbs more of the blue energy. He realizes that flashy moves with no real destructive power are completely useless in a real fight. The pressure around Lee Young-muk suddenly shifts, cracking the ground beneath his feet as the true purpose of Juma becomes clear. A massive explosion erupts, sending shattered rocks and debris flying in all directions. Lee Young-muk leaps high into the air, raising his glowing blade to strike down the beast. Right in the path of his blade is a colossal dark monster covered in writhing tentacles. With a single devastating slash, he cleaves the monster in half. His blade erupts in a blinding light, wrapping his entire body in its powerful, radiant glow. Smoke keeps billowing upward, while a soft breeze rustles through Yeon's hair. Yeon stands completely frozen in the thick fog as silence grips the entire area. Suddenly, a shroud of dark smoke begins wrapping around his blade. Darkness slowly swallows Yeon, but he stares wide-eyed in anticipation, wondering what is about to appear. As the darkness fades, Yeon looks around in confusion, wondering where on earth he is. An ethereal training ground materializes. It looks exactly like when he first obtained Infinite. Why does the perspective shift only when reading its memories? Yeon hides behind a pillar, startled as he spots something ahead. A lone warrior is fighting fiercely inside. It is the same warrior from Infinite's memory. His speed is absolutely mind-blowing. His eyes widen in shock as he witnesses something impossible. At first, the warrior is holding a sword in his hand, but a second later it transforms into a spear. Sensing the unusual energy, Yeon realizes that when the weapon changes, the aura shifts along with it. Soon the weapon turns into an axe. Yeon realizes it is not the warrior's own aura that is changing, but Infinite itself transforming his energy. Yeon's eyes can barely keep up with those lightning-fast movements. Wait, did the fighting style just change again? The warrior pauses to address someone watching him, telling them not to spy on others while they train. His companion then curiously asks if he has finally named those techniques ever since he acquired the weapon. Shaking his head, the warrior says they cannot even be called proper techniques yet. His companion then offers a suggestion asking how he likes the name Myriad Transformations. Sensing danger, Yun quickly ducks away. The warrior's voice suddenly turns ice cold, demanding to know if his companion brought someone along. As the companion quickly denies it, Yeon gets nervous listening to him insist there is no way. Suddenly, space itself seems to rip open as a massive shockwave violently rattles the surroundings. The two begin clashing swords, testing each other's strength, while questioning if there was ever a reason to bring anyone. Yeon peeks out to watch, catching a quick glimpse of someone's hair fluttering in the wind. He closely examines the newcomer's cold, sharp face, immediately noticing the striking hair and eyes. Once he gets a clear look at their face, Yeon recognizes the signature traits of the Mist clan's main family. The pitch-black night blankets the endless forest while a solitary vehicle rushes through the dark at breakneck speed. Resting his chin on his hand, Yeon stares out the window at the distant horizon, a flood of thoughts rushing through his mind as he compares this view to the past and future. A weathered gray wall looms mysteriously in the middle of the dense forest, acting as a stark boundary that separates the safe zone from the highly dangerous territory. In the past, a colossal rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, revealing a mysterious space that humanity had never officially explored, and from deep within that void, monsters pour out. Humanity waged a long, brutal war against these beasts just to reclaim their lost territories. Yet many areas remain completely untouched by mankind, known to everyone as the uncharted territories or the highly lethal danger zones. Lost in his usual habit, Yeon rests his chin in his hand, asking himself endless complicated questions. Suddenly, a curious voice cuts through the quiet as Kim Han speaks up with a bright eyes closed grin. He asks if those massive walls really mark the boundary between safety and absolute danger, noting that the closer they get to the border, the more desolate and utterly ruined the landscape becomes. Yeon quickly points out that because they are still technically within the wall, the damage is relatively minor. However, he adds that the pioneer villages near these danger zones are incredibly underdeveloped and primitive. He recalls his agonizing past life, his face tight with helplessness. To hide his identity, he actually lived in one of those villages. The vehicle speeds past the fortress wall at a blistering pace, and a warning rings out for everyone to stay alert. Screeching to a sudden halt, a mysterious voice warns of the dangers ahead. As the vehicle comes to a halt, the group steps outside one by one. Yeon carefully examines the path ahead, realizing they are facing an uncharted dungeon. Immediately, the head instructor, Dong Ho, calls the students together. His face is completely devoid of unnecessary emotion, projecting absolute authority. He barks out orders to gather up, establish their camp, check their essential gear, and prepare to begin the evaluation. Yuan and the other students quickly fall into line, each of them wearing a deadly serious expression. They listen intently as the instructor explains that the escort guards will only protect the base camp. From this point forward, the students must fend for themselves and handle everything on their own. Dong Ho beats his chest to reassure them, finally showing a hint of emotion. With a gentle fist to his chest and a resolute gaze, he declares that he is not worried at all. Looking up at his pupils with unwavering faith, he promises to support them as their base camp coach, urging them to unleash all the strength they have prepared up to this point. The students shout back in a powerful, earth-shattering chorus, letting out a roaring affirmation that echoes through the entire area. After receiving the supervising instructor's final words, Lee Cheol steps up to lead. With an incredibly stern look on his face, he announces to his classmates that he is taking over full command of the unit. His expression shifts. A dark, distant look takes over, sending shivers down their spines, so intense they can barely meet his gaze. But just before that moment, keeping a completely cold, stone-faced expression, he warns them, "This exam is going to be brutally hard because of me. This is your absolute last chance to back out, so walk away now if you want." Deep inside the forest of human-faced spiders, thick white webs blanket the gloomy canopy. This eerie, oppressive dungeon is clearly no place for average students. The sheer density of the webbing ensures that any intruder who steps inside will be instantly detected by the monsters. Remembering his father's uncompromising attitude, he realizes the truth. Their mission to film an adult spider in this deadly forest is obviously a personal test designed specifically by his own father. Talk about family pressure. His train of thought is abruptly cut off by a firm voice. "No matter how much you try to test us now, it's completely useless." Cho In has sighs, speaking with an unshakable determination. The entire Class 5 has no intention of running away or giving up. Kim Han smiles alongside her, matching that resolve by adding that she's absolutely right, young master. Pyo Seol-ung steps up next, exuding an overwhelming, powerful aura, as he solemnly adds that they all place their trust in him. Lee Cheol is caught off guard for a split second, unable to hide his genuine surprise. But he quickly lets out a soft sigh of relief, cracking a grin to start teasing them. Scanning their faces and taking in their determined expressions, he jokingly asks how they can deliver such incredibly cheesy lines with a straight face. Blushing in embarrassment, Po Sol-ung argues it is only because the young master created that kind of heavy atmosphere first. After that lighthearted and slightly embarrassing exchange, everyone's spirits are soaring. Lee Cheol stands tall, exuding absolute confidence as he instructs the team to run a final comms check and verify their supplies before marching into the forest. With burning passion, they all shout back in unison. The human-faced spiders in this forest hunt in highly coordinated packs, much like ants or bees, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. Stepping past the threshold, he lowers his voice to ask if everyone is fully prepared. As the squad begins marching deeper into the woods, Lee Cheol briefs everyone on the terrain and their primary objective. Their mission is to use recording devices to capture the behavior of spiders that have survived in this forest for at least 15 years. Suddenly, he stops and turns his gaze toward Choi In-ha. He announces that Choi In-ha is taking over as commander, leaving the boy wide-eyed and sputtering in confusion over what he means. Lee Cheol turns and points to himself, clarifying his plan. He is going to act entirely alone as decoy bait to draw the spiders out. The rest of the squad is completely flabbergasted, their faces plastered with disbelief and confusion. But as the reality of his insane plan fully sinks in their faces, twist in horror, and they collectively scream out in shock. Massive, sickly purple spiders crawl across endless layers of sticky webbing draped heavily over the trees. Having completely separated from his team, Lee Cheol presses forward alone, ruthlessly plunging his sword straight into the body of a giant spider. Thick green blood gushes out of the beast, splashing violently across his dark coat. Drenched in sweat and gasping heavily for breath, he grins, noting that they have finally all gathered. Now surrounded by a swarming horde of massive spiders with razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes, his plan worked perfectly. Killing those first few to trigger their distress pheromones was totally worth the risk, though honestly, this entire scene looks like pure, unfiltered nightmare fuel. Lee Cheol glares intensely at a massive spider creeping closer, calculating that the absolute easiest way to make them view him as prime prey is to unleash his overwhelming power. Touching his blade, a blinding jade-green light erupts, lighting up the canopy. To these creatures, a highly nutritious target is one radiating a truly immense level of raw magical energy. As Lee Cheol readies his sword, the massive spiders hiss in fury, preparing to swarm him from every direction. His gaze remains steady as splatters of green monster blood coat the damp ground. With glowing crimson eyes locked onto Lee Cheol, the frenzied beasts lunge forward, radiating a thick, suffocating bloodlust. But it doesn't faze him in the slightest. Lee Cheol simply grips his sword tighter, tracking their every move. Standing before the charging horde, he remains incredibly calm, his expression completely unbothered. As the razor-sharp fangs close in, Lee Cheol merely lets out a cold, mocking smirk. Waking up in an unfamiliar dark space, he scans his surroundings, wondering where on earth he is. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as he realizes he is inside a human-faced spider's cocoon. It seems everything is going exactly according to plan. Channeling his magic, bright green light envelops his body. His stomach feels slightly nauseous from the venom, but his condition is manageable. First, he has to cast a stealth spell to completely mask his presence. Lee Cheol swings his blade, slicing through the thick silk to clear any annoying obstacles in his path. Well then, the tough spider's silk tears apart, drifting loosely to the ground. Crawling out, he immediately begins searching for their larvae. If this is indeed their main nest, the young offspring must be gathered nearby. Lee Cheol drives his sword into the nesting wall, prying open a gap to look inside. He suddenly freezes. Peering through the narrow opening, his eyes widen as he witnesses something completely unexpected. Endless rows of cocoons are scattered across the cavern. Why are there so many stored victims? There is no way they captured this many today, and they should have eaten them long ago. Something is wrong. A cold shiver suddenly runs down Lee Cheol's spine as he stares in absolute shock. Tucked away is a bizarre jet-black cocoon that looks incredibly sinister compared to the others. What on earth is that? The cocoon begins to twitch as dark purple mist spreads in every direction. Lee Yong senses something highly unusual from the cocoon, his face filled with hesitation. Lee Yong gently touches his chest, where a strand of dark energy is resting and resonating with him. The cocoon slowly cracks open, releasing a wave of purple energy into the air. Moments later, a rough, hideous spider leg emerges from the heap of sticky fluid. Sharp needle-like claws that look creepily human claw at the sticky mess to pull itself out. A monstrous half-human, half-spider creature stands right before him, boasting 3 pairs of dark, empty eyes and a terrifying smile. This is the level 5 monster, the human-faced Spider Queen. A chilling, creepy voice echoes from her mouth, asking her children if they are hungry yet. Lee Yong tightly grabs the edge of his cocoon, peeking through the small crack to get a better look at her. A level 6 Spider Queen in a dungeon speaking human language. No, that is impossible. Her mouth did not even move. A pitch-black claw suddenly lunges forward, targeting the closest cocoons. At that moment, a sudden realization hits Lee Yong. Could his own dark energy somehow be reading the thoughts of this monstrous Spider Queen? The Spider Queen ruthlessly pierces the cocoons, letting a strange purple energy escape into the air. She then violently strikes the cocoon, wrapping him completely, shattering it in an instant. Li Yong scrambles out, desperately dodging the sharp claws and flying debris, telling himself there is no more time left to maintain his stealth magic. The Spider Queen looms right over Li Yong as a bizarre glow radiates from her eyes. Li Yong looks incredibly tiny, sitting right before the massive Spider Queen, amidst the settling dust and rubble of the collapse. Noticing the sticky green fluid clinging to his body, she angrily demands to know what he is, asking how a mere human could possibly possess the very thing that woke her up. The Spider Queen shrieks in rage as her face distorts, her 3 pairs of eyes glowing fiercely as she opens her spiky mouth abnormally wide, screaming for him to hand over the Milera. Unfazed, Li Yong raises his sword high against her. His fierce eyes show he is ready to face the terrifying pressure that only an apex predator of her caliber could ever produce. Staring directly at the Spider Queen, Li Yong calmly tells himself that her terrifying pressure simply has no effect on him. Catching her off guard, the Spider Queen looks astonished as her spiky face flushes with anger, though her intimidation fades. She demands to know how he dares resist her magic. Fuming, she looks down at him, opening her sharp mouth to scream at his pure insolence. Ultimately, she is forced to watch with all 6 of her blazing eyes as the surrounding forest erupts. Massive flames consume everything in sight while shattered stones fly through the air, creating absolute chaos. Staring at the raging inferno, a sudden wave of helplessness washes over her as her forest burns. Right behind her, Li Yong smirks in response to her furious demands about what he has done. He flashes a bright grin that lights up the dark forest, his eyes showing a mix of smug triumph. He calmly explains that it was an explosive magic bullet, and luckily this creepy forest is packed with highly flammable materials that he detonated on his signal. Meanwhile, Group 1 mobilizes with high spirits, declaring that they are moving out and will reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. Over at base camp, the instructor is not sitting idle either. With his eyes glued to the monitor and wearing a headset, he details every position and mission under intense focus. He reports that the young master has detected a dangerous level 5 magic source inside the nest. Sensing some hesitation from Deng Ho on the other end, the instructor quickly responds that he is perfectly fine, telling them to focus on supporting the trainees first. Fuming with rage, the Spider Queen grinds her teeth and prepares to strike back, cursing that a mere human dares defy her. With her massive half-human, half-spider body, she stands proudly among her red-eyed minions, raising her hands to roar in fury. Her spider horde turns wild, ready to tear apart any intruders as she orders them to hurry and protect her beloved forest. He looks incredibly tiny, standing before the spiky, towering leg of the Spider Queen like an ant in a giant world. She sneers that she will personally crush him into dust. The Spider Queen continues to assert her dominance, stepping closer to mock him as an arrogant brat. She asks if he honestly believes he can defeat her all alone, or if he is putting his trust in the allies rushing to this nest, warning him that they will never make it in time. She glares down with glowing eyes, expecting fear, but is shocked to find him completely unfazed. Li Yong calmly responds that she is the one underestimating him, causing the Spider Queen to freeze in utter disbelief. Li Yong closes his eyes, wearing an undeniable look of pure composure. Opening his eyes, he smiles at the Spider Queen while gripping his sword in one hand and channeling magic with the other, as if the battle has only just begun. At that moment, Group 1 pushes forward as the squad leader commands everyone to keep firing explosive magic bullets. He instructs them to distract the face spiders while Group 1 charges into the nest to assist the young master and secure their escape. As they dash forward at top speed, Bo Selong calls out in deep concern, asking how they can proceed when there is a major unexpected variable inside the nest. Cho Inha keeps charging ahead, explaining that since this is the young master's direct order, they must stick to the plan. Even so, Cho Inha's expression shifts with unspoken anxiety, silently pleading for the young master to hold on just a little bit longer. The forest is completely engulfed in a massive raging sea of fire. The earth trembles violently as debris rains down. Amidst this chaotic destruction, the Spider Queen's voice echoes with absolute fury, demanding to know why. Unable to contain her rage, she shrieks in madness, demanding to know why he is not dead yet and how he is still standing. Li Yong's face is partially obscured by shadows amidst the falling debris of the chaotic battlefield. Letting out a heavy sigh, he looks up at the towering Spider Queen, wondering what those massive eyes of hers are actually seeing. A golden glow ignites in Li Yong's eyes, widening as he perceives the invisible flows of hidden power. This rare ability to see through everything is known as the magic eyes. He covers his mouth after coughing up blood to hide the damage. Thanks to his magic eyes, he can read the flow of mana to dodge fatal blows, but the massive power gap makes it impossible to avoid all damage. Li Yong quickly pulls out a green potion and pours it over his injured arm. Fortunately, this newly hatched Spider Queen has not fully mastered her massive body yet. Even though his body is covered in painful wounds, he refuses to back down, knowing there is only one single chance left. Gripping his sword with both hands, he faces forward as a bright blue light erupts from his blade. He readies himself to unleash the basic form of his ultimate technique. His eyes flare like burning coals in the pitch black. He swings, pouring everything in. In an instant, blinding blue light erupts completely, swallowing the massive Spider Queen. Earth shatters, sending thick green slime spraying in every direction. Lee Yong forces his eyes open, desperately gasping for shallow breaths. Talk about a brutal fight. The mutated Spider Queen thrashes violently, shrieking in agony over her freshly severed limbs. Meanwhile, Li Yong grimly realizes his suspicion was right. Slicing through that insanely thick armor with just one blow is practically impossible. Dragging her massive body up, the six-horned queen looms in the shadows, visibly scarred and bleeding heavily from that last devastating sword strike. Writhing in agony, she still refuses to submit, screaming a curse that she will rip out his inner power, heal herself, and make him her slave forever. Her two hands erupt with a sickening purple glow, ready to inflict endless torment upon him. Li Yong grits his teeth, desperately dodging the violent beams of purple light. But one stray beam strikes his head, forcing horrific mind-bending illusions directly into his brain. Li Yong's eyes go completely blank as a sinister voice echoes inside his skull, "Submit to me." It hurts. His head feels like exploding as Li Yong clutches it, screaming in absolute agony. Seeing this, the Spider Queen laughs hysterically, her hideous face twisted with smug, arrogant satisfaction. But her laughter abruptly chokes as she suddenly vomits green fluid, completely caught off guard. Clutching her hideous face with razor-sharp claws, she panics in absolute shock. "What is this? What did you do?" She thrusts her dark, veiny hands forward, desperately trying to squeeze the life out of him. He stands still, not moving a single inch as he stares her down. He delivers a final piece of advice she will never get to use: "You should have been careful, since bugs are naturally weak against fire." As she writhes in the roaring fire, struggling to escape, Li Yong coldly tells her that it is already too late. They finally arrive. The team rushes in, apologizing that they were delayed while clearing the path. Li Yong chuckles, draping an arm around a very dejected Kim Han, and promises special training when they return. Kim Han sighs, complaining that he cannot believe his leader is still bringing that up now. Supporting the injured Li Yong, Kim Han urges everyone to evacuate the nest immediately, and the entire team shouts in agreement as they head out. Meanwhile, the supervising instructors are holding a tense meeting, debating whether the first-year Team 5 simply gave up because they are running way behind schedule. Some ask if they fled the mission just like Team 4 did, which would make total sense since a special level 6 dungeon with sudden abnormal changes is far too dangerous for them. Right then, Instructor Jung Ho bursts into the room, instantly shattering the doubtful atmosphere. Looking completely rushed, he apologizes for being late, explaining they had to hospitalize several of the severely injured students before coming here. Jung Ho steps up to the podium, remote in hand, and announces that he is starting his official report immediately. With a very grim expression, he deeply recalls the details of the intense mission, reporting how Team 5 was originally supposed to document the human-faced spiders, but encountered sudden abnormalities instead. To safely gather information, they split the team into 4 separate groups and deployed a whopping 132 highly explosive mana bullets throughout the entire dungeon. Shocked and deeply worried, another senior instructor interrupts to ask if he heard correctly about them using that kind of heavy explosives. Jung Ho confirms this without hesitation, adding that they also used another 52 bullets during active combat, bringing the grand total of 184 bullets used overall. The furious instructor slams his hand on the table, screaming in outrage and asking if they were trying to level the entire dungeon. In the quiet room, he continues his aggressive interrogation, loudly yelling that the mission was only to film the abnormality, not to blow up the entire dungeon and call it a success. Instructor Lee lowers his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact, as he slowly replies that the mission was indeed fully and successfully completed. "Show it now," he shouts at them, demanding they play the recorded footage immediately. Right at that moment, Li Yong opens the door and walks in, holding the recording device, breaking the heavy tension by apologizing for being late because they had to recover the damaged video footage, which he now presents. Li Yong hands the device to the young instructor Li, who looks at his hand in complete surprise. So Hyun's face turns completely red with anger. Covering her mouth, she whispers fiercely to Li Yong, calling him crazy for detonating bombs in a dungeon and risking capture. But Li Yong does not even look at her, calmly replying that this was the absolute most guaranteed way to get the footage they needed. Absolute silence. Only a faint disbelieving whisper echoes in the back of the room. Rubbing his forehead, the gray-faced instructor clenches his fists, completely stunned that the crazy footage matches the report perfectly. He asks if bringing bombs into a dungeon is like carrying gasoline into a burning house, openly questioning if he honestly thinks that was a reasonable plan. Unfazed, Li Yong calmly responds that he only chose the option with the highest success rate. He then asks if normal students could have possibly succeeded with a standard plan, leaving the flustered instructor stuttering in hesitation. Frowning slightly but keeping his steady, determined gaze, he continues, stating he would rather use any extreme means necessary to succeed than ever accept failure or give up. Li Yong calmly declares that Sumu Land is a place that only cares about final results, period. The senior instructor folds his hands and looks away, realizing that while this wild stunt looked like an unpredictable variable, it was actually a fully calculated plan that this brilliant boy trusted with absolute certainty from the very beginning. The other instructors murmur seriously, clearly leaning in Li Yong's favor. His plan was so radically innovative that it could not be used as a standard example, making it nearly impossible to grade. Li Yong finally relaxes his expression, showing a very confident smile amidst all the praises. Since they successfully completed the dangerous mission with 0 casualties, Team 5 receives a perfect score, easily becoming the only team to achieve maximum points during this entire evaluation. Inside the Grand Sumu Clan Hall, a grim report is delivered: 32 casualties, 78 severely injured, and many with minor wounds. However, because of the waiver clause in their contract, there are no legal issues to worry about. Holding the grim report with a dark face, Tae-shin immediately asks about the follow-up compensation measures for all of the casualties. Butler Choi softly replies that the medical costs for the severely injured will be fully covered, but as for those suffering from permanent, unrecoverable injuries, he hesitates. Sensing his butler's hesitation, Tae-shin quietly flips the page, telling him to simply move on and continue reporting on the overall progress. Butler Choi bows, politely responding that he understands. He turns on a screen with a remote presenting the documents regarding the dungeons they received reports on this time. Tae-shin reviews the files, placing a hand over his mouth and admitting the impact is indeed massive. Looking at the screen, he noted that the Im-Yuju forest was already situated inside the danger zone. Butler Choi agreed, adding that it was located at the northernmost edge of Gangwon province. On the video playback, the image of the Spider Queen appeared. She angrily ordered her swarm to attack before the video went static. Lee Tae-shin remarked on how brief it was. Butler Choi nodded in agreement, explaining that according to his reports, only this small portion of the video could be recovered, and it seemed to have been edited. Lee Tae-shin picked up his teacup for a soft sip, quietly commenting that this kid was truly interesting. He then opened his eyes with a smile, asking Butler Choi what he thought. Placing a hand over his chest, Butler Choi replied that while overcoming such a difficult mission with pure wit was indeed incredible, he worried the young master was taking orthodox tactics and strategy too lightly. Hearing this, Lee Tae-shin fell into contemplation, wondering if even the butler shared that opinion, which Choi confirmed with a polite nod. Recalling Yeong's recent battle, Lee Tae-shin thought that such unorthodox rule-breaking moves were just signs of the boy's sheer boldness, which could only shine after mastering traditional combat. Only then could one create truly miraculous plays. Since neither the cadets nor the instructors opposed his plan, it fully proved the youngest son's incredible leadership capability. Spreading out the reports across his desk, he calmly noted that no information had been leaked and the plan was executed to absolute perfection. Clasping his hands together, Lee Tae-shin instructed that both the frequency and difficulty of future evaluations should be increased, which Butler Choi accepted with a respectful bow. Once his butler left, a pleased smile spread across Lee Tae-shin's face. The other children were finally noticing the youngest. A few months later, at the training grounds reserved for Class 5 at the military academy, a hand went up, accompanied by a stuttering voice addressing the young master. It was Kim Han, who pleaded tearfully, asking if the young master knew they had just finished their final evaluation the previous day. Crossing his arms, Yeong casually replied that was exactly why they got to rest yesterday, leaving a dejected Kim Han to mumble, "Never mind." Ignoring his students' dejection, Yeong addressed the entire class, warning them that even though the final evaluations were over, the upcoming promotion exams still awaited, and he would not tolerate anyone in his class repeating grade. At Yeong's command, they all shouted in unison that they understood. Turning to Kim Han with a helpless sigh, he noted that since the boy had depleted his mana during the evaluation, he would spend the entire day memorizing the 10 basic rules. Kim Han gasped in utter disbelief. Standing with his hands on his hips, Yeong ordered them to begin with physical training, sending the cadets running as they roared in agreement. Watching their enthusiasm, Yeong smiled, inwardly proud that they had grown both physically and mentally, learning to overcome their weaknesses. A wave of nostalgia hit him as he realized it had been nearly a year since he entered the military academy, and aside from those expelled early on, his entire class had survived. Suddenly, Jung-ho ran over from a distance, politely asking if the young master was here, leaving Yeong to wonder what was going on. Reaching out, he explained that he had some crucial information to deliver regarding the upcoming promotion exam. Without any hesitation, Yeong immediately followed, replying that they should head over right away. Upon entering the room, a voice called out, telling him to come over. A young girl came into view in the distance, vigorously waving her hand to catch his attention. It was Si-hyun, patting the seat next to her and telling him to sit for a talk. Once Yeong sat down, Se-hyun praised him for doing exceptionally well in the evaluation, to which he politely replied that Class 1 did great too. Lifting her chin proudly, the girl smugly agreed that they certainly did. But she quickly shook her head to refocus on her original goal, declaring that it was not what mattered. Regaining her composure, she leaned in and whispered that he was in serious trouble for the promotion exam, as the sixth sister and seventh brother were summoned by their mother and were now rumored to be meeting other cadets. Unfazed, Yang merely sighed and asked if they were planning to disqualify him from the exam. Annoyed by his calm response, Sehun hissed that while disqualification was impossible, their unpredictability was the terrifying part, asking if his eccentric nature blinded him to how scary those two siblings actually were, though Yang only focused on her calling him weird. Closing his eyes and calmly folding his arms, he remarked that her warning was far too late, as those annoying tricks had been happening since the quarterly evaluation, leaving her utterly shocked. Ignoring her question, he rubbed his chin, recalling how they were constantly given substandard gear and left out of key training modules just to undermine them, with recent rumors even claiming someone had approached Bosalon. Unbothered by being ignored, Sehun declared with fierce determination that she had warned her own class, and this time she would defeat him fairly to claim first place and force him to address her as older sister. Seeing her intense energy, a weary Yang sighed and asked why she was so obsessed with that title. Suddenly, a loud voice from the front drew their attention, demanding to know if everyone had gathered. The instructor entered with an imposing presence, resting his hands on the table as he announced the end of the year's final quarterly evaluation and outlined the schedule for the promotion exam. He quickly explained that their final grades and exam scores would determine their promotions, with the test taking place at Gate E7, 3 kilometers north of Kaesong, a location that startled Yeom with the mention of a gate. Resting his hand on his chin, he realized that while he expected changes, he never anticipated it would involve a gate. Holding up a card, the instructor announced that the gate would feature various trials. Each student would carry a nameplate, and losing it meant immediate elimination, with no other rules than to steal as many as possible. Amidst a dead silent room, he added that this was no simple test of combat strength. Rather, it was a ruthless war of plunder. Hearing this, a slow smirk spread across Young's face as he finally understood. In his mind, he maps out the game and silently analyzes it. Steal nameplates and survive. Lose your nameplate and you are done. The more plates you hold, the higher your score. It is a dead simple rule. He envisions someone snatching the number 1 plate. It hits him. The death penalty is a trap. If someone loses their plate, outsiders will never know. So just steal or search for hidden ones. It does not matter who had it or where it came from. He taps his arm rhythmically, his thoughts sharpening. This is a solo battle that even includes second years. Someone has definitely rigged this behind the scenes. Yeon lets out a mocking smirk as the truth hits him. A promotion exam held inside a gate, completely isolated from the outside world. No evidence will remain. Whatever happens to an illegitimate child, they will never miss this chance. Sehun stares at Yeon, muttering under his breath, wondering why. But for Yeon, this means he can turn their little game to his advantage. The scene shifts to another room. A pair of legs rest on a desk, swinging to a humming song. Another voice cuts in, stopping the song. "What are you doing?" She cheerfully chirps back, saying she is watching her adorable brother work up a sweat. But Jack, the seventh son of the Sungmu family, bluntly calls her a lunatic with a blank face. She crosses her arms and laughs, asking how he dares speak like an equal. She is Seon-ah, the sixth daughter of the Sungmu family. Spreading her arms lazily, Seon-ah says their youngest sibling is way cuter compared to him, always acting like a little bunny. She raises a knife, licking her lips. It just makes her want to snap his neck. Smiling, Seon-ah probes Jack about what he really thinks. Sticking to his keyboard, he asks what she means. Her voice rises. "What else, mother's orders?" Jack frowns, sighing that mother said it is finally time to evaluate him. Tossing her knife in the air, Seon-ah drawls that she absolutely hates a bastard child wearing their main family's nameplate. She catches the falling knife, muttering about someone who does not know their place, acting so arrogant. She slams it straight into the table, venting her frustration, saying she will personally teach him a lesson. Leaning on the table, she grins while spinning her blade, scoffing that he only acts smug by relying on their weak eldest brother. He needs to learn his place. The promotion exam is here, allowing students to advance. This time, they must compete for badges inside a stabilized secret realm. Kim Han glances at the heavy security and asks Yang why a stabilized realm needs so many guards. Yang shrugs, suggesting it is to reassure civilians or just a precaution for their research lab. He scans the area quietly, noting that the numbers are much lower than he expected. Spotting 3 targets in the distance, Yang wonders if they think he is blind or if this is just the sad limit of these students. Shaking off those useless thoughts, he decides none of it matters. Turning back to his students, he asks if everyone is ready to go. Hands behind her back, Cho In-ha excitedly confirms they are ready. Yang simply nods, then let us move. He turns around to lead them, telling everyone to move out, and the students all shout in unison. The scene shifts to the office. Seon-ah grabs another pastry, praising how many delicious snacks they have in this office. Working through paperwork, Jack tells his sister to slow down since those are for guests. She just snatches the whole box. She scoffs, asking if there is still no contact, complaining she is busy but still came all this way. Keyboard clacking, he replies that the instructor just reported the second years have also made their entry. Holding up a snack, she grins, thrilled at the thought of those bastards and trash crawling on their knees. Mother did say there is a reward for doing this well right. She happily hums, making Jack's hands freeze on the keys as she decides what reward she wants first. He stops typing and stares at his monitor, wondering if things will actually go that smoothly despite trusting the plan. Jack recalls his eldest brother, Myeong-jong, gently warning him that their youngest sibling is no pushover and to be careful. It deeply bothers him. He scoffed at the warning when Myeong-jong said it, yet now those words refuse to leave his mind. Suddenly, the phone on his desk vibrates instantly, pulling him out of his deep thoughts. Seon-ah sits up, asking if things are already over. Jack does not answer, his eyebrows knitting tightly together. Losing patience, she snatches the phone, demanding to know what happened. Reading the news, Seon-ah trembles, 21 eliminated and 15 withdrew. Her face darkens as she crushes the phone in rage, shocked that all of Class 5 survived, meaning they could not touch that bastard. Jack can only cover his face, sighing in pure defeat. Brushing his hair back, he realizes they lost completely to their youngest brother, Yeon. Fleeing through the secret realm, Si-han and Cheon desperately curse their luck. Panting heavily, Cheon complains that their target is just a Class 5 bastard. Si-han snaps at him to shut up and run, hoping a nearby cave will keep them hidden. Slipping inside the cave, Si-han quietly whispers, asking if they lost him. Instantly, a deadly sword flies forward, ripping through the wind. It slams straight into the earth, carving out a deep crater. The terrified kid watches the blade strike, screaming that it has arrived. But even Si-ha is too slow to dodge, taking the blow directly. Lee Cheol grabs the boy's hand and happily calls out to Lee Cheol, shouting that he finally found him. He steps closer with sheer excitement, mocking them for trying to hide so well, while Chan-jun trembles and backs away, desperately begging Lee Cheol to stay far away because he is completely doomed. Lee Cheol grabs him by the collar without an ounce of mercy, asking if he genuinely thinks Lee Cheol was the one who started this mess. Raising his blade, his voice turns freezing cold as he reminds them that pointing a sword always demands a price. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the cave, followed closely by Lee Cheol's agonizing scream echoing through the dark. A moment later, Cho In-ha cheerfully calls out, announcing that everything on his end has been dealt with. Standing over the two unconscious troublemakers, Lee Cheol commends the work and orders him to move out immediately, since more targets are still active, prompting In-ha to quickly agree to regroup with Kim Han. Before In-ha departs, Lee Cheol issues a stern reminder to stick to the plan of acting alone, hunting down their targets and continuing to secure more badges. In-ha quickly acknowledges the order and flies away to start his search. Once his ally is gone, Lee Cheol stretches his arms, knowing the absolute key to passing this promotion exam is the total number of badges secured. Closing his eyes, he focuses his thoughts, realizing that stealing badges from other students is simply too slow. Opening his eyes, he decides to activate his magic eye instead. Driven by sheer curiosity, he decides it is time to test out a quick theory. Gripping his sword, he uses the magic eye to scan the area, wondering if it can detect the badges until a glowing trail leads right to a mountain peak, making him cheer inwardly. Taking a quick running start, Lee Cheol springs high into the air. Landing on the summit, he instantly spots a hidden nameplate, proving that this shortcut is definitely worth the effort. Holding the nameplate tightly in his hand, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. He leaps back down, thrilled that this search is the perfect opportunity to master his mana control. After a bit more hunting, he peers inside his own bag and hesitates. The pouch is packed with shining nameplates, making him laugh because he had no idea they would make his bag feel so incredibly heavy. Putting the bag aside, he looks down toward the forest floor, but then endless battles are erupting below, forcing Lee Cheol to admit he cannot focus on training his magic eye right now. He sighs, noting that the exam is almost over and he has been fighting non-stop since sunrise. A figure suddenly flies in and Lee Cheol already knows who it is, realizing that constantly running from this person will only invite more annoying trouble. The challenger lands safely on the ground. Letting out a deeply annoyed huff, Sehyun quickly strikes an excited battle stance and loudly calls out Lee Cheol's name. But seeing his unbothered reaction, she instantly loses her spark and demands to know why he is not surprised, while Lee Cheol calmly explains he knew she was tailing him, making Sehyun complain that he should have at least paused to her. Shrugging with a highly punchable smirk, Lee Cheol points out that he has indeed stopped for her now. She quickly reties her hair, her aura flaring up as she declares that there is no need for further words. Raising her sword high, she points it directly at him and issues a sudden challenge to duel. Giving him a classic thumbs down, she challenges him to settle this once and for all, demanding he call her big sister if she wins. Refusing to back down, Lee Cheol smirks and asks what happens if he wins instead. She replies in a sweet cutesy tone that sends shivers down his spine, promising she will call him Big Brother if he somehow wins. Li Cheol recoils with a visible shiver, joking that her bizarre mental attacks are incredibly effective, which instantly triggers her hot temper as she snaps at him to shut his mouth. Without another word, she lunges forward like a bullet. Grabbing her sword tightly, she eagerly charges at him. Standing his ground, Li Cheol readies himself to meet her strike. The quiet training grounds lay completely peaceful under the pale, hazy moonlight, a cold chill settling over the melting snow as the intense promotion exam finally draws to a successful close. With the evaluation system getting much harsher and two elite descendants from the direct family line actively competing, this exam has become an incredibly hot topic. The mansion servants are absolutely buzzing with endless gossip, whispering tirelessly about whether the youngest lady will easily take first place, and if the raw first-year boys can even survive against the older, more experienced students. Aside from singing her praises, they huddle close together to murmur about how the other candidates managed to perform. Against a beautiful blue sky where soft white clouds drift, the ancient temple roof stands tall, keeping silent watch over the youngest master and his first-year class. Li Cheol steps forward with absolute confidence, keeping his eyes locked straight ahead as he accepts his award. Huge congratulations to young Master Li Cheol for ranking first and graduating as the top valedictorian of the entire class. Calmly closing his eyes, he accepts the certificate with both hands and offers a polite thank you. Out loud, he admits he thought they might deny him the top spot, while secretly noting that they could not have played dirty too openly anyway. Li Cheol recalls his easy victory over Sehan earlier. He figures that if her test scores had been decent, things might have gone differently, but in the end, he had completely stripped her of all her badges at the last second. After presenting the award, Jung-ho looks at Li Cheol with a proud smile, mentioning how remarkably calm he is. Topping the entire academy is a massive achievement. Li Cheol, holding his certificate, simply replies that his nanny will be overjoyed before thanking him for the kind words. As he steps out and starts walking down the stairs, a flood of praise and congratulations immediately washes over him from all sides. Choi In-ha is standing happily in front of him when his own name is suddenly called, prompting him to quickly turn around and step forward. Hearing his name, Choi In-ha takes steady steps forward to approach Jung-ho on the stage. Out of nowhere, the instructor holds out the certificate, offering warm congratulations on his promotion. Choi In-ha ranked 13th in the entire class, and he blushes slightly as he stares down at the paper. Barely able to believe his own ears, Choi In-ha reaches out with trembling hands to accept the certificate and stammers his thanks. Standing right behind him, Li Cheol glances over and quietly warns him not to get complacent. He says doing his best is great, but getting cocky will only set him back. Choi In-ha exhales a soft sigh and quietly agrees. After presenting Choi In-ha with his award, Jung-ho calls up the next cadet. He announces Kim Bo-seong has successfully promoted, ranking 24th in the class. Staring at his certificate in absolute disbelief, Kim Bo-seong can only whisper out his thanks. Then comes Kim Han's turn to step up, though he looks far from happy as he takes the certificate into his hands. Jung-ho praises him for promoting in his very first year after working so hard, congratulating Kim Han on ranking 34th. Staring intensely at the paper, Kim Han traces the edge, quietly feeling disappointed with such a mediocre rank. Unwilling to settle for this rank, Kim Han looks up with burning determination. He tells himself it is fine because things are just starting and he will absolutely become as strong as the young master. Standing at attention, Kim Bo-seong stares straight ahead, silently reminding himself that he needs to push even harder from now on. With his hands behind his back and his head held high, Kim Han vows to truly change. He is determined to never be a burden and to stop living such a half-hearted life. Li Cheol confidently leads the way, the others follow closely behind, their eyes fixed on him with a quiet resolution to never taste defeat again. Li Cheol pays no mind, simply looking down with a small smirk, thinking to himself that it has finally come to an end. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he figures there is nothing left to worry about. He quickly turns around to praise the group, noting they all promoted. Their faces instantly turn pale as they shrink back, hearing him tease that if anyone had failed, he would have dragged them into brutal force training anyway. Quickly, turning serious, Li Cheol delivers a blunt warning that demands their absolute attention. He warns them that their second year is going to be far more brutal, with plenty of rivals eager to tear them to shreds. Yet he wraps up by saying he fully trusts they will figure out how to survive. Standing tall, they shout out their agreement in perfect unison. Getting the exact response he wanted, Li Cheol lets out a satisfied smile. Holding his head high, he taps his fist against his chest with an even wider grin, urging them to keep fighting. Sehun's face darkens as she mutters under her breath that she refuses to accept this result. Standing right beside her, a tired Li Cheol sighs and asks what she is protesting this time. Sehun completely loses it, clenching her fists as she yells that she would have been valedictorian without that exam. She screams that knocking her out was fine, but stealing all her badges was just dirty. Lunging right in front of him, she dramatically reenacts her struggle, asking him if he has any idea how miserably hard she had to work just to gather replacement badges. She turns her back on him, muttering that if she had her ivory sword back, then things would be different. Lee Cheol watches her silently, admitting she has a point, as he originally thought it would be an easy fight but ended up spending over an hour on it. Watching Si-hyun walk away, Lee Cheol recalls her sheer power, realizing she has grown stronger than he ever expected. She has not even unlocked her true sword path yet, and she still lacks mastery over her special ability. As they walk, Lee Cheol breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that if she actually mastered all of those skills, he would really hate to face her. Suddenly, Si-hyun coughs into her hand, reminding him that since they made a bet, he needs to keep his promise. Looking back in confusion, Lee Cheol asks what on earth she is talking about. Se-hyun points a finger at him, reminding him that they had a bet about how he should address her. Se-hyun ponders for a moment, asking if he plans on calling her that right now. Before she can finish her sentence, a panicked Lee Cheol lunges forward and covers her mouth. With a dark expression and sharp killing intent, he warns her that saying one more word will trigger a life-or-death duel. Muffled by his hand, Se-hyun can only make confused sounds, wondering why he is so incredibly annoyed. Releasing his grip, Lee Cheol turns away and urges her to stop talking nonsense because they are going to be late. Se-hyun blinks in surprise before quickly agreeing that they should get moving. After finishing their brief chat, the two of them quickly set off together. Before long, they reach their destination and stop right in front of a massive wooden door. Lee Cheol steps up and firmly pushes the heavy door open, with Si-hyun following close behind. Stepping inside, both of them bow deeply with utmost respect, formally greeting their father to pay their respects. Lee Tae-shin glances over at them with a calm, steady gaze before inviting them inside. After exchanging their greetings, the three sit down to enjoy some tea. Sitting in the central chair, Lee Tae-shin calmly observes them while holding his warm cup. Setting his cup down gently on the saucer, he mentions having heard rumors that they successfully completed their first year at the Cadet Academy. Sitting up straight, Lee Tae-shin looks at his two children and asks what exactly they saw and learned during their experiences there. Se-hyun remains silent, cradling her teacup while casting a quiet glance at Lee Cheol. Sip in midair, Lee Cheol wonders why on earth she is staring at him. Getting no response from Lee Cheol, Se-hyun boldly speaks up, declaring that she saw the true face of the family. Sitting right beside her, Lee Cheol immediately chokes on his tea and spits it out. Looking thoroughly confused, Lee Tae-shin leans forward and asks what she means by their true face. Se-hyun innocently explains that while she understands competition naturally breeds rivalry, she was shocked to witness completely absurd injustices being treated as if they were totally normal. Se-hyun stares straight at her father, clenching her fists. She speaks out clearly, demanding that everything be fair and square. No matter what she achieves, she wants to earn it solely through her own sword and strength. Lee Tae-shin nods slowly. He calmly praises her fair and upright attitude, though he hides his pride. He finally understands why the Holy Sword chose her. She used to be weak and full of complaints, but this sudden change is truly remarkable. Lee Tae-shin turns his gaze toward Lee Cheol, who is still quietly nursing a tea burn. Wondering if the boy caused the commotion, Lee Tae-shin speaks up. He asks his youngest what he managed to feel during the examination. Lee Cheol quickly recovers his composure. With sharp, shining eyes, he answers that all he felt was pure misery. The Cadet Academy is supposed to be the root of Dangmulan, but it has completely lost its way. Lee Tae-shin clenches his fists, lowering his head in deep contemplation. Lost its way, he ponders. Remaining deadly serious, Lee Cheol looks directly at his father. He argues that those cadets simply refuse to fight. Being weak or failing is acceptable, but giving up entirely makes them unworthy of the Dangmulan name. Replaying the shameful exam scenes in his mind, Lee Cheol shares his blunt deduction. He saw too many cowardly cadets. The issue must lie with the trainer's incompetence or perhaps a fundamentally broken training system. Lee Tae-shin shows no outrage. Instead, he simply closes his eyes with a slight smirk and calls him quite insolent. Both kids stare in absolute shock. Did their stern father actually just smile? Lee Tae-shin then praises them. Even as mere cadets, forming their own independent perspectives is highly commendable. Beneath his cold exterior, Lee Tae-shin genuinely cares. He offers a stern warning, cautioning them to always guard against the swamp of narrow-mindedness. Escaping it is nearly impossible. Se-hyun beams with glittering eyes. Meanwhile, Lee Cheol continues to stare in absolute disbelief that their father is personally sharing such valuable advice. Se-hyun bows deeply in a perfect right angle, shouting her utmost gratitude. Lee Cheol rests his hands on his lap. He quietly promises to keep those wise words close to his heart. Keeping his silence, Lee Tae-shin finally addresses them. He has spent the past year closely monitoring their academic progress and training missions. Although these academy trials differ slightly from official master assignments, their core essence is virtually identical. He highly praises them. They successfully realized these were tests he personally arranged, and they completed them with absolute devotion. Moved by their dedication, Lee Tae-shin decides it is time to reward them. He announces that he summoned them to present rewards for their hard work. Se-hyun is instantly thrilled, but Lee Cheol hesitates. He knows their father is notoriously strict about discipline and rewards, making this personal gesture feel incredibly unusual. There must be a hidden motive behind it. Sehan excitedly raises her hand, wasting no time to make her request. She boldly asks for the rare dragon scale armor, a legendary protective gear she has desperately wanted. Lee Taishin answers without any hesitation, calmly granting her request and telling her to collect it tomorrow. Sehyun is absolutely overjoyed, bowing repeatedly while expressing her immense gratitude. Turning his attention from Sehyun, Lee Taishin asks his son what reward he desires. Lee Cheol's face turns serious. He hesitates, his lips trembling slightly before he finally musters the courage to ask for permission to enter Cheonbi Mountain. Lee Taishin is visibly startled, his eyes widening in complete shock. Sehyun is equally flabbergasted, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. Rustling sounds echo through the room as Lee Cheol meticulously packs his gear. He double-checks his inventory, counting his herb books, a solid iron pot, and brewing tools. Everything seems perfectly ready for his journey. He carefully packs each item into his bag. Cheonbi Mountain is a sacred place teeming with spiritual herbs and rare elixirs. Back in Qingdao, he could only brew mediocre medicine, but this journey will finally let him create top-tier elixirs. Pursing his lips, Lee Cheol silently reflects on his luck. He never expected his father to actually grant access to Cheonbi Mountain. This success significantly moves up his timeline for the legendary warrior's journey. Towering mountain peaks rise majestically through the thick mist, reaching all the way to the heavens. This warrior's journey represents the ultimate trial. Only by completing it can Sumu clan members be recognized as true martial artists, and visiting Cheonbi Mountain is a mandatory first step. Lee Cheol thoroughly analyzes his situation, but he suddenly pauses with deep sudden hesitation. He turns to look at his sword resting neatly against the wall. Filled with quiet determination, he resolves that Cheonbi Mountain is a place he absolutely must conquer no matter what challenges lie ahead. Suddenly, a polite knock on the door breaks his train of thought. He looks up and calls out for them to enter. Kawara respectfully steps inside, placing a hand over her heart as she whispers. She informs him that someone is trying to contact him, leaving Lee Cheol utterly confused about who it could possibly be. She hesitates, struggling to find the right words before finally gathering her courage. She reveals that the seventh young master has sent a formal invitation, instantly catching Lee Cheol completely off guard. Jag offers a gentle smile as he carefully carries over a fresh tea set. He notes how long it has been, pointing out that they haven't seen each other since the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sitting perfectly upright, Lee Cheol forces a polite smile. He quietly acknowledges that his brother still remembers their last encounter. Placing the tea tray on the table, Jake takes a seat opposite him. He chuckles, remarking that he is certainly not foolish enough to forget something so significant. Lee Cheol silently studies his brother's calculated gestures and flawless posture. The rumors are true, this man is incredibly dangerous. He plays the loving brother perfectly, from making the tea to positioning his seat without leaving a single opening. In this brutal world, dealing with open hostility is far easier than decoding this fake warmth. Pouring the freshly brewed tea, Jake offers a cup with a warm, narrow-eyed smile. He coaxes his brother to take a sip, claiming that tea is his sole pleasure in life. Playing along with the charade, Lee Cheol raises the warm cup to his lips with a pleasant smile. He politely asks if his brother always brews the tea himself for his guests. Jay quickly replies while holding his own cup, cheerfully explaining that it entirely depends on the guest. He proudly notes that this rare tea was imported from a famous foreign plantation 2 years ago. Calmly, taking a slow sip, Lee Cheol keeps calculating his brother's moves. Despite all this pleasant conversation, the main issue has not been raised yet. Jake exhibits a dangerously calm patience, clearly maintaining total control over the atmosphere. This brother is definitely not a mindless brute who only knows how to swing a sword. Setting his cup back down, Lee Cheol decides that the initial probing is complete. Right on cue, Jake finally cuts to the chase. The true reason for this meeting is the incident during the promotion exam. Looking straight at Lee Cheol, Jake asks if he realized that the entire exam incident was orchestrated by him and their sixth brother. Lee Cheol respectfully admits he knew all along, prompting Jake to note that this makes things simple. Jake begins playing his hand quickly, making excuses that the whole scheme was never his personal choice. Hearing this blatant lie, Lee Cheol barely hides his smirk immediately, seeing through this predictable attempt to shift blame. Adjusting his glasses, Jake maintains his scholarly and gentle facade. In the family, he is famous not for pure physical strength, but for his exceptional talent in politics, commerce, and manipulation. Always careful to avoid creating open enemies, people fittingly call him the Golden Sword. Analyzing his brother's behavior, Lee Cheol recognizes that Jake is trying to keep them from becoming open enemies. Offering a seemingly sincere gesture, Jake admits there were errors on his side and even offers a formal apology to smooth things over. Before Jake can even finish, Lee Cheol cuts into decline. This blunt refusal makes his older brother pause in surprise for a brief moment. Looking up with a bright smile, Lee Cheol places his hand on his chest. He calmly explains that this minor clash is merely a preview of the intense competition waiting in their future. His warm demeanor instantly vanishes as Lee Cheol narrows his eyes with absolute certainty. He tells his brother not to hide behind the excuse of merely following Lady Baek's direct orders. Maintaining his cool composure, Jake stares directly into his eyes, asking if Lee Cheol truly views him as an enemy. Resting his hands on his thighs, Lee Cheol boldly counters, asking how he could possibly ignore someone who blatantly targeted his allies and plotted against him. Hearing this bold declaration, Jake's gentle expression cracks, revealing a sinister glint deep within his cold eyes. With a look of sheer reluctance, he feels a rising tide of annoyance, wondering what to do next. Should he just eliminate the kid, now to save himself future trouble, or what? But Yi quickly dismisses the dark thought, letting out a soft sigh as he wonders what to do for his brother. Yeong looks at him, reaching out with a loaded gesture, subtly reminding his senior to show some real sincerity since he was not the only victim. Jake fumes inside at Yeong's smug attitude but forces a polite smile on his face. How insolent of him to reject the apology and demand compensation, yet he secretly loves the audacity. Reaching out to shake hands, Jake agrees to send mid-grade spiritual elixirs to all the 5th-class disciples, promising his little brother a fitting reward as well. Yeong grins, shaking Jake's hand in return while keeping his voice soft and polite, noting that since his brother conceded so much he won't bring it up again. With a gentle smile, Jake holds onto his hand a moment longer, chuckling that of all their siblings he finds they get along best. Yeong shrugs it off with a casual response, saying he is not so sure about that. Once their talk wraps up, Yeong stands to take his leave. Jake folds his arms, tracking his brother's movements as he offers a parting piece of advice. He looks over with a deadly serious expression, warning Yeong to watch out for their 6th brother because unlike him, that guy absolutely despises him. Yeong pays it no mind, brushing it off easily. With that, Yeong turns and exits, leaving behind a sharp knowing look as a final notice that he won't even be around the clan for the next 1 year. Cut to a historic room, exquisitely furnished in a traditional classical style. Soft sunlight streams in, painting a peaceful scene until a harsh, sudden crash shatters the elegant quiet. Without warning, Weizian strikes Seon-ah across the face. She cradles her stinging cheek, softly crying out for her mother. Weizian's face darkens with sheer disgust as she spits out never to call her mother, claiming she never birthed a pathetic failure like her. Seon-ah scrambles forward in panic, desperately grabbing the hem of her mother's dress while begging and crying out for her. Terrified out of her mind, Seon-ah tries her best to plead her case, begging for a chance to explain that she wasn't just using the mission to run away. Infuriated, Weizian's eyes widen with fury as she screams out to shut up. Shaken by that terrifying display of raw anger, Seon-ah flinches and instantly lets go of her mother's dress. Seon-ah falls flat on the floor, bowing her head in apology while taking a harsh lashing of words. Running away is something a proud member of the Sumu bloodline is absolutely forbidden from doing. Seon-ah endures the fury in silence, digging her nails into the floorboards until they bleed as Weizian declares such actions completely unforgivable for any child of hers. Trembling violently from head to toe, Seon-ah slowly looks up, pleading that she can still make amends for her failure. Seon-ah beats her chest, gesturing wildly as she snarls that she just needs to crush that worthless bastard. But Weizian immediately cuts her down, saying she understands absolutely nothing because if it were that simple, she wouldn't have pushed her to this breaking point. Shocked by her mother's harsh words, Seon-ah can only stare blankly in utter confusion. Weizian quickly delivers the crushing news, leaving her daughter completely stunned that bastard is going to train on Cheon Bisen for a whole year. Closing her eyes, Weizian maintains a calm, manipulative tone, pointing out that while regaining her honor would be one thing, she lost the chance entirely and dragged the main family's reputation through the mud. Turning her back on her kneeling daughter, she leaves her with a chilling threat if she ever dares to return defeated again. A simple slap to the face will be the very least of the punishment waiting for her. As Weizian steps outside, Jake is already waiting there to greet her with a respectful bow. While back inside the room, a hysterical Seon-ah repeatedly mutters that it is damn unfair. Once Weizian walks away, Jake peers back into the room through a narrow crack in the door. Driven mad by rage, Seon-ah claws at the floorboards until her fingers bleed, cursing that miserable bastard. Gritting her teeth, her heart burns with pure, unfiltered hatred as she vows to slaughter him. Jake lingers outside, leaning casually against the doorframe as he muses on how cruel the matriarch truly is, knowing Seon-ah will now be completely consumed by a desperate desire for revenge. A wicked smile tugs at his lips as he wonders with anticipation between Seon-ah and Yeong who will prove more valuable in the end. The future is shaping up to be quite a show. He recalls seeing Yeong leave early this morning with his backpack, looking exceptionally eager as he plotted what would happen when the boy returned a year from now. Right now, Yeong is sitting in a carriage, clutching his hands tight from sheer tension. Sitting stiffly in his seat, he tightly purses his lips, trying to endure the agonizing ride. Slowly, he lifts his head, staring straight ahead as he wonders why this is happening to him. Butler Choi cheerfully drives, smiling as he calls out that it is lucky their paths aligned. Staring at the butler's kind face, Yeong is thoroughly puzzled to see him here, but Choi's eyes crinkle with amusement as he asks the young master to look after him for their brief 2 days together. Butler Choi softly reassures him not to feel too pressured, and Yeong, sitting rigidly in his seat, can only offer a quiet, instinctive nod of agreement. The old butler calmly explains that with the Lunar New Year approaching, he needs to clean their ancestral graves and deliver a message to Cheonbi Mountain's keeper, accompanying him purely on the patriarch's orders. Hearing this, Yeong finally lets out a chuckle, admitting that having a companion makes the journey much less lonely, though he secretly doubts this could ever be a simple coincidence. Yeong remains deeply lost in thought about this mysterious butler Choi, whose ordinary aura hides a truly formidable force, a critical figure in the clan with far more influence than most elders, making the massive power gap between them incredibly difficult to gauge. The butler's sudden voice snaps him back to reality, bringing up another matter. Sitting directly opposite him, Butler Choi curiously asks why the young master wishes to stop by Sungmu Mountain to visit the ancestral graves first before making his way up Cheonbi Mountain. Yeong scratches his head with a pleasant smile, explaining that paying respects to the late patriarch on his very first journey outside the clan feels like the proper etiquette. It sounds perfectly noble, but deep down he also wants to show everyone that even a concubine's son is dedicated enough to make this arduous pilgrimage to honor his ancestors. Butler Choi smiles and warmly praises Lee Cheol, noting how incredibly pleased the family elders will be to see such deep respect. The young master politely expresses his sincere gratitude, silently wondering if the old butler has somehow already read his inner mind completely. Hesitating briefly, Butler Choi asks if he can speak freely, to which Lee Cheol politely agrees. The butler then asks if the young master enjoys climbing mountains, but Lee Cheol admits he has never properly climbed one before. Choi slowly opens his eyes with a smile, admitting he actually quite enjoys climbing. He shares a personal story of climbing a treacherous mountain without a trail, forced to forge his own path. Now here is the real kicker. What would the young master do if placed in that exact situation? Lee Cheol thoughtfully touches his chin, hesitating briefly before responding that he would simply look straight ahead and climb to reach the summit as quickly and efficiently as possible. Choi nods with a smile, agreeing that he would indeed climb incredibly fast. But then the butler offers a vastly different perspective, explaining that in reality one must occasionally look back and scan the surrounding terrain to stay on course, because blind focus often leads to getting lost and taking massive detours. Choi slowly opens his eyes, delivering a serious warning, especially when the mountain gets higher. Lee Cheol freezes, wondering if the old butler is actually talking about martial arts. Past memories flash through his mind, forcing him to admit that since his regression he has rushed to acquire new powers without fully digesting what he already possessed. He never considered this a problem, but at this rate, he will endlessly chase novelty and never build a solid foundation. Lee Cheol bows respectfully to thank Choi for the invaluable advice, but the old butler waves it off, calling it the harmless rambling of an old man. Butler Choi peers outside calmly, noting that they have finally reached their ultimate destination. The sleek black car comes to a smooth stop at Sungmu Mountain. Lee Cheol steps out, staring up at the majestic mountain peak directly ahead. He suddenly turns to call out to the butler who accompanied him throughout this entire journey. Gripping his sword in one hand and holding his bag tightly, Lee Cheol notes that only those of Sungmu blood or with special permission can pass the mountain gate. When asked if he can enter, Choi folds his arms, explaining he was lucky to receive that clearance from the previous patriarch. As they walk together, Butler Choi shares that he will head off to clean the late master's grave, asking where the young master will go first. Lee Cheol decides to visit the founder's memorial tablet first. Suddenly, Lee Cheol feels a strange shift in the air, realizing he has crossed the ancestral barrier. Clenching his fist, he feels as if he has stepped into an entirely different, isolated realm. Butler Choi bows, taking his leave and wishing the young master absolute success in achieving whatever he came here to find. Stepping forward, Lee Cheol glances back with an appreciative smile to thank him. His footsteps echo softly through the silence. An ancient tomb rises right before him, the final resting place of the family founder. Lee Cheol slowly pushes open the massive doors. Bowing deeply, he announces himself as a descendant of the Sungmu family, requesting an audience. Drawing his blade, he silently begs forgiveness if brandishing a weapon here is disrespectful. Looking at the sword, a faint smile plays on his lips as he whispers that the ancestor must forgive him since this step was prearranged by the founder himself. Moments later, he gently places the legendary sword onto the altar table. Pouring wine with one hand, he contemplates the true nature of Dark Knight, knowing it is far more than just a mere sword. Recalling deep family secrets his brother once revealed, he carefully douses the blade with wine. Drenched in wine, Dark Knight trembles slightly as the 9 ancient seals binding its power begin to react. A surge of raw energy envelops the blade. Of the 9 seals, he only knows of 4, the first of which requires proving mastery over the sword. Infancy memories flash by representing the second lock, demanding proof of his Sungmu family bloodline. Debris explodes violently around him. The third seal is broken by passing the naming ceremony, the ultimate trial set by the founder himself. Ancient glowing blue runes suddenly manifest on the cold steel. So far, he has successfully shattered 3 seals in total. Cheol watches the radiating aura, wondering what the clue for the next seal will reveal. Suddenly, the mirror glows. Wait, is the next trial starting already? Mysterious glowing text slowly flickers across the surface, spelling out Cheol. It is indeed Cheol Mountain, the exact legendary training ground he already knows so well. Cheol Mountain is where the founder felt spiritual energy, choosing it to train all his descendants. Standing before Cheol Mountain, Cheol feels a wave of concentrated energy, marveling at the magical place in person for the very first time. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, marveling at the incredible mountain. Cheol agrees, noting that its energy feels entirely different from Sungmu Mountain or Jokcheon Island. As Butler Choi quietly wishes him success, a harsh, furious shout suddenly shatters the peace, cursing them for causing a noisy disturbance. Sanji storms out in a towering rage, complaining about a massive headache from the intruders swarming like wild dogs. Young whirls around, completely stunned. He hadn't sensed a single shred of presence from this man. Beside him, a bodyguard quickly warns both him and Butler Choi to get back, shouting that the opponent is an elite master. He points his finger and barks angrily, asking if they have a death wish. He warned them nicely, so they better just hand over the goods. The bodyguard ignores the warning, ordering everyone into formation. Sanji instantly slams the guard's head into the dirt, muttering about how hopeless these punks are. A cold glint flashes in his eyes as he grunts that they always want to fight just because they have a weapon. Young stands there in shock, watching the entire fight wrap up in a flash. Having easily cleared the path, he grabs a bottle and starts chugging it down. Groans fill the air. Every single guard is completely incapacitated. Sanji lets out an annoyed sigh, grumbling about fools who do not know their place before charging in. Then he turns around, complaining that they have zero manners. He explicitly told them to give at least a month's notice, so coming empty-handed like this is a death wish. Butler Choi gives a polite smile, apologizing but suggesting he is exaggerating. This only irritates him more as he snaps back, asking if they have grown bold enough to talk back now. Young hesitantly speaks up, prompting Butler Choi to clear his throat. The butler glances at the boy, realizing he completely forgot to make the proper introductions. Pointing forward, the butler introduces him as Sanji the Mountain Guardian. Sanji adjusts his glasses with a frown, asking if this is the kid Taishan brought back from the outside. Butler Choi confirms that this is Young, the 9th young master who will ascend the mountain this time. Sanji suddenly turns to the boy, asking if he managed to see a portion of his moves earlier. Startled, Young seriously reflects on how the man noticed. He hesitantly admits that yes, he did indeed see the attack. Stroking his chin, Sanji studies him closely. He observes that while the boy shares some of Taishan's presence, the scent on him is rather strange. Suddenly, right at that moment, one of Young's eyes turns a glowing red. The boy covers his eye as Sanji speaks up, asking if this kid also possesses some kind of weird eye. A blinding light. Young watches in complete absolute shock. A while later, Sanji laughs heartily while drinking, praising the unique taste of Western alcohol. He notes that the woody aroma is strange but leaves an incredible flavor on his tongue. Butler Choi smiles warmly, expressing how glad he is that the wine suits his taste. Young simply smiles, thinking that although he knows nothing about wine, he can tell this is an incredibly expensive bottle. Sanji slams the bottle onto the table, telling the boy to go ahead and explain his story. He adds that sending a scrawny kid like him here for training means his family must really hate him. Young speaks up, explaining that his journey here was completely voluntary, which only makes Sanji burst into laughter. Looking away, Sanji mutters that he looks exactly like a child hopelessly entangled in death and destiny. Look at that sweat rolling down his face. Young silently clenches his fists, recalling everything he learned about this guardian before his regression. That ancient knowledge matches the creepy vision his devil's eye just revealed. Young quickly deduces that the man is actually a Dakebi, a mythical being who can read destiny. With eyes holding the stars, they analyze the Saju Palja, allowing them to witness predetermined and unchangeable paths of fate. Sanji asks what he plans to do with the whole year he has been given. Internally, the Guardian silently notes that the boy's father can hear every single word he is saying right now. Young sits in silence under the heavy gaze of the two men, hesitation holding back his words. Outside, night has fully fallen and Sanji's voice echoes into the dark. He complains about meeting weirdos, but notes that this kid dashed straight to the training grounds the instant it was mentioned. Waving a bottle, Sanji tells the butler to leave with the others once the injured weaklings are healed. Butler Choi bows deeply, thanking him for allowing them to use the sacred spirit water. Sanji just stares. He finally breaks the heavy silence. Tossing his bottle aside, Sanji gets serious and asks why he really came, knowing wine delivery was just a convenient excuse. Butler Choi nods, stating that he hates being around the bush and wants to get straight to the point. Clenching his cup, the butler asks if the mountain guardian has read the celestial signs as instructed by the family patriarch. Sanji quietly sets down his drink, admitting that while he has read the signs, he cannot reveal very much. Butler Choi smiles, teasing that a treated Dakabi surely won't refuse to help. Sanji snaps back, arguing that the alcohol was merely an apology gift. When Choi gently mentions bringing over 10 bottles, Sanji curses, taking another swig and grumbling that he knew there would be a catch. Down goes the bottle. He lets out a sigh. Getting serious, Sanji warns that there is still a long way to go. The Heavenly Gate has opened, humanity's power is peaking, and chaos is bound to follow, so the Patriarch must remain patient. Choi promises to deliver the message, but Sanji fumes with rage, pointing his finger and grumbling that he would never have gotten involved in this mess if he had just won that damn wrestling match. Sanji then asks if the butler is worried about the illegitimate young master. Butler Choi stares into his cup calmly, stating that, as a servant, his only duty is to serve the bloodline of the Lee clan's martial lord. Sanji pours another glass, reminding the butler that the boy is still just a rookie, despite wanting to venture to that place. He was surprised when the other guy told him to just keep an eye on the kid once. Then smirking, he promised the mountain guardian that things were about to get interesting. The scene shifts to a training ground illuminated by a few dim lights. A tiny hand slowly reaches out. Lee Young steps out and stares in absolute awe every single time it blows his mind that a simple tree hollow leads straight to this training ground. He looks around the area. Even the mountain guardian's place yesterday had a cave entrance, proving this must be the doctor's own magic. Warming up, he admits he still has much to learn, but exactly 1 year remains. Lee Yong summons his magical sword from the secret techniques of Muji and Mujin to the evil eye, intuition, and dark chi. He must master them all. He smiles with determination 1,000 times, and he will keep going if that is not enough. Elsewhere, Sanji rubs his belly, groaning that he has never seen anyone so brutally intense. Watching Lee Yong train until his body collapses only to heal himself with spirit water and start all over, Sanji thinks that doing this repeatedly is nothing short of brutal self-torture. With a snap of his fingers, the illusion vanishes. No wonder the boy's destiny is so incredibly dark. He closes his eyes, tossing and turning as he ponders how this kid was destined to die young or live in misery, yet he is literally shattering that unchangeable fate and suppressing his own innate power. When was the last time he saw a being without a destiny? With a snap of his fingers, Sanji grins. That crazy bloodline must make even the heavens sick. In the blink of an eye, time flies by. 3 months later, he grumbles in annoyance that Choi guy claimed this would be entertaining, did he? Sanji yells in frustration that he is bored out of his mind and refuses to watch any longer since the kid does nothing but basic training all day. Rolling over to close his eyes, he notes that aside from asking to gather herbs, the kid barely speaks, so he's probably still alive. Suddenly, an unexpected sound makes Sanji open his eyes in surprise. He bolts upright. That is the cry of the spirit beast Baki, meaning something must have breached the mountain. He immediately raises his hand and snaps his fingers. A shimmering illusion mirror materializes as he mutters that he already set up a barrier, so this should be impossible. Baki runs away in absolute terror. Did those big shots from the main family mess something up when they brought the food and wine? Sanji stares into the mirror in utter rage. What on earth is that brat doing? And don't tell him he is actually trying to eat the spirit beast. Lee Yong quickly chases right after Baki. He instantly throws open the door and screams at them to stop immediately. A swift wind rushes through the treetops. Lee Yong grips a small shovel in his hand, relentlessly pursuing the beast. Sanji charges in like a loose cannon, yelling at the little brat if he has completely lost his mind. Lee Yong stops covered in sweat and politely greets the mountain guardian before asking him to step aside so he can catch the beast. Lee Yong, age 14. Sanji points at him, roaring how he dares to target a spirit beast right in front of him. The boy recoils in confusion, raising an eyebrow to ask what he means, but the old man snaps back that the creature he is hunting with pure bloodlust is indeed the spirit beast, Baki. Unfazed, Lee Yong asks why on earth he would ever kill a spirit beast, leaving the old man stunned. Sanji stares at the basket and pickaxe Lee Yong is holding. Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoes, and the moment Lee Yong spots Baki, he raises his pickaxe, prompting Sanji to quickly grab his shoulder and yell for him to wait. Blocking him, Sanji asks why he is chasing Baki, only for the boy to shout that the beast stole his medicine. Before Sanji can process this, the boy dashes past him with a quick apology. Sanji gasps, reaching out to yell that the beast has already vanished. But before he can finish, he suddenly freezes. Staring ahead, Sanji realizes the boy is heading exactly where Baki is hiding, which should be physically impossible. Straining to sense it, Sanji watches in utter disbelief as blue energy swirls around the kid's feet, moving incredibly fast without damaging the ground. Lee Yong lunges forward, making Baki flee in terror while Sanji stands completely frozen. Has something crazy happened in just 3 months? Finally, things calm down, and Sanji sighs, realizing the beast stole the secret medicine while the boy was away. Lee Yong's face falls as he mutters that it was a highly valuable mountain ginseng, leaving Sanji speechless. Lee Cheol stands before him, bowing his head low while listing off his lost ingredients. Fleece flower root, white scale herb, dragon scale flowers, matsu take, and cordyceps. From demon bugs, he claims he went through hell to gather them all. Hearing this, Sanji feels a sudden pang of guilt and quietly turns away. Seeing no response, Cheol plays up the sadness even more. In a gloomy voice, he laments that he spent 100 sleepless days crafting those elixirs, and now it is all down the drain. Panicking, Sanji reflexively reaches out to comfort him but hesitates, stammering that it was not supposed to go like this. With a heavy, sorrowful sigh, Cheol looks completely devastated. He mutters that his main reason for coming to Cheonwi Mountain has now ended in failure since those elixirs were his most critical objective. Sanji cannot take the guilt trip anymore. Red-faced, he snaps and yells that since he gave permission to harvest them in the first place, it is not his fault they got stolen. Cheol innocently claps both hands together, acting as if he just realized that is true. Cheol is not about to let Sanji off the hook. His next words pierce the old man like an arrow, reminding him that the theft happened right on his territory. He sighs, saying if the Great Guardian cannot secure his own land, then it must be his own fault. Fuming, Sanji thumps his chest and yells in absolute frustration. He caves in, shouting that he will compensate the kid for his losses. That is the exact trap Cheol was waiting for. A devious smirk spreads across his face as he instantly agrees to take absolutely anything. Having secured his victory, Cheol calmly repeats the promise, asking if he really meant anything. Hearing those words, Sanji's fiery momentum instantly grinds to a halt. Cheol looks up with a sweet yet deeply unsettling smile. He gently notes that it just so happens he has two favors to ask of the Great Guardian. Deep inside a dark, musty dungeon, a strange and menacing growl begins to echo through the damp air. Something monstrous emerges from the shadows, its massive spiky black legs twitching with lethal intent. It is the terrifying Spider Queen. She looms over Cheol, letting out a bone-chilling screech. Showing no fear, he pulls back his blade, channeling power into the steel, while telling himself to remember this moment. As a violent red aura wraps around his blade, Cheol grips the hilt tight, focusing on how the Ori skill behaves under constant activation. Bracing his legs, he unleashes a horizontal slash, realizing the output remains just as devastating as the first cast. Yama's Chi Blast. The crimson energy surges forward like glowing chains, wrapping tightly around the Spider Queen and forcing a pained shriek from her maw. A massive shockwave erupts, throwing Cheol backward as he struggles to dig his heels into the stone floor. Gripping his sword with both hands, he pulls it back as ribbons of blue energy swirl around the blade. Enhanced Ki. Pouring every ounce of his strength into the strike, he unleashes a devastating stone wind slash, cutting deep into the monster. She screeches in agony, spraying toxic green blood everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Cheol curses under his breath. One of the beast's massive limbs is completely severed, but Cheol realizes she is still standing. He wonders if he still lacks the raw power to finish her off. Quickly recovering, the Spider Queen thrusts her razor-sharp spiked legs straight at his chest. Suddenly, a glowing yellow talisman materializes right in front of Cheol, catching him completely off guard. The paper charm hovers in midair, flashing once before gently drifting down toward the ground. Sanji bends down to scoop up the talisman, grumbling about why on earth he has to play babysitter to a little kid. Pinch holding the paper charm, Sanji waves it around with a heavy sigh, questioning his life choices and why he ever agreed to this. But seeing how exhausted Cheol is, the old man suddenly perks up, asking if he needs a breather. Panting heavily, the boy wipes his brow and begs for a break right now. Without wasting time, Sanji instructs him to close his eyes, focus, and picture his opponent from memory. Cheol immediately shuts his eyes, following the directions. Sanji tosses the talisman, and as it dissolves, a lifelike illusion of Don Ho wielding a sword materializes before them. The two clash violently, neither giving an inch as shockwaves ripple through the air. Watching from the sidelines, Sanji is amazed at how much demonic energy the boy is expending just to train against an illusion. Clenching his fists in annoyance, Sanji grinds his teeth, wondering how the kid even knew about this rare illusion training technique. To make matters worse, the brat demanded 4 straight hours of it. Sanji calms himself, slipping his hands into his pockets and letting the frustration go. But as he glances over at Cheol, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. Analyzing the boy's condition, he realizes that over the past 3 months, Cheol's physical vessel has become vastly more powerful. His frame is more refined, showing genuine mastery. He even seems taller. It is not just raw power, he is far more stable, now surrounded by a vibrant blue aura. Sanji narrows his eyes, deciding to drop the subject for now. Standing in silence with folded arms, the Guardian closely watches the boy's movements, deciding he will eventually have to ask about that mysterious weapon. As night falls, Cheol luxuriates in a steaming hot bath, leaning his head back with a sigh of absolute relief. He notes that without this healing spring, his body would have broken. He wishes Cheonwi Mountain had one just like back at the main estate. Suddenly, a massive hairy foot emerges from the steam as the visitor slowly steps into the hot spring. Startled, Cheol snaps his eyes open in alarm. He is deeply shaken, wondering who could possibly sneak up this close without him sensing their presence. Sanji slides into the water, noting that seeing the kid so exhausted proves he is actually human after all. Cheol quickly sits up straight, asking if the master needs something. Frowning, the old man asks if he is not allowed a break after working so hard himself. He points out that the boy has been here a while, questioning if he is resting properly. Rubbing his head with a sheepish smile, Cheol insists he always rests properly. But Sanji quickly cuts him off, clarifying he means taking a break from training altogether. Brat. Resting against a boulder, the guardian pops some food into his mouth, muttering that in all his long years he has never seen anyone train as foolishly. Cheol watches him, noting he is eating an egg again before casually shrugging it off. Though keeping a polite smile, the kid is secretly annoyed. Stepping out of the hot spring, Cheol wraps a towel around his waist and bows, announcing that since he is fully recovered, he will head up first. Before Shin could even process what was happening, Sanji smashed an egg against a rock and barked at him to wait. Staring in utter shock with his eyes wide open, Shin listened in silence as Sanji told him to take a seat. After taking a long moment to think it over, Sanji finally broke the silence, demanding to know the name of the weapon Shin had just swung. Reaching for his side, Shin asked if this was indeed the item he meant. His expression hardened as his piercing gaze locked onto the boy, demanding to know where he had found it. Crossing his arms, Sanji gave him a stern warning, demanding a promise to never speak of this weapon to anyone. He admitted he was not completely sure, but believed it was tied directly to the blade's identity. Realizing he could not fool the old man, Shin felt a wave of anxiety but confessed anyway, explaining its name was Mujin and that he had taken it from his family's secret vault. Raising his head and lifting his hand high, Sanji slowly gathered the hot steam into a small swirling vortex. He confessed that while he did not know how much the boy understood about the blade, he had seen something incredibly similar a very long time ago. As the steam swirled thicker, his calm, unyielding eyes remained fixed. He began to tell a tale of an ancient shaman who possessed the power to speak with spirits and read the stars in the night sky. With his hand raised, the hot steam from the bath gathered into a dense, swirling cyclone. Resting his arm back on the stone, Sanji explained that this powerful sorcerer always carried a specific item with him. A vision of the sorcerer appeared in Sanji's mind, holding a raw stone in one hand while conjuring a blazing flame with the other. This unique stone could shift its shape at will, allowing him to perform all kinds of miraculous magic. Looking forward with absolute authority, Sanji noted that by casting forbidden spells without paying any price, this man easily became the greatest sorcerer of his era. Midway through his dramatic tale, Sanji waved his finger, pulling a small trace of blue energy through the air. He hesitated for a brief second and then continued. Eventually, that great sorcerer was horribly mutated into a terrifying beast, losing his humanity. The very stone he trusted ended up devouring his soul, completely stripping away his sanity until he became a mindless monster that laid waste to the entire land. Closing his eyes, Sanji waved his hand, explaining that the gruesome mutation took less than a year. Since the monster could not be easily killed, they chose to seal him away. Sitting opposite him, Shin curiously asked what happened to the stone itself. Seeing his interests, Sanji did not hold back, explaining that the mages of that era pooled their strength to completely shatter it. Hearing this, Shin lowered his head, thinking back to a very similar legend he had once read in the ancient archives of the Cheol Pavilion. Looking up at Sanji, the boy asked if the sorcerer might have been sealed at a place called Mount Manhwa. Sanji calmly shook his head, explaining that the monster was actually sealed on an island at the far eastern edge of the world. Thinking of his small dagger and the raw stone, Shin concluded this was different from the records in the Cheol Pavilion. While the stone and his dagger Mujin were separate objects, they clearly shared some sort of mysterious, deeply rooted connection. Just as Shin was lost in his own thoughts, Sanji snapped him back to reality, forcing him to focus on the story once more. His tone suddenly turned dead serious as he pointed ahead, recalling that he had detected a foul, putrid stench coming from that stone. Pointing his finger directly at Shin's chest, Sanji explained that the exact same stench was radiating from the boy's body at this very moment. It was a bizarre, unsettling scent that belonged to neither human beast nor even a wandering spirit. Lowering his hand back onto the rock, Sanji broke into a loud laugh. He pointed out that Mujin was an alien object of unknown nature, suggesting the boy abandon it since there were far better weapons out there. But behind Sanji's casual laughter, Shin sensed something far more dangerous. He pursed his lips as the old man's soft suggestion carried a suffocating weight, pressing down on him like a giant hand squeezing his very heart. Regaining his composure, Shin looked up and locked eyes with Sanji. He recalled that when he first awakened his demonic eye, his father had advised him to seal it, but he had refused, vowing that if a power was given to him, he would tame and master it. Leaning forward with a smirk, Sanji chuckled at the boy's sheer arrogance, asking if he had truly spoken to Taishin in such a bold manner. But his amusement quickly faded as Sanji suddenly barked out, asking if he really thought that blade was the same as his demonic eye. Unbothered, Shin kept his eyes half closed and replied that to him they were basically the same. At those words, Sanji abruptly stood up from the hot bath, placing his hands on his thighs. He declared that if that was the case, they had no other choice left. Sanji raised his arm, curling his fingers as he slowly began to absorb the surrounding energy. Wasting no more time, Sanji's eyes rolled back to pure white. Gnashing his teeth and grabbing a massive spiked club, he roared that he would have to take the blade by force. His patience completely exhausted, Sanji swung his heavy club toward the sitting boy with absolutely no intention of holding back. Yanshin remained perfectly calm, showing no fear as the weapon hurtled toward him only for the deadly club to stop inches from his face. With cold, murderous intent burning in his eyes, Sanji warned him to hand over the weapon while he was still asking nicely. Pursing his lips in silence, Yanshin frowned as Sanji muttered that it had been a while since he last wielded a weapon, and he might not be able to hold back. Unfazed, Yanshin chuckled softly, telling the Mountain Lord that he wouldn't actually go through with it. With just those few words, Yanshin froze Sanji in his tracks. The old man gripped his heavy club tightly, unable to strike because doing so would completely violate his sacred vow. Remembering his oath, the old man lowered his weapon, rubbing his tired eyes with a heavy sigh. Sweat beaded on Sanji's forehead as he forced a wry smile, asking if the boy had figured everything out. Yanshin calmly replied that of course he did. With a peaceful expression and absolutely no anger from the threat, Yanshin explained that the vow to protect this mountain and aid the martial artist training here was made with the sect's founder, meaning Sanji was only testing his resolve. Irritated at being read so easily, Sanji grumbled that the sly brat should have just said so from the very start. Suddenly, Yanshin asked another question that left the old man in thoughtful silence, questioning if he ever actually intended to take the weapon. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Sanji muttered that the boy would probably survive much longer by relying on his clever tongue and sharp brain. Hearing this, Yanshin burst into cheerful laughter, thanking him for the compliment. Seeing the boy laugh so happily only annoyed Sanji, further prompting him to yell that it was actually an insult. Calming down, Sanji rested his giant club on his shoulder and pointed at the boy, asking why he had not tried to take the weapon by force under the guise of helping him. He noted that the dagger did not emit the same ominous energy as the sorcerer's stone, meaning it likely would not devour its wielder. Not wanting to drag the conversation out, Yanshin simply looked down at the black ring on his finger and thanked the old man for the valuable information. As Sanji slowly put his club away, Yanshin suddenly suggested they put that matter aside, addressing him as the Mountain Lord. Sanji tilted his head in confusion, wondering what the boy wanted now. With sparkling stars appearing around him, Yanshin put on a bright, cheerful smile and placed a hand on his chest. He teased Sanji about threatening an innocent student with a deadly weapon, noting that he was very meticulous when it came to keeping score. Enraged by the blatant extortion, Sanji lost his temper completely, screaming at the cheeky brat who was constantly cheating death. Deep within the desolate, untamed mountains, a small courtyard and a lit wooden cabin appeared, the temporary residence of Lee Cheol Yanshin of Cheon. A mysterious sword wrapped in eerie threads of black energy hovered before Yanshin, and he slowly lifted it with both hands. Later, he sits cross-legged, holding two broken pieces of the sword in his hands as he mutters. He never expected it to take a full 3 months just to read Yudo's memories. He recalls his departure when he was handed 2 unique weapons by his own family members. Before setting off from the main clan, 7th Elder Lee Jae-hak had gifted him the masterpiece Yudo short sword and the refined F-grade Epheibos sword. The ring on his finger suddenly glows. Lee Cheol raises it close to his face, analyzing its properties. Since the Epheibos sword possessed innate yin energy that unleashed freezing frost and had very few memories, he had already absorbed them back at the main estate. Maintaining his stance, he keeps his eyes locked on the ring, eager to test Yudo's unique ability. He thinks back to the second memory of Mujin he saw before the trainee evaluations and the newfound power he unlocked from it. Lee Cheol extends his hand and a long blue thread emerges from beneath the ring. This is his ability to channel the power of any weapon he has copied. That surge of energy darts across the room, wrapping directly around the sword, leaning against the wall. Without even waiting for Lee Cheol's command, the long thread tightly wraps itself around the weapon's hilt. With a swift, sudden tug, the thread pulls the sword flying toward him. Lee Cheol catches it mid-air, realizing Yudo's true ability is the power to transfer attributes from one item to another. Looking down at the sword in his hands, he gently traces the blade, noting that merely copying its shape won't manifest its true power. He realizes he can only utilize the strength of weapons absorbed through dark energy. Gripping the hilt even tighter, he closes his eyes and mutters to himself. Since he already broke the seal on Mount Sungmu, it is finally time to inspect Fukuya's memories. Instantly, Lee Cheol dives deep into the ancient memories of the past, watching the sword being carefully placed down. Before breaking the seal on Mount Sungmu, this was the absolute limit of what he could see. Standing quietly behind the young nobleman, Lee Cheol glances at him, knowing the most critical part of the memory is about to begin. Stepping aside to watch, he hears the mysterious nobleman speak. He intends to seal this sword, ensuring his future children will never be swayed by its dangerous, overwhelming power. A hooded figure, shrouded in shadows, speaks up, warning that while sealing the blade is easy, doing so means absolutely no one will ever be easily chosen by it again. The young nobleman cuts him off, stating that if his descendants are unworthy, they are simply better off not using the sword at all. Fully understanding his firm resolve, the hooded figure extends his hand toward the shining blade, muttering that he understands. A profound energy flows from the hooded figure, slowly seeping into the sword and causing it to glow with brilliant light. Radiant runes flare to life along the blade. The hooded figure gently touches the metal, announcing that the seal is now complete. As the two keep talking, the audio of the memory suddenly glitches and becomes distorted. Standing behind them, Cheol is deeply disappointed that he cannot hear the remaining details of the unreleased seals. However, he catches the hooded figure's solemn warning that once the third seal is broken, its true power will be unleashed, asking if he accepts that fate. The young nobleman picks up the sword, reassuring him that it won't make a major difference anyway, so there is nothing to worry about. Turning to leave, he grips the hilt tightly, unleashing a sudden burst of energy while declaring that he still needs to test it out. Watching the blade emit a strange pulsing power, Cheol is astonished. Could there actually be a mana pathway running through Fukuya? Its sheer complexity is practically identical to a human's own mana system. That powerful energy surges around the young nobleman, who raises his hand to channel the force even further. Like a flash of lightning, the nobleman swings his blade, slicing through the air with incredible speed. With majestic authority, he channels all his might, delivering a devastating downward strike. As thick misty smoke rises, Cheol watches the aftermath in awe, realizing the mana isn't just blocked, it is actively dispersing in chaos. Completing the motion, the nobleman raises the gleaming sword to his face, deciding that he will need to reinforce the seal just a bit more. Ejected from the stream of memories, Cheol snaps back to reality, a sharp, sudden headache forcing him to clutch his temples in pain. He raises the sword, rubbing his temples with a thrilled grin. A power capable of completely erasing mana. Who could have ever imagined such a weapon existed? Suddenly, Cheol stomps his foot violently, sending clouds of dust flying into the air. With absolute fury on his face, he lunges forward, unleashing his devastating steel strike. Directly in front of him stands the Spider Queen, a deadly Grade 5 beast. He swings his blade with brutal precision, slicing the massive creature completely in half. As the Spider Queen disintegrates into a cloud of thick smoke, a familiar voice echoes through the room. "Wow, kid, you really pulled it off." It is the voice of old man Sanji, whose face is beaming with pride as he continues, pointing out that this is his very first victory after countless failures, 7 months of losing to be exact. Cheol doesn't hesitate to fire back with a confident grin, asking if Sanji knows he could easily beat him at any moment now. The old man just scoffs, calling him a cheeky brat. Putting the jokes aside, Sanji asks him seriously what his next move is, but Cheol calmly responds that it is time to end his training. Yang only gives a casual reply, but the old man gets incredibly hyped, patting his back and shouting that it is a great idea to blow off some steam. But before the old man can celebrate, Yang speaks up. "Wait, no." Yang's eyes suddenly flare up with burning passion and pure determination. He says it is time for the trial, placing his hand over his chest as he boldly declares the challenge created by the Bloodless Dream founder. The Bloodless Dream is a trial ground forged for the Lee martial clan, packing the raw power of John Guisen and enhanced by Dr. Kabi's illusion magic. It weeds out the weak, choosing only the worthy as part of an ancient oath tied directly to the Mountain Keeper. Sanji looks at him, dead serious, asking if he really wants to face it. Yang nods with equal gravity. Yes, he has worked his butt off for this. But his face falls when Sanji bluntly tells him that his current self is nowhere near strong enough to pass, until the old man finally spoke a single word, drawing Cheol's curious gaze toward him. After that, Sanji slowly extended his open palm. He offered a warm smile and announced that Cheol seemed ready for the trial. As the 9th-generation descendant of the Lee martial arts family, Sanji officially permitted him to challenge the Bloodless Dream. Cheol firmly clasped Sanji's hand, expressing his deep gratitude with a sincere thank you. Shortly after, the elder led Cheol to a dark cave entrance, introducing it as the gateway to the fearsome Bloodless Dream. Slightly confused, Cheol quickly turned around to ask if this was just the cave leading to Sanji's living quarters. Taking a slow step forward, Sanji replied that for the time being that was indeed the case. Sanji then stretched his hand forward as glowing green energy began to radiate from his palm. Pressing his hand against the stone wall, he guided the swirling energy into perfect glowing circles. Within seconds of making contact, brilliant azure spiritual energy erupted and completely enveloped the entire chamber. Turning around, Sanji warned him that once he entered the Bloodless Dream, there was no leaving until the trial was over. He told him to open the door and step inside. Cheol confidently brushed past the elder, boldly declaring that he would definitely return victorious. Sanji gave a satisfied smile and told him to take his time, even though he secretly thought he was tired of looking at the kid's face. As Li Cheol pushed the door open, a dazzling light spilled out, accompanied by Sanji's parting wish of good luck. The blinding glare forced Li Cheol to shield his eyes. In that moment, he remembered that while some viewed this old man as a legendary war god, others knew him as a ruthless dragon slayer. Even grander titles crossed Li Cheol's mind, cementing the elder's reputation as a legendary figure who went on to establish the most powerful martial arts family in the entire world. Suddenly, the founding ancestor Li Hun-hyun materialized right before him, prompting Li Cheol to offer a swift and respectful greeting. This humble descendant offers his deepest respects to the grand founder of the Li martial arts family. Li Cheol tightly gripped his weapon, marveling at the founder's overwhelming presence, which made him feel as though the legendary master were still alive. Looking ahead, Li Cheol reminded himself that throughout history, only a few had ever dared to challenge the bloodless dream. The sole condition for victory was simple yet brutal: defeating the founder at just 15 years old. The founder calmly held his scabbard with one hand while slowly drawing his blade with the other. Li Cheol kept his eyes closed, carefully mapping out his strategy, deciding to test his opponent's capabilities first. Before he could take action, blood suddenly sprayed violently from his throat. At that exact instant, Hun Hyen's swift blade had already pierced deep into his chest. Li Cheol immediately jolted awake, letting out a loud and startled cry. Now collapsed on the grass, his mind spun with confusion as he wondered how his heart had been pierced so easily. Li Cheol rested his hand on his forehead, certain he hadn't been careless. He suddenly bolted upright, sending grass and dirt flying everywhere. He had his throat slit in simulations before, but at least he always understood how it happened. Li Cheol's face darkened as he began to analyze the encounter seriously. But this time, besides his pierced heart, he knew absolutely nothing. Shaking his head, he tried to calm his racing thoughts and analyze the situation carefully. Clutching his head, Li Cheol continued to analyze the defeat. The founder hadn't used any secret techniques, ultimate skills, or even basic body-reinforcing aura. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open as a realization struck him. The details of the brief clash replayed in his mind. The opponent's attack had been lightning fast. Even with his sixth sense, he hadn't detected a thing. Could it have been an attack targeting his absolute blind spot? Swirling with endless questions, Li Cheol wondered if the founder had read every single one of his movements to execute such a perfect strike. Reaching for his sword to stand back up, Li Cheol realized the founder's strength was truly terrifying. He stood up straight, his face turning incredibly serious. Stamping his foot firmly on the ground, his fighting spirit erupted. Li Cheol marched straight ahead, taking bold, proud steps toward his goal. While he looked incredibly cool on the outside, he was actually sweating bullets. Laughing weakly, Li Cheol had to admit he wasn't sure if victory was even possible. Meanwhile, far away inside a massive and luxurious estate, a subordinate reported that they had received news from Cheon Gui-san. Li Taishan slid open a wooden box and retrieved the cloth inside. Carefully wiping his sword, Li Taishan muttered about the boy entering the cave, which his man confirmed had been 10 months. Staring at the polished blade, Li Taishan grumbled, refusing to believe the kid possessed that level of skill. Li Taishan recalled his son's battles, keeping every single one of them in mind. That boy had never truly tasted defeat, from defeating Susan to surviving the Blood Lake Queen's faceless curse. He had not won every battle, but he had never truly failed either. A proud smile curled Li Taishan's lips. In other words, the boy had never hit a wall. Sheathing his sword, he asked Butler Choi if he knew why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream was under 50%. An image of Li Cheol standing before a massive mountain flashed in Li Taishan's mind, along with a warning. People lose hope when they hit the wall known as Li Hun-hyun. So what happens to someone who has never faced such a barrier when they finally stand before it? Li Cheol had just finished his fight and dropped his blade onto the grass. How would a kid with zero experience breaking walls react when facing a real one? He lay on the grass, resting his hands on his face, panting heavily. Gritting his teeth, he could not comprehend what had just happened. Did he seriously just die from a single blow? Li Cheol silently analyzed his opponent's style. The fight had ended in a flash. The opponent tricked his senses, holding back on purpose, and then struck from the flank. He sat up abruptly, resting his hands on his legs. That strike completely blindsided him. Had his enemy already figured out every single one of his moves? Li Cheol stared at his trembling hands, thinking to himself that it had been a very long time since he last felt this way. He clenched his fists with deep determination despite that overwhelming sense of hopelessness and knowing he could not win. His chances of winning were pretty slim. Still, Li Cheol reached out and gripped his blade once more. He could not afford to break or quit now. He gripped the sword. Sparks of energy wrapped around his blade. No one in the world understood this feeling better than he did. Li Cheol dashed forward, his mind racing. When you fall to the very bottom of an abyss, the only way out is up. Leaping high into the air, his eyes burned with a fierce light. His relentless efforts would not be in vain. The founder did not show a hint of fear, calmly raising his sword to block. With a simple flick of his blade, the founder sent the boy's head flying. Li Cheol finally understood that the founder was not using any strange magic. In a flash, the founder's hand pierced right through Lee Cheol's body. The secret to his power was pure raw talent. He had found the perfect answer to his own growth. After countless defeats, he finally realized a few things. The founder knew how to act flawlessly in every single moment, guided by pure instinct. Every basic technique served as a rock-solid foundation. This was the ultimate path of his swordsmanship. While Lee Cheol was deep in thought, the founder launched another attack. Startled, Lee Cheol quickly tracked the trajectory of his opponent's sword. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately raised his blade to block a horizontal slash sweeping from left to right. After successfully parrying the blow, a confident smile spread across Lee Cheol's face. Suddenly, blood splattered across the sky. It was unclear whose it was, but next time he would make sure. Under a deep blue sky, leaves and grass swirled everywhere. The two rushed toward each other, their swords clashing on the very first strike. He fought fiercely, refusing to show any weakness during the second clash. The battle raged on with no end in sight. The third clash, then the fourth. Finally, he was matching the founder on equal terms. The founder's gaze grew menacing as his sword ignited with a bright blue aura. The founder slashed directly at Lee Cheol, who dodged the blow in the nick of time. A wide grin broke on Lee Cheol's face after evading that lethal strike. He had finally tapped into his aura. He crouched low, pressing his hand against the ground to build momentum. His unique close combat style was completely unpredictable and free. Lee Cheol switched to another weapon, ready to jump back in. He realized what he was missing. To master every weapon, he needed a rock-solid foundation. After thinking it through, he finally understood the true purpose of the Muhyo Mon. Lee Cheol sprinted forward, thrusting his spear straight at the founder to shatter the wall called self. He gripped his new weapon, realizing he possessed a power even the founder lacked, one he did not even know he had. Lee Cheol recalled Jion's praise, which woke something inside him. She had promised that his magical talent was absolutely extraordinary. Overjoyed, Lee Cheol felt like he had struck gold, silently thanking his aunt. He raised his spear to the sky, channeling every ounce of his energy. Both sides charged at each other again, neither willing to yield. Their weapons clashed with immense force, sending sparks flying everywhere. Suddenly, the ground erupted, sending dust and debris raining down all over. It turned out the wall had been shattered, yet neither of them had any intention of stopping. The wall is completely collapsing. Elsewhere, amid grand mountains and delicate trees, Sanji sits drinking alone and talking to himself. It has been a month since that kid entered Mount Muhine. Before Lee-Taishan, absolutely no one had taken on this trial in 1,000 years. Who would have thought another match after 55 years? He slams his sake glass down on the table, splashing liquid everywhere. Suddenly, the entire house begins to shake, making Sanji furious. What on earth is happening to this mountain now? But then he excitedly jumps straight up. No way. Could it really be him? Sanji happily rushes straight toward the giant gate. He stands directly in front of the solid iron gate. Sanji can no longer hide his sheer excitement. The kid actually managed to beat that crazy trial after all. The iron gate slowly creaks open, sending thick dust flying into the air. Lee Cheol's bright face slowly emerges from the smoke, wearing a highly confident smile. Standing proudly right before Sanji, the boy loudly announces that he has finally returned to the Mountain Guardian. After returning, he immediately hits the hot springs. So how did the trial actually go? The two joke around as they soak. Lee Cheol swears he never wants to go through that nightmare again, but Sanji points out he looks pretty satisfied. Normally, anyone who survives walks out with a completely dead stare, forever changed. Suddenly, Lee Cheol looks down, reflecting quietly that it sounds like everyone before him managed to find their own answers. Suddenly, remembering something, Lee Cheol turns to Sanji and asks if he knows how his dad behaved back then. Sanji looks back at him, asking if he means Lee-Taishan. Sanji pops open a cold beer, chuckling at the boy's curiosity. He asks if Lee Cheol wants to know the very first thing his father said. Mimicking a young Lee-Taishan, Sanji mocks his voice, saying that is enough training, and he is headed back home. Lee Cheol laughs, asking if he just tried to mimic his father, then softly thanks him for everything. The scenery around their outdoor bath is incredibly beautiful, with its deep, clear waters. Sanji jokingly asks if his impression was not amazing, which Lee Cheol instantly denies. But the old man quickly praises him, noting he just conquered the Mount Muhine trial at the youngest age in history. Lee Cheol closes his eyes to relax, smiling softly. He admits he was just lucky to survive after learning so much. Sanji wonders about his next move, asking what he plans to do with his remaining months on the mountain. More training, perhaps. The old man's eyes widen in sheer shock at the response. Lee Cheol simply plans to rest and organize all the new insights he gained. Sanji bursts out laughing, teasing the boy. He jokes that Lee Cheol actually changed a bit if he is finally asking to rest. He asks if the kid is sick or if that weird Dakebi magic did something to his head. As Sanji continues to laugh hysterically, Lee Cheol interrupts, calling out to the Mountain Guardian. Lee Cheol looks incredibly excited as he demands his prize. It is finally time to collect his reward. Lee Cheol brings up an old grudge, causing Sanji's face to darken completely. He asks if Sanji forgot about scaring him last time, making the old man nervously look away. Sanji's expression grows increasingly tense. Lee Cheol reassures him that he is not asking for anything too crazy, but we all know that is a complete lie. Then Lee Cheol's face turns dead serious. He boldly asks to borrow the legendary Dokkaebi club. Sanji completely panics at the absurd request. What? Flailing his arms wildly, Sanji points at Lee Cheol and warns him that the weapon is absolutely not for humans to handle. Lee Cheol calmly reassures him, claiming he only wants to touch it once. Lee Cheol promises that simply touching it once will not cause any harm. Sanji stammers, admitting that while that is true, is still a bad idea. Holding his head in deep frustration, Sanji finally gives in. Fine, whatever. Grudgingly agreeing, Sanji warns the boy that he cannot actually do anything with it anyway. Suddenly, the old man's hand begins to glow with an intense light. A massive spike club appears enveloped in a stunning blue light that is absolutely mesmerizing. As Sanji holds the weapon, Lee Cheol recalls critical details about it from his past life. Sanji reluctantly hands over the heavy spiked club, granting him access for exactly 1 hour. He strictly warns the kid that trying to force its massive power will only cause him a world of trouble. Lee Cheol happily takes the weapon from his hands, thanking the old man. The moment Sanji lets go, the extreme weight of the club pulls it down, slamming heavily onto the ground. Lee Cheol strains with all his might to lift it, but it does not budge. Sanji chuckles, mocking him for not even being able to lift the weapon. Sanji walks away, leaving him to figure things out during his 1 hour of playtime. Lee Cheol panics at the sight, but he knows there is absolutely no turning back now. It takes a lot of effort just to drag the weapon back to his stone room. After struggling to move it, Lee Cheol realizes he had to exhaust his magic just to lift it this much. Lee Cheol stretches his incredibly sore shoulders, knowing this is not even the weapon's true completed form. He carefully looks over the legendary club, a weapon rumored to summon massive tidal storms and level entire mountains with a single swing. If its true power is ever unleashed, it will be a complete disaster. Yeong channels his magic into the Dokkaebi cudgel for one specific reason. Dark energy swirls around the club. If this black aura is simply a part of the weapon, can he absorb it, or does it only work under special conditions? He absolutely has to find out. Suddenly, a roaring voice echoes. "You stubborn fool, what do you think you are doing with that?" The clashing energies cause him to collapse in pain. Enduring the agonizing pain, he clenches his fists to endure it. Yeong never expected to be defeated, so easily blown back by nothing but a single sound. Still, he achieved his goal. If he can read its memories, then absorbing its power is definitely possible. His excitement reaches a whole new level. If he can truly absorb it, he will be able to handle legendary weapons that no human in history has ever managed to wield. The scene shifts. Yeong packs his bag, checking his supplies. Sanji's voice makes him turn around. "No wonder things are so lively down there. Is today finally the day you leave?" "Yes," Yeong replies with a smile. "Today marks exactly 1 year." Sanji gasps in surprise. "Really?" He then pulls out a small pouch. Tossing the pouch up and down like a ball, he leaves Yeong wondering what is inside. The old man laughs, explaining it is salt to ward off bad luck on his journey, leaving Yeong standing there completely speechless. Quickly smiling again, Yeong shows his deep gratitude. "Thank you for everything, master. I will definitely come back to visit you next year." Despite the joking, the old man is sad to see him leave, yet he still teases that returning empty-handed is forbidden. He demands plenty of wine on his next visit, making Yeong sigh at the irony of a man who just threw salt at him. Suddenly, Yeong asks the mountain keeper if he truly finds satisfaction living up here all alone. A wave of sadness washes over Sanji's face. "Why does satisfaction matter? This is my land, and I stay because it belongs to me." He shrugs, explaining that while he seems stuck on this peak, he actually travels out a lot. Where else did Yeong think all his wine and snacks came from? Annoyed, Sanji shoos him away, telling him to leave. Yet Yeong hesitates, saying that while it might not be right now. Yeong pauses, then promises that one day he will bring back the old man's true name. Sanji gasps, completely shocked. "How did you find out?" Long after Yeong departs, the old man stands on the summit, watching him leave. "When the time comes, I will need your help. That boy certainly left a deep impression. What a strange kid." Long ago, a wild Dokkaebi wandered through the 8 districts. A man captured the goblin, scolded him, and then set him free. Unable to accept defeat, the Dokkaebi challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing again, the goblin made 2 oaths. First, to guard the mountain and guide newcomers. Second, to create the Muhyeon dream and choose worthy challengers to test it. He stares thoughtfully into the distance, reflecting on a legend that everyone already knows. Then he recalls his own past, back when he was shoved to the ground by an enemy. The arrogant victor sneered, saying that since he won, Sanji must never cause trouble in the mortal realm again. To seal this, he would take his name. With blank eyes, Sanji watched as the man declared that a name represents a person's essence, binding his soul to him forever. Surprisingly, the villain offered his hand to help him up, showing that maybe it was not entirely a bad thing. In a hypocritical tone, he added that if a child of his bloodline ever returns the name to Sanji, their ancient contract will finally be fulfilled. Sanji sighs deeply. Perhaps it isn't all bad, but is Yuong truly the child destined to fulfill that ancient task? Shrugging it off, he decides to let things run their course since the kid promised to bring back his name anyway. Then he suddenly screams in anger at how the boy just ran off, leaving him behind with a helpless, empty hope. Stomping away, he grumbles that he really should have thrown a lot more salt. By nightfall, Yeung finally arrives at his family estate. He had to stop at Mount Sumu to seal the hukwi, which took up quite a bit of his time. Butler Choi is already waiting by the entrance, welcoming the young master back after their long time apart. He asks if the young master is doing well, while Young looks surprised to see the butler waiting out here. He offers a polite smile, guessing that if the butler is waiting, his father must be calling for him. Butler Choi confirms this, telling the young master to head straight to the main estate while he personally handles carrying his luggage inside. Their quiet footsteps echo through the cold night air. Yuong politely follows the old butler inside. He naturally tries to head down his usual path, but the butler stops him, saying they are taking a different route today. Lee Cheol is left totally surprised by this sudden detour. As he walks along, he realizes this road is incredibly familiar. It hits Lee Cheol that this particular path leads straight to the private training grounds reserved only for the head of the family. Lee Taishin is solemnly drawing his sword, but as he hears footsteps, he turns and notes his son has arrived. Lee Taishin slowly sheathes his blade, showing absolutely no sign of surprise at the young man's presence. He casts a cold glance, noting that he has finally arrived. Lee Cheol bows his head respectfully and asks if his father is doing well. Lee Taishin meets his gaze with a cold stare, commenting that his son seems to have acquired something quite nice lately. Though standing close, the distance between them feels immense as Lee Cheol respectfully replies that seeing his father only reminds him of his own shortcomings. Closing his eyes with a faint smile, Lee Taishin asks if he learned such flattery outside, warning him that he would be disappointed. For the first time, Lee Cheol stands completely stunned in place by his father's sudden lack of harshness, genuinely wondering if his stern parent was actually trying to crack a joke. The butler approaches and bows respectfully to serve the hot tea, and Lee Taishin quietly thanks him for it. He turns back and commands his son to follow him. Steam rises from an incredibly luxurious green jade tea set, filling the room with a rich aroma that easily captivates anyone. Lee Taishin sits down and calmly asks his son how he has been doing. Silently pushing a cup of tea toward Lee Cheol, he interrupts the boy to ask for his genuine feelings rather than a dry report, noting that if he simply wanted a formal debrief, he would not have summoned him for this private chat. Nervously rubbing his hands together to soothe his anxiety, Lee Cheol hesitates before asking if his father truly wants to hear what he honestly thinks about everything. Taking a deep breath, he looks directly into Lee Taishin's eyes and prepares to speak. He stays silent for a moment, feeling incredibly conflicted about this highly unusual conversation. Taking a slow, deliberate sip of his hot tea, Lee Taishin silently reflects on how this is actually his first time ever sitting down with a youth to discuss personal feelings rather than just demanding a strict activity report. Setting the cup down, he calmly notes that his son has clearly not been wasting his time. Lee Cheol offers a humble smile, replying that he could never dare to waste the precious time his father granted him. His father's sudden follow-up question makes him freeze, asking why exactly he arrived back so late today of all days. Lee Taishin watches him closely and listens intently as the young man explains that he only stopped by Mount Sunmu to pay his proper deep respects to their departed ancestors. Lee Cheol sits up straight to avoid showing any weakness under his father's gaze, but the man asks if that was truly everything. Gathering every ounce of courage inside himself, the young boy boldly declares that if this is an issue he must eventually bring up anyway, then he wanted all the clan elders to bear witness to that defining moment. Suddenly, an incredibly heavy pressure weighs down upon the entire room as Lee Taishin sternly asks if achieving such a tiny victory has already made his son this arrogant. An incredibly heavy and oppressive aura surges from Lee Taishin as he demands to know if his son is genuinely standing before him, admitting that he visited the sacred ancestral graves solely to boost his personal reputation. Lee Cheol strains with all his might, fighting to keep from being completely crushed by this massive wave of pressure. In his heart, his mind is fully made up because of Hukuya, knowing he will have to climb Mount Sunmu frequently. He cannot afford to freeze up like this every single time, so he struggles to speak, declaring that he wants to prove his respect through actions and not just words. Sitting up tall, he firmly declares to Lee Taishin that even if the elders view him as a mere child, he still carries the proud blood of the Lee martial arts clan, and he is determined to become a true role model. To his surprise, his father is highly pleased by this. Right before bringing the tea to his lips, the patriarch strictly warns him that while he will forgive this slip-up just this once, he must ensure it does not make him complacent or lazy. Lee Cheol quickly nods in polite submission and offers his sincere apologies. Just as he raises his head, Lee Taishin catches him off guard with another stern question, pointing out that there is still one very critical matter his son has chosen to hide from him. The boy's eyes widen in sheer panic as his father bluntly exposes the truth, stating he remembers granting permission for Jongwason but has absolutely no recollection of authorizing a visit to Muhain Gate. Lee Taishin slowly stands up, reminding him that the only request he made was to train at Jongwason. With a cold demeanor, Lee Taishin walks past his deeply panicked son, sternly declaring that since he dared to deceive his own father, a fitting punishment has already been prepared, ordering him to follow. With a sharp metallic ring, strong hands decisively draw a gleaming silver sword. Pointing the blade directly at him, Lee Taishin coldly orders him to draw out his weapon to see exactly how much he has improved. Standing in the vast freezing hall, father and son square off in a tense confrontation. As the loyal butler hands over a sword, Lee Cheol quietly sighs, finally understanding why his father brought him to this private training ground in the first place. Hesitant to accept the blade, he openly wonders if he can truly showcase everything he has achieved using a standard weapon like that. Lee Cheol falls silent, realizing his father likely knew everything from the very beginning. Making up his mind, he decisively pulls his hand back from the butler's sword. Instead, Lee Cheol reaches into thin air as his personal weapon materializes in a brilliant flash of blue light. Even with his weapon drawn, standing directly across from Lee Taishin makes him feel a bit hesitant. He stares closely at the sword for a brief moment as if recalling some distant memory. Then Lee Taishin's gaze suddenly shifts, turning much sharper as he tells him to step forward. Yellow lightning crackles around the blade the moment Lee Cheol activates his special skill, Demon Eye. Looking straight ahead, Lee Cheol's eyes capture an unbelievable sight that makes his pupils dilate in pure shock. Lee Taishin just stands there perfectly calm and completely unbothered. He cannot detect any mana flow or trace of aura at all. It turns out even his advanced demon eye cannot read his father's presence at all. Lee Cheol's eyes flash with crimson sparks, realizing he does not need to rely on his vision if it only distracts him. He channels immense power into his stance, knowing there is no time for warm-ups when facing his father. The crushing pressure cracks the very ground beneath him. He must put absolutely everything into this first strike. The light on Lee Cheol's sacred sword shifts to the sixth style of his combat stance. His eyes turn completely blue as his pupils vanish and a flash of light tears through the air toward Lee Taishin with his demon-pierced skill. As the attack draws near, his father remains entirely motionless, even though Lee Cheol combined the strike with a freeze aura and gale force. Lee Taishin's eyes remain as calm as a still lake without a single ripple. Lee Cheol wonders if his attack can at least leave some kind of impact even if it fails to reach his father's feet. Only now, under the starlit sky, does Lee Taishin finally begin to move lightly, gripping his sword hilt. In the quiet night, a single razor-sharp slash tears straight through the empty air. It is absolutely wild how Lee Cheol's massive, overwhelming strike is cleanly divided in two by that one effortless swing. A second later, the dark blue light blocking the path shatters into tiny pieces right in midair. Debris flies everywhere across the ruined training ground, and he shields his face as rocks pelt his body. The hall floor cracks open. His father says that is enough. Lee Taishin sternly demands if this is really the best answer he could find after fighting the founder. Lee Cheol stands frozen in place, keeping his face covered. He coughs a few times, catching his breath to answer yes. The family crest featuring a crossed sword represents an incredibly powerful clan holding a unique talent that belongs only to him. He must constantly break down and rebuild that talent to forge a strong, solid foundation that will never falter. Lee Cheol refuses to back down, ready to fight on as he states it is his truest answer. Lee Taishin sees Lee Cheol's resolute gaze and softens his tone, noting that he has chosen a difficult path. Lee Cheol looks deep into his father's stern eyes, promising himself that he will never fall or bow his head. Lee Taishin waves his hand to change the subject, asking how his trial went inside the bloodless dream. Lee Cheol sheathes his sword and admits he cannot easily put it into words. Standing amid the ruined hall, Lee Taishin points out that if he cannot explain it, then it is not truly his yet. He hands his sword back to the butler and asks if that last attack was really his strongest move. Lee Cheol clenches his fists and quietly mutters that he knows. Lee Taishin suddenly turns serious, staring at him with a complex look. Lee Taishin turns on his heel to leave, warning Lee Cheol that since he entered the bloodless dream without permission, showing such a mediocre performance again will result in certain punishment. Lee Cheol bows deeply in tense silence, offering an apology to his father. Suddenly, his father turns back to ask about his future plans, leaving Lee Cheol wide-eyed with surprise. Lee Cheol stands up straight and solemnly explains that he has a request, to which Lee Taishin simply tells him to speak. Gathering up his courage, Lee Cheol explains that while he is supposed to attend the academy's third year, his father already knows that his strength has far surpassed those of a regular student. Lee Cheol pauses when Lee Taishin cuts him off sternly, demanding he get straight to the point. Taking a firm step forward, he declares he wants to experience the wider world. Lee Cheol beats his chest and requests in all seriousness that his father permit him to begin his warrior journey. Lee Taishin casts a skeptical glance, asking if traveling was his goal since first wanting to visit Heaven Mountain. Li Cheol nods firmly, confirming that is correct. Staring at Li Taishan's back, he honestly admits his biggest reason is to push his personal limits and become stronger. Li Taishan lowers his head with a slight frown, warning him that trying to accomplish too many goals at once might one day end up tightening a noose around his neck. Li Cheol bows respectfully to see him off, promising to remember. Yoon narrowed his eyes, falling deep into thought. Was this meant as advice, or was it a warning? His voice carried a touch of sadness. Yes, the martial artist's pilgrimage. Outside the courtyard, the night sky was filled with bright stars. The pilgrimage was the ultimate test for any direct descendant of the Risha clan. They had to survive with absolutely zero family help training until adulthood before finally returning home. No fixed exam existed. But they had to achieve something undeniable. Yan stood quietly in the grand hall, his back looking as if it carried an immense burden. After all, 15 was still incredibly young. Most descendants only began their pilgrimage around 17 or 18. In the deep shadows, only Yan dared to step forward toward the light. This kid was never one to be bound by average standards, having already proven with his own hands that he possessed the raw strength of a 5th-rank martial artist. Behind him, the other children watched his back, seeing his swift rise would surely make them stay on high alert. Taishan turned around, signaling his full support. Very well, he said, I permit you to begin your martial pilgrimage. Yan was so thrilled that his hands clenched tightly behind his back. He had actually succeeded, but his father suddenly paused mid-sentence, sending a quick wave of anxiety through him. With an imposing and majestic air, Taishan raised his voice. There are 2 conditions. It was a crisp, clear morning at the administrative headquarters of the Risha family. Taehong waved his hand enthusiastically, calling out with a bright smile. You've worked hard, nephew. Squeezing Yeon's cheeks playfully, the uncle laughed loudly when asked if he was well. I'm always doing great. Taehong finally let go of Yeon, commenting on how much taller the boy had grown lately. Their voices echoed through the room before the uncle realized they were still standing, quickly urging Yeon to take a seat as he sat down himself. He asked if Yeon wanted a drink, but the boy shook his head politely in refusal. Flashbacks hit of how much food his nanny had just forced him to stuff down earlier. He recalled having to beg his nanny to stop feeding him, explaining that his stomach was literally about to burst after such a massive meal. No wonder he couldn't possibly eat anything else now. Yoon studied his uncle's face and gently noted how exhausted he looked, making the older man rub his head and laugh about his heavy workload. To Taehong's surprise, the young master suddenly stood up and announced he had brought a gift. Yoon placed a simple wooden box on the table, explaining it held an elixir pill. He refined himself. His uncle eagerly snatched the box, absolutely delighted to hear that the pill would boost his vitality and mana control for weeks. He cheered, calling Yeon the only family member who truly cared about him. Opening it revealed a single black pill, releasing a fresh scent reminiscent of a pine forest after a heavy rain. Yeon proudly mentioned that even the legendary Mountain Keeper had praised its high quality, which instantly sparked his uncle's immense curiosity about the source. Yoon urged him to try it right away, prompting Taehong to quickly pull out the pill. He brought it to his lips, musing that if even an elf praised it, the effects must be incredible. Taehong opened his mouth slowly, popping the pill inside. Yeon watched his uncle's every movement, letting out a satisfied smile the moment the medicine was swallowed. Taehong closed his eyes, feeling a warm sensation surge through every single cell. Not gonna lie, this elixir is the real deal. It felt as if a bright light was clearing out all of his meridians. Meditating with his mana under its influence would easily yield several times the usual results. He slowly opened his eyes, absolutely stunned. Highly impressed, the uncle noted it was practically a divine elixir that worked unbelievably fast. When he asked if Yeon had truly crafted it himself, the boy eagerly nodded with pride. Taehong stroked his chin, thoughtfully asking if Yeon still remembered the exact recipe. With sparkling eyes, Yeon confirmed he did, adding that even the rarest ingredients could be easily substituted. Taehong cradled the small wooden box in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. He lowered his voice, telling Yeon to keep the recipe a total secret for now. Once he grew up, this knowledge could be used to his advantage in countless ways. Feeling incredibly touched, Yeon smiled. His uncle always put him first, and he would definitely need his support later. Taehong ruffled his hair with a hearty laugh, joking about being used by his own nephew but gladly agreeing to help when the time came. Pulling his hand back, Taehong remembered a rumor asking if Yeon was truly going on his pilgrimage. Yeon was genuinely surprised that this news had managed to travel so fast. Taehong lowered his head in worry, noting that the decision would spark massive controversy. Knowing Yeon would face intense judgment broke his heart. People would certainly claim he benefited from immense favoritism, and since nobody dared to touch his powerful father, all of their resentment would target the poor boy. Setting the box down, he explained that the pilgrimage required more than just the clan leader's permission. Yoon would also need direct approval from all the elders. His expression turned uncharacteristically grave as he pointed out the elders disliked Yeon, advising him to just sit this one out. Yeon lowered his gaze, explaining he had already anticipated these issues, which was exactly why his father set a condition. He simply couldn't believe it, but Yeon nodded in confirmation. Placing his hands forward, Yeon looked at him with absolute seriousness, and for that, I need your help. Yeon swings the door open with a cheerful grin, excited to finally be back after all this time. He stretches his arms and whispers to himself, ready to start with a gentle warm-up. Suddenly, Yeon glances toward the door with a completely helpless look, muttering that she has already arrived. Gyeonghwa throws the door open excitedly, calling out to her favorite little kid. But a split second later, her fiery anger flares up as she grits out every single word. Gyeonghwa grabs his neck and shakes him wildly, screaming at him to visit his aunt first, you ungrateful brat. Yeon's face turns pale and he hoarsely explains he was just too busy to drop by unannounced. Letting go of his neck, she huffs that she already knows he visited his older brother first. Rubbing his throat, Yeon sighs and explains that it was strictly official business, though he honestly felt like he almost died. Gyeonghwa crosses her arms, turning away with a pout as she grumbles that he always has an excuse. She adds that he is already running off on another mission when he barely even got back. But then, and you are not ready for this, her voice suddenly softens, catching Yeon completely off guard. Gyeonghwa reaches up on her tiptoes to pat his head, cooing in a sweet voice that her dear boy has truly grown. His mana has nearly doubled and his internal pathways have become incredibly sturdy. Yeon honestly reports that his previous aura skills are fully mastered, making her eyes light up. Delighted, she asks if it's true, confirming he has officially stepped into the third tier of mana. Flexing her arm to show off her muscles with a laugh, Gyeonghwa says she has prepared a special gift for her favorite kid. She has finalized the chants for all his other aura skills, urging him to try them out. But Yeon politely declines, instantly ruining her excitement as he apologizes and admits that now is a very difficult time to do so. He softly explains the reason, pointing out that his schedule will become extremely busy starting today. Footsteps echo from the doorway as a familiar voice remarks that the two of them are still as close as ever. A man pushes the door open and steps inside, his quiet footsteps carrying a steady, clear weight. Myeongjong walks in with a warm smile and Gyeonghwa immediately greets him as her eldest brother. But she immediately shifts to teasing him, complaining that he always puts on acts about being too busy. Pointing a finger at Myeongjong, Gyeonghwa yells, demanding to know why this absolute fraud is suddenly here to train their little brother. He rubs his head awkwardly, defending himself by pointing out how busy he truly was and reminding her that he still helped organize those skill chants. Watching them bicker, Yeon sighs to himself, realizing just how serious this is if his incredibly busy brother had to lend a hand. Myeongjong turns to him, explaining that their aunt's rare materials actually benefit his own cultivation. Yeon can only offer a forced smile, agreeing that it sounds like a perfect arrangement. Shifting gears, Yeon quickly changes the subject, asking his brother how he has been doing lately. Myeongjong's face turns serious, his voice dropping low as he tells Yeon he is fine, but there is a catch. He suddenly pulls Yeon into a playful headlock, demanding to know why he secretly headed to Mount Cheonbi without saying a word. Yeon quickly apologizes, explaining his brother was away on a busy mission at the time. Still rubbing his head, Myeongjong adds that upon returning, Yeon even got himself personally summoned by their father. Meanwhile, in a different room, faint streams of sunlight pierce through the door cracks, casting a solemn glow. Lee Tae-hong writes diligently in the quiet room, asking Myeongjong to take over, teaching the clan's basic martial arts to his younger brother. Stunned by his father's request, Myeongjong can only stare back blankly and ask for confirmation. Keeping his head down, Lee Tae-hong quietly notes that learning from a brother is much easier than facing the elders. Lee Tae-hong looks up and studies his elegant face, noticing his deep contemplation with a faint trace of amusement, even though Myeongjong usually does not care about such matters. After a brief silence, Myeongjong bows his head deeply, accepting the task before heading out. He turns to leave, but just as his hand reaches for the door handle, he suddenly pauses. From behind, Lee Tae-hong warns him to brace himself, his eyes never leaving his work. Myeongjong turns back halfway and bows respectfully, offering his gratitude. As he steps through the door, his mind drifts back to the mythical bloodless dream. A technique even he was never allowed to try, yet his brother has already progressed this far. A proud smile plays on his lips as he finally realizes why he was chosen to teach Yoon the basics. He figures it is a clever plan to make him observe his brother and find his own motivation. Or perhaps, just as Lee Tae-hong intended, it is to spark a healthy competition between them. Shaking off his doubts, Myeongjong decides that the only way to know for sure is to face his brother directly. While rubbing Yeon's head, he suddenly pauses, wondering if it will take 15 years or maybe even less for his brother to catch up. Noticing his brother's intense stare, Yeon speaks up, thanking him for taking the time to help despite his busy schedule. To ease his mind, Myeongjong chuckles and says that among all the certified grandmasters, he is currently the only one with free time. This absolute transmission represents the complete foundational arts and secret techniques of the esteemed Martial Lee clan sect, Only those who master every single skill receive this prestigious certification, which also serves as a crucial condition set by their father for any warrior seeking to truly inherit the sect's ultimate martial path. Yoon suddenly raises a question asking why his eldest brother is personally training him when the sect's elders are still available. Myung-jong doesn't answer right away, instead asking if Yeong really believes they could fully inherit the family's true teachings. He then starts listing out the nightmare scenarios that could happen, like getting dragged into countless petty dirty schemes, being ambushed during the naming ceremony, facing underhanded sabotage in advancement battles, and being assigned to the absolute lowest trainee class in the entire academy. Hearing that, Yeong repeatedly bows and thanks his brother while Myung-jong pats his shoulder with a smile, saying right, of course. Outside, he acts cheerful, but a brief hint of sadness fills his eyes as he wonders how his little brother has already grown this much. Staring at Yeong's handsome, mature face, Myung-jong remembers how in the past, whenever he focused, he could easily see right through the mana flow within the boy's body. But thinking about his brother's current state, Myung-jong feels a pang of disappointment. Now he can't even begin to read him anymore. Brushing aside that small seed of jealousy, Myung-jong ruffles Yeong's hair with an encouraging smile, telling him that even if he gets surpassed, he won't mind at all. After all, as the eldest brother, he still wants to be the one his siblings look up to forever. Their intimate conversation completely shuts out Kyung-hwa, forcing her to clear her throat and cut and asking what they are doing. Kyung-hwa then jumps up angrily, shouting if they really plan on whispering like that while an adult is trying to talk to them. Myung-jong flails his hands in a panic, begging his aunt to please calm down. Annoyed, she stomps away, complaining that no one even bothered to stop her, while Yeong just casually watches her go, noting that they will see each other tonight anyway. Pouting, Kyung-hwa retorts, asking if he is not supposed to be training, which probably means practicing until the middle of the night again. To sweet-talk her, Yeong quickly explains that regular training is one thing, but researching with his aunt is a completely different matter. He showers her with high praise, making her cheeks turn bright red as he adds that he would never dare miss a chance to study magic with a world-class genius like her, begging her to wait just a little bit longer. The flattery instantly works, and she smugly replies that as a world-renowned aunt, she will naturally show some generosity and overlook this little delay. Kyung-hwa waves goodbye and runs off cheerily, yelling that since everything is clear, she will be on her way now. And no, it is definitely not, because her favorite drama is about to start. Yeong waves back, wishing his aunt a safe walk home. Once she is finally gone, Yeong lets out a massive sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Myung-jong draws his sword, announcing that their real training can finally begin. He slowly draws his blade calmly, saying, "Well then." Holding the blade level with his eyes, Myung-jong glares with intense focus, his deep voice ringing out as he says that to fulfill the tasks their father assigned. Yoon's expression instantly tightens up his serious gaze, locking directly onto his older brother. Gripping his sword, Myung-jong sternly declares that he will personally train him with the utmost rigor. For 7 grueling days at the Sungmu camp, Young trains relentlessly under his brother's strict instruction, practicing basic and simple fundamentals. Through it all, Myung-jong keeps an icy, unyielding expression, completely unfazed, even as a sharp practice sword thrusts straight toward his face. Meanwhile, Young is pouring every ounce of his strength into the fight, gritting his teeth as he drives his sword straight toward his brother's face. With just one hand, Myung-jong easily deflects Young's weapon right out of his grip, proving that the window to absorb martial arts and combat knowledge is incredibly brief. Their actual practice focuses heavily on conserving energy, with rest breaks only lasting long enough for him to catch his breath. This brutal training session leaves him completely exhausted, pushing him through a high-stakes sparring match that feels just like a real battle. Stepping forward, Myung-jong tells him that instead of useless explanations, engraving the lessons directly onto his body is much more effective. Glancing at Yeong's glowing red eyes, he asks if he is using his magic eyes to track him, then challenges him to push past his limits. That provocative challenge immediately fires up his spirit, and Yeong forcefully stabs his sword deep into the dirt. He uses the hilt like a cane to pull himself back up, gritting through the absolute exhaustion racking his body. Instantly digging his heels in, Yeong charges forward with such force that smoke and gravel kick up from beneath his boots. Letting out a powerful roar, Yeong unleashes a massive burst of speed and dashes straight at his opponent. As his blade comes crashing down, Myung-jong effortlessly blocks it, realizing that although Yeong can track the flow with his magic eyes, his body still cannot keep up with his mind. Closely tracking Yeong's fiery gaze and each desperate strike, Myung-jong immediately pinpoints his fatal errors, explaining that forcing a swing from such a structurally impossible angle is putting a massive painful strain on both his muscles and joints. Myung-jong asks in a calm yet incredibly sharp tone, "You thought that was too much for you, did you not?" Before Yeong can process those words, Myung-jong blitzes him, adding that the bodies of the Sungmu lineage are far stronger than he could ever imagine. He freezes as the sword tip stops exactly between his eyes, his mind reeling as he realizes what this legendary body is truly capable of. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly accelerates, deflecting Myung-jong's blade away while desperately commanding his own physical body to move. Myeongjong is utterly shocked by this sudden adaptation, realizing his brother has already closed the gap to this unbelievable level. Clenching his fist, he mutters to himself about how incredibly fast Yeong is learning since he was never a child capable of such complex movements. Turning away with a slight prickle of jealousy, Myeongjong wonders if this is the deep insight his brother gained from the bloodless dream trial, a secret zone even he was never permitted to enter. Rolling up his sleeves, his voice drops to a calm register since Yeong can actually keep up. It is time to turn up the heat. Flash of a wild grin, his friendly invitation completely clashes with his deadly combat stance as he dares his brother to see just how far he can chase him. Yeong immediately drops into his own stance, his eyes narrowing as he realizes that his brother is absolutely not holding back anymore. After surviving an exhausting exchange of blows, Myeongjong finally lowers his weapon, announcing that today's brutal session is officially over. Rubbing the back of his neck, he chuckles awkwardly, "My bad." Looking at the floor riddled with craters, while Yeong sits there panting heavily, he admits he might have gone a bit overboard. Exhausted but wearing a wide grin, the young warrior gasps that real training is supposed to feel like this. Lee Myeongjong reaches out a hand to help him up, smiling. Pulling Yeong up, Lee Myeongjong gently asks if he finally grasped the feeling. Yeong naturally chuckles, asking if his senior didn't say the Sungmu family bloodline is built incredibly tough anyway. Now that the secret knowledge is sinking in, he realizes the Sungmu family physiology is truly built different. Their bones are as resilient as steel cables, while their muscles stretch like dense rubber. Staring down at his own palms, Yeong quietly murmurs that a resilient body like this only grows exponentially stronger with every single brutal training session he survives. Clenching his fist tight, he looks up and explains that because his body can withstand intense pressure, he can push past any normal limit. That is where his core foundation truly begins. Lee Myeongjong grins warmly, noting that Yeong's quick realization is already showing in his actual combat footwork. The sudden praise makes Yeong scratch his head in embarrassment humbly, claiming it took a solid week of non-stop torture just to learn this much, so he is still pretty weak. Hearing that humility triggers a tiny flash of envy in Lee Myeongjong. After all, most disciples spend months just learning the basics, making this kid an absolute prodigy. Turning to leave, Lee Myeongjong praises him one last time, advising him to visit the clan infirmary to patch up his fresh scrapes. He scoops up his heavy robe, casually draping it over his shoulder. With a firm pat on the shoulder, Lee Myeongjong schedules their next intense session for tomorrow. Yeong bows politely, explaining that he plans on staying behind to review everything they practiced. Lee Myeongjong walks away, leaving the young warrior with a final warning not to push himself too hard. Alone at last, Yeong lets out a massive sigh of relief, finally dropping the tough guy act as pure exhaustion takes over. Staring at his calloused palms, once again a strange realization washes over him: they are almost identical. He tightly grips his sword once more to practice the core basics of the Unbound, a unique martial system built entirely on fluidly cycling through endless, highly unpredictable forms. He recalls how Lee Myeongjong effortlessly slipped past every single strike, utilizing the Sungmu family's core focus of pushing their superior biology to its absolute limits. Comparing those concepts to Lee Myeongjong's blindingly fast attacks, a chill runs down his spine. The underlying technical patterns of both styles are almost identical. Breaking down the movements in his mind, he spots the core difference. The family basics focus entirely on the physical body as the center of power. Their style flows from the shoulders down to the wrists, whereas the Unbound system channels that force directly into the weapon itself. This deep connection makes learning the family basics surprisingly easy. It even gets him wondering, could these two completely different styles share the exact same origin? Staring into empty space with a solemn gaze, he dives deeper into his deductions. He vividly recalls seeing an ancient warrior with distinct Sungmu physical traits within the Unbound memories, proving their deep connection is completely real. Yeong unconsciously clenches his fist as a wave of frustration washes over him, realizing he has stumbled onto a massive ancient secret in the most unexpected place. A spark of anticipation lights up his eyes as he lets out a quiet chuckle, whispering to himself that time is about to fly by. Meanwhile, the high-ranking elite of the Sungmu clan gather in the head elder's solemn meeting hall. Inside the quiet, tense room, the heavy wooden doors suddenly creak open as deliberate footsteps echo inside. Cho-gang strides in, offering a hoarse, casual apology for his late arrival. The old elder glares over at Lee Tae-hong, mockingly asking what could have possibly brought the incredibly busy head manager to a meeting like this. Remaining perfectly calm, Lee Tae-hong replies that since he usually misses these gatherings due to work, he figured it was finally time to make a rare appearance. Cho-gang slowly picks up his teacup, nodding with a quiet grunt. He then smoothly shifts the subject, asking if the manager heard about the illegitimate youngest son initiating his official warrior's march. An elder immediately slams his fist on the table in pure fury, while the man beside him bellows that letting a filthy, illegitimate brat undergo the sacred warrior's march is an absolute insult to their clan's ancient traditions. Li Tehong sits in absolute silence as the angry elders rave about how that arrogant brat personally petitioned the clan leader demanding to take on the trial, simply because he managed to survive the brutal heavenly demon mountain. Chogang slams his teacup down hard, his voice trembling as he barely suppresses his growing rage, telling the room that they have all completely misunderstood the situation. He explains that the clan leader never made a final ruling, leaving the decision entirely up to their elder council. The other elders instantly perk up eagerly, suggesting that they should just take this golden opportunity to reject the boy's petition and end this absolute farce once and for all. Stroking his long gray beard, Chogang warns them that things are not nearly that simple. Visualizing the fierce way the boy fights, the head elder continues. The clan leader confirmed that the kid's combat strength is already on par with a 5th-class warrior. On top of that, he survived the bloodless dream, meaning they have absolutely no valid excuse to deny him. Staring into the distance, his eyes gleam with malice as he notes that to stop this illegitimate brat from ruining their sacred traditions, they must establish a completely airtight excuse. Raising his voice, he asks if anyone has a clever plan to handle this problem. Suddenly, a single hand slowly rises at the back of the room. Li Tehong stands up from his seat, calmly asking for permission to speak. Yang knows from his memories that Li Tehong is a strict neutralist who absolutely refuses to take sides or play their dirty clan politics. He clearly remembers the hostile, glaring eyes the elders always directed at Li Tehong. To those greedy old men, a neutral who refuses to take sides is just a self-righteous hypocrite who pretends to be clean. Young figures that because Li Tehong actually showed up today, the elders will immediately assume he's only there to defend the kid because they both share the exact same illegitimate background. He curses silently, and Li Tehong knows it too. Their thinking is so incredibly shallow that anyone can see right through them. They are nothing but a bunch of cheap snakes pretending to be mighty dragons. The images of the trials flash through Yeon's mind, 3 brutal exams that the direct line of the Sungmu family must endure. The Iron Selection, the Naming Right, and the Warrior's Path. Only those who pass all 3 will secure key positions in the clan. He imagines documents fluttering in the wind, realizing they will be granted endless privileges and authorities. They would even get a voice in crucial family meetings, which basically means they will be treated with the same immense respect as one of the clan elders. Li Tehong reaches into his pocket as if searching for something. Yeon, deep in thought, wonders how those short-sighted old geezers who are completely obsessed with pure bloodlines could ever willingly accept such a massive change. Li Tehong suddenly freezes, a realization hitting him. Wait a minute, could this brat have brought the secret medicine along just to pull off this exact move? Li Tehong lets out a heavy sigh, his mind jumbled. Cheol, he mutters in his head, I honestly do not know if this is the right thing to do. Li Tehong raises his hand, speaking up with a dead serious expression. Would you gentlemen mind if I shared a few words on this matter? Looking highly skeptical, Chogang asks him if the chief administrator is actually speaking up. Closing his eyes and wrinkling his face, Chogang remarks that he heard the chief is quite close to that concubine's son. Hearing those words, Li Tehong knows they are laced with poison. Yet keeping a bright smile on his face, he smoothly replies that he could never bring himself to hate someone who has worked that incredibly hard. He hesitates, then adds that he simply thinks they went a bit too far this time. Curious, the old man asks him what he means by that. Li Tehong states his mind plainly. The child has the right title, but they cannot just ignore their sacred traditions and protocols. The youngest must learn that he cannot always get his way in this world. Chogang shoots back with a sharp, loaded question, noting he always thought the chief administrator absolutely despised rigid traditions and protocols. Seeing the old man's utter shamelessness, Li Tehong curses him silently, realizing he is dealing with a real cunning fox. Yet he maintains his polite smile and calmly replies that he understands their importance, but as a practical man, he only worries that rigid rules might bind their hands too tightly. Chogang nods as if he completely understands, saying he gets exactly what the chief is trying to say. The old man turns his head slightly, asking what kind of alternative the chief actually has in mind. He speaks up calmly, breaking it down. If the Elders' Council lacks a solid reason to oppose this, they can simply manufacture one. It is really not that complicated. Li Tehong's voice rings out clear and loud. After all, their most convincing excuse is that the youngest has never once proven his actual strength to anyone. Chogang looks at him, deeply puzzled, and asks if the family head did not already recognize him as a 5th-tier warrior. Li Tehong quickly counters, asking if the patriarch would ever actually prove that. The elder gasps in genuine surprise, caught off guard by the chief's unwavering, firm stance. Li Tehong clasps his hands together, pausing before proposing his next move. Grinding his teeth, he curses that crafty brat in his mind, telling him to handle this himself. With a serious face, Li Tehong explains they just need to set the stage for him to prove his worth. Chogang asks, in surprise, highly skeptical. Set the stage? Are you suggesting a duel? Feeling the concerned stares of the elders around him, Li Tehong confirms it, confident that judging by the kid's past behavior, he would never back down. The old man asks who he should face. Someone who recently completed the warrior's journey would be ideal, but with the 7th young master Jae-hyun's proud nature, he would never agree to such a match. An image of Seona's terrifying cold smile and the sharp dagger in her hand flashes in Cho-gang's mind. He wonders if it should be the 6th lady instead. Lee Tae-hong replies instantly as if it is the most obvious choice. Indeed, Seon-ah is perfect for this. If you are worried, we can simply place limits on her during the fight. Cho-gang looks up silently, agreeing with his proposal. It is actually a pretty solid plan, he admits. Recalling her angry face from before, he remembers Lady Byok mentioning that the 6th young lady has always harbored a deep burning hatred toward that concubine's son. Cho-gang shares his opinion, admitting this approach is not bad at all. He then turns to the others, asking what the other elders think of the idea. With all eyes on Cho-gang, the other elders quickly agree that the plan sounds pretty good. Seeing the majority on board, the remaining elders go along with it, deciding that if the chief elder agrees, it must be fine, officially wrapping up the meeting. As he turns to leave, a sudden voice from behind makes Lee Tae-hong look back in curiosity. It is Cho-gang thanking him for his hard work today. The old man slowly approaches him against the light, his entire silhouette completely swallowed by the darkness. With a sly grin, he praises him, saying he seems to have completely misunderstood the chief, all this time wondering what brought on such a sudden, insightful perspective. Lee Tae-hong humbly replies that he merely acted on his previous words. Cho-gang solemnly answers that he understands the chief's deep loyalty to the clan. Suddenly, the old man slams his staff onto the floor, calling out to the chief. With the light exposing his features, Cho-gang directly exposes Lee Tae-hong's little act, warning him that when putting on a show, the smallest details matter most. Hearing this, Lee Tae-hong simply responds with a highly mysterious, knowing smile. Lee Tae-hong chuckles warmly and scratches his head in feigned embarrassment, acting completely clueless about what the elder means. But Cho-gang's very next words make him instantly freeze. His chilling gaze and tone carry a heavy weight. Walking past him, Cho-gang calmly reveals the truth, noting that while everyone calls him a concubine's son, only the chief insists on calling him the youngest. His voice echoes from afar, yes, indeed. 3 weeks slowly pass by, and the training continues at the Sungmu dojo. Young slowly draws his sword softly, muttering to himself, it seems today will finally be the last time. Myeong-jong half-jokingly asks how he can still talk so big after getting beaten to a pulp yesterday. Yang speaks up with complete confidence. His senior must have already felt it as well. Myeong-jong steps into his stance and challenges him, then go ahead and show me what you have got. Instantly, Myeong-jong lunges straight at Yeong with his sword raised high, ready to strike. The exact moment Myeong-jong unleashes his strike, Yeong manages to raise his blade and block it. Yeong channels his strength to deflect his opponent's descending sword. Laughing with pure excitement, Myeong-jong praises him, excellent, keep that exact stance. Myeong-jong swings down once more, but Yeong remains completely calm as he blocks the heavy blow. Yeong's eyes widen in sheer amazement. His sixth senses and magic eye superhuman perceptions awakened through training allow him to easily read the entire trajectory of the sword's style. Overflowing with confidence, he realizes he can easily block absolutely everything. Both fighters charge straight at each other, their intense killing intent filling the air. The explosive impact of their clash cracks the ground beneath them, sending debris flying in all directions. The heavy force sends Myeong-jong stumbling backward, and Yeong also gets thrown back, tumbling hard onto the ground. Suddenly, Myeong-jong laughs. Sweeping his hair back, he asks if Yeong has already mastered the basics. It took him 3 whole months, yet Yeong is an absolute genius. He quietly watches the young man sitting on the ground, tracking his progress. It took 1 week to feel it, 2 to adapt, and 33 days to fully master it. Offering a helping hand to the bewildered young man, Myeong-jong praises him for always finding a way to surprise him. Myeong-jong eagerly declares he will personally test him, and honestly, we are about to see how strong he really is. He further senses that Yeong has not only mastered the basic arts, but also unlocked something entirely new. Yeong smiles softly back, admitting that absolutely nothing can be hidden from his wise senior. Yeong explains he is currently developing his own unique way of circulating energy, prompting Myeong-jong to happily offer his assistance. Looking up with genuine gratitude, Yeong replies that he would be incredibly thankful for his senior's guidance. Dead of night blankets, a barren, eerie forest where the skeletal trees do not have a single leaf. A hand tightly grips a utility knife as a sarcastic voice mutters about how those pathetic, useless fools keep trying to act so tough. Siuna stands there, unbothered with the beasts she easily slaughtered lying at her feet, complaining about how boring it is. Reflecting on everything, Sione is consumed with frustration. It is all because of that absolute bastard that she is stuck doing these tedious missions. Sion leisurely steps through the muddy puddles on the ground. Walking along, she grumbles that her mother is still boiling with rage and all of it is his fault. Suddenly, the massive beast behind her begins to move. Sione instantly senses that the creature is closing in. The monster lunges from behind with its massive jaws wide open. She doesn't even flinch. CNA only calmly utters a single word, therefore. A bright flash of crimson light erupts. The utility knife flies right out of her hand, embedding itself straight into the monster's head. With a terrifyingly cold glare, two of her fingers still burning with a tiny flame, she growls under her breath. I already told you that I am incredibly bored right now. Sione gently flicks her hand, and the utility knife stuck deep inside the monster's head immediately begins to vibrate. The blade smoothly pulls itself out of the dead creature's skull. Gripping the utility knife, she silently reflects on the fact that this is already her 21st mission. Siune grinds her teeth as anger wells up inside, and every single task has been a tedious chore like wiping out herds of monsters. Turning her back to leave, Sione silently calculates she normally completes 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. But now that the 5-year agreement is over, her return to the clan means that arrogant bastard will return too. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows behind her, respectfully calling out a greeting to the 6th young lady. Sione glares back with overwhelming authority and commands him to state his identity immediately. The messenger quickly introduces himself as Janguk from the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Clan. Squinting, she skeptically questions if they are truly with the Black Sword Clan. Siona demands to know what business the Patriarch Squad has there. Janguk immediately gives a clear answer, stating he is carrying a message straight from the Patriarch himself. Hearing this, she immediately asks if it came from that arrogant bastard. Siona throws her head back, laughing in a wild, completely unhinged way. She swings her blade, plunging it deep into the tree trunk beside her. Siona bows her head, squeezing out each bitter word, whispering that the timing is perfect because he is officially marching straight to his own grave. Letting out a sarcastic laugh, she mockingly remarks that their patriarch is certainly not someone to be underestimated, is he? Her eyes snap wide with absolute resolve as she commands him to tell his master she received the message, and Janguk quickly bows, replying, "Yes, milady." Siona twists her knife deeper into the wood, sending sparks flying as she grins in pure excitement, saying she's absolutely looking forward to this. Eyes rolled back and teeth gritted, she fiercely vows to herself that she will personally crush him into the very depths of the lion abyss. The next day, inside a quiet, peaceful room, Yang slides the door open, stepping inside with an apologetic look as he explains he is sorry for being late because his training ran a bit long. Li Taehong chuckles warmly, pointing out that since Yang has already mastered all the basic skills, there should be nothing left to practice, but Yang quickly answers that he still wanted to test a few things out. Getting straight to the point, the master mentions that the official schedule is out and they need to have a quick discussion about it. Yang squints with a gentle smile, telling Li Taehong that he would have come to see him anyway once the official notice dropped. The master lets out a heavy sigh, looking completely helpless. Li Taehong looks at him solemnly, asking if he is not worried at all, making Yang sheepishly ask what there is to fear. Yang speaks up with total confidence, assuring him that everything is actually playing out exactly as he planned. The memory of his conversation with Li Taishan flashes in his mind, recalling how his father agreed to his warrior journey but set 2 strict conditions. Memories of training with his brother flash in Yong's mind, making him realize how fortunate he was. The first condition was mastering all basic martial arts, which he luckily wrapped up in no time thanks to his brother's guidance and his own mana control techniques. But he knows that the second condition is the real hurdle. Back then, his father had sternly told Yang that he must convince the Council of Elders. Looking completely blank, Yang begged Li Taishan to explain how he could possibly pull that off. His father answered honestly, telling him he could use any method necessary because without their approval, his warrior journey is dead in the water. But realistically, with Yang's current low standing, swaying the decisions of the stubborn Council of Elders is next to impossible. After agonizing over it, Yang finally came up with a brilliant plan, deciding to craft a situation that gives him the ultimate advantage. The vivid memory of the moment he cracked the puzzle suddenly plays out in his mind. Yang chuckles, proudly wearing a smug grin as he recalls using his own strength as an excuse to arrange a duel with his 6th senior sister. Turning his gaze toward Li Taehong with eager anticipation, Yang explains he came to ask him to pull some strings. If everything goes according to plan, the Council of Elders will have absolutely no excuse to reject his request, hoping that luck is on their side. In his mind, the image of placing his next chess piece appears as he thinks that this is his chance to forge his own path. He knows that turning a bad situation around is a vital skill for anyone entering the political arena, meaning this ordeal itself is a crucial part of his growth. Li Taehong's voice suddenly snaps him out of his deep thoughts with the elder, admitting he simply cannot understand how Yang can stay so incredibly calm. Yang answers honestly without hiding a thing, saying it is because he trusts his uncle to have prepared everything perfectly, but Li Taehong immediately snaps back that that is not what he meant. Concern washes over Li Taehong's face as he slowly voices his thoughts, mentioning he heard that Yang and that girl do not get along at all. He questions Yang, pointing out that given Seona's hostile personality, even a simple spar will not end peacefully, so why on earth did he choose her of all people? In a sudden outburst, Yang slams the table and raises his voice, declaring he has a debt to settle with his 6th sister. Not backing down, Li Taihong immediately fires back that this personal grudge is exactly what has him so worried. Standing up, the master demands to know why he cannot just settle this score later instead of recklessly throwing himself into such a massive disadvantage right now. Li Taihong clenches his fist tightly, his voice sharp and firm, clarifying that it is not that he doubts Yong's ability to win. He slowly sits back down. Holding his head in his hands, Li Taihong falls into deep thought, confessing his deepest fear is that Yong will end up getting severely hurt by his own sister. Yong stares intently at his master, realizing his uncle genuinely cares for him, leaving him to wonder if he should reveal his secrets to Uncle Cheon or just let things play out. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Yong quietly thanks him for worrying. Images of Siona and council leader Korang flash vividly in his mind, knowing his sister will definitely try to tear him down at any cost, and the council of elders will jump at any chance to completely restrict him. Clenching his fist, Yong reminds himself that this upcoming duel is about far more than just securing permission for his warrior journey. Standing up, he reassures Li Taihong, admitting that while losing would cause serious trouble, his uncle should not worry. With absolute certainty and zero hesitation, Yong declares that no matter what happens, he will walk away victorious. It was a brilliant morning at the PAX Stadium. The Elder Council acted fast, pushing the paperwork through to accelerate the duel. Within moments, they finalized the venue, the central arena. Behind tightly locked doors, this grand arena stood ready. It was Sumu's largest training ground, the very place that once hosted the sacred succession ceremony. Li Cheol stood fully dressed, staring out the window. He always knew they would never settle this matter quietly. He let out a helpless sigh. It didn't take a genius to know the head of the Elder Council was behind this. With the arena ready, Li Cheol analyzed the layout. The central arena's towering stands completely encircled the stage, a blatant setup to humiliate him publicly and crush his spirit before the fight. He kept his eyes shut, letting out a slow breath. None of that actually mattered to him. Someone quietly slipped into the room, but Li Cheol remained deeply lost in his own thoughts. Li Jianghua peeked in shyly, her voice barely a whisper, as she called out to the boy. She looked uneasy. Li Cheol watched her, wondering why his aunt had been wearing that strained expression all morning. He stepped closer, calmly asking why she looked so troubled. Li Jianghua nervously wrung her hands, hesitating before muttering that it was nothing at all. Her eyes stayed glued to the floor. Li Cheol studied her face, pointing out she had been acting like this all day. Li Jianghua forced the words out, her voice rising as she confessed her deep hatred for the clan's constant underhanded schemes. Li Cheol listened quietly. Li Jianghua's frustration grew as she added that she also despised the dark whispers that always followed them. Clutching her skirt, Li Jianghua laid out the harsh reality: the sixth lady was a rank 4 warrior while he had only just reached rank 5. The gap between those tiers was an absolute abyss. Nodding in understanding, Li Cheol noted that this was exactly why the sixth lady's mana had been sealed, preventing her from using her ultimate techniques. Li Jianghua kept her head low, quietly admitting that she was already well aware of that fact. Her hands began to tremble as sheer panic took over. What if he actually ended up losing, she worried. She clutched her head, consumed by dread. If only she had taught him just a bit more magic. Her eyes darted around in panic as she raised her voice, repeating that she should have tried harder to guide him. Pushed to her absolute limit, she cried out, wishing they had reported the matter of the Boundless to the clan much sooner. Li Jianghua snapped out of her panic, freezing instantly when a sudden voice called out to her to stop. Kawara stepped into the room with a bright smile, reassuring her that the young master would succeed just like he always did. Gently taking Li Jianghua's hand, Kawara smiled and suggested that as the young master's master, she should be offering him some warm words of encouragement instead. Li Jianghua's eyes grew heavy and dark, weighed down by a mountain of unspoken anxieties. As she remained silent, Li Cheol watched her, thinking she looked like a frightened little animal. He knew his aunt had also lost something precious to this clan. Staring at her, Li Cheol admitted to himself that while he knew nothing of his aunt's past, digging up the truth within the Sumu clan wouldn't be difficult. He kept his quiet composure, deciding that he actively chose not to pry into those secrets. He stepped forward deeply, believing that when the time was right, she would share her story with him on her own terms. Leaning in close to Li Jianghua, Li Cheol flashed a bright smile, teasing that now was definitely not the time for tears, they should be celebrating. Staring at his incredibly cheerful face, a thoroughly confused Li Jianghua could only mutter celebrating. Her jaw dropped in absolute shock as Li Cheol explained that today was finally the day the magic they had spent so long researching together would take the stage, pulling off a truly spectacular and historic upset. A sudden voice broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention to the door as a guard announced it was time to head out. With eyes burning with absolute determination, Li Cheol made a firm promise to his aunt, telling her to watch him closely because he wouldn't lose. Gripping his sword tight, Li Cheol told Li Jianghua to sit back, relax, and cheer for him from the stands. He stepped out with an eager grin, playfully teasing her that he might get lonely if her cheers weren't loud enough. As he walked toward the arena, a brilliant, blinding light flooded the dark hallway. Lee Cheol made his way down the corridor, silently reflecting on how long it had been since he last walked this path. Pausing right at the threshold, he reminded himself that ever since the day he was born, he had done nothing but fight to prove his worth. Stepping proudly into the open air, he knew it was finally time to put an end to all that endless proving. Gripping his sword with absolute confidence, Lee Cheol took his final steps forward into the arena. Hundreds of spectators watched in tense silence as a lone figure stood waiting on the battlefield. His face set in stone, Lee Cheol marched forward with pure determination. Suddenly, Lee Cheol stopped, glancing off to the side. Seeing Lee Taishan and Wei Zion sitting solemnly in the VIP section, Lee Cheol noted that both his father and Lady Bai had actually shown up. Hong Cho-rang and Zhang Guk were also in the crowd. Looking around, Lee Cheol realized his uncle and all the high elders had gathered. Yeon quickly shifts his gaze forward, looking completely unfazed by her cheap insults, calling him a rude, illegitimate son. Seon-ah casually extends her hand, throwing out a tease about how his neck still looks pretty sturdy. Showing pure contempt, she continues mocking Yeon, saying she has absolutely hated that stiff neck of his from the start. Flipping two daggers in the air, Seon-ah keeps spitting nasty words, calling him a mere illegitimate child who dares to hold his head high. Pointing her blade right at him, she excitedly yells that she will break that neck of his today, so he better prepare himself. Yeon simply smirks back without a hint of fear, casually telling his sixth sister to bring it on. The referee raises his hand high and quickly announces that the duel between the sixth lady and the ninth son officially begins now. Seon-ah drops into stance as the referee commands them to get ready. Yeon watches his opponent closely, gripping his sword tightly in a defensive stance. Suddenly, Yeon shuts his eyes, preparing to unleash a technique. A split second later, he snaps his eyes open, glowing with the power of his magic eyes just as the referee shouts, "Start." Seon-ah instantly blurs right behind him, dashing through the arena with a blazing dagger gripped tight in her hand. She hurls them straight at Yeon, who quickly glances back, realizing she has somehow slipped behind him out of nowhere. Yeon stands completely still, perceiving everything perfectly as he notes 3 daggers hurtling toward him from his blind spot. With 2 more daggers flying right at his face, he grips his sword, analyzing how she secretly launched them from the front. Countless fiery daggers hover around Seon-ah as she proudly flexes her signature move, the dagger-throwing technique. These powerful daggers shoot forward, wrapped in crimson flames, a secret skill created by his sixth sister, channeling mana and inner energy to launch them. Glare locked forward, her hands hold a barrage of daggers that resemble a blazing inferno, earning the technique's name, the Falling Flame. With blades raining down on Yeon from all sides, he quickly scans the attack and realizes there is no dodging this. He immediately raises his sword high in response. Yoon glares ahead and channels his power. All right then. A devastating strike slashes down, tearing through empty space with his signature Thunderbolt Metamorphosis style. Caught in the violent shockwave of his swing, the incoming daggers instantly lose their trajectory. Seon-ah barely manages to leap backwards, spitting out curses in utter frustration. As she lands, Yeon's silhouette slowly emerges from the clearing smoke. He breaks into a mocking smirk, provoking her by mentioning he had heard so much about his sixth sister's miraculous dagger art. Staring at her with a completely calm face, he adds that it turns out to be nothing special after all. Absolutely furious, Seon-ah immediately reaches into her sleeves for more weapons. Pulling out a fresh set of daggers, she screams at the top of her lungs that he is dead meat. Seon-ah charges madly toward Yeon, who remains perfectly still, refusing to budge. Unleashing a fierce flurry of slashes, she angrily fumes inside, questioning how a wet-behind-the-ears brat dares to speak so arrogantly. Eyes wide with pure rage, she grips her weapons tighter, determined to personally teach him a painful lesson. As daggers rain down relentlessly, Yeon maintains his perfect defense, parrying every single incoming blow. Yoon carefully studies Seon-ah's swift movements, analyzing how his sixth sister fights with the extreme precision of an acrobatic performer. She operates multiple daggers at once, launching piercing thrusts from incredibly bizarre angles. It is a high-level masterclass skill that is absolutely impossible to execute without superhuman reflexes and a flawless visual perception of the battlefield. But then Yeon flashes a mysterious smile, thinking even so. Leaping forward with explosive speed, he realizes all of her prior attacks were merely bait for this moment. Yeon charges straight ahead, instantly bringing them face to face. This forces his opponent to clash head-on. Her countless blazing daggers are primed and ready, locking onto him in an instant. Yoon swings his sword, a slash coming inches away from connecting with Seon-ah. Gripping his hilt, he prepares to unleash the first form of the infinite. Yeon glares down menacingly at Seon-ah, completely poised to deliver a definitive crushing strike. Staring up in sheer shock, Seon-ah freezes as her instincts scream extreme danger. She quickly crosses her 2 daggers, desperately trying to block his devastating attack. A violent collision erupts, sending a blinding shower of sparks flying in all directions. 2 massive currents of power clash and merge, triggering a deafening shockwave that shakes the heavens. Dust clouds swirl thickly through the air as the shocked spectators whisper and ask what on earth is happening. Who could have guessed the concubine-born son possessed such incredible power? Was it all just an illusion? As the dust settles, Yoon slowly emerges, standing tall and gazing straight ahead. Yoon glares ahead with a look of sheer confusion, wondering if he has terribly underestimated his opponent. Thick dust still drifts around Seona's feet, and an eerie silence settles over the entire arena. Gritting her teeth, she grips her dagger tightly and realizes that at the moment of impact he rolled back to absorb the shock. Staring at her severely damaged blade, Seon-ah is filled with utter disbelief, wondering how on earth a mere concubine-born outcast could execute a secret technique belonging only to the main family. She tosses her broken weapon aside, her expression hardening as she realizes that taking a direct hit from that move would have been fatal. Quick as a flash, Seon-ah stands back up with her weapon drawn, wondering if he still has one final trump card left. Facing Yeon once again, Seon-ah tests him coldly, declaring that it is a real shame his previous move failed. Channeling massive energy into her blade, she charges forward like a wild beast, telling him he should have saved that trick for a far more critical moment. Yeon observes her moves closely, noting that while she is faster now, she is still foolishly making a direct head-on charge. She relentlessly slashes her dagger at Yeon, but he deftly evades every single strike. Seon-ah spins gracefully mid-air as Yoon quickly raises his arms to block the incoming force. Slipping behind him with a sinister smirk, she mockingly dares him to open his mouth and start bragging again. Seon-ah drives her blade straight at Yeon, but he immediately raises his sword to parry the strike. She leaps and bounds around him at blinding speed, forcing him to analyze her incredibly swift and erratic combo attacks. Blocking each relentless blow, Yeon wide-eyedly realizes that even though he can defend, her terrifying speed leaves him with absolutely no room to counter. Suddenly, Yoon's eyes ignite with a brilliant glow. He stares forward and tracks his sixth sister's every footstep, confidently realizing that all her movements are now laid completely bare right before his eyes. Deftly dodging the lethal strikes, Yoon observes carefully, knowing that his sharp instincts can feel the precise path of each incoming blade. Furthermore, his magic eyes clearly identify the exact trajectory of her assault. A faint smirk plays on Yuan's lips as he recalls the true purpose behind his absolute determination to duel his sixth sister today. Crackling lightning erupts all around him, and he calmly notes that his innate power is the ultimate hard counter to his sister's techniques. Catching his steady gaze, Seon-ah flies into a silent rage, absolutely loathing the look in those eyes. Regaining her composure, she carefully analyzes the situation, realizing that her quick and stealthy blade style is completely restricted and rendered useless, now that he can accurately predict and read every single strike. Recalling his earlier lethal move, Seon-ah understands that even if she tries to close the distance and overpower him, she will just get caught in that deadly trap again. As crackling energy begins to envelop Seon-ah, she curses her restricted mana, bitterly thinking that if she could free just 1/10 more of her power, she could easily unleash her high-tier aura skills. Remembering her brutal training sessions, she bitterly recalls how for the past 1 year her only driving force was to crush this concubine-born pest and utterly shatter his pride. She had slain countless foes, panting heavily after each bloody battle, all just to force him onto his knees to beg for mercy. Seon-ah throws her head back and laughs like a maniac, struggling to accept that she has been pushed into such a pathetic corner. Snapping out of her daze as Yeon's mocking voice pulls her back to reality, he asks her if she really has the luxury to daydream in the middle of a fight. Yeon rapidly closes the distance, offering her a smug piece of advice. It is better to focus. Instantly, Yeon unleashes a strike and Seon-ah barely manages to intercept it. Struggling to hold back his powerful blade, Seon-ah grits her teeth and exerts all her remaining strength. Suddenly releasing a massive surge of spiritual energy, she ominously mutters that she never intended to resort to this forbidden move. Yeon watches in shock as Seon-ah's dark, overwhelming power completely wraps around her dagger. The sinister force penetrates directly into Yeon's body, causing his heart to beat violently. A heavy surging energy spreads throughout his chest with every single heartbeat. Sensing this foreign energy slowly coursing through him, Yeon wonders if his magic circle is being restricted. Seon-ah leaps high into the air. Landing mockingly right in front of Yeon, she sneers and remarks that he is actually quite clever after all. Screaming with a maniacal, triumphant expression, she yells that even a pathetic worm like him must realize he stands no chance without his mana. Yeon remains quiet, deeply analyzing whether she has finally activated her notorious special trait. He immediately recognizes her mana-sealing spell. His sixth sister, Cheol, possesses a unique ability that can disrupt her opponent's magic flow with a single movement, throwing them into absolute chaos. Once caught, the victim completely loses control of their mana. While a mage with vastly superior reserves might resist, anyone else will remain hopelessly bound by the trap, with absolutely no way to escape even if they realize what is happening. He stands completely still while Seon-ah yells, her voice echoing across the arena, telling him there is no escape now. A strange, powerful surge of energy starts flowing right through Yeon's body, but there is still one crucial thing she has absolutely no idea about. Seone stares at the stage in absolute disbelief, her eyes widening as she mutters no way. Staring at Yeon, who is radiating an even stronger wave of magic than before, she stammers in absolute shock. How can he still cast spells? Her magic was supposed to be completely different from everyone else's on this field. Below them, a massive crowd waits under the bright sun, their excited chatter filling the air. Gyeonghwa clasps her trembling hands together tightly, trying to calm herself, telling herself everything is going to be just fine. Tremors ripple through Gyeonghwa's entire body, making her breathing ragged, shallow, and incredibly heavy. She can only marvel at how truly extraordinary that child is. Gyeonghwa's eyes glaze over, her lips barely moving as she mutters a quiet vow only she can hear. Yes, things will not end like they did in the past, yet those dark, terrifying thoughts keep looping relentlessly inside her mind. Standing right beside her, Kawa notices Gyeonghwa's subtle trembling and frowns with deep concern, asking if elderly Gyeonghwa is all right. She doesn't even hear the words. Gyeonghwa squeezes her eyes shut, trying to block out the sheer terror. What if she falls into that same horrific fate again? Drowning in those dark memories, she keeps wondering what on earth she should do. Suddenly, a calm voice speaks up right in front of Gyeonghwa, pulling her out of the spiral, asking if she is doing all right. Before her, two young men are whispering to each other, remarking that he isn't just all right, his foundation is actually so solid it is terrifying. As soon as they finish, another voice speaks up behind Gyeonghwa, asking what kind of qigong skill that is. The man next to him shakes his head, guessing it is the secret magic technique of the Sungmu clan. Their next words send a jolt of panic through her as they mention that the second child is only 15 years old this year. Back on the stage, Yeon's eyes gleam with dangerous intent. Leaning forward slightly, he instantly unleashes the devastating power of his lightning aura qigong. As his sword crashes down, a violent shockwave rips through the ground as if it is about to explode, forcing Seone to scramble backward to avoid the blow. Yeon swings his sword back, his cold eyes locked onto her as she retreats step by step, desperately trying to keep a safe distance between them. Without giving Seone a single second to recover, Yeon immediately launches his next attack. His blade slices through the air, surging forward with relentless speed and power to crush any chance of a counter the Yama Aura Qigong. She watches the sharp crimson streams of energy shoot toward her like deadly arrows, moving with such terrifying speed that the breath catches right in her chest. Before Seone can even try to fight back, those sharp crimson energies wrap tightly around her like invisible chains, binding her muscles and rendering her completely powerless to move. Meanwhile, Yeon moves like a sudden gust of wind, darting from his spot and charging straight toward her. With swift, fluid movements that tear a visible line through the air, Yeon uses his wind cutter qigong to slash apart the very energy binding Seone. She can only stare in sheer, utter disbelief at what just happened. Gritting her teeth under his arrogant gaze, she wonders how on earth he could cut through the Yama technique using wind cutter. Up in the stands, Gyeonghwa's tense body finally relaxes. Lightning Yama, wind cutter, these are the very qigong techniques she and that kid created together. Her fists clench tightly as a wave of quiet determination washes over her, instantly sweeping away the heavy, chaotic panic she had been struggling with earlier. Gyeonghwa's eyes light up like a newly sparked flame. Yes, he simply has to win this. For the first time, a bright dawn-like smile graces her face as she thinks he has always been a genius. Staring at the complete wreckage around her, Seone still cannot bring herself to accept reality, desperately questioning how on earth things could turn out this way. Her eyes are wide with sheer shock and rising panic. He was supposed to have his mana completely sealed off by her special ability, so how on earth is he still channeling magic? By now, Yeon has backed off to keep his distance while Seone keeps her eyes locked dead on him. Yeon narrows his eyes, watching her every expression. There's one detail his older sister has absolutely no clue about. A vibrant green energy wraps around Yeon and his blade as he smirks. His magic technique is completely different. Simply using his mana gates is more than enough to channel his power. Yeon steps forward slowly, his expression calm yet incredibly sharp. He speaks in a quiet, steady tone. Now it is his turn to strike. In a flash, he closes the distance to Seone, making the surrounding air feel instantly heavy and suffocating. Watching Yeon's blinding speed, only a single word flashes through her mind: fast. Yeon's sword swings with absolute precision, the blade flashing in the light as the heavy strike blows Seone backward. She barely manages to raise her arms to guard herself, bracing through the agonizing impact as she is sent flying. Seone's arms tremble violently from the brute force, her muscles locked tight as she struggles to stay on her feet. Damn it. Before she can even register his movement, he is already diving from above, bringing his sword straight down so fast that the wind screams past his blade. Seone scrambles backward just in time. His sword slams directly into the ground with a deafening crash, completely shattering the earth and unleashing a massive shockwave. Gritting her teeth, she fumes. How can this be happening? How is she being completely overwhelmed like this? Seon desperately tries to find a way to beat him, thoughts spinning in her head like a wild storm, but then her gaze suddenly freezes. Seon steals a quick glance up at the second-floor balcony. The moment she sees who is up there, the air around her turns freezing cold, casting a dark, heavy shadow over her mind. From above, a murderous gaze glares down at her cold and razor-sharp like a floating blade ready to strike. She sits there like a queen regal, yet radiating a dark, suffocating pressure, her icy stare fixed directly on Seon down on the arena floor. Gearing up under his icy gaze, she gasps for breath as a sudden paralyzing dread grips her heart. Seon's body trembles. Her pale lips quiver in shock. She pours all her remaining strength into her hand, gripping the dagger tight. A vibrant orange aura erupts around her. Gritting her teeth with eyes full of rage, Seon screams, "How could an illegitimate brat push me this far?" The magic flaring around Seon is so massive that even Young is taken aback by its sheer scale. Watching the floating weapon rise, Young's eyes widen. Is she seriously forcing her magic despite her severe internal injuries? Suddenly, Seon's dagger splits into dozens of smaller blades hovering in the air. Her energy intensifies, spreading across her body like an uncontrollable wildfire storm that threatens to consume everything. Magic wraps her blades. Seon raises her hand, triggering her ultimate meteor art. Her eyes flash with a savage, murderous glare. Throwing her hand forward with pure rage, she screams, "I will kill you no matter what." Up in the stands, Lee Tae-hong leaps up and shouts, "She is breaking the rules." Before his voice even fades, the blades shoot toward Yang like lightning. "Stop this match immediately," he screams. Completely unfazed, Yang grips his sword and channels mana into the blade, his eyes glowing with a sharp, golden light. The sword glows intensely with each pulse of his energy as brilliant waves of blue light spread steadily from the hilt to the very sharp tip. Yang sighs softly. The quiet breath somehow carries a very heavy, invisible pressure. He immediately drops into an offensive stance just as her deadly daggers close in. Yang swings his sword forward, the steel flashing through the air, yet somehow he misses entirely. Seon bursts into a mocking, arrogant laugh that echoes through the arena. "Where on earth are you aiming?" But in the very next second, her eyes widen in absolute horrified shock. One dagger plunges straight into the dirt. It is completely useless. Fluidly spinning around, Yang guides his blade like a ribbon of light through the air. Some absolute truths in this world can never be changed. He watches the other daggers clatter uselessly onto the stone floor as their magic returns to nature. Mana is absolute infinite and cannot truly be destroyed. Gripping his sword tight, his cold gaze sweeps across the remaining weapons, still hovering in the air, but there is a catch. Standing calmly amidst the fallen blades, Yang looks down, revealing the legendary Ancestor Sword. He smirks. This sword can actually cut through and destroy magic itself. Looking at his vibrating blade, he admits he did not expect her to use the meteor art, but his counter succeeded anyway. His cold gaze locks back onto her as he analyzes the situation. Realizing his current strength could not block her, meteor art head-on, he used his Dark Knight skill to slice through the magical threads controlling her floating weapons. Yang squints, focusing his mind. Using his magic eyes allows him to see those mana lines, but doing both requires insane concentration. He steps firmly forward. It is time. Each heavy step vibrates through the ground, tightening the very air in the arena. It is finally my turn. Seeing him approach, Seon grits her teeth in panic, wondering if he is planning to use that same technique again. He blurs forward like the wind, keeping his distance while moving with incredible agility. Confused by his movements, Seon desperately tries to read his intentions. If he keeps widening the distance, she reasons he will never be able to attack. But then she sees him drop into a striking stance, leaving her totally bewildered by his distance. Young smiles faintly. The ancient demon-slaying style was created specifically to hunt giant monsters. His massive magical power floods the entire arena like an invisible tidal wave before channeling into his sword. Distance was never an issue from the start. Pouring every drop of his remaining strength and mana into the blade, Yong prepares his final move, Infinite Eclipse. He swings. His incredibly devastating strike literally splits the entire sky, unleashing a massive, violent golden tempest across the arena. Demon Slayer. Siona stands completely frozen, her eyes glued to the massive blade coming right for her. Her eyes bulge in absolute terror as she screams, "Damn it." A massive explosion detonates on the stage, sending violent shockwaves through the air as thick blue smoke rapidly blankets the entire area. Slowly, the thick blue smoke begins to clear, revealing the aftermath of his strike. Yang remains in his follow-through stance, a massive deep trench carved into the shattered stone floor. Suddenly, Yang coughs. He gasps for air as the dust begins to settle. Clutching his face, cold sweat drips from his brow as pushing his magic eyes to their absolute limit leaves him in blinding pain. Yeon peers intently toward the opposite side where thick dust still heavily blocks his vision. His illusion demon technique successfully landed, but he knows he still needs to deliver a definitive final blow. Suddenly, straight out of that thick blinding smoke, a razor-sharp dagger comes flying directly at him with absolutely terrifying speed. Before Yeong can react, the dagger grazes his thigh, leaving a long bleeding gash behind. His balance falters and his leg gives out slightly, his body swaying as a sharp, sudden pain surges from the deep cut. Out of the smoke, a figure lunges forward like lightning, cutting through the air at an incredibly rapid pace. It is Seona. Her face is battered, but her eyes burn with pure determination as she fires a massive punch at him. Gripping her dagger, she swings and thrusts it straight toward Yeong with relentless force. This attack is extremely dangerous. He stomps his foot hard against the ground, unleashing immense force that shatters the earth right beneath him. Yeong leaps back a step, desperately trying to maintain a safe distance from Seona's overwhelming and relentless pressure. But her dagger keeps pace, moving like lightning as it drives straight and true into Yeong's chest. The air suddenly turns cold and every movement seems completely frozen in that single, shocking split second. Seona remains completely motionless, her sharp dagger still buried deep inside his chest. Dark red blood spills from Yeong's chest, staining his pristine white shirt with a deep crimson hue. But his own sword never pierced her. The shining steel blade stopped mere inches away from her chest. Slowly, Seona pulls the dagger out of Yeong's chest, her movements agonizingly deliberate. But suddenly she loses her balance entirely and collapses heavily onto the dirt, completely unable to support herself. Clutching his wounded chest in pain, he realizes that if he had been even a second slower to block with Black Knight, his heart would have been pierced. Glancing at her unconscious body, he knows the illusion demon strike knocked her out, but her physical form must have sensed his killing intent and reacted entirely on survival instinct. He turns away, sighing with a faint smile at just how terrifying their shared bloodline truly is. Then Yeong turns his attention to the two young men standing there in complete disbelief. Sheathing his sword, he coldly asks what they are standing around for, warning them she will die of internal injuries if left untreated, snapping the two men back to reality as they stammer their agreement. Annoyed, Yeong points toward the back, earning a hasty nod of agreement. Now check this out. He watches them carry her away, wondering if the crowd has finally witnessed enough. His gaze drifts up to the stands, locking onto the elderly figures sitting high above the elite fighters of the clan. Cho-Rang catches his look and glares back, those stubborn old elders completely stunned by his audacity. Then Yeong looks back down at the unconscious Seona, along with his other half-siblings watching from afar. His clenched fist rises high, a direct statement to those who expected him to fail as a concubine's son. Closing his eyes, the silent gesture serves as a powerful declaration that for the very first time he has truly proven himself. Suddenly, a small object flies through the air, hitting him right on the head. Yeong tilts his head slightly and quickly glances over at the person who threw it. It is Lee Tae-shin, whose stern expression softens as he begins clapping in a rare gesture of encouragement and silent congratulation. A massive wave of applause erupts from the stands, echoing through the entire arena as a powerful show of support. Standing below, Yeong is completely stunned, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he takes in the roaring support from the crowd. From the stands, Gyeonghwa's loud voice booms with excitement, shouting that her precious boy is absolutely amazing. Flailing her limbs wildly with a beaming face, she boasts that she knew he would win, while Kawa desperately tugs her sleeve, begging the elder to please calm down. Her loud voice still rings in his ears, proudly declaring him the absolute best, leaving a blushing Yeong to quickly cover his face and grumble about her injecting magic into her speech. Lee Tae-shin's group makes their way down from the stands immediately, drawing everyone's attention as Yeong turns his gaze to meet theirs. Lee Tae-shin speaks first, his deep voice offering a warm praise. Most excellent. Yeong smiles softly with glistening eyes, knowing his father is not the type to easily compliment his own children in public. Lee Tae-shin observes Yeong with a sharp, calculating gaze, realizing the boy had carefully chosen the sixth sibling to set up the board, forcing the entire match to play out exactly as planned. His eyes reflect deep experience, recognizing that the opponent had the ultimate elemental advantage. Anyone who did not know the truth would have assumed the sixth child was guaranteed to win. Deep in thought, Lee Tae-shin knows almost no one here could actually pull off such a crazy strategy. Speaking with an authoritative voice, he grants his approval, recognizing that his son has proven himself worthy of leaving the clan to join the martial association. Yeong places a hand over his chest and bows deeply, thanking his father. With those final words, he smiles softly, remaining silent with his head respectfully bowed. Lee Tae-shin notices his son's expression and speaks up, sensing there's more to say. Yoon smiles, realizing he has guided his father exactly where he wanted. Yoon raises his head with a calm gaze, knowing he can never hide anything from his father. Knowing the official reward is simply joining the warrior's walk and his father cannot grant anything more. Yoon nods slowly. With a decisive tone, he requests permission to speak his mind. Yoon glances at Cho-gang across from him, silently confirming that his words are aimed at his father. Standing tall despite the painful injuries from his intense spar, Yoon proudly and loudly declares that his accumulated strength is already enough to graduate early from the academy, a fact his own father has personally verified. Facing the crowd before him, Yoon speaks with mature determination, stating that he already traveled to Cheonbi Mountain and successfully passed the trial of the Bloodless Alliance. Watching Lee Tae-shin closely, Yoon reasons that since his father handed the final decision over to the Elder Council, his requested reward must also be addressed directly to them. Undeterred, Yeon tightly clenches his fists, knowing he has proven his worth and fully met every single condition. Directing his gaze right at Cho-gang, Yeon questions why the Elder Council still refuses to trust him, forcing him through meaningless trials. Without backing down a single step, Yeon gestures and declares that their intense duel left his sixth sister heavily injured while he is barely holding on just to stand here and speak. Cho-gang narrows his eyes in annoyance, staring directly back into Yeon's defiant gaze. Every word coming from Yeon's mouth makes it clear that he feels the esteemed elders are actively cornering him. Crossing his arms firmly with a resolute posture, Yeon reminds himself that at 15, a bit of provocative rudeness is easily forgiven. Since rare opportunities like this do not last, he must play his cards perfectly. Standing right beside them, Lee Tae-shin speaks up to defend his son, asking the chief elder to answer the young boy's questions. Cho-gang merely grips his walking staff tighter in silence, remaining completely quiet. After a tense and heavy silence, the old man forces a faint smile, claiming there has been a misunderstanding as the Elder Council has always governed matters regarding the warrior's walk. Yeon merely listens with a subtle smile. Cho-gang goes on to mention that the family code strictly forbids any discrimination between legitimate and concubine-born children, questioning if the council would ever break such rules. Hearing this, Yoon smirks inwardly, mocking the elder for intentionally bringing up his lower birth status, a sensitive detail that Yoon himself has never once mentioned. Feigning a hurt expression, Yoon continues to push, questioning if the Elder Council itself is the one bringing up his birth. Cornered by both logic and emotion, Cho-gang finally voices his main concern, explaining that embarking on the dangerous warrior's walk at such a young age makes facing grave dangers completely unavoidable for him. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Yeon immediately fires back with a highly skeptical tone, asking why they specifically chose his sixth sister, since everyone knows she is far stronger than him, despite their similar age. Sweating profusely, the elder stammers out a weak excuse, but Yeon immediately cuts him off, stating he read the official documents which mandate a tester who recently returned from the journey. Yeon boldly raises his voice, asking why his seventh brother did not step up instead, or if not him, why they did not choose any of the other qualified martial artists. Lee Tae-shin clears his throat, interrupting his son's aggressive speech. However, Lee Tae-shin is secretly laughing inside, deeply amused that this insolent little brat set up this entire board just to corner the chief elder. He thinks to himself that the boy is truly incredibly smart. Lee Tae-shin turns with some skepticism, wondering if Yeon deliberately chose his sixth sister for this exact moment. Meanwhile, Cho-gang offers a highly forced explanation, claiming they simply deemed the sixth sister the most suitable candidate for the test. However, Yoon refuses to back down, arguing that if that were really the case, the entire duel should have happened in private rather than in front of such a massive crowd. Clenching his fists tight, Yeon raises his voice, demanding to hear a clear explanation. With a stern face, Yeon bluntly demands to know why on earth the Elder Council organized such an evaluation. Lee Tae-shin cannot help but feel deep admiration, secretly enjoying the pale, panicked look on the chief elder's face. It is a brilliantly vicious move because if the Elder Council is not careful, they will look like they are bullying a mere child. Lee Tae-shin quickly steps in to stop the argument, regaining his majestic aura and declaring that this is enough. He casts an unhappy glance at his son, reminding everyone that the chief elder is a respected clan elder. Lee Tae-shin notes that while Yeon is understandably hot-headed right after a duel, his words were still incredibly disrespectful, prompting the boy to bow and quickly apologize for his rudeness. However, Lee Tae-shin deeply notes that simply letting the matter drop like this would probably not lead to a good outcome. He asks the chief elder for his opinion, but the old man remains completely still, only looking over at them. Cho-gang sighs in sheer helplessness, complaining internally that a mere concubine-born child has somehow cornered him to this ridiculous extent. Finally, the elder reluctantly concedes, admitting that there are indeed unexplainable aspects to this trial, and that the Elder Council must offer a proper reward. Having achieved his goal, Yeon bows his head respectfully and offers a formal apology for his rudeness. But he does not stop there, adding that he merely did what had to be done in that situation. Everyone present reacts with mixed feelings, while Yeon adds that he has no intention of demanding an excessive or unreasonable reward. Cho-gang flinches as Yeon delivers his final blow, stating that he only wishes to take what is rightfully his. A few days pass after the duel ends. Peace returns to the estate under the gentle morning sun. Bright light shines through the intricately carved wooden windows. Inside his quiet room, Yeon lies on his bed, sighing softly with a deeply thoughtful look. Suddenly, he mutters in a melancholy voice that he never expected to actually miss Cheonbi Mountain. Despite his growing frustration, he sighs as his family's strict warnings echo in his mind, reminding him that he is forbidden from going outside until his wounds are fully healed. Their familiar voices keep nagging him, telling him that an injured little brother must absolutely stay in bed. He sighed, feeling dejected and wishing he had some healing elixir to speed up his recovery when suddenly a knock at the door startled him. Sitting up quickly, he adjusted his posture to look dignified and calmly told them to enter. The door creaked open and a familiar voice called out, leaving Cheol slightly dazed as they greeted him, saying it had been so long. Right behind them, his three close friends stepped inside with bright smiles, asking if he was doing well lately. Cho In-ha spoke first, warmly explaining they wanted to visit the moment he returned but heard he was too busy. Kim Han quickly chimed in to ask about his health, but Cheol just smiled and waved it off, assuring them he would always make time for his friends. Cheol pointed towards some nearby seats, telling his guests to bring them over and get comfortable. Once everyone settled around the bed, he smiled and asked how they had been, to which Cho In happily nodded and said they were doing great. With a warm smile, he brought up old memories, noting that while there was some trouble, it was only because others were wary of him, which actually felt pretty good. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere, an excited Kim Han eagerly asked how the young master had trained to become so incredibly strong, leaving Cheol utterly wide-eyed. Before Cheol could even reply, his friend got serious and boasted that he had personally witnessed the epic duel with his own eyes. Cheol flashed a sharp, menacing glare. He instantly cut Kim Han off, reminding them that the third-year exam was coming up and they seemed way too free. Feeling cornered, Kim Han scrambled back in a complete panic, stammering that they could not possibly miss such a major milestone for the young master. He desperately shouted for backup, arguing that absolutely everyone else was there too. But when he turned around, oh, this is priceless, his two companions were just silently exchanging awkward glances. Bo Seo-ong bowed his head and apologized, explaining he wanted to come right after training but got delayed. Cho In softly added that since Bo Seo-ong was competing, he stayed too. Cheol waved his hand, assuring them there was no need to feel guilty as he did not blame them. But then he turned his sharp gaze to Kim Han, demanding to know if he had been slacking off during his absence. Panic set in. He waved his hands, swearing he absolutely did not. Looking at his friends, Cheol smiled warmly, thinking to himself that they had truly grown up. Cho In-ha and Bo Seo-ong had both been selected as trainees for the Blood Tiger and Heavenly Bow Squad's two of the most elite martial arts units. Together with two other factions, they formed the prestigious Four Guardian Deities. Meanwhile, Kim Han chose to enter the Six Gates division of the academy, studying both the Sword Gate and the Archery Gate. Mastering both close-quarters combat and long-range weaponry was certainly no easy task. Cheol looked down with a rare flash of gentleness, noting that having half of the fifth-year class assigned to these elite units was an incredible achievement. Looking at them with genuine sincerity, he told his friends to work hard as he would be relying on them heavily in the future. Standing before Cheol, Bo Seo-ong confidently told him to leave it to them, while Cho In had declared with fierce determination that they would become strong enough to never make him ashamed. After their talk, they packed up and prepared to leave, asking for his permission to head out. Smiling, he replied that he was truly happy to see them again. Suddenly, Kim Han chimed in, realizing he almost forgot that today was the day the young master received his reward. Cheol turned around with a light chuckle, asking why his friend was so thrilled when he was the one getting the prize. With sparkling eyes, the boy replied that any good news for the young master made him happy. Unable to contain his intense curiosity, Kim Han eagerly asked if he had decided what to choose, bringing a faint knowing smile to the young master's lips. Zero hesitation. He gave a brief firm nod. Of course he had. Outside the Chunmu vault, two guards stood vigilant, keeping watch over the heavy gates under the blazing hot sun. Suddenly, a carriage rolled up and stopped right in front of the iron gates. The door opened and a pair of finely polished boots stepped out onto the ground. Cheol stepped out and scanned the surroundings, realizing it had been a long 6 years since he last visited this vault. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him pause in surprise as they asked if he was the youngest young master. It was the gatekeeper, politely asking about the purpose of his visit. Cheol stepped forward, handed over a document, and calmly explained he had been granted permission to retrieve equipment from the treasury. The guard took the paper, reviewed it carefully, and nodded, confirming the official documents were in perfect order. Heaving the heavy gates open, they invited him inside, saying he was free to enter. As he was about to cross the threshold, a guard called out to the young master. The two guards looked a bit sheepish, raising their hands and admitting they were deeply inspired by his recent duel, promising to work just as hard. Right there at the entrance, they bowed deeply, showing him their utmost respect. At first, he was completely stunned. A quiet joy filled his heart. It was the first time anyone had ever saluted him like that. Giving them a genuinely bright smile, Cheol turned around with a racing heart, remembering how others used to look down on him because of his concubine's son's status. He warmly thanked the guard, promising to keep pushing forward so he would never let their high expectations down. Left alone, he calmly walked deeper into the secure vault, a facility jointly managed by the administration and the Council of Elders. Before completing his task, Cheol had to undergo a thorough full-body scan first. While the administrative office handled general upkeep, researching, and releasing equipment fell strictly under the Council of Elders' authority. His gaze softened slightly as he recalled the details, which was exactly why he had demanded compensation from the chief elder. Thinking back to that intense meeting, he realized he had only done what was necessary, never expecting to receive such an absurdly generous reward. With a deeply serious face, Yang firmly makes his demand. He only wants to reclaim the weapons chosen during the iron selection ceremony. Cho Jiang asks in surprise, did the young master not already choose a single weapon and wear it on his hip back then? Baffled, the elder questions him. He took only one weapon back then, but now he wants to claim ownership of all of them. With a calm, unwavering gaze, he shoots back. According to the rules, any weapon chosen during the iron selection ceremony can be fully claimed later on. Li Taihong, standing nearby, is startled when Yang suddenly calls him out, asking the chief manager if his understanding of the rule is somehow wrong. Helpless, the chief manager sighs at how sly the kid is before stammering out that yes, that is indeed the rule. He presents points that put Cho Jiang in a tough spot. By ancient custom, the remaining weapons are eventually handed over, and the family had agreed to follow that precedent. Stroking his beard, the elder glances away now that he thinks about it. That really was the rule. An annoyed, unwilling look plasters the elder's face. He scoffs, suggesting they should just hand over a few weapons that match the boy's low status. Giving up a few items won't hurt the elder's council anyway, or at least that is likely their thought. Yang scans, the spectator stands, thinking that if the head of the council approves his request in front of all these prestigious guests, then those legendary weapons locked inside the secret treasury will officially and rightfully belong to him. Turning to his father, Yang asks if he may do so, while the Lord narrows his eyes slightly, observing his son. The Lord calmly gives his permission, stating those weapons were meant for him anyway, prompting Yang to politely bow in gratitude. As the young master bows, his father adds a quick condition. With a deeply serious face, Li Taishan tells him that as long as he proves he is a worthy master, the elders will gladly hand those weapons over. Yang hesitates for a split second as expected. His father saw right through the scheme that completely fooled the council head. Glancing at his father, he realizes the man also cleverly sided with the council to bring things to a smooth close. Li Taishan then orders his subordinates to decide which weapons to retrieve from the vault and deliver them to his youngest son. Back in the present, he ventures deeper into the vault. This means he is officially allowed to claim 4 master-class weapons. Stepping into the elevator to head up to the second floor, his mind races, knowing such a generous reward was only possible because his father's backing kept the elders from pulling tricks. As the elevator doors slide open, his eyes fill with anticipation. Access here is strictly limited to the first 3 floors. Scanning the massive room filled with weapons, he completely bypasses the common-grade gear on the first floor. He only wants to find items that will be truly useful for his upcoming journey. Raising his hand, a small wisp of dark energy flickers as Yang tells himself to take his time and choose wisely. The scene shifts to Li Myongjong's private office. Sitting across from Yang over a cup of tea, Li Myongjong asks if he is departing already, to which the young master cheerfully replies that all preparations are complete. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals gently drift down through the cool spring air, a truly beautiful day to begin a journey. With a relaxed look, Li Myongjong remarks that there is hardly a better season to embark on such a long journey. He raises his head to ask if he has said his farewells, and Yang nods, though his uncle is currently away on business, so they could not meet. At that, his face falls as he admits it took a massive effort to comfort his aunt, sending Li Myongjong into a fit of hearty laughter. Li Myongjong looks back at him with another question. Did he go say goodbye to his father? Yang chuckles at the memory. Yes, his father gave him the usual threat. Standard parenting in the demon cult, apparently. The young master explains that after causing such a massive mess, his father warned him of severe punishment if his results are not up to standard, which is actually quite scary. Li Myongjong's expression softens slightly as he lets out a quiet sigh. Turning his gaze back to Yang, Li Myongjong gently asks if he has heard any updates regarding his 6th sister. Yang's expression turns solemn as he nods. Yes, he heard she has already entered closed-door training. He recalls the chaotic scene. Even while recovering, Siuna had thrown a massive fit the moment she woke up, and the guards could barely contain her. Once she fully recovered, Lady Bake personally threw her into closed-door training to force her to focus. Noticing the faint trace of worry on his face, Li Myongjong reassures him that even if no one can interfere with his journey, at least his sister won't be coming after him for revenge anytime soon. Yang remains completely silent, merely nodding in quiet agreement. Fidgeting with his fingers, the young master hesitantly asks Li Myongjong if he could do him a small favor. Catching his brother off guard, Yang requests that his childhood nanny be carefully looked after while he is away on his long journey. He remembers Kawa from his past life, desperately banging on doors in the pouring rain. His enemies might not dare target him directly, but going after those close to him is a different story, and that was exactly how he lost his beloved nanny in his previous life. Instantly reading between the lines, Li Myongjong nods and promises to keep the nanny safe right here in his own residence. Lee Yongmuk's eyes widen in sheer shock at the next words. Absolutely nobody will dare touch her. He stands up and bows deeply with absolute gravity. This debt, I will surely pay it back. The older brother smiles warmly, telling his sibling that as the eldest, this is the least he can do. Lee Yongmuk smiles gently as Myung adds that he will await his return once this journey is over. Lifting his head with fierce determination, he simply replies, yes. 15 years have passed since the day he returned. The places to go, the targets to obtain, and the people to meet are all locked deep in his heart, enjoying his very first taste of absolute freedom outside the clan. Lee Yongmuk raises a hand to block out the blinding sunlight. A satisfied smile plays on his lips. Everything begins right here. Morning sunlight filters through the canopy as a woman sits peacefully beneath a tree, sipping her tea. Waizion slowly raises the cup, closing her eyes to savor the flavor washing over her palate. Setting the cup down, steam still rises gently from the glistening amber tea. Without even opening her eyes, she speaks directly into the empty air. Report. Soft footsteps tread upon the lush green grass, moving so silently they are almost impossible to detect. A masked figure kneels down in deep respect, pleading for forgiveness for losing the target. Waizion's expression instantly darkens as she glares with intense displeasure, demanding that he speak clearly. He delivers a mechanical report, terrified to meet her gaze, explaining that the target slipped away in the crowds, having clearly anticipated a tale from the start. Her slender fingers trace the rim of the teacup as she mutters how absurd it is. She traces the rim a few more times, noting that while appearances can be hidden, one's unique magical aura cannot. The guard's hood completely conceals his face, leaving his expression a mystery as he mentions that among the rewards from the recent duel, there was an artifact capable of altering both physical appearance and magical aura, making tracking impossible. Waizion pauses in thought before speaking up. A mere 15-year-old bastard child actually managed to shake off her own elite shadow sword trackers. Tilting the cup, her reflection shimmers in the tea, though if he could not even pull this off, he would have been discarded long ago. Staring blankly ahead, she mutters that she intended to gauge his plans beforehand, yet they could not even keep track of him for a single day. Suddenly turning back, her eyes widen with a terrifying intensity as she barks an order to keep monitoring the news. Looking down into her cup, she coldly commands him to strike the moment a trace appears, prompting an immediate shout of compliance from her guard. Inside the raucous tavern, patrons drink and gamble as shouts erupt, accusing someone of cheating, while the other fires back, pointing out the hidden cards stuffed up their sleeves. The rowdy noise spills outside the moment the door swings open as someone bets 100,000 on the bald guy. A cloaked traveler carrying a bag wanders in, offering 150,000 on the cross-eyed fighter instead. He heads straight for the counter to order a few fresh draft beers. Looking him over with clear suspicion, the bartender notes he is a completely unfamiliar face. Slowly pulling down his hood, the traveler simply introduces himself as someone from the north. Lee Yongmuk has assumed a brand new identity, sporting a rugged scar while remarking that the 9 dragons in China are currently running wild. Sliding a cold beer forward, the owner raises an eyebrow, questioning why someone with a flawless Seoul accent claims to have come all the way from the harsh northern lands. Taking the beer, Lee Yongmuk casually replies that he fled as a clueless child before the owner presses further, asking for his name. His sudden sharp tone startles the owner, asking if names are actually required in a joint like this. Awkwardly scratching his neck, the owner quickly changes the subject, muttering that he really is a wanderer. Staring at his reflection in the beer, Lee Yongmuk marvels at how incredibly realistic his disguise looks. To mask his identity, he utilized a masterpiece tier mask that projects a flawless illusion when infused with magic, making the mana drain well worth its high utility. Smiling secretly, he is quite pleased with the iron skin of 10,000 faces, knowing that blending magic into his voice makes hiding his true identity completely effortless. Glancing back at the crowd, he worries if he actually managed to track down the correct spot after all this time. This place holds the tallest, darkest peaks of the perilous northern wild lands, situated deep within the Jigang territory. Though monsters were cleared out, it remains unexplored, filled with endless deep forests where the shadows always seem to gather. Despite being hemmed in by hostile terrain, an outlaw village somehow thrives here. Founded by criminals wielding martial arts and forbidden magic, this haven of wanderers has survived countless attempts to burn it down. Yet whenever righteous factions tried to wipe them out, the displaced outlaws always retaliated with devastating bloody vengeance. Behind closed doors, secret handshakes with highly influential figures who walk in the light serve as a solid starting point for this delicate, lawless coexistence. The tavern Lee Yongmuk entered belongs to this network, the largest gathering spot for outlaws in Korea, where criminals and their darkest secrets naturally converge. He recalls his past life with a heavy heart. To escape his family's gaze, he once hid right here only to be dragged out anyway. Lee Cheol has his own agenda, choosing this spot as the first stop of his warrior's journey. But before the owner can speak, the young man startles him with a sudden question. With sudden determination in his eyes, Lee Cheol asks who currently controls the Guryong walled city. The bartender keeps wiping his glass, questioning his motive. Lee Cheol quickly makes up a believable excuse, claiming he just wants to avoid a foolish death by understanding the local rules. The bartender's sly smirk makes Lee Cheol frown. The old man hints that a single mug of beer won't be enough to loosen his tongue. He slams a stack of cash down. 100,000. Raising an eyebrow, he demands some snacks and more beer. The owner grins, delighted by the client's generous attitude. Sliding over a plate of peanuts, the barkeep explains that Bakbaek Chosu has ruled here for 10 years and named famous even in China. Lee Cheol nods, claiming he knows him. Inside, his chest tightens. It's exactly as he predicted. A towering monster known for taking heads, Baek Ryu the butcher. Blinded by greed, he once murdered his own martial arts master during his fighter days before becoming a ruthless rogue in his past life. A notorious underworld kingpin by age 30, he controlled the Baek Gol faction and dominated the black market. Lee Cheol taps his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The finest goods are arriving, but Bakbaek Chosu is not the target he is searching for. He smirks. In his past life, that treasure fell to the Sumu clan. This time, he will claim it first. Thick black clouds roll in, swallowing up the stars as a chilly wind rustles through the treetops. A massive, secluded villa. Baek Chosu's place hidden deep within a silent pine forest. Inside, a hand tightly grips a stack of documents, the papers rustling as he lazily waves them about. Baek Chosu slaps the files with a light laugh. The black market is far more lucrative than dealing cheap drugs. With a grin, he praises Gisu, saying he has done a fantastic job. Gisu bows his head in silent resentment. But Baek Chosu proudly notes that he made the right call recruiting him. Baek Chosu maintains his wicked, unsettling smirk, a smile that clearly carries some dark intentions. Suddenly, Baek Chosu's loud voice booms out. Gisu freezes instantly on the spot. He drops the files onto the desk. His fake smile hardens instantly. Pacing slowly toward the trembling manager, he reminds Gisu that he is never held captive here. Gripping Gisu's shoulder, Baek Chosu whispers that if he is strong enough to stand alone, he can leave any time. Gisu trembles under that heavy grip. A tight, forced smile forms on his face. Stuttering over his words, Gisu promises that he will be far more careful. Turning away, Baek Chosu mutters that a smile looks much better, claiming he truly values Gisu. He throws a sharp glance back, reminding him that his elite degree and wealth only exist because of him. Gisu bows his head. Yes, boss. Shifting his gaze back to the cluttered paperwork, Baek Chosu returns to the main business. Leaning against the desk, he muses that keeping the black market tickets highly limited was a risk, but their elite clients absolutely love the exclusivity. His eyes narrow greedily. Now watch what if he tries to squeeze in a few more invitations. Blinking, Gisu advises keeping the ticket numbers strictly limited and only issuing them quarterly, as this is what keeps their high society clientele loyal. Baek Chosu shrugs with a smirk, trusting that Gisu will handle everything perfectly as always. Moonlight streams through the window, but it cannot pierce the dark heart of the villa's master. He warns that their ultimate goal is far higher than this petty rundown operation. Gisu stands frozen, hands behind his back, as Baek Chosu mockingly asks if he still wants to quit this shady business. Bathed in the cold moonlight, he mutters that they only need cash and connections. Looking like a demon lurking by the window, he claims they will use this influence to step into the high society light. The scene cuts to a sprawling, luxurious mansion in the city center. Standing at attention inside the sleek office, Jong Jin-soo reports that this highly exclusive black market has become an incredibly efficient secret community for money laundering and elite entertainment. Thanks to absolute anonymity, items that are impossible to find in the open are traded effortlessly, boosting its dangerous appeal. Scanning the papers, the boss sneers, listing off drugs, rare elixirs, and priceless art. And if they want, even humans. The appetite of the high society never changes. He tosses the folder aside, satisfied that their cash is flowing effortlessly. It is only a matter of time before the white-boned sect steps out of the shadows. Exposing any trace during this critical phase would be disastrous. Mid-sentence, the office door bursts wide open. A panicked henchman rushes in, shouting to his boss that a massive crisis has just broken out. Baek Chosu clenches his fists in anger, barking at the intruder. What is he doing? Does he want to die? The subordinate bows deeply, stuttering out an apology. He only rushed in because it was an extreme emergency. Losing patience, the boss snaps. Spit it out. The man quickly explains that a strange guest has arrived at their southern Pyongyang base, advising the boss to see them in person. Baek Chosu is immediately skeptical, wondering what kind of guest this could possibly be. Bowing even lower, the henchman stammers nervously, well, the thing is, it seems to be someone from the famous Sunmu Lee family clan. Hearing that legendary name, both of their faces turn pale with shock. Just a short while earlier, over at the Nam Pyongyang safe zone, Lee Cheol stops right in front of his destination. Looking up at the tall building, he feels slightly disappointed. From the outside, it looks like nothing more than a normal office. Walking inside, Lee Cheol keeps in mind that this ordinary-looking place is actually a crucial stronghold for the notorious White Bone sect. Spotting a customer, the receptionist offers a warm welcome. How can she help him today? Lee Cheol coldly demands that she bring back Chosu out immediately, leaving the receptionist completely stunned. Looking uneasy, she politely declines, claiming they have no such person here. Lee Cheol sternly warns her that she had better watch her mouth, unless she wants this entire place turned to ashes by tomorrow morning. Staring at his face, the receptionist suddenly notices his black hair and golden brown eyes. Could this young man actually be from the legendary Sumu Lee family? She stammers out a quick excuse that the chairman is currently out, but Lee Cheol loses patience and orders her to summon him immediately. As the receptionist stammers, Lee Cheol delivers a cold threat. He has absolutely no problem turning around and walking away right now. But whether Baek Chosu can actually handle the consequences of his absence, he is not so sure. Hearing this, the receptionist hesitates, weighing her options. Giving in, she backs down and promises to contact the chairman immediately. Leading him toward the elevator, she offers to show him to the VIP lounge first. Lee Cheol casually nods, agreeing to follow her. In just a few moments, the elevator doors slide open at their destination. The receptionist carefully uses a secure keycard to unlock the VIP room door. While waiting, Lee Cheol studies his reflection, glad he kept his original hair and eye color. His altered face looks to be around 30 or 40. Since Baek Chosu is a 5th-grade martial artist, Lee Cheol cannot use magical energy to alter his voice without raising suspicion. Instead, he will just have to lower his vocal pitch a bit. Stepping inside, the receptionist bows politely and promises to bring some tea right away. Sitting on the nearby sofa, Lee Cheol calculates his next move. Even if the northern incident is resolved, it is highly unusual for a prestigious Sumu Lee family member to come all this way just to meet a local wanderer. So the only option was forcing Baek Chosu to come in person. A few minutes later, the heavy door to the VIP lounge finally swings open. Baek Chosu steps inside with his men, finding Lee Cheol quietly sipping a warm cup of tea. Taking a casual sip, Lee Cheol speaks coldly. "You are late." The boss chuckles, nervously, scratching his head and apologizing for the long distance. Since a guest was waiting, he rushed over as fast as possible. He carefully asks what brings such an esteemed guest here. Leaning him back, Chosu flashes a fake smile, asking if this is just a friendly visit. Talk about a warm welcome before he can even finish his sentence. Lee Cheol drives a brutal kick straight into his stomach. Baek Chosu crashes backward, his spine slamming violently against the wall as he gasps in sudden blinding pain. Looking down at the trembling man, Lee Cheol demands to know why someone who made him wait 30 minutes did not bow the moment he entered. He glares. "How dare you enter with your head held high?" Terrified, Baek Chosu and Jin Soo instantly bow 90 degrees, shouting out their deepest apologies. Clutching his stomach and gasping, Baek Chosu realizes this is no imposter. The terrifying strength of the Sumu Lee family clan is absolutely real. He was so incredibly careless to be taken down in a split second. Furthermore, this overwhelmingly dominant aura is a signature of the Sumu Lee family, likely belonging to someone from a high-ranking branch family. Thinking quickly, Baek Chosu lowers his tone, putting on a subservient smile. He speaks up, saying it is a true honor to meet a descendant of the great Sungmu bloodline. He introduces himself as Baek Chosu, managing this company alongside his organization. Instead of shaking his hand, Lee Cheol stares back with razor-sharp eyes as a warning. He coldly remarks that Baek Chosu is putting on quite an interesting act himself. Embarrassed, Baek Chosu pulls his hand back with a strained, awkward smile, asking what he means by that. Lee Cheol cuts straight to the point. He heard Baek Chosu is building a black market, calling him a mere thug from the Ten Swords sect who talks way too big. He figured Baek Chosu would stay buried in the shadows forever, yet here he is trying to use this black market to build wealth and connections to step into the light. Baek Chosu's face instantly darkens as panic sets in. He wonders in disbelief how this man knows absolutely everything from his original sect to his current secret business. Flustered, Baek Chosu quickly stammers out an apology, pleading for forgiveness if his business has somehow offended the prestige of their great legendary clan. Lee Cheol simply shakes his head, telling him that is not why he came. It turns out his master has his eyes on Baek Chosu, wanting to use him to kickstart a new project. Lee Cheol asks if he is curious about his master's identity, a question that instantly strikes a chord with the burning curiosity Baek Chosu has held inside. Baek Chosu admits that if it does not overstep his bounds, he would absolutely love to know who this mastermind is. Lee Cheol does not hide a thing. He reveals his master as the most mysterious heir of the Sungmu clan and the one who deserves to lead them more than anyone else. A knowing smirk plays on Lee Cheol's lips as he visualizes a certain face before continuing. He is the 7th young master of the Sungmu clan, Lord Lee Jihak. Lord Lee Jihak is a direct descendant of the main family, an absolute genius when it comes to business and commerce. He might hit setbacks, but he never truly loses. He always secures the final victory, operating as an aggressive, relentless businessman. Lee Cheol explains that this elite figure wants to launch a venture through him. Hearing this, Baek Chosu finds it hard to believe a genius like that wants to work with him. No matter how lucrative the black market is, it should not be big enough to force a direct heir to step forward. Besides, there is still no concrete proof that this messenger actually represents the main family. Cheol reads him like an open book. He immediately calls out Beg Kosu, warning him that his eyes are harboring some pretty arrogant thoughts. Bak Chosu bows an apology. Cheol turns his back, muttering that his master is far too lenient with people like them, leaving even a task like this to him. Cheol bends down to unwrap the cloth, covering his weapon. He tells them to relax. If he wanted them dead, they would have been cut down the moment they stepped inside. The moment the hidden weapon is revealed, both Beg Chosu and Jinsu gasp in complete shock, their eyes nearly popping out. The rest of the cloth wrap falls away entirely. Staring at the majestic weapon in Cheol's hands, they stammer in utter disbelief. Is that the legendary demon spear of 100 battles? Beg Chosu recognizes it instantly. The blade is longer than the actual hilt, curving dynamically like ocean waves. Is this not the exact weapon Lee Jae-hyuk reportedly pulled from the Sea Dragon during his mission in the North Sea years ago? Holding the legendary spear, Cheol steps forward to test him, asking if he knows what it is. Beg Chosu admits he recognizes the demon spear of 100 battles. He scratches his head, confused as to why he cannot feel even a shred of its legendary power. Cheol responds coldly, explaining it is currently sealed, asking if they are really too dense to realize that. If they still refuse to believe their eyes, there is nothing he can do, but they must remember that his master has plenty of other options besides them. Beg Chosu hesitates tentatively, asking what exactly the young master plans to do with their group if they agree to join him. Cheol answers coldly. His master wants to scale up their black market, taking total control over the entire criminal underworld. Beg Chosu is stunned, stammering that their black market is just a petty operation they set up to scrape together some pocket change. Cheol shrugs it off, saying the final decision lies with his master. Beg Chosu frowns, wondering why a direct heir of the elite Sungmu clan would reach into the dark underworld. But then again, dirty money is still money. For an elite commercial genius like Lee Ji-hak, making a move like this makes perfect sense. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him and his blood runs cold. Deeply anxious, Beg Chosu asks if he even has a choice in this matter. Cheol shakes his head. No, he does not. Backed into an impossible corner, Beg Chosu grits his teeth in pure panic. If he dares to refuse, the direct elite guard warriors of the main family will hunt him down by tomorrow night. The moment the name Lee Ji-hak was spoken, his answer had already been decided for him. Sensing his hesitation, Cheol offers a bit of reassurance, noting that if he becomes a loyal follower to his master, the outcome will be entirely different. Instead of hiding in the dark, he will become the president of a powerful global corporation. And in the shadows, you will rule your own kingdom, one that absolutely nobody would ever dare to touch. Naturally, you will still have my lord backing you. Hearing this, Beg Chosu gulps with pure greedy desire. He thinks it over, then finally decides to speak. Curiously, he asks a simple question: what do I have to do? Cheol clarifies immediately, do not get it twisted, this is simply a little test for you. With that, he walks right out of the room, leaving the man alone to think. Staring at the sword on the table, Beg Chosu struggles to process everything, muttering those heavy names. Sungmu's 7th master, Lee Ji-hak. And that Bak Jil sword, the legendary weapon apparently obtained from the cold North Sea. Beg Chosu shakes his head in doubt, murmuring that he still cannot fully trust this guy. Glancing over at his trusted subordinate, he commands Manager Dong to go and verify the truth himself. Jinsu looks quite anxious, asking if they should really interfere since they have always avoided provoking Sungmu. What if this opponent is actually plotting something dangerous? Pulling a cigarette out, Beg Chosu cuts him off, saying it matters little if the guy truly serves Lee Ji-hak. He lights up and shrugs. If not, we simply catch a fake using Lee Ji-hak's name, which works too. Leaning back with a smug grin, he takes a slow drag, planning to sell off the fake Beg Jil at the next black market event if nothing special happens. Hearing this, Jinsu merely frowns, his eyes drifting into the distance as he gets lost in deep thought. Forced to accept his fate, he bows respectfully and mutters that he understands. Inside the VIP room, chandelier shines with a brilliant, blinding light. Elsewhere, Cheol pushes a door open and stops dead in his tracks. A gorgeous superstar suite they prepared just for him, proving they actually put some real effort into this. This place is insanely sleek, blending luxury and elegance so well that he almost never wants to leave. Flopping onto the plush sofa, Cheol smirks, knowing that right about now the boss must be suffering a massive headache. He set 3 conditions. First, they have to sell Beg Jil. It is a highly troublesome weapon to wield or sell, making it the perfect test of their true underground influence. Chuckling softly, he reminds himself that it is not even the genuine sword anyway. The blade he handed over is just a replica forged from the infinite demonic spear, since the real soul-devouring weapon was sealed away long ago by his 7th brother. No matter how thoroughly Beg Chosu examines it, he will find absolutely nothing, as even Sungmu's top experts cannot comprehend the mysteries of the infinite. Besides, nobody can even wield that weapon unless they have fed it with their own blood like he did. Even if things go sideways and he somehow loses the spear, his special innate ability allows him to instantly recall it. This absolute recall power ensures the weapon flies straight back into his palm, regardless of the distance. He already infused his own energy into the blade, meaning he can retrieve it at a moment's notice. And then the second condition, auditing their private ledgers. Baek Chosu might hesitate, but he will eventually hand over that ledger alongside the third condition, their exclusive client list. He absolutely needs all three for this plan to work. Talk about an absolute masterclass in mind games. The enemy is definitely losing their minds over these extreme demands right now, and a smart guy like Baek Chosu is getting the absolute worst of it. Fiddling with his fingers, Lee Cheol shifts his focus to something far more intriguing. That quiet guy standing right beside Baek Chosu, his face looks incredibly familiar for some reason. Lee Cheol squints, racking his brain as he tries to piece his past memories together. Then a sudden shock of memory hits him. His hand flies to his chin as his eyes widen in total disbelief. Could it really be him? The next morning, bright and warm sunlight washes over the bustling cityscape. Walking into the room with a polite smile, Baek Chosu asks if the accommodations were to his liking. He politely hopes his guest rested well. Lee Cheol remains cold, cutting straight to the point to ask about his demands. Rubbing his hands, Baek Chosu quickly brings out the requested files. Sitting down across from each other, Baek Chosu asks if he wants to review them immediately. Lee Cheol nods, telling him to show everything. Flashing a stiff professional smile, he gestures to his silent assistant, introducing him as the capable man who runs their primary business operations. He adds that it would be much easier to let him explain the details of the files. Jin-soo immediately steps forward with a polite bow, apologizing for the delay and introducing himself as manager Dong Jin-soo. He hands over a stack of papers, the revenue report from last year. Above it all, Lee Cheol listens. He's quietly observing the man's face, wondering if Dong Jin-soo is really the person from his past before he regressed. Dong Jin-soo. Lee Cheol remembers him clearly from his previous life. A man known as the Iron Sword because his mind and tongue were sharp as blades. Iron Sword, under the third brother's command, was once called the brains of the entire family. After their father passed and the battle for family head officially began, it was Jin-soo who openly sided with the third brother. Even the first brother had a tough time dealing with him on many occasions. Even without the burn scars, without the missing arm, it looked like the same person to Lee Cheol. The more he thought. While Baek Chosu can handle managing the underground gangs, bringing their power into the light and expanding the black market is undoubtedly the work of Dong Jin-soo. It seems he has no direct contact with the three brothers yet. Our main character hesitates, wondering how exactly he should handle this situation. Lee Cheol suddenly asks Baek Chosu, how will you handle the Baek Chayat family? Flashy smile on the man replies that he plans to auction them off when the black market opens. Since this exclusive auction is strictly reserved for fully verified buyers, you do not need to worry about security issues at all. In a cold voice, he asks when the black market opens, and the guy quickly replies in 3 days. Crossing his arms, Lee Cheol casually decides that he will participate in person, but first he wants a private look at all the goods set for the auction. Hearing this, Baek Chosu completely freezes his voice, stuttering, "Did you just say you will participate in person?" He stammers that those items are stored a bit far away, and the rundown place is probably beneath someone of his status. Seeing right through his excuses, Lee Cheol drops a bombshell. He already knows the goods are stored in the vagrant's warehouse, leaving both men completely speechless. He sharply adds, "Did you really think I did not know about that?" Clenching his fists in frustration, Baek Chosu is forced to swallow his pride and agrees to personally guide him there. Standing up, the guide asks if he wants to head out immediately, and the boss simply nods. On his way out, Lee Cheol casts a quiet glance back at Dong Jin-soo, who is busy sorting papers behind them. He strides away with a cold look, his mind already mapping out the next move. Arriving at a massive warehouse hidden deep in the mountains, Baek Chosu professionally explains that every single black market item is stored right here. Furrowing his brows, he gestures toward the heavy doors and politely invites him inside. Stepping inside, Lee Cheol is quietly impressed. This place is massive. Security is so tight, normal thieves would not stand a chance, and it is even packed with high-level protective magic. For a bunch of vagrants to pull this off is truly remarkable. Stopping in front of a massive door, Baek Chosu politely asks where the young master would like to start. But the boy coldly replies, "No need for you. In reality, this other guy understands the inventory much better than you." The man's face instantly twists in anger as he demands to know exactly what that means. Lee Cheol notes how easily the man shows his anger, but indifferently warns him that he hates repeating himself. One guide is more than enough because he absolutely detests unnecessary hassle. Gritting his teeth in silent fury, the man reluctantly mutters that he understands. Feeling the tension, Dong Jin-soo awkwardly steps up to lead the tour, and Lee Cheol quietly nods to follow him. Walking deeper inside, Dong Jin-soo explains that the first floor holds rare medicinal herbs, art pieces, and ancient relics, pointing out the shelves ahead. Activating his light eyes, Lee Cheol peers right through the solid wooden crates. They even have this. Everything from forbidden magic stones to highly illegal herbs, along with rare monster remnants and volatile experimental compounds, is stacked in plain sight. Curiously, he asks if they keep any ancient tomes or secret techniques here, and Jinsu quickly nods to confirm they do. Cheol cuts straight to the point, asking to see their ancient stone tablets. With his sharp expertise, Jinsu instantly knows what he means, directing him to the second floor, and the boy agrees with a simple nod. The two of them quickly make their way up to the second floor. The moment they arrive, Cheol stands still and activates his light eyes, scanning every inch of the room. In just a few seconds, he spots exactly what he came for. There it is, a glowing item catches his eye, radiating a soft, hypnotic light. Cheol steps closer, a satisfied smile on his face. The bottom edge is quite badly corroded, but he never expected to find it this early in the game. Compared to everything else in this vault, its sheer value is honestly on another level. In his hands lies a stone tablet carved with celestial charts, mapping out star orbits alongside the path of the sun and moon. He carefully sets it back down. Part of him desperately wants to pocket it right now, but the timing is not quite right. Suddenly, Cheol spots a massive iron cage radiating a concentrated wave of incredibly pure spiritual energy. As he gets closer, his heart stops. He can hardly believe his eyes. Staring at the huddled creature trembling inside the cage, he stammers, asking if this is actually a spirit beast. Jinsu quickly steps up to explain that it is a snow fox pup captured personally by the director up north. Cheol's face completely darkens as pure rage boils over his voice sharp, asking if they have completely lost their minds. True spirit beasts are sacred creatures carrying massive spiritual power. Wherever they settle, a spiritual vein forms to keep the entire region's spiritual balance perfectly stable. If a spirit beast is removed, disaster and dark energy will choke the area, completely destroying the delicate natural balance of that land. Sensing the raw anger in his voice, Jinsu quickly bows and apologizes, leaving Cheol to just sigh and let it go. Looking around at the rest of the smuggled goods, he notes there are even high-grade poisons here. Military-grade magic ammunition and even dark mage artifacts are casually sitting on the shelves. It is shocking to see these highly illegal items being hoarded like this. He was worried a single move might alter the timeline, but honestly, burning this place to the ground is definitely the best option. Cheol turns to ask if these military weapons are flooded onto the streets every time the black market opens, but Jinsu quickly shakes his head, explaining these highly dangerous goods are strictly custom-order items. That makes perfect sense. If these weapons were sold openly on the black market, neither the government nor the powerful sects would ever stand by and let them get away with it. Finally, Cheol gives the order to head back. Taking advantage of the quiet moment, he spins around to face Jinsu directly. With a dead serious look, Cheol drops his voice to ask a few final questions before they go. Jinsu nods, quietly telling him to go ahead. Cheol studies the man carefully for a long moment before finally asking his question. He asks if the man is left-handed, leaving Jinsu completely caught off guard. Quickly pulling himself together, Jinsu stammers out a yes. Cheol presses on, noting that despite hanging around dangerous drifters, Jinsu never bothered to learn any self-defense. He bluntly asks if there's a reason. Jinsu looks down hesitantly, explaining that it is due to a condition he was born with. His body simply cannot cultivate or handle magic power. Cheol knew that hesitant look was off, and this confirms it. This is definitely the exact same Jinsu he remembers. So he asks why a guy like him is working under Baek Chosu when he clearly doesn't belong here. There must be some deep personal reason for following a monster like him. Seeing him hesitate, Cheol plays his cards perfectly, telling the man he does not have to talk, but warning him that this might be his absolute last chance. After a painful internal struggle, Jinsu finally breaks, admitting that he has a young daughter. Sadly, his genetic illness passed down to her, and she is rapidly getting worse. It is an incredibly rare disease with no easy cure, and the only drug that helps is banned domestically, making it impossible to buy legally. Back then, through the corrupt president of his former company, Jinsu was introduced to that monster. He made a deal with Baek, doing his dirty work in exchange for the illegal medicine and cash. Hearing the truth, Cheol realizes it probably started with simple things like money laundering, all driven by a desperate father trying to save his daughter's life. But Baek Chosu used that vulnerability to wrap a heavy, unbreakable leash right around Jinsu's neck. Even so, Jinsu left himself incredibly vulnerable, leaving an obvious paper trail. Cheol drops a sudden bombshell, asking if he has already prepared to betray his boss, leaving Jinsu completely speechless. He immediately calls him out, stating it is obvious he is ready to turn on Baek Chosu. Jinsu panics defensively, demanding to know what he means by that, but Cheol calmly points out his ledger books are far too detailed to be normal. No matter how cunning Baek Chosu is, there is no way he could have orchestrated something on this level. He bows low, throwing out a weak excuse, claiming he only wanted to be thorough with the boss's orders. Cheol instantly exposes the lie, telling him to stop making excuses. There is no way he would have such detailed records without preparing beforehand. So why did you stubbornly compile documents on cases that were already resolved and keep them hidden by your side? This brings back memories of Lee Cheol's life before regression. Back then, he mainly did administrative work, allowing him to easily read complex ledgers with just a quick glance at the numbers. But the files Dong Jin-soo brought went way beyond normal ledgers. They were blatantly detailed, exposing everything in raw detail. In Lee Cheol's past life, some incident caused the Whitebones sect to clash with Sung-moo, destroying them overnight. He must have used that exact moment of absolute chaos to betray them. Yet Sung-moo did not completely destroy the Whitebones sect, since they still needed a proxy gang to manage their local territory. Because of that, Dong Jin-soo was definitely marked for brutal revenge. Driven by sheer resentment or some secret deal, he ended up joining forces with the Samka faction. Realizing his secret plot was exposed, Jin-soo drops to his knees on the cold floor, desperately begging for forgiveness. He slams his head down, begging him not to tell Chairman Baek about his daughter. Lee Cheol looks down coldly, sizing up the man who was once known as the brilliant brain of Samka. In the original timeline, this guy would have to be eliminated immediately. But in this life, things are different. After thinking it over, Lee Cheol decides to spare him, saying it is fine. Instead, he is going to make him a tempting offer. Outside the warehouse, thick cigarette smoke slowly rises into the cold air. Baek Cho-soo sits back, puffing out clouds of smoke while deeply lost in his own dark thoughts. He glares at the closed door, highly suspicious, wondering if Lee Cheol only intends to take Director Dong. To dare set foot inside his warehouse, even for a Sung-moo martial artist, is just crossing the line. Suddenly, a dark thought hits Baek Cho-soo as Lee Cheol planning to secure Jin-soo and completely abandon him. He quickly shakes his head in denial, knowing the black market only grew this massive because Jin-soo followed his exact orders. Suddenly, a quick-witted underling notices his dark mood, walking up with a friendly smile to ask if the boss is doing all right. He asks if he should fetch a drink, but hearing this only makes Baek Cho-soo stand up. And without warning, Baek Cho-soo lands a brutal punch right into his smiling subordinate's face. The poor guy flies backward, crashing hard against the heavy warehouse door with a deafening thud. Baek Cho-soo wipes his hands, looking down with disgust at the trembling man, reminding him that he told him to change his title. He coldly orders the others to drag the useless trash away, and they quickly obey without hesitation. Tossing the blood-stained cloth aside, Baek Cho-soo orders his men to notify him the second director, Dong, and that mysterious guest step out. He turns to leave, his mood completely ruined as anger begins to boil deep inside. From Sung-moo's sudden, unannounced visit to this pathetic lifeline known as Lee Ji-hak, just having to stress over a useless tool like Jin-soo makes him grind his teeth in absolute fury. Later that very night, inside Baek Cho-soo's incredibly lavish private mansion, the heavy wooden doors of the chairman's private office quickly slam shut. Jin-soo stands stiffly before the desk, nervously asking if the chairman had called for him. Baek Cho-soo slowly spins his chair around coldly, demanding to know if the investigation is finished. He stammers nervously, explaining that the sealing on the Azure Demon Spear made appraisal extremely difficult. But according to the appraiser, a seal that incredibly strong means the weapon is definitely authentic. Baek Cho-soo presses him for confirmation, asking if this proves it belongs to Lee Ji-hak's subordinate, which only makes Jin-soo hesitate. Jin-soo explains that he asked around but only heard that young master Lee Ji-hak is aggressively expanding his business. He is always growing his reach, and as for director Lee Cheol, Baek Cho-soo completely loses his patience, slamming his hands down to interrupt, noting how dull Jin-soo has become lately. He furiously barks out, asking if Dong Jin-soo actually thinks he is the only one capable of gathering such basic info. He snaps, demanding to know if this means he actually found nothing useful, leaving Jin-soo visibly shaken in terror. Baek Cho-soo slowly steps closer, menacingly whispering that he has absolutely no use for worthless garbage in his ranks. His expression grows darker by the second as he sneers, asking Dong Jin-soo if he really thinks he is the only one who could have dug up that information. Remembering something, he presses further, asking if his target's daughter is doing all right. Baek Cho-soo wears a smug grin, mocking that the medicine is probably about to run out soon. Hearing this, Dong Jin-soo looks completely devastated right before a flashback shows Lee Cheol presenting him with a very interesting proposal. While the older man stands there completely dazed, Lee Cheol steps forward calmly, explaining his plan to destroy the black market and eliminate Baek Cho-soo. Lee Cheol lays out his cold strategy, openly wondering if he should use his own master to pull it off. He slowly pulls off his mask, revealing that his real plan is actually to use his own brother. Back in reality, Dong Jin-soo remains deep in thought. He suddenly lifts his head, declaring that he has an important matter to report. The scene shifts to a massive building towering over the city. Standing high above, Lee Cheol looks down at the heavily armed guards patrolling the area. While he is lost in thought, Baek Cho-soo chimes in, explaining that they constantly change the black market location to ensure absolute safety and security. With a smug grin, he boasts that the secret location is only sent to ticket holders at exactly midnight on that day, and if they lose it, they can never get a replacement. Remembering another detail, Baek Chosu adds that they have also set up powerful magic barriers and elite guards as extra precautions. Hearing this, Lee Cheol shifts his gaze to Jong Jin-soo, realizing that despite being a rogue group, they are incredibly organized, a feat that must be entirely thanks to his brilliant planning. He looks out the window once more, but there's a catch. He has already spotted several glaring weaknesses in their defense that anyone could easily exploit. Lee Cheol silently realizes that because of Baek Chosu's pure incompetence, Jong Jin-soo has never been able to show his true potential. Otherwise, this underground black market would be vastly more powerful by now. While Lee Cheol is lost in these thoughts, Baek Chosu suddenly speaks up to brag that his operation runs perfectly because he holds absolute control over the entire slum area below. He proudly declares that he is fully prepared to pledge his absolute, unquestioning loyalty to Lee Cheol's superior. Lee Cheol is slightly amused, a guy like you actually talking about loyalty. The man calmly explains that unlike others, he does not care about doing dirty work, so they can throw any task his way. Seeing this display, Lee Cheol immediately realizes that Baek Chosu is highly wary of Jong Jin-soo, especially after being kept away from the main vault. Lee Cheol finds this petty internal conflict highly amusing, realizing it actually plays right into his hands. Suddenly, Baek Chosu points toward the back, offering to guide them to the upcoming auction, and Lee Cheol simply nods in agreement. Lee Cheol warns him not to draw any unwanted attention by hovering too close to him, and the man quickly nods in total obedience. Before long, the entire group arrives at the grand auction hall. Sitting comfortably inside a private booth, Lee Cheol looks down at the stage as the host begins displaying the first-tier items. The whole thing feels incredibly ironic. They are hosting an illegal underground auction, yet trying so hard to act sophisticated. Lee Cheol scans the room, noting that the guards are mostly level 6 to level 5 martial artists, though the white bone sex energy is surprisingly potent. He immediately deduces that these fighters are likely stationed here to monitor the guests rather than protect them. As the event officially begins, Ji-won confidently steps onto the stage, welcoming all the distinguished guests in attendance. He loudly announces that they have gathered only the most exceptionally rare and valuable treasures for today's event. Lee Cheol silently listens as the host keeps hyping up the crowd, claiming that many have been eagerly waiting for this day and promising that the items they prepared will leave everyone completely satisfied before declaring that the wait is finally over. With a burst of excitement, Ji-won loudly declares the official start. As the first item is brought out, he explains that it is a legendary spellbook containing powerful secrets from an ancient magic tablet. After a quick introduction, the starting price is set at 10 million won, making Lee Cheol realize they are starting off with some pretty light items. He carefully activates his magic eye to inspect the artifact just in case there's a hidden trap, but quickly realizes this supposedly ancient magic tablet is nothing more than a fancy-looking antique. While the guests eagerly trade bids back and forth, Lee Cheol remains completely relaxed in his seat with absolutely no intention of bidding on anything. Sometime later, Ji-won takes center stage once again to announce that the moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. He wears a dramatic smile as he introduces the final, highly anticipated treasure of the night. He excitedly explains that while they have seen many incredible artifacts today, absolutely none of them can even begin to compare to this masterpiece. Ji-won steps forward to reveal the item hidden beneath a red cloth, explaining it was brought back by Lee Jae-hyuk, the seventh son of Sungmu Lee family from the North Sea War. A glowing, powerful demonic spear is revealed right in front of the stunned crowd. The entire room erupts into frantic whispers as guests wonder if this is truly the legendary shattered spear they all read about in the news. This single item instantly causes a massive stir among the crowd. The moment Jean spots it, his eyes lock onto the stage. A sly smirk plays on his lips. It is finally starting, so he needs to get ready. Every single angle of the auction is being captured on camera. Baek Chosu suddenly chimes in, admitting that despite visiting many times before, he has never seen an event on such a massive scale. Standing right beside him, Dong Jong Jin-soo explains that he sent private messages to the VIP guests, hinting today would be a bit special. Hearing this, the man chuckles smugly and commends director Dong for his hard work. He suddenly asks if wrapping up this deal means his official recommendation to Sungmu is pretty much guaranteed. The question makes the boss laugh in surprise, noting that director Dong seems incredibly motivated now that he has cleared his mind. Recalling something, Baek Chosu adds that once they secure a direct connection to Sungmu, Jong Jin-soo can freely pursue all the high-class jobs he loves. But in his mind, he quietly sneers. No matter how hard Dong Jong Jin-soo struggles, he remains completely under his thumb. This thought fuels his smugness, seeing Jong Jin-soo work so eagerly on a dirty job just to escape. But is it really going to be that easy? Not a chance. Of course, Baek Chosu knows the truth. Once your hands are dirty, you only get filthier with absolutely no way to wash it off. He suddenly remembers that Lee Ji-hak only approached him to dominate the underground economy, not because he saw any real potential in this black market. Snapping back to reality, Baek Chosu chuckles, since director Dong personally confirmed those guys are indeed Lee Ji-hak's top henchmen. A win today means holding a massive golden ticket. Suddenly, the security monitor notices something strange, leaving him completely bewildered. Annoyed by the distraction, Baek Chosu snaps, "What is it?" He leaps to his feet, demanding to know what is happening as the radio on the desk suddenly crackles to life. A panicked subordinate reports in some suspicious intruders have suddenly breached the entrance of Zone A by the northern wall. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire room, freezing everyone in their tracks. Baek Chosu grabs the monitor by his collar, demanding to know what those bastards are doing. The terrified man stammers that he has no clue, but they do not look like government forces. Blinded by fury, the boss barks out orders to wipe them all out immediately, whether they are cops or not. Suddenly, remembering the evidence, Baek Chosu screams for Director Dong to grab the ledgers and client list first. But when the boss spins around, Dong Jong Jin-soo is already nowhere to be found. As the camera feeds suddenly go black, he realizes he has been played. Yep, Jong Jin-soo completely set him up. Losing his mind, he screams for his men to drag that traitor Jong Jin-soo and his accomplices back immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jack has already arrived. He steps forward calmly, carefully scanning the entire situation. His expression remains totally relaxed, as if absolutely nothing out of the ordinary is happening. Several of his subordinates quickly rush up from behind him. Bowing deeply, they report that the perimeter is fully secured and all recording devices have been disabled. After a brief pause, Jack orders squads 1 and 2 to breach the outer wall and sweep the area clean. Waving his hand, he reminds them to keep all items untouched as evidence and just round up everyone inside. His men salute in response. Recalling the setup, he scoffs in irritation. He really thought the Nine Dragons faction had stepped in, but they are just dealing with a bunch of nobodies. At that moment, Jung-ho steps up, noting that these wanderers dared to use Sungmu's name for a scam only because the young master has kept a low profile lately. His expression turns dead serious, asking if anything seems off about this. Jung-ho looks back, confused by what he means. Jack voices his doubts. The timing perfectly aligns with the movement of Baek Joel, and the intel came from 2 entirely different sources. He finds it highly suspicious that the information was gathered separately by the trading firm and the Golden Sword clan themselves. His frown deepens. The trading firm is connected to the White Bone clan, so it makes total sense that they would pass the leak along. But it looks like someone on the other side deliberately used the Golden Sword clan's name to ensure the news reached his ears. Hearing this, Jung-ho is stunned, asking if someone purposely lured the young master here. Jack nods silently in confirmation. Still, Jack does not think it is that severe. He explains that he originally thought this was a trap set by the Nine Dragons faction, believing they broke the seal on Baek Joel to bait him in. Yet things are playing out completely differently than he anticipated. Baek Joel remains securely sealed, and there is zero intelligence showing any unusual movement from the Nine Dragons faction. He sinks deeper into thought: who is really behind this, and what do they gain? Suddenly, a realization hits him, and Jack's eyes light up. Sensing something was off, Jung-ho turned around and asked what was wrong, but the man quickly shook his head. Jae-hyuk chuckled with relief. So it was that kid after all. He had to admit that staying hidden was easy, but getting caught would certainly carry a pretty steep price. Inside, a flustered Ji-won tried to calm the chaotic crowd by desperately asking everyone to wait while she investigated the situation. Lee Cheol nodded with satisfaction, pleased with how incredibly fast they handled the situation. Standing high above, he calmly stared down at the legendary demon spear on sale. Without any hesitation, he activated his power. Suddenly, the demon spear began to move. Sensing danger, Ji-won was gripped with absolute terror. The protective glass shattered as the demon spear suddenly soared up high. This was all under Lee Cheol's command. Within a brief moment, it landed in his hand. Finally reacting, the crowd shouted to seize everyone because Baek Joel had been stolen. Guards charged forward with weapons drawn, yelling that the target had armed himself and to attack him. Wasting no time, Lee Cheol unleashed his gang chi technique. Wanting to be thorough, he summoned the Yama strings to bind them all tightly. Unwilling to waste another second, he looked back and warned them that he was quite busy. With that, Lee Cheol slipped away. Evading the heavy security wasn't hard, but if Baek Chosu showed up, things would get pretty messy. Just as he prepared to leave, Jang Jin-soo suddenly blocked his path. Seeing him, Lee Cheol grinned and remarked that he arrived pretty quickly. He asked if Jang Jin-soo was ready, noticing the crucial documents clutched tightly in his hand. Flashback to earlier when Lee Cheol revealed his plan to use his brother to destroy the black market. This stunned Jang Jin-soo. Was he of the direct line? Jae-hyuk only had one younger brother. He thought deeply about the rumor of a boy who recently began his martial journey at an unprecedented speed. He looked up at the boy, the ninth Sungmu, and youngest son, Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol interrupted his thoughts, stating that whether he agreed or not, the Golden Sword Coalition already had the information. He warned that if his brother reached the White Bone sect, nobody would be safe, especially the masterminds running the black market. Confused, Jang Jin-soo suddenly asked why he was telling him these things. He felt something was wrong since it was supposed to be a proposal, but Lee Cheol only smiled. Lee Cheol calmly announced that he was simply deciding whether to save his life. As Zhang Jin-Su stood there confused, Lee Cheol extended his hand telling him to follow. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Jin-Su looked up and begged him to promise just one thing. Falling to his knees in despair, he begged Lee Cheol to heal his daughter. His daughter was clearly his final line in the sand. He would gladly die for her. Lee Cheol coldly asked if he was in any position to bargain, but Zhang Jin-Su threatened to tell Baek Chosu. Standing back up, he warned that Baek Chosu would flee, making capture very difficult. Zhang Jin-Su explained that while the stubborn boss would eventually be caught, he would absolutely do everything in his power to ruin Lee Cheol's immediate plans first. This made Lee Cheol ponder, knowing that a vengeful Baek Chosu would certainly disrupt his entire martial journey. Lee Cheol sighed, realizing this was the sharp negotiator he knew, and agreed that curing his daughter was simple. However, he made sure to lay down one condition first. Lee Cheol gave a stern warning that the Sunmu would capture Baek Chosu soon enough, whether it happened right away or a few hours later on. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, he let it go. Lee Cheol extended his hand once more, asking if Zhang Jin-Su was finally ready to follow him. Without hesitation, the desperate father reached out and grasped his hand. He asked with absolute determination what needed to be done. He laid out his plan to leak information to the seventh brother and convince Baek Chosu that he was definitely his loyal subordinate before they snapped back to reality. Seeing how stunned Jin-Su looks, Lee Cheol remarks that it seems he followed his instructions perfectly. He sighs and replies that a man of Lee Cheol's caliber has undoubtedly prepared multiple backup plans. Out of nowhere, Jin-Su pops a heavy question: if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? That question amuses Lee Cheol, but as he wonders about it, Jin-Su quickly urges him to keep moving and talk on the way. And with that, the two of them quickly make their exit. The scene changes to a massive plaza inside the city. Suddenly, remembering something, Jin-Su calls out to his young master. He hands over the documents he compiled, letting him know that all the requested items are right here. Catching his breath, Jin-Su explains that the actual gold bars are stored in a vault in Seoul, while the crypto accounts are secured on a USB. Lee Cheol happily takes the items he previously requested. Suddenly, remembering another detail, Lee Cheol asks about the stone tablet he had requested. Jin-Su immediately points toward one side, guiding him over to the area. Moments later, the two of them step inside the warehouse. As soon as he steps inside, Lee Cheol carefully scans his surroundings. Jin-Su points ahead, letting him know he kept it safe inside that box. Lee Cheol steps closer, opening up the wooden box to examine the contents. One look at the item inside is enough to satisfy him. This is definitely the real deal. Lee Cheol shuts the box and asks if the necessary files are fully prepared. Jin-Su's expression instantly hardens as he confirms that everything is ready. Clutching the box, Lee Cheol sternly warns him to keep it safe, since it will be his ultimate lifeline. Remembering one more thing, Lee Cheol adds that the letter must be delivered, as the enemies will mistakenly believe it is just a confession meant to save his own life. Jin-Su bows his head in understanding, telling him not to worry. Lee Cheol turns on his heel, telling his partner that he is leaving. He starts to warn him in case fighters from the Golden Sword Guild come searching, but suddenly senses something is incredibly off and gets startled. Something is rushing toward the two of them at incredible speed. The wall right in front of them suddenly shatters into 100 tiny pieces. Baek Chosu has finally managed to catch up to these clever scammers. He furiously demands to know how they dared try to frame the legendary Baek Chosu. Gradually, the thick clouds of dust and debris begin to clear away. Lee Cheol immediately hands the box to Jin-Su, telling him to run since his part in this is finished anyway. Jin-Su just chuckles and nods, admitting that it might indeed be true. Baek Chosu draws his knife, looking completely ready for the fight ahead, but he suddenly pauses. He smiles and warns them that after being framed like this, he refuses to die alone. Wasting no time, Baek Chosu lunges straight at Lee Cheol, shouting that he will rip both of them to shreds. Seeing the incoming attack, Lee Cheol swiftly leaps out of the way. Suddenly, remembering something, Baek Chosu angrily curses at the bastard director. Baek Chosu feels utterly betrayed, yelling about how they forgot he saved his daughter and still chose to betray him. He continuously rants, realizing they actually disguised their faces, which explains why the voice sounded exactly like a young child's. Realizing his cover is blown, Lee Cheol is quite surprised he figured everything out with so little info, proving he is definitely no pushover. Right after speaking, Baek Chosu suddenly lunges at him, shouting to die. Completely consumed by madness, Baek Chosu relentlessly unleashes strike after strike against Lee Cheol. Sensing something, Baek Chosu chuckles and asks if he is actually not just some random nobody, demanding to know who he is and what he is doing. Lee Cheol calmly introduces himself, declaring that he is Lee Cheol of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan. Hearing that name, Baek Chosu bursts into a loud laugh, mocking the idea of being played by a mere bastard child. Baek Chosu's face grows increasingly dark as he glares at this kid. To him, Lee Cheol is just a fragile greenhouse plant who inherited a drop of elite blood and suddenly thinks he is the ultimate terror. Even Lee Cheol finds the comparison highly amusing. a greenhouse plant of the Sunmu Lee family clan. If the legendary Sunmu Lee family were a greenhouse, this entire world would have been doomed long ago. Unwilling to waste another second, Lee Cheol challenges him, telling his opponent to stop barking and start fighting. Pushed past his limit, Baek Chosu lunges straight at him, roaring about the boy's sheer insolence. He screams in absolute fury, shouting that today he has to act as a butcher once again. Baek Chosu's raw power is no joke, catching Lee Cheol completely off guard. He thought he could block it easily, but the pressure is absolutely immense. Lee Cheol quickly calculates the gap. There is a 5-level difference, and even if they shared the same rank, their masteries are worlds apart. He recalls that Baek Chosu trained his magic and martial arts in an orthodox sect with years of life and death combat experience under his belt, not to mention a vastly superior physical build. On the other side, Baek Chosu is also thinking, realizing he has never struggled like this against someone supposedly weaker. Lee Cheol's blinding speed sends a wave of anxiety through him. And then comes that damn shape-shifting sword again, confirming this kid is definitely the real deal. He curses Jong Jin-soo under his breath, but Lee Cheol suddenly calls him out, mocking him for daring to lose focus in the middle of a battle. Without a second of hesitation, Lee Cheol strikes directly at his opponent's open weak point. A sudden slash across his abdomen drives Baek Chosu absolutely wild with rage at this arrogant little brat. The relentless movement is starting to wear Lee Cheol down. It is exhausting, but he is not stopping. He realizes his demon eye reads the path, while his raw intuition senses every incoming movement. This synergy makes combat much easier, allowing him to use Sunmu Lee family's ironclad bones to withstand the massive onslaught. He reminds himself that he has already fought and defeated Tier 6 beasts that were far faster than Baek Chosu. The collision of their power completely tears up the surrounding landscape. Baek Chosu unleashes a brutal surge of force, forcing Lee Cheol to slide backward. Both men rise quickly, immediately resuming their brutal clash. It seems Baek Chosu is already breathing heavily from his last barrage. How can a mere brat match him like this? He continues to assess Lee Cheol's terrifying abilities. Having equal men makes sense given the kid's prestigious lineage, but the sheer depth of his martial arts makes it completely impossible to view him as a mere child. A sudden wave of helplessness washes over him, as if he is crashing against a giant immovable boulder. And honestly, you can feel Baek Chosu's absolute humiliation as he struggles against someone so young. Refusing to waste another second, he decides he must end this struggle as quickly as possible. Casting all hesitation aside, Baek Chosu charges straight back into the fray. He silently observes Lee Cheol's movements. The kid's core techniques are so solid they resemble an impenetrable fortress. Lee Cheol immediately leaps back to maintain a safe distance, utilizing his strange shape-shifting weapon to keep the frustrated villain completely at bay. Baek Chosu grows frantic, feeling as if he is fighting 3 or 4 opponents at once. He only wanted a quick clash alongside Jong Jin-soo before making a clean getaway. He realizes they likely have no idea about his ties to the Kowloon camp. If he turns and runs right now, he might actually survive. Yet his pride refuses to let him flee, empty-handed, swearing that even if he dies, he will decapitate those two before leaving. With a sudden burst, he leaps high into the air. He slams his foot violently back down, absolutely certain that this devastating impact is impossible to dodge. Sensing danger, Lee Cheol freezes as the ground begins to violently tremble. As shattered rocks hurtle toward him, Lee Cheol immediately raises his defense to deflect the debris. Seeing the boy emerge completely unscathed, Baek Chosu quickly retreats. He draws a hidden dagger from his side, the very weapon he once used to slice his own master's throat. His gaze turns deadly cold as he prepares the first stance of the hidden forest tiger style. The blinding speed takes even Lee Cheol by surprise. It is insanely fast. At the absolute last second, he manages to raise his weapon to block, but it isn't enough. Baek Chosu seamlessly draws a second hidden weapon midair. Unable to react in time, a deep wound opens up across Lee Cheol's shoulder. Left with no other option, Lee Cheol grits his teeth and retreats in agonizing pain. Seeing his opponent falter, Baek Chosu laughs triumphantly. This is his perfect opening. Seizing the split second, Baek Chosu lunges forward, roaring for him to die. Naturally, Lee Cheol would not stand still and wait for death. It seemed he had already anticipated this exact move. In his hands, he gripped the legendary Black Dragon sword. Realizing something was wrong, Baek Chosu stared in shock at the new blade. Everything went off script, driving the man absolutely mad. Meanwhile, Lee Cheol swiftly lashed out with his trusty whip. He expertly wrapped it tightly around Baek Chosu's arm, trapping him. Without a moment of hesitation, he yanked the whip forward forcefully. A chilling grin spread across Lee Cheol's face, confident in his victory. With that, he unleashed his final devastating move, the Infinite Strike Demon Slayer. A severe bleeding wound instantly ripped across Baek Chosu's body. It all happened way too fast. His heavy body collapsed, crashing violently onto the hard ground. Baek Chosu lay there unable to accept this reality, cursing the young kid. Lee Cheol coldly raised his sword, saying the final words of some third-rate thug were completely unnecessary, and with that swift stroke, he finished off his opponent. At last, the fierce struggle finally ended. Pushing his young body so hard for so long left him exhausted. Lee Cheol's body began to sway as he realized his limbs were heavily injured. Seeing this, Dong Jin-soo rushed over to support him, asking if he was all right. Lee Cheol smiled and nodded, saying he was actually doing better than expected. Staring at the corpse, he silently wondered if this was his first kill in this lifetime. Observing the boy's heavy expression, Dong Jin-soo fell into a deep silence. He glanced at the boy, who was only 15, barely any older than his own daughter. Replaying that battle left him stunned. Knowing Baek Chosu was no ordinary fighter made him realize just how terrifying and overwhelming the boy's hidden power truly was. With those thoughts, Dong Jin-soo immediately bowed his head in deep and sincere gratitude. Lee Cheol smiled and shook his head, explaining that he only helped to secure his own goals. Suddenly, remembering something, Dong Jin-soo asked what his next steps should be. Lee Cheol praised his enthusiasm but noted they first needed to wrap up this ongoing situation completely. He also reminded him to take care of his daughter's situation first, since that was the exact starting point of their transaction. Dong Jin-soo was stunned deeply, moved that the boy actually remembered his promise. His respect for Lee Cheol grew even deeper as he felt a strong premonition that this young boy was entirely different from the ruthless Baek Chosu. The loyal man quietly resolved that if the boy ever reached out, he would gladly serve him. A sudden loud crash startled both of them. Lee Cheol's expression turned serious, noting that the white-bone sect seemed to be making their final desperate struggle. After a moment of thought, Dong Jin-soo handed him a box, asking if he could escape safely without revealing his true identity since the files were secured in the bag. Lee Cheol nodded, confirming the plan. Lee Cheol reassured him, explaining that he would make his escape as soon as the right opportunity presented itself. He already had his own calculations. The Golden Sword Troop was formidable, but his silver form and 10,000 faces techniques would easily hide him right when Dong Jin-soo suddenly pointed out a hidden underground tunnel. This underground passage contained a wide drainage ditch that was easy to navigate. With absolute determination in his voice, he offered to personally lead the way. Amused by his quick resolution, Lee Cheol chuckled, wondering if the man had truly made up his mind. He knew Dong Jin-soo understood there was no backing out of this deal, forcing him to take his promise seriously. Dong Jin-soo's gaze caught his attention. It was no longer filled with the look of helpless despair, but rather a profound, unyielding sincerity. A smirk played on his lips. Before his regression, this man was known as a rare legendary genius, and now Dong Jin-soo belonged to him. With a satisfied nod, Lee Cheol smiled and entrusted him with the task. Pleased, Dong Jin-soo quickly dashed ahead to lead the way, answering with a firm yes. Outside, the late night was rapidly drawing in. A subordinate steps forward, reporting that every member of the White-Bone sect inside the building has been subdued. Jake nods at the report. Most of them are just outcasts, so there is no need to worry about being gentle, especially if anyone starts whining about excessive force. He cold-bloodedly orders them to break a bone or two if they resist, or even end them if necessary. The guard quickly bows and obeys. Junho chuckles at the sight and asks how they should deal with the black market crowds who constantly scream, "Do you know who I am?" while demanding lawyers. It completely blows his mind. Even after hearing the name of the prominent Sungmu family, these fools still act like spoiled brats who do not understand the danger they are in. Junho pauses to reflect, mentioning that they do have state-sanctioned authority to handle these criminals, even if it is technically restricted to those with special supernatural powers. Jake's expression turns serious. These fools do not realize that going to an actual court is far more dangerous for them. Suddenly, Junho turns around to ask if they brought the Sungmu family's fifth legal team. He smiles, noting that simply bringing in the young master's personal legal squad would guarantee an instant victory in any courtroom battle. Right then, a scout rushes over to report that the fleeing cultists have been captured. Jake immediately turns, demanding to see the physical evidence. The guard quickly presents a thick folder, explaining that this contains everything they could scavenge from the entire black market operation. Jake stays silent as his eyes scan through the files. His face darkens with disappointment. There are no ledgers or transaction lists here, proving that the real prize is hidden deep inside their main hideout. Jake remains lost in thought. While wiping out their main nest is the best option, it might scatter the surviving outcasts all over the place. While the young master is weighing his options, Junho steps forward to report another urgent development. His voice drops to a heavy whisper, explaining that the Golden Sword unit caught a suspicious man. Jake raises an eyebrow, surprised by the news. Junho nods, explaining that the man claims to be a former employee here and he handed over something highly unusual. Junho signals a guard to bring a briefcase forward, adding that the prisoner insisted only the young master should lay eyes on it. Intrigued, Jake opens the briefcase and pulls out the main file. The moment his eyes skim the first few lines, his expression completely freezes in absolute shock. He instantly recognizes what is in his hands: massive cash flows, countless hidden trust accounts. personal profiles of elite clients, and the exact smuggling networks. Jake coldly orders them to bring the prisoner in, and Junho swiftly nods to carry out the command. Moments later, the prisoner Jong Jin Soo is brought in and stands directly before Jake. Placing a hand over his chest, the man politely bows, greeting the great bloodline of the prestigious clan. He introduces himself with a calm demeanor, stating his name is Jong Jin Soo. An angry guard barks at Jong Jin Soo for standing so straight, but Jake casually raises a hand to dismiss the outburst. Jake silently observes the man, noting that his composure is far too refined for a mere errand boy of the White Bone sect. The stranger has incredibly clear eyes and a dignified posture, displaying a remarkably pure and powerful presence despite having absolutely no trace of magical energy. Clearing his throat, Jake introduces himself as the seventh son of the Sumyu family, stating he has some questions to ask. Jong Jin Soo nods without a shred of hesitation, promising to answer every question with absolute honesty. Jake brandishes the folder, demanding to know why he kept these files instead of burning them, suspecting it is a cheap trick to buy his freedom. Jong Jin Soo remains calm, simply mentioning that a letter is waiting inside the briefcase. He explains that the sender of the letter assured him that reading it would make everything perfectly clear. Intrigued, Jake digs through the case until his fingers find the hidden envelope. He raises an eyebrow as he pulls it out, realizing it was printed to conceal the sender's handwriting. The printed words state that if these classified documents are considered a reward for this operation, then they are more than enough. The writer asks for a small favor in return to watch over Jong Jin Soo and help cure his young daughter. Jake lets out a dry laugh of disbelief, amazed that some rascal actually had the nerve to openly exploit his own brother. Still, he cannot deny the immense value of this intelligence. It contains the perfect leverage to seize Baek Chosu's financial flows and hold the wealthy elite by their throats. This is an easy way to claim credit for cleaning up the black market. However, Jake dislikes feeling like he is just cleaning up someone else's mess. Jake glares coldly at Jong Jin Soo, silently questioning if they really think they can use this blackmail material to strike a deal with him. Before Jake can make a decision, Jong Jin Soo speaks up, mentioning another detail regarding his path as a martial artist. Jake looks back down at the letter in his hands. The remaining lines make him completely freeze. The writer playfully reminds him that as a famous swordsman, he should not rely on his family's help or take all the credit. Since Jake has already secured the lion's share of the profit, he surely will not mind sparing a thought for a humble servant unless he is incredibly petty. Reading these cheeky provocations completely sours Jake's mood. He laughs in utter disbelief, muttering that the postscript is somehow longer than the main message itself, questioning if the writer even knows how letters work. He suddenly asks himself if anyone else has ever started their martial arts journey like this. With that, Jihak puts the letter away, confirming that they didn't make direct contact. A slight smirk plays on his lips, typical arrogant bastard, but he gladly welcomes a deal like this. He admits that after seeing him crush the sixth sibling and display such skill, choosing to send the youngest instead of the sixth was a fantastic decision. Dae-hyuk silently acknowledges that the youngest really is something special, thinking they will get along great before suddenly suggesting to the leader to end the matter here. The other guy stands there looking slightly confused, but Dae-hyuk continues to instruct him to hand over the dangerous items to the incoming officers and handle everything with extreme caution. Remembering something, Jihak adds that handling the aftermath will be simple as long as they have these documents. He suddenly looks ahead, declaring that he will personally look after Jong Jin Soo's recovery for the time being. Before walking away, he smiles and reminds him that he should really thank the person who sent that letter. The scene shifts to the quiet interior of Lee Cheol's private room. He sits quietly on his chair, deeply focused on his cultivation. The deep wound on his shoulder is gradually healing up. Thinking back to the recent events, Lee Cheol tells himself that his clash with Baek Chosu was an incredibly valuable experience. A sudden realization hits him. It has been a long time since he acquired Mujin, but this was his first time using it against a human opponent. He knows he has used it before during training matches with the instructor back in Qingcheng and in spars with his father, but this was his very first time in an unrestricted, no-holds-barred fight against a martial artist who was actually much stronger than him. Lee Cheol grows thoughtful, knowing that while victory was decided by Baek Chosu's arrogance and mistakes, he is still fully confident that he would have won regardless. He reminds himself that real, unconstrained battles are crucial for his growth, especially since all his previous fights have been held under strict rules and limitations. Thinking of Jihak brings a smile to Lee Cheol's face. Given how quiet everything is, it seems his seventh brother accepted the trade. Adjusting his clothes, he decides that it's finally time to summon that person. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Seoul, South Korea, traffic flows endlessly. Standing right outside a local convenience store, Lee Cheol carries a massive backpack slung over his shoulder. Looking at the building, he notes there is no sign, making it look far more like a house than a restaurant. He pushes the door open and steps inside. Approaching the front desk, he mentions he booked a table under Jong Jin Soo, and the receptionist politely offers to show him to his private room. Lee Cheol calmly follows her down the hallway. The door is open for him. Seeing him arrive, Jinsu quickly stands up to welcome him. Lee Cheol looks around in surprise, admitting he never expected a place like this, prompting Jinsu to explain in a serious tone that this space is designed for absolute privacy, completely soundproof from the outside world. When Jinsu suddenly lets out a soft chuckle, Lee Cheol looks at him with confusion, asking why he is laughing. Quickly regaining his composure, Jinsu apologizes, explaining that he only now truly feels the young master's overwhelming aura. Observing him closely, Jinsu figures that while his Sungmu upbringing makes him look mature up close, he still carries the youthful features of a young teenager. Jinsu smiles warmly, realizing that despite everything, the boy is still just a teenager. Yet, looking at Lee Cheol's fierce spirit and sharp gaze, it is impossible to feel like you are standing before a mere child. Thinking back to the boy's incredible track record, Jinsu is deeply amazed that a mere 15-year-old was able to win over the Golden Swordsman. Lee Jihak successfully capture Baek Chosu and completely bring down the entire local black market. He politely expresses his deep gratitude, stating that both he and his daughter have received a massive favor from young master Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol takes a sip of water, telling him not to overdo the gratitude since it was simply a mutual business transaction. Jinsu replies with deep gratitude, insisting that simply offering that trade was already a massive blessing and without it, he would likely still be bound and trapped under Baek Chosu's control. Giving a helpless smile and a soft sigh, Lee Cheol asks how his daughter is doing, and Jinsu happily notes that while she is not fully recovered, she is doing much better. Jinsu highly praises the Sungmu clan's medical facility for living up to its legendary reputation, making Lee Cheol smile warmly and express his relief. Suddenly, Jinsu looks slightly hesitant. Jinsu's face turns serious as he notes that since the young master kept his word, it is now his turn to fulfill his own promise. In a low voice, he asks what tasks he needs to perform, promising to do whatever is required. Lee Cheol offers a playful grin, teasing that Jinsu makes it sound like he is about to order him to do some dirty work, causing the man to awkwardly wave his hands in denial. Lee Cheol lowers his eyes, showing he understands completely and reassuring him. Rummaging through his backpack, Lee Cheol says he has a few favors to ask first. He then places a folder and a USB drive on the table. Jinsu looks skeptically, asking what this is. Jinsu suddenly remembers. Aren't these the documents and USB Lee Cheol took that day? Why bring them back here? Lee Cheol calmly replies that he only borrowed them to look through. Pushing them toward him, Lee Cheol asks him to handle everything with care since he is handing them over. Lee Cheol mentions that he will be needing a massive amount of money soon, leaving Jinsu staring in absolute shock. Clenching his hands, Jinsu stammers, wondering what makes the young master trust him enough to give him such a task. With a heavy weight pressing on him, Jinsu notes that this money is ownerless. Isn't Lee Cheol worried he might just run away with it? Lee Cheol casually asks if he's planning to run, making the flustered Jinsu quickly reply that it isn't like that. Lee Cheol bluntly continues, explaining that he obviously doesn't trust him yet because Jinsu hasn't given him any reason to believe in him. However, Lee Cheol trusts the man's current circumstances. Furrowing his brows, the young master silently notes the two issues currently tying Jinsu down. First, there is the continuous mana treatment needed to keep Jinsu's young daughter alive, and second, his connection to the White Bones sect. He only gained freedom through a deal with his seventh brother, but if they back out, Lee Cheol can easily use his past to bind him again. Lee Cheol notes that should be enough of an answer. Jinsu bows his head and softly replies in agreement. Suddenly, Lee Cheol speaks up again, saying it is just that he cannot trust him yet, leaving Jinsu completely stunned. Wearing a warm, gentle smile, Lee Cheol expresses his hope that one day he can truly trust him with all his heart. Lee Cheol adds that it would be wonderful if they could trust each other without relying on deals or complicated circumstances, words that deeply move Jinsu. He looks in disbelief at Lee Cheol's hand extended before him, wondering what it is about him that makes the young master so sincere. Jinsu never expected this kind of respectful treatment initially, assuming Lee Cheol would be just like Baek Chosu, seizing other people's weaknesses to exploit them. While young master Lee Cheol always draws a clear line using the word transaction, their relationship remains a heavy debt that Jinsu must carry. His lips curve up slightly. The way Lee Cheol treats him now makes him feel as though he is being seen as a true equal. Reaching out to grasp Lee Cheol's hand, Jinsu resolutely vows to prove everything to him, promising it won't take much time at all. Lee Cheol whispers that he is highly anticipating that day. Looking at his brightened face, Lee Cheol thinks that he no longer sees a broken man who lost his light under Baek Chosu, but rather the shadow of Seon Jong overlapping him. With everything settled, Lee Cheol grabs his backpack, prompting Jinsu to curiously ask where the young master is heading next. Smirking, Lee Cheol simply replies to the south. On the bustling street, a little boy excitedly tells his mom to look at the incredibly handsome martial artist walking by. His mother quickly pulls him away, telling him to stop talking and keep moving. Hearing this, Lee Cheol freezes in sheer helplessness, realizing that despite his best efforts to hide, he still stands out. He takes quiet steps along the busy street. Standing tall, he takes in everything around him. The scene shifts to a quiet room where sunlight streams through the window, creating a serene atmosphere. Inside, wisps of cigarette smoke drift lazily through the air. That smoke is being blown from a young woman's mouth. She gently twirls the cigarette between her fingers. Staring at the data board, she wonders what this is, realizing she has stumbled upon something very interesting. She is slightly taken aback, noting that this is the first time she has ever seen such stats. She lightly spins on her heel and stands up, eager to see exactly who this person is. Her eyes light up and her lips unconsciously curve into a slight smile as she witnesses this firsthand. Inside a small room, Cheol sits with his legs crossed, carefully reviewing something. He frowns, calculating that a deposit of about 100 million will easily cover his immediate operating expenses. Cheol is silently grateful, thinking that thanks to Jin-Soo, he can reach his destination quite comfortably. He folds the bank card away, filled with anticipation as he wonders how Jin-Soo will perform for him this time around. Tucking it into his backpack, he notes that since Jin-Soo's talent is proven, he'll let him work freely for now. Cheol falls back into deep thought, noting that if Jin-Soo displays abilities similar to Son Jong's in the past, he will surely help him build a solid support base. His eyes turn sharp and cold, noting that letting people know such a powerful foundation stands behind him is absolutely essential. Recalling everything he has gone through so far, Cheol feels that both his luck and his excuses are perfectly aligned. Knowing the future gives him a massive edge, but from this moment on, he needs to be extremely careful with how he uses his past life's information. Furrowing his brows even deeper, Cheol warns himself that all his future moves must look like logical deductions rather than supernatural foresight. As the automated train announcement rings out for his stop, he sits up straight. He has to focus on his own goals rather than worrying about Jin-Soo. The train pulls in. Cheol steps off. He has finally arrived in Gyeongju Gyeongsangbuk-do. Suddenly, his eyes flare red, releasing intense waves of magical energy. He quickly covers his face. He hasn't lost control of his power once since his grueling training back on Heavenly Demon Mountain. Packed with countless ancient ruins and historical relics, Gyeongju is a city where the past and present coexist, bound together by invisible threads that connect human souls. Any object harboring such deep history is bound to hold immense energy, containing a mystical ancient force that modern science has absolutely no way of explaining. A man-made sacred ground that somehow maintains a miraculous spiritual balance. This is none other than Gyeongju City itself. Suddenly, an item in his backpack starts to glow, proof that the legendary figure's long-lost trace is finally within his reach. He is seeking the ancestor of the Sungmu clan, Lee Hanyeon, whose stories were passed down purely by word of mouth, leading scholars to believe he was just a fictional myth. Even on Mount Sungmu, they only kept his memorial tablet at the altar with no physical trace of his actual remains left behind. That is until a relic tied to Lee Haeon was unearthed in his past life, instantly dominating the headlines. Walking casually down the street, Cheol remembers that they also uncovered ancient records related to Hua at this exact spot. But he has another goal in mind, and as he ponders, a sudden voice calls out from behind, calling him kid. Her lips curl into a smirk, trailing a thin puff of cigarette smoke. Valerie smiles and asks who he is, the very person Cheol was determined to track down. She chuckles softly, finding this situation incredibly interesting. As he stands tall, she explains her magic detector picked up an odd signal, drawing her to investigate. Her gaze sharpens, noting that she never expected to find someone with the exact same eyes as her. Magic eye users rarely show themselves to the world, so finding another one here in Korea is quite a shock. This French noblewoman is Valerie Zabel, an archmage from the Ephraim Magic Tower, who stopped him. Born of French nobility, she was one of the few elite archmages to reach level 2 in his past life. Her special magic eyes hold the ultimate power of interpretation, allowing her to read and analyze any hidden data. Cheol is taken aback, realizing that while he definitely planned on searching for this woman, he never expected to run into her like this. Valerie leans in close to his face, playfully asking if he is actually afraid of her. Then she pauses, wondering if he isn't Korean after all, before jokingly tossing out a Japanese greeting. Staring at her helplessly, Cheol clarifies that he is indeed Korean, making Valerie beam with joy because she only speaks Korean anyway. He lets out a weary sigh. Even with his future knowledge, this woman is completely unpredictable. Looking at her, he recalls her future nickname. They called her the eccentric of the Magic Tower, though the madwoman of the Magic Tower fits much better. Cheol literally shivers, reading her papers talk about an absolute wild card. She didn't even ask her tower master before leaving, just writing a note that she wanted to study talismans in Korea. He turns pale, realizing her entire decision to permanently move to Korea was driven by nothing but her love for Korean fried chicken. Noticing his daze, Valerie waves it off and asks who he is, prompting Cheol to point out that she struck up the conversation first. Pouting playfully, she reaches out her hand, offering a formal introduction to play by his strict rules. She softly introduces herself as Valerie Zabel, a foreign mage who has traveled all the way from France just as he can see. He politely shakes her hand, introducing himself as Cheol. She tilts her head, wondering if he belongs to the prestigious Sungmu clan's Lee family, which he quietly confirms. She remarks that a member of the Sungmu clan is basically royalty here, though he calmly explains they only hold power, not royal status. Raising her cigarette, she mutters, "Is that so?" Valerie bluntly asks why he is hiding such a cute face behind a mask, teasingly questioning if he is on the run. Since his cover is already blown, Cheol simply takes off his mask. Valerie smiles warmly, though she is secretly shocked to realize his magic eyes are just like hers, yet he awakened them much earlier than she did. Revealing his face, he calmly notes that he has already seen eyes identical to hers before. Valerie leans in close to ask about his specific magic eye abilities, but he quickly steps back, refusing to casually reveal his secrets. Smirking, she boasts that her eye of interpretation reads and translates everything into pure numerical data, leaving him to explain his own power. Cheol frowns, looking quite displeased. Seeing his reaction, Valerie gets annoyed and decides there is simply no other way. Her eyes flash with a glow, she will just find out herself. Suddenly, Valerie's eyes go wide as a wave of magic bursts forth. An instant later, that magical energy forces its way directly into Cheol. He drops to his knees, struggling to get his words out. "What are you doing?" She looks flustered. So sorry, I was just curious, but this is so weird." Valerie steps right up to Cheol, realizing she cannot read a single thing. She tells him not to be mad, offering an interesting secret to make up for it as his cold eyes glare up. With a bright smile, Valerie suggests that in return, they should have a nice long chat. The quiet street lies perfectly still under the bright afternoon sun. They arrive at a giant house. Standing at the gate, a confused Cheol asks if she really brought him here just to grab coffee. He looks around at what seems like a completely ordinary rundown house, but Valerie just smiles and tells him to go on in. Suddenly, a faint trace of magic drifts through the air, causing Cheol to frown. He quickly senses that the feeling is just like a monster's spell. Can you believe he caught on that fast? Valerie is genuinely shocked that he felt it without magic eyes, asking if he somehow learned spellcraft. But Cheol is just confused because to him, sensing such an obvious creepy vibe is nothing to be surprised about. She calmly explains that unless you are a master-class mage like her, sensing that is impossible, which instantly puts Cheol on high alert, wondering if she is referring to the Magic Tower Lord FN Michael Garin. He wonders if reaching that elite level is truly required to feel it, letting out a heavy sigh as he remembers that he has already dealt with something very similar before. Hearing his explanation, Valerie thoughtfully rubs her chin, insisting that even with past experience, a normal person still should not be able to feel it. Her gaze grows sharp unless you have pushed your magic to its absolute limit. Feeling a bit pressured under her intense gaze, he realizes he has been getting a strange, familiar vibe from her. She reminds him of his Aunt Li Gyonghua before Valerie suddenly snaps him out of it, cheerfully calling him kid and saying it is training time. Cheol curiously asks if this is teleportation, but Valerie just opens the gate, chuckling that while she is loaded, she is not quite at that ridiculous level yet. She casually steps inside, explaining that she actually used magic and internal energy to connect a secret pathway. Valerie smiles and tells him to come in as Cheol cautiously follows behind. In a single blink, he is instantly transported to a completely different place. Standing right in front of Cheol is an incredibly clean, modern coffee shop. Suddenly, his eyes drift over to the side, spotting something odd. The staff member standing completely frozen is clearly not human, radiating magical energy but showing absolutely zero signs of life. Sensing his confusion, Valerie explains that it is a golem powered by an internal magic core, warning him that from here on out they are in her workshop where all sorts of bizarre things might appear. She takes a seat, asking if he wants to order a drink first. Cheol sits down too, asking for a hot tea, while Valerie snaps her fingers and decides she will have an espresso. The drinks arrive instantly. When Cheol curiously asks how she set all this up, she smiles, saying she wanted a real cafe vibe since going out is a hassle, before politely asking to smoke, which he does not mind. Valerie's face turns serious as she admits she has so many questions that she does not even know where to start. Cheol coldly asks why she thinks he would even answer, prompting her to realize her mistake and call him pretty stingy. With a smirk, Valerie offers a deal, reminding him that despite her appearance, she actually knows quite a lot. She holds up 3 fingers, proposing a game of 3 questions, each taking turns, answering one at a time, asking what he thinks. This absolute truth game is Valerie's unique signature magic. Whenever her intense curiosity cannot be satisfied, she proposes this special ritual of trading 3 questions and 3 answers. By constantly applying this specific spell, it eventually became the ultimate iconic symbol for the legendary master mage known as Valerie. Feeling a bit bored, she adds that just talking is too dull, so she will spice it up with her magic game. Taking a slow sip of tea, Cheol realizes she is exactly like the rumors. He bluntly refuses, leaving Valerie completely frozen in shock as she gasps in disbelief. Cheol coldly points out that since they only met today, he has zero curiosity about her, making her awkwardly ask if he is really not curious about her eyes, though he casually mentions that someone already went out of their way to tell to him. Setting his tea down, Cheol admits with a faint smile that the game actually sounds quite fun. He seriously proposes, adding a condition where the winner gets to make a demand, which gets Valerie wondering about what kind of request he has in mind. Confused, she asks what he actually wants from her, but Cheol keeps a straight face, saying they can decide that later. Getting to make a demand of a master mage with her own workshop is a rare chance, and hearing this makes Valerie fall silent. She raises her cigarette with a sigh, muttering that it is not ideal, but the rules are simple. She waves the cigarette, exhaling curls of glowing magic smoke, announcing that each of them gets 3 questions and 3 answers. Every answer can either be the truth or a flat-out lie as the enchanted smoke gathers above them. Valerie's eyes gleam with a mischievous glint, explaining they must guess if the other is lying, and whoever gets more correct wins. The loser has to truthfully answer 3 questions in full detail, and Cheol watches her warily as the rules are set. Valerie grins, reminding him that obvious questions like names or gender are completely off the table. Cheol looks puzzled, asking how on earth they are supposed to tell truth from lies. She points to her head, explaining this mind magic reads subconscious brainwaves to find the truth. Valerie claims that even if the loser tries to keep a secret, the magic will force them to speak the absolute truth. She points at herself, and then the ritual begins. Holding the orb of smoke, she swears as Valerie Zabel, pledging on her honor as a mage to play fair without any cheap tricks or deception. As she promises to play a fair match, the glowing orb flares up, casting a brilliant light across the entire room. She declares with absolute certainty that if she breaks this sacred oath, she will lose her entire pool of magic. A moment later, she relaxes, asking if he finally trusts her now, and Cheol quietly nods his agreement. Excitedly snapping her fingers, she says, "Let's begin." 3 glowing fireballs manifest above their heads, officially starting the match. Cheol politely offers her the first turn, and Valerie happily agrees, deciding to start with something simple. Her smile vanishes instantly as she looks at him, demanding to know what those magic eyes can do. Not surprised at all that she went straight for his biggest secret, Cheol calmly states he has a power similar to hers. The moment he stops speaking, the first sphere of smoke vanishes. Valerie leaps up in disbelief, demanding to know what that means, but Cheol just asks if that is her second question. Forcing herself to calm down, she sighs and tells him it is his turn to ask. Cheol cuts straight to the point, asking why she is so obsessed with his eyes, leaving Valerie temporarily silent. She truthfully replies that it is just natural curiosity and a hunger for knowledge as a mage. Cheol notes that her answer is pretty vague, but the actual content of the answers is not what matters here. This match is just like a high-stakes game of chess, where the real trick is reading the opponent's tell to see if they are lying. If he wins, he gets completely honest and detailed answers to whatever he wants, which was his plan from the very beginning. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he realizes he does not need to be picky. With absolute determination, Cheol focuses entirely on winning, knowing that victory grants him the ultimate right to make a request of her. Looking at her with steady eyes, Cheol suggests they keep going. Valerie twirls her cigarette as smoke drifts around them, moving on to the second question. Time passes quickly, and now it is her final question. Her eyes glow as she seriously asks if he already knows about her. Wondering exactly how much he has uncovered, Cheol frowns, instantly raising his guard. He honestly replies that since the day he was born, he has never heard a single thing about her. Hearing his response, Valerie smirks with absolute confidence, believing she has already won the entire game. Watching him closely, she notices that while he keeps a great poker face for his age, his facial muscles twitched ever so slightly. Cheol announces his final question is up, and Valerie casually invites him to ask. A subtle grin spreads across his face. Cheol lowers his voice, asking whether she thinks he won or lost. She sighs helplessly at his ridiculous question, wondering why on earth he would waste his final turn on that. He urges her to answer, and she smiles confidently. She smugly claims he lost because she won, but suddenly, the orb of smoke above her head shatters into pieces. Suddenly, the object dissolves into thick black smoke. She looks around completely baffled. Cheol merely smirks, asking if she wants the real answer. He calmly addresses her first question, confirming her curiosity about the magic eye is driven by a genuine thirst for knowledge. But for her second question, she lied. Valerie flinches instantly at his words. Cheol knew it all along, since this 3-question duel relies entirely on mind magic. He casually raises his teacup, moving on to the final question. It is a total victory for Cheol. Since he won, things get pretty messy. She sighs in defeat and rubs her forehead, admitting she lost and must answer his questions first as agreed. Valerie honestly explains that as a fellow magic eye user, she is currently researching them. But finding reliable documents is incredibly hard, and securing a trustworthy research partner is even more difficult. She hesitates after that, stammering nervously as she struggles to explain her second reason clearly. Cheol sighs and tells her she does not have to share. He fully understands that unique magic is highly private, making her hesitation perfectly natural. Valerie slams the table and stands up in pure disbelief, asking if he is really serious. Of course, it is not going to be that simple. Lee Cheol tells her he has one more request, but she immediately cuts him off, refusing to say another word. His expression sours, instantly throwing Valerie a freezing cold stare. Speechless, she quickly backtracks and claims she was only joking. Lee Cheol then makes his offer, stating that he simply needs someone of her caliber on his side. Valerie rubs her temples in frustration, realizing this is not a situation she can easily walk away from. She firmly declares that their little game is officially over. Standing up, Valerie suggests they head inside her workshop to discuss his actual request. She warns him not to touch a single thing and to stay right behind her. The heavy door swings open. Valerie proudly introduces the area as the main heart of her workshop. Lee Cheol is pleasantly surprised, realizing that unlike the coffee shop, this place is a real wizard workshop. Still, he asks why she is letting an outsider step inside her private domain. She proudly boasts that while tripping a magic barrier would normally be a total disaster, she is skilled enough to make sure everything remains completely safe. Sitting down, Valerie asks him directly what exactly he wants her to do. Lee Cheol places an ancient relic on the table, asking her to decipher this stone tablet while keeping all the translated details completely secret. Pulling on some protective gloves, she notes that while working with ancient artifacts is tricky, she can certainly handle it. Valerie picks up the stone tablet and activates her magic eye to analyze it. Suddenly, her magical energy suffers a massive backlash, sending Valerie screaming in pure agony. Clutching her throbbing eye, she asks if this relic dates back to the 3rd or 4th century. Lee Cheol is surprised she can identify its age so quickly. Her hand trembles violently as she holds it, realizing she was almost blinded by such ancient power. She squeezes her fist already, imagining Lee Cheol mocking her for being so confident when her workshop magic is actually quite simple. She gets incredibly bitter, thinking that he should have at least warned her before handing over an item of this insane caliber. Glaring at him, she fumes that this 1,000-year-old artifact almost forced her to rebuild her entire workshop security system from scratch, ruining her boasting. Stealing her resolve, Valerie takes a deep breath to try reading it again. Her magic eye glows once more, but she still cannot decipher a single thing on this 2,000-year-old slab. Confused, she wonders why so little of the text is appearing. Her face darkens as she realizes she can only track the orbits of the sun, moon, and stellar movements. Nothing more. If it were just simple ancient ciphers, she would have cracked it immediately. Confused, she turns to him to ask what this actually is, noting that it only contains some Eastern astronomy records and a few basic characters. Lee Cheol calmly explains it is both a map and a key. Hearing this, she warns him that deciphering it will take some time. In the meantime, he offers to share his second request. Valerie gladly tells him to go right ahead. Outside, the evening sky begins to darken. He wants to discuss their magic eyes next, believing that cooperating will benefit them both. Spotting a specific area nearby, he curiously asks if she also keeps a training ground inside her workshop. Flipping her hair confidently, she replies that any self-respecting mage needs to train, so having a private training ground inside their workshop is an absolute must. Lee Cheol can only sigh inwardly. This is a total humble brag, since owning a private workshop proves both a mage's insane skills and serious wealth. Impressed, he notes she must be pretty rich. Valerie stops dead in her tracks, asking if he somehow missed her noble heritage. Smugly raising her hand, she says her second demand stands no takebacks. Lee Cheol quickly agrees, knowing a promise is a promise, and nods in understanding. Valerie's expression suddenly turns dead serious as she tells him to activate his magic eye first. Lee Cheol nods and closes his eyes. A moment later, they snap open, glowing with pure mystical power. He focuses his gaze on Valerie, instantly revealing massive magical circles hovering right behind her. But then his mana suddenly glitches out, forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. It immediately collapses, leaving a confused Valerie to ask what is wrong. Lee Cheol quickly reassures her it is nothing, just a minor headache from scanning too many complex workshop formulas. She looks skeptical, viewing simple formulas shouldn't hurt. But wait, here comes the realization. Gasping in realization, she asks if he can actually see every single hidden spell in this room. Lee Cheol admits it, explaining his eyes track raw energy flows and read things meant to be invisible, though keeping it under control is still pretty tough. Dumbfounded, she tells him to just deactivate his magic eye for the time being. Getting serious, Valerie asks for details about his vision, specifically if it allows him to see through solid objects. Lee Cheol explains he cannot see through walls, but he can read barrier movements and hidden mana. Furrowing her brow, she asks if he has any idea how incredibly bizarre that sounds. She points at him, explaining that if this is true, his eye is no ordinary magical trait. Absolutely nothing on Earth should let him perceive such a wild range of things, meaning they need to head back to the lab for a much longer chat. Back in her cozy research room, a piping hot cup of tea is set down on the table. She starts by clarifying that a magic eye is totally different from the mind's eye, which Lee Cheol already knows. Valerie then explains that while it seems like a simple visual upgrade, the magic eye actually projects information onto the user's brain, meaning they are still processing it like normal human sight. A bit lost, Lee Cheol scratches his head and politely asks if she can simplify that explanation. Tapping her finger on the table, she agrees to break it down. She launches into a highly animated lecture, gesturing wildly to explain how the magic eye functions. Lighting a cigarette, she explains that this ability is unlike any ordinary power. She even ran an fMRI scan on herself while using her own eye, revealing that activation causes an insane spike in cerebral blood flow, pushing her neural pathways to their absolute limit. Lee Cheol finally gets it. Uncontrolled use causes severe pain because the human brain simply cannot handle processing non-human sensory inputs without suffering massive overload. Her voice drops to a grave tone as she warns him that no recorded magic eye in history has ever held such complex, dangerous powers. Staring directly into his eyes, she quietly asks exactly how many functions his magic eye can perform right now. Her sharp gaze locks onto him as she points out he supposedly unlocked it via Esteemed Martial Lee clan's ritual, whereas normal users naturally start seeing weird things by age 5. She presses further, asking if he ever saw anything unusual before that ritual. Lee Cheol recalls a childhood memory of running through the woods, a clear warning sign, though he was already 11 at the time. She wonders if anyone else in the Sungmu clan has a similar eye. Lee Cheol shakes his head, leading Valerie to ask if he understands why she is being so dead serious. Sighing softly, she admits it is a shame, since he probably would not survive a real battle without losing complete control of his vision. Lee Cheol quickly averts his gaze to avoid eye contact. Finally, he admits he has actually used it in real combat, and watch her face go blank. Losing her cool, she snaps that it should be physically impossible. Managing just 2 or 3 eye functions should have triggered a lethal brain hemorrhage or driven him completely insane, yet he managed to actively control it. Lee Cheol just sits in awkward silence, quietly confirming that he did. Facepalming, Valerie sighs that even in the world of magical anomalies, absolutely nothing like him should exist. A sly smirk creeps onto her face. With a wild glint in her eye, she suggests they run a few experiments. Lee Cheol shrinks back, completely terrified. Following her terrifying suggestion, Lee Cheol stays in her workshop, and a few days quickly fly by in training. Valerie spends her time thoroughly deciphering and appraising the ancient stone tablet before dinner each day. Meanwhile, Lee Cheol spends every waking hour training his volatile magic eye. Bound hand and foot, he grits his teeth through agonizing pain during her brutal limit testing training regime. A mechanical buzz finally signals the end of the test. Looking completely drained, he gasps for air as the training difficulty steadily ramps up to insane levels. Valerie is clearly trying to squeeze every drop of potential out of him, constantly throwing incredibly complex mana puzzles directly into his field of vision. She steps inside, asking him gently if he is doing all right. Lee Cheol quietly thinks she looks like a total mad scientist. As his handcuffs unlock, he sighs, reminding her that using his magic eye really strains his head. Valerie laughs it off, assuring him that the magic learning machine automatically shuts down before a dangerous overload. Lee Cheol glares at her, convinced this woman is genuinely insane. Maybe he should apologize to his aunt for comparing the two. She shrugs, noting that this method gathers incredible data while pushing his magic eye limits to the absolute max. He can only nod, admitting that she actually has a very good point. Valerie walks away humming, leaving Lee Cheol completely speechless when he realizes she muttered her secret thoughts about using him as a guinea pig in French. Suddenly, she freezes. She stares at the status board in total disbelief. Are her eyes playing tricks on her right now? The stats are rising too fast, even though she programmed the machine to automatically scale the difficulty based on his condition. This level of growth makes absolutely no sense. Valerie gasps, realizing this is not just normal growth, it is instant adaptation. A devious smile spreads across her face as she shrugs off the explanation. Training experiment day 1. Valerie types, rapidly reminding herself that this is only a routine test requested by Chun, not an experiment to satisfy her own curiosity. Still, since she went to the trouble of generating all this data, she decides to save the file. The diagnostic is complete. Lee Cheol can easily perceive a one-way magic circuit flow. She calculates that while level 6 magic starts causing him pain, he can easily read up to level 7. She notes that perhaps they should install a CT scanner in the lab. Training day 3. She tests his X-ray vision by hiding a magic formula behind an iron plate and having him look at a pencil. The results reveal that he isn't seeing through the metal but rather reading the raw energy of the object. But how he does it remains a complete mystery. Next, she tests him using moving mice. His eye shows an incredible ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement, almost like predicting the future. However, he cannot keep it active for more than 2 hours. If only his brain and eyes were sturdier. Does he need more experiments? No, just more training. Day 8. Lee Cheol is adapting at a terrifying pace. She secretly raised the training difficulty to extreme levels, yet he keeps up effortlessly. Even she was never this talented. She really should have bought that CT scanner. At this rate, she might actually have to dissect him just to see how he works. It behaves more like an analytical eye than her own magic eye. As for Chun, his magic eye works on a terrifyingly cosmic level. If she had to describe the difference, suddenly a loud noise echoes from outside the room. Startled, Valerie quickly spins around with a polite smile asking what happened. Cheol tells himself to just pretend he didn't notice her terrifying look. He calmly tells her the machine has shut down, so he stepped out. Cheol asks why she didn't hear the alarm, but she completely ignores him, turning back to her screen. Valerie freezes in absolute shock, wondering how he finished all the prepared training steps so quickly. She expected this to take at least 2 more days. But then, Cheol leans in close, suggesting they are all done. She flinches, stammering to ask if he actually knows how to read French. He looks at Valerie and explains that as a direct descendant of Esteemed Martial Lee clan, he was required to learn major global languages. He can speak casual conversation. Her face turns bright red like a tomato as a horrible realization hits her. Cheol smiles warmly, telling her not to worry about her swearing and muttering. He understands completely and doesn't take any of it personally. Valerie fumes with sheer embarrassment, screaming at him and calling him a cheeky brat. Cheol approaches. He asks if she called him over. She composed herself and confirms that yes, his basic training is now officially complete. She admits she still wants to keep testing him in the lab, but acknowledges he needs some real-world practice next. She declares they are about to start serious combat training. Cheol has no issues with that, but Valerie suddenly tells him to hold on a second. Without another word, she casts a powerful spell right in front of him. Valerie warns him that she has reinforced the magic arrays in the training grounds, making them far more complex than anything he has faced before. She adds that he needs to break his habit of constantly blinking his magic eye. It seems minor, but repeating it will form a bad habit. While it might help with quick activation now, it will only hold him back later. Hearing her warning, Cheol immediately shifts his mind into a state of absolute focus. A surge of intense aura continuously radiates from his entire body. Cheol realizes that even though the training ground spells are stronger, he only feels a slight headache now. Just a few days ago on Jeondu Street, keeping his magic eye stable was nearly impossible, but now the magic flows around him are so complex it feels like he is directly examining a human magic circulatory system. He may not know much about magic, but there is no doubt Valerie is an incredibly powerful mage. Noticing his intense stare, she asks what is wrong, but he quickly plays it off as nothing. Valerie drops the subject, instructing him to firmly stick a special device onto his forehead to better feel the mana flow as they prepare for practical real-world combat training. Cheol obediently applies the device, asking how they will actually begin. She smiles playfully, pointing out that since they are training his magic eye, the exercise is actually very simple. Just dodge. Valerie unleashes a sudden high-speed spell directly at him. Cursing his luck, Cheol reaches for his sword, but she quickly warns him that he is only allowed to rely on his magic eye. He scowls in annoyance, grumbling that she really should have mentioned that rule beforehand. He barely evades. If this was his first day here, he would have been hit instantly. But before he can even sort his thoughts, her voice cuts in, telling him it is far from over. Cheol is completely frozen, forced to just stare at the incoming projectile flying straight for his face. Valerie keeps shouting orders while dodging, telling him to listen closely because she transformed his magic eye. To put it simply, his eye is pretty similar to hers, but on a much higher level. Unlike normal magic eyes that read all kinds of things, his can focus on only one single detail. That eye of his reads every single existence right in front of him. Physical objects, living things, magical energy, and countless supernatural forces. 7. It processes the absolute present of all that massive information. 8. She suggests naming it the present eye, the eye that reads phenomena, but Cheol quietly cringes at her terrible naming taste. 9. Brushing his comment aside, she explains how it analyzes the present to predict the future and can even piece together the past. 10. She struggles to find a cooler term. What was it again? Ah, right, the law of causality. But since his eye is so advanced, it acts as a heavy burden, meaning it could swallow him whole if his control ever slips. 13. Which is why she is doing all of this entirely for him. Come on, step closer. Did he just crawl out of a coal mine? She complains that he needs to open his eyes properly after all the exhausting research she put into them, prompting a very hesitant thank you from Cheol before she looks thoughtful again. She wonders if his eye awakened late through Sumu Lee family's consciousness simply because of its incredibly abnormal nature, or if he is just a completely unique exception to the entire system. Hearing those words, Cheol falls deep into thought. Suddenly, Valerie looks down and apologizes, admitting she probably won't be able to find the answer anyway. Unless she does a skill scan or just dissects him to find out. 22. Catching that sinister look on her face, Cheol immediately backs away quickly, declining and saying he will just figure it out on his own someday. Shrugging that topic off, Valerie moves right back to training, insisting they need a cool name for his eye like the causality eye before immediately calling her own suggestions totally boring. Exhausted by the whole discussion, Cheol suggests skipping the name entirely, but Valerie firmly rejects that, claiming such an elite eye deserves an epic name like God Eye. Days pass by in a blur, leaving Cheol absolutely exhausted from the intense training. 26. Constantly analyzing, predicting, and pushing his eye to its absolute limits makes his overall power grow at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Right at that moment, Valerie's phone suddenly starts ringing. 28. She stares at her screen in surprise, muttering about how late it is. She notes how he is not acting as cocky as before and calls it a real shame. She tells him to skip solo training, clean up, and head straight to the lab, leaving Lee Cheol wondering what is going on. She playfully answers that the decoding work has finally been fully completed. The scene shifts to the lab, but Lee Cheol is still confused, asking why the entire room has changed so much in just a few months. Valerie casually explains that the massive pile is just old research papers they can throw out now. She notes that having grad students run errands at the Magic Tower is pretty convenient since they do not have real slaves. Since the Korean peninsula preserved historical documents incredibly well, translating the ancient scripts was actually quite easy, and now it is time to start examining this specific piece. As he studies the piece, Lee Cheol points out that the stone tablet shapes look completely different, prompting Valerie to explain she manually restored several faded constellations and hidden characters. She offers to explain the layout and asks if the constellation looks familiar, to which Lee Cheol honestly admits he has absolutely no clue. Unsurprised, she points out that the constellation is shaped very differently in the night sky today. 39. The real mystery is why they recorded it as a single merged unit, especially since this was originally just an imaginary constellation. While the star order serves as the key, she confesses she was completely fooled by a clever disguise that ignores all lunar and stellar rules, leaving her wondering what it actually represents. As Valerie stands there puzzled, Lee Cheol stares in utter shock, realizing he has definitely seen this exact pattern somewhere before. A sudden and shocking realization flashes deep within his mind. He quickly asks if he can take a photo of the tablet, but Valerie tells him there is no need since it is staying right here. 45. This is a map of all the dragon veins on the Korean peninsula, so it turns out to be a map of the land's pressure points, not some constellation after all. Valerie then chimes in, explaining that this is not a constellation map but a chart of its pressure points. Eastern philosophy views the world as a single living organism. These dragon veins are just like a human's mana pathways, the literal channels where magical energy flows. But he points out a flaw: these stone tablets were carved in ancient times when their territory could not have possibly expanded this far to the north. She quickly fires back, arguing that this is exactly why it is such an important historical record. It serves as solid proof that the ancients actually managed to push their territory all the way here. I can only explain this much about the location, she says. For the rest, you are better off reading the translation yourself. Lee Cheol wonders if this is the ancient formula for Sungmu mana. Nobody practices it anymore, but he memorized it while studying with his aunt. If the dragon veins really are mana pathways, then could it mean he needs to circulate his mana according to the formula, tracing the pressure points based on those exact coordinates? It does not take long before he declares, "I found it." He realizes the coordinates point to Tohum Mountain in Gyeongju. That is where the tomb of Lee Hyang-song, the second Sungmu master, lies buried. Cut to a few days later. Valerie takes one look and asks, "What are you leaving?" Shifting a heavy pack onto his shoulders, he replies with absolute determination, "Yes, I am." She asks if he can share his trick for passing the test before he leaves. Lee Cheol bluntly shoots her down. "Did you not say you would figure it out yourself?" This leaves Valerie completely fuming. Stubborn to the very end, she grumbles, "I completely give up on you." She warns him that Tohum Mountain is dangerous. He calmly replies, "I know, even though it is a sacred peak, it is a very special place in many ways." She keeps nagging him to stay far away from the ruins. If you get tangled up with spirits and souls, you might end up cursed before you even realize it. Lee Cheol just calmly asks if she is actually worried about him. That instantly shuts Valerie up. She stammers back, "Wait, what are you talking about? Who would ever worry about an insolent brat like you?" She snaps, "I am about to go out and have the time of my life." He offers his sincere thanks and says goodbye. When she asks if he is really leaving, he promises to drop by again soon since it is not that far away. Next time, we can grab some fried chicken together again. After hiking for a while, he realizes he has been searching Tohum Mountain for almost 2 hours now. Even though the map is over 1,000 years old and the terrain has likely shifted, finding this place is proving harder than expected. He mutters that while it takes a toll on his body, his mastery over his magic eyes allows him to keep them active for an incredibly long time. Right as those words escape his lips, look at that, a bizarre magical phenomenon suddenly manifests. Lee Cheol freezes in shock, wondering what on earth this is. The glowing phenomenon only grows stronger by the second. The mysterious lights begin racing forward at a breakneck speed. Moments later, those wild beams of light suddenly converge onto a single spot. A sudden realization flashes through his mind: could it really be? Stepping forward to investigate, he lets out a sigh of relief. This is definitely the place. Without wasting another second, Lee Cheol unleashes his signature Ba Lang technique. A powerful shockwave of energy rapidly spreads in all directions. It completely blankets the surrounding area, leaving absolutely nowhere untouched. Having scanned the area, Cheol realizes this is indeed the sealed entrance to the tomb. He just needs to channel his mana following the precise order of the constellations carved on the stone. He must start from the north and trace them in a clockwise direction. But the moment he touches the seal, a chill runs down his spine. The mana drain is absolutely massive. Eventually, the exhaustion catches up to him, forcing him to pause and catch his breath. He quickly realizes that this is not going to be easy. Shaking off the fatigue, he immediately gets right back to work. Gasping heavily for air, Cheol mutters that this is finally the very last step. But the moment those words escape, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the entire mountain. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful wave of magical energy erupts from deep within the sealed tomb. It forces him to gasp out what on earth is happening. Cheol wonders how there could possibly be such a terrifying amount of mana. Here could Mount Tahem's ancient energy gathered over eons have been triggered by his own power. Before long, that overwhelming tide of mana completely swallows him up. A second later, Cheol feels himself warped away to another place. He lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that he really thought his time was up. He sees absolutely nothing. His mana is drained to the absolute limit, making even his demon eyes completely useless right now. Cheol silently tells himself it's a relief he can't sense any presence or movement nearby. But wait, right as that thought crosses his mind, he spots something. Peering closer, Cheol exhales with relief, having briefly worried he was about to be ambushed. At this massive scale, there's no way this can be classified as a normal ancient tomb. Cheol heads deeper inside, noting a stone tablet claiming this land was bought from the temple for a burial site. If modern mages saw this, they would probably foam at the mouth in pure shock. And on this one, the uncrowned king, Li Haiyang Song of the Li family, lived to 122 and rests here. Reading further down, Cheol is utterly stunned by what he sees. It takes him a moment before he continues, reading all living and dead who wish to enter must turn back. It is a warning that only darkness lies ahead. He wonders if there is truly something waiting inside. With his mana recovering slightly, he decides to activate his demon eyes once more. But the instant he uses them, a violent backlash hits Cheol. He realizes he can't see anything. It feels like slamming into a massive wall, leaving him with an unprecedented sharp pain. In his past life, his eldest brother mentioned hiding this location, keeping all records classified except from the Dark Knight. Why do that? Was it guilt over disturbing their ancestors' eternal rest? No, if that were true, he should have hidden the excavation itself. This sloppy half-revealed information is unlike his brother. Unless, of course, this entire thing was a deliberate trap. At that terrifying thought, Cheol spins around on his heel. The space before him erupts into flames, leaving him utterly bewildered. Are the Guardian Kings actually moving? Not only are they moving, but they actually speak, commanding him to leave this place immediately. Cheol immediately readies himself for battle. He has never heard of guardians protecting this place. They aren't even high-ranking monsters or divine beasts, so how are they projecting these mental waves? Even with his demon eyes active, he detects nothing. Are they moving without utilizing any energy at all? That should be impossible. Right at that critical moment, a sudden realization flashes through his mind. Cheol stares intently at the entity before him, silently questioning what it could be. But before he can act, the Guardian King strikes first, forcing him to react. Damn it, Cheol thinks, if only he had just a little bit more time. A prolonged battle is out of the question. To win with his remaining mana, he must act fast. Making up his mind, Cheol uses his final drop of energy to flee. Seeing this, the statues continuously project their mental commands for him to leave. Immediately after, the two massive statues collide with a deafening crash. Watching them, Cheol confirms his theory. Their movements are indeed crude and simple. Without delay, he unleashes the first form of the unbound demon cleaver. Yet the Guardian King keeps charging right at him. Cheol worries that if he opens up too much distance, he will only disadvantage himself. Gritting his teeth, he charges straight toward the massive statue. A violent clash between the two erupts a split second later. The sheer power of the Guardian King is absolutely overwhelming. Even so, Cheol still manages to break free from its grip. He triggers a combo combining both his hard Qi Gong and Yama skills. With everything perfectly set up, Cheol launches his real attack. The massive body of the Puppet King is instantly shattered into pieces. Then they crash heavily onto the ground. Only then can Cheol finally breathe a sigh of relief. He slowly realizes his mana is completely depleted. It is almost impossible to channel it. Since he can breathe, there must be air here, and the Puppet King statue is not even rusted. But before he can enjoy the peace, Cheol tenses up all over again. Right in front of him, the shattered stone pieces start pulling back together. They stand back up and project a clear mental message to get out. Cheol groans inwardly at this absolute pain. His mana is slowly regenerating, but not enough for another fight. Even so, he has to check to be absolutely sure, focusing his senses even harder. Suddenly, a bizarre glow begins radiating from deep inside the Puppet King. A terrible feeling washes over him. Could it really be? Preparing to attack, Cheol realizes that if those things are truly inside, he must use the Black Knight's sword to pierce deep into the core with a single decisive strike. Right then, unfamiliar voices ring out. Wait, what is that? A pitch-black sword, a completely dark blade. Wait, that is actually our friend. We are so sorry. Cheol finally recognizes them. They are the mystic pixies, creatures that love playing with animals or children and playing mischievous tricks. He demands to know what kind of game they are playing mid-fight, but they shrink back in terror. That sword is way too scary. We are sorry. Instead, they offer to heal him, and Cheol can already feel his body beginning to mend. They quickly explain that they mistook him for a bad guy, but since they patched him up, he has to accept their apology. But when Cheol asks why they are here, the mystical pixies stubbornly refuse to say a word, keeping it a secret. Cheol casually threatens to test swing his black blade, asking if they would like to cooperate now. Shaking in absolute terror, they cry out that humans are terrifying. They confess they signed a contract over 1,000 years ago, making Cheol realize why these mystical beings who usually live in nature are bound here. Cheol speaks softly, acknowledging how hard it must have been for them to guard this place for so long. Hearing his kind words, they eagerly thank him, claiming he is a great person as long as he does not hold that terrifying sword. He ignores their question to ask who they contracted with. They whisper among themselves, noting his dark hair and eyes match the previous black sword master before finally deciding to share the truth. They reveal their master went inside that inner chamber, promising to protect their kind if they guarded this place despite how incredibly painful it was for them. Cheol wonders what they needed protection from, and they terrifiedly describe an immortal, horrific monster, explaining they only attacked him because they mistook him for one of those foul beasts. Cheol recalls the mountain guardian mentioning something similar, realizing his only remaining path is to step inside. The pixies quickly warn him that entry requires proof of blood and only the chosen are permitted to pass. Sliced Cheol quickly cuts his hand open and steps forward. His blood flows steadily onto the ancient massive stone door. Before long, the heavy seal responds and slowly creaks open. He calmly tells himself it is time to go. Meanwhile, inside the high-tech research lab, Valerie sighs in utter boredom, wondering why she still has so many things left to analyze. Today is a complete bust, so ordering fried chicken sounds perfect. Is that the radar scanner? Red means a gate, but there is no way one would appear in Gyeongju unless the scanner is glitched. But the moment those words leave her mouth, she spots something deeply unsettling. Staring at the screen, Valerie mutters in absolute disbelief. 5 gates are opening simultaneously. Is that kid behind this? No, the magical energy radiating from the mountain remains completely unchanged. This is no time to relax. Even with Gyeongju's low population, a breach is still incredibly dangerous. Without wasting another second, Valerie bolts from her seat to take action. Back on her computer screen, the familiar map remains active. The ominous red dots signaling the active gates continue to blink. But just a second later, they suddenly appear all over the place, scattered across almost every single street. Meanwhile, over on Cheol's side, this is definitely no ordinary cemetery. He searches around for a while before finally spotting it. There it is. Cheol quickly steps forward, reaching out his hand to grab the object. Holding it in his hand, he rejoices, thinking he has finally found Dark Knight 6. This is the exact reason he came here, but not for right now. Instinctively, he can sense that there is something waiting on the other side. His heart no, he can feel the dark energy pulsing almost like it is celebrating. Realizing this only makes him tread even more carefully from now on. Still, Cheol keeps moving forward silently, thinking to himself about how incredibly bizarre that entire sensation just felt. Without him even realizing it, another presence has suddenly appeared right there. This leaves Cheol absolutely stunned, and that person is none other than Gango himself. He stares blankly, realizing it looks so full of life. It could move at any second. This is no illusion or mere spirit. He needs to look closer with his own eyes at the mural covered in mysterious talismans and golden threads. This looks like some kind of seal, but what on earth is locked inside? An opening. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon begins to manifest from deep within Cheol's body. That is not all. The ropes hanging everywhere around them suddenly begin to snap. Wait, they actually gather into a single spot, leaving Cheol completely shocked by what is happening. Next, those very same ropes fly forward to attack him. Cheol tries his best to fight them off, but he still curses in frustration. Seeing the object clearly, he realizes this is the exact mirror that used to be in his room. A cowering, lifeless child that is a vision of himself from his very past life. Back then, Cheol was brutally beaten and called a useless bastard and a parasite. Crawl between my legs and I might let you go. Why do you not understand me? Is it because you are just a worthless bug? Staring at this painful memory, Cheol is deeply shaken, remembering how he used to wonder why he had to endure such cruelty and how he could escape it. Suddenly, a cold, unfamiliar voice echoes. The maid of the Cheol Moongawa family was dismissed for embezzling family funds. The young girl stammers, asking what will happen to their young master, but the man coldly snaps back that it is no longer any of her concern. Li Cheol recalls how they used embezzlement as an excuse, and after that day, he never saw that kind made again. Yet another painful scene suddenly flashes inside his mind. The man gently reassures him, saying his uncle would never fall so easily, promising to return soon, while telling him to just clean up the room. Yet Li Cheol knew deep down his uncle would never return. Another voice then tells him to run far away, promising to keep it a secret, even as the family continues their hunt. They only hope that he can truly find a real life for himself. Honestly, it is heartbreaking to hear him blame himself for failing to protect the maid who raised him like a mother and his beloved uncle who was just like a father. Back then, someone even spat insults mocking the bloodline of the Ly family for being so utterly pathetic. Li Cheol is left feeling completely helpless. These memories are the raw, painful scars of his past life, representing the weakest parts of his subconscious that still fear what might happen one day. Yet his voice remains cold as he demands to know. What exactly do they want him to do with all this? Even so, Li Cheol knows this painful past is an undeniable reality. He has never once looked away from those memories, refusing to run from the truth of what he went through. Those exact painful memories are what kept him alive, fueling his absolute resolve to never let anyone steal his life away from him ever again. With those thoughts, the heavy illusions around Li Cheol finally begin to fade away. He quickly realizes that the creature sealed within this dark tomb is actually that horde of black bones. Suddenly, the creepy black bones completely surround him. It feels like his head is about to split open. Their dark energy had only one destination: to seep directly into Li Cheol. A deeply unsettling and strange phenomenon suddenly began to emerge from within that dark mist. He took one quick glance and froze completely. Li Cheol could even react. That mysterious voice echoed once more, saying someone must prepare the way for the next generation. Seal me away with that thing, but the bystander immediately protested, telling his father that he did not have to carry this burden. Suspicion crept in as the strange sensation felt exactly like reading the memories of the boundless dark ice. He wondered if he had accidentally absorbed its raw energy. Gangu spoke in a calm, steady tone. He said his father was an outsider, but he would hold the secret close. One day, a child chosen by the Dark Knight would be born. Though his father tried to hide it, Gangu firmly believed this boy would become their ultimate hope. He wanted to create something like this and scatter it across the world. Just as the ancient stone tablet had foretold, a chosen child would eventually come seeking his aid. He sincerely hoped they would arrive to free him from this agonizing burden. Right at that moment, Li Cheol felt a sudden, extremely violent shift surging through his entire body. He collapsed straight onto the icy cold ground. Dark energy continuously billowed out from his entire frame. To support his incredibly heavy and trembling body, Li Cheol slammed his sword deep into the ground. After slowly recovering some of his strength, he muttered that he never expected things to become this incredibly difficult. He looked around in absolute confusion, wondering what on earth had just happened. What is this? The dark energy, once locked in his heart, had fully spread throughout his entire body. Even his physical frame seemed to have grown much larger and stronger than before. This new darkness was thicker than ever. Slowly, the hidden truth was starting to unravel before him. What was this? He realized this was no ordinary graveyard but a sealing space. His ancestor had waited for a descendant to arrive in the far future, or perhaps he was waiting specifically for Li Cheol. Even at the absolute peak of power, can a human actually predict fate over 1,000 years into the future? Crazy to think about. Something was off, but there was no time. Li Cheol spoke up respectfully, asking his ancestor to forgive his rudeness for arriving so incredibly late. As a descendant of the Li family, Li Cheol bowed to his ancestor. Though he arrived late, he had followed their grand design. He vowed to take over the heavy burden from this moment on. As those words faded, Gangu's physical body slowly began to dissolve. Meanwhile, Li Cheol remained bowed, praying for his ancestor to finally find peace in the afterlife. Ultimately, only a single robe was left behind. Staring at it, he muttered that it felt like he was being given a parting gift. He smiled gladly, accepting the offering. Sometime later, as Li Cheol stepped out, the mysterious fairy creatures immediately cheered, celebrating that he had actually made it. They thanked their dear friend, happy that the ancient promise had finally been fulfilled. When they eagerly asked if they could finally leave, he quickly agreed, letting them know they had worked hard enough and did a fantastic job. They were absolutely thrilled, thanking him and happily noting they were fully recovered before asking to play together again later. With them gone, Li Cheol grumbled that they had left without bothering to clean up a single thing. He worried whether reporting this back to the Li family would go smoothly, especially since all the spirits had escaped and left this entire place completely desolate. Well, they would just have to handle it themselves. There was definitely no door before, so he wondered if this spot was his way out. He stepped into the spinning vortex. Instantly, the surrounding space warped at absolute blinding speed. Before long, Li Cheol crashed back down at the starting point with an incredibly rough landing. Clutching his aching head, he complained that he could never adapt to this. He wonders if morning has arrived already. Right as he speaks, a massive wave of bloodlust suddenly strikes. Li Cheol draws his sword, immediately bracing for an all-out battle. Suddenly, strange figures emerge from the thick bushes and surround him completely. Cheol stays on guard, wondering who they are, since only his keen instincts allowed him to sense their hidden presence. Suddenly, his sharp survival instincts scream a warning. A second later, the ground he stood on is violently destroyed. Leaping away in shock, he realizes they are shooting arrows at him. Angered, Cheol yells out, demanding to know who and what they are. They chant back in unison, saying they found the fragment and must strip away his mask. He shudders at their bizarre voices, which sound like dozens of distorted people speaking as one. The creepy sight makes Cheol freeze up for a brief moment. He senses that their aura is clearly monstrous magic, but their physical energy is undeniably human. As he tries to understand, the strange voices ring out again, questioning how a human could be here. They demand the artifact, calling it the Great Mask of Freedom. Facing their sudden onslaught, Cheol quickly counters their aggressive movements. An intense clash immediately explodes between the two forces. While defending, he closely watches the beast, wondering how it could swing such a massive weapon. This is definitely not a weapon a normal human could wield. With its dull grayish-green skin and pig-like features, it looks like an orc. But no, this is actually a human wearing the literal flesh of an orc. Why would a human dress in monster skin like this? Just as the attacker lunges forward, a separate glowing projectile flies straight toward him. Cheol swiftly dodges the first incoming strike. He raises his sword to block the next strike. Parrying the weapon, Cheol quickly guesses these are poisoned darts. With a clean deflection, the deadly dart is sent flying far away. Glancing into the distance, he wonders if that hidden enemy was the shooter. He has no idea what they are, but this tight space is bad for fighting crowds. Making up his mind, Cheol unleashes a powerful aura blast. He immediately dashes forward, escaping their grasp in a flash. He tells himself he needs to find a better place to fight. And get this far away, Jijun has watched everything unfold from start to finish. He recognizes the black-haired golden-eyed boy as the descendant of Sungmu. Jejun rushed here because the tomb gate opened, but he still wonders what that artifact is. Those complete utter bastards. He promises to help those seeking true freedom by completely stripping away the last remaining mask from them. With that, the surrounding landscape is instantly dyed in pure darkness. A thick, heavy mist begins to swirl through the pitch-black woods. Cheol backs away, catching his breath while estimating there are around 30 enemies. Facing him is a crowd in black cloaks who are clearly human but wielding monstrous powers, making him wonder if they are humans turned beasts or monsters disguised as men. Their faces are completely hidden behind masks, but fortunately, their total lack of coordination makes them constantly collide with one another as they move. Cheol's sword glows with power as he notices his enemies can technically use human weapons, but their clumsy movements show they are just throwing desperate, reckless strikes. A protective shield manifests around him as he decides to capture one of them alive to get some real answers. The shield glows with a bright blue light, a reward he earned after his duel with 6 billion. Legend says this heavenly-grade shield was gifted by the chief god to Numa Pompilius, the second king of Rome. Although copies made by divine order are only considered masterpieces, Cheol took every opportunity to slowly absorb its power bit by bit while working in Valerius's workshop. Seeing this, they all spring forward at once. One of them is wielding a massive wooden log. Just like that, the hooded figure throws it straight at him. But the moment his arm swings up, it gets sliced clean off. Cheol frowns quickly, pulling his arm back. He then combines shield and sword to unleash a coordinated assault. Cheol takes down one enemy, but the others keep rushing forward. Observing their patterns, he realizes their offensive has shifted into a continuous combo, proving they haven't completely lost their minds just yet. Blue light radiates from his shield, but he doesn't let it distract him. Instantly activating his spirit demon skill, he blows them all away. At the same time, Cheol seizes the opportunity to slash ahead. A whole bunch of the hooded figures are swiftly taken down. Debris and fragments end up scattered all over the ground. His gaze turns ice cold. If they refuse to come near him, dashing agilely through the night, he decides to take the initiative. After some time passes, everything finally quietens down again. Cheol ties up the remaining hostiles in the middle of the empty clearing. With their limbs completely crushed, they won't be causing any more trouble. Now he can actually think their bloodshot eyes and wild aura are purely monstrous. This isn't simple corruption. Could it be brainwashing or a curse? With that in mind, Cheol reaches for a hood, wanting to try injecting his magic power inside. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek echoes out from somewhere nearby. He grimaces and covers his ears, wondering what on earth that awful noise is. The sound seems to be coming directly from the remaining hooded figures. These masks covering their faces suddenly begin to melt away. Green liquid starts splattering and dripping all over the place. Even the thick ropes binding them are snapped by a sudden force. Cheol looks up to face the massive figure looming right before him. He steps back cautiously. You can feel the tension peaking right here. Elsewhere, Valerie is hovering high up in the sky, wondering why it's so quiet. If the gate has already been established, shouldn't monsters be pouring out of it by now? Down below, the streets are still busy with heavy traffic. Warm yellow lights still shine inside the nearby houses. Observing this peaceful scene, she slowly descends back to the ground. Valerie's expression gradually shifts into deep suspicion. The active gate before her remains completely empty with absolutely nothing coming out of it. In that very moment, a tiny current of electricity crackles through. Its color has clearly changed. They must have intentionally destabilized the mana flow to trigger this gate, using it as a tool for pure terror. It is absolutely insane. She looks around anxiously, realizing that if they wanted to cause terror, there is no way things would remain this quiet. Suddenly, her gaze locks onto a specific spot. Wait, what is this? A realization flashes in Valerie's mind. This isn't a normal gate, but a passage resembling a teleportation array. Her face darkens as she realizes it only allows for one-way travel with no return. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washes over her entire body. Wincing, she rubs her forehead, realizing this isn't standard magic. This phenomenon is totally beyond her current scope of knowledge, and she cannot fully analyze or make sense of it right now. Valerie turns and flies back into the air, determined to check other areas as well. The night streets below still look quiet and peaceful as ever. When she returns a short while later, the area is blocked off. Has the military arrived already? Hiding behind a nearby wall, she debates if she should just force her way in to inspect the gate. But she quickly dismisses the idea, remembering her identity in Korea is still a secret, and her master warned her not to draw attention to herself. Valerie's eyes turn ice cold. What on earth was that bizarre thing she just encountered? Darting away, she decides she must study it further. Once home, she collapses onto her sofa. Relaxing after all that tension makes her starving. She is seriously craving some fried chicken. Suddenly, urgent alert pings chime from her computer. Valerie bolts upright at the noise. Please do not tell her. Another gate has opened. She quickly scrambles in front of her computer screen. Staring at the data, she recoils in sheer disbelief. What is this? Unfamiliar mana fluctuations light up the screen in rapid succession. What are these bizarre signals? Her fingers fly across the keys. Gates are red and monsters are black, so why is this gray? Why does it say unknown? A terrifying thought strikes her and her hands freeze. 31 unique mana signatures she does not recognize. Wait, unless... Valerie gasps in horror. It is them, the entities that have either crossed the gates or created them directly. Her expression sours immediately. Lee Cheol explicitly said he was heading toward Tohamson. But among those signatures, a single yellow dot stands out, the trademark sign of a magic eye wielder. Valerie cannot mask her growing panic. Things are getting incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Jian slowly unsheathes his sword. Has this thing already undergone complete monsterization? He quickly analyzes the beast, looking for an opening. It resembles a lizardman, but there is a catch. It has a monster body, yet its mana circulates exactly like a human. Suddenly, its massive tail whips violently toward him. Jian leaps back to dodge. Earlier, the beast seemed to be awkwardly mimicking a monster's fighting style, but now it moves naturally, as if it has fully reclaimed its physical body. The dark specter behind it unleashes a sonic shockwave. This opponent looks like a monster, but battles with human-like precision. Instantly, his body locks up completely. His blade's glowing aura begins to flicker and fade away. The monster charges in to strike. He gets thrown back, smashing hard against a nearby tree. Fortunately, Jian manages to escape without a single scratch. Only then does he notice the sticky fluid under his boots. Somehow a slime has attached to him and is actively draining his mana. Could it be absorbing his energy? Annoyed, Jian stomps down and crushes the creature. Curiously, the beast remains totally still this time instead of charging. It seems these creatures are rapidly developing actual combat intelligence. He draws his second blade. If the monster is going to stand there, he will just take the initiative. A vibrant green aura erupts across his dual blades. Unleashing his devastating wind aura, Jian delivers a blinding strike that cuts clean through the lizardman. That should do it. With the strike landed, he turns to inspect his work, but his eyes instantly widen in absolute shock. That giant tail is already whipping back towards him. The deep lacerations on its flesh are closing up instantly. Is it actually regenerating? He quickly pieces the puzzle together. The slime absorbs energy to trigger the lizardman's regeneration, while the ghost's scream seals his mana, working in tandem with this rapid self-healing. Combined with the shockwave from that dark specter, this is a horrific synergy he has never seen, not even in his past life. Gritting his teeth, Jian mutters that his remaining mana level does not matter. He glares forward and raises his blade, determined to shred this monster to pieces. As his sword plunges into the ground, green lightning violently erupts outward. The relentless surge of energy keeps the monster completely pinned down. Seizing the opening, Jian vaults high up into the air. His expression turns icy. Let's see if you can still regenerate after your head is severed. In a flash, his blade slices clean through its neck. The heavy body collapses lifelessly onto the ground. But right after, a bizarre, echoing noise rings out. What is that sound? Lee Cheol whips around in shock. Could there be remnants left? Before him stands a massive blazing fireball. The blinding light reflects off his face right before impact. A devastating blow strikes, causing the ground to explode. All the surrounding dirt and rocks shatter. Footsteps on the ground grow louder and closer now, until Valerie appears with a bright smile, saying she finally made it. Happily spinning her wand, she asks Lee Cheol if he is okay. He stares blankly, replying that aside from almost dying because of her, he is fine. Pausing, Lee Cheol sighs and asks if she could land more gently next time, making Valerie explain she only wanted to help. He asks sarcastically if she was trying to assassinate him, but she loudly retorts that he is still alive anyway. His face darkens as he silently apologizes to his aunt for ever comparing her to such a crazy scientist. Valerie rolls her eyes and looks over at the scene. She asks what those things are, and when he simply says they are enemies, she nods, saying that much was obvious. Lee Cheol explains they used to be human before turning into monsters, leaving her completely stunned as she asks what nonsense he is talking about. Rather than arguing, he repeats that they literally looked human until just now, but Valerie still finds it to be completely absurd. Suddenly, the dark figure releases a dense sound wave. Their heads spin in instant confusion, wondering what is happening. She can feel a flow inside her, realizing her mana system is completely disrupted. Ready for battle, Lee Cheol tells her they can talk later, asking if she can capture them alive, and she immediately agrees. Golden rays of light begin to glow as he tells her they need to catch those two when he gives the signal. Before Valerie can even finish her sentence, he charges ahead, leaving her confused. He grips his sword hilt, thinking that if Aura can control even spiritual entities, then this should work. Red glowing ropes instantly bind the enemy tight. Once the setup is complete, Lee Cheol shouts out that it is time. Valerie swears and swings her wand. A magic circle is instantly formed. She smiles confidently, chanting her spell and declaring that talismans are always the most effective way to deal with these monsters. With those words, the bright light from her hand shoots forward. On the other side, Lee Cheol swings his arm, leaving only a single slime behind. He quickly grabs it, thinking that even with special abilities, a slime is still just a slime. His hand grabs a round core inside its squishy body. Just like that, Lee Cheol pulls it out with force. He carefully examines the results of his work. Handing over the slimy core, he asks her to keep it safe, but Valerie looks disgusted and wonders why he wants to carry it. Lee Cheol asks earnestly, requesting Valerie to help him decode its secrets. Seeing his sincerity, she has no choice but to agree, adding that she also has something important to tell him. After their talk, he concludes asking if she means a portal has appeared inside Jeonju City, which she confirms is indeed an artificial gate. Pausing, Valerie adds that it is not a normal portal, but more like a passageway, leading Lee Cheol to deduce it might actually be a teleportation array. A normal teleportation array requires both point A and point B to be prepared beforehand, just like two hands reaching out to shake each other. But this time is different. It is like grabbing someone by the wrist, allowing them to freely teleport from point A to point B using a portal. Valerie lowers her voice, emphasizing that with humanity's current level of technology, such a mechanism should be absolutely impossible to exist. Standing nearby, Valerie carefully explains that although they understand the portal's basic theory, recreating it with modern human technology is completely out of the question because it is a highly advanced technique. Hearing this, Lee Cheol agrees with her, thinking that if she is pointing this out so seriously, then it really must be an impossible task. With her face half hidden in shadow, she notes that there are countless unexplainable forces in this world, but it is still shocking that even Valerie's analytical eye cannot completely grasp the exact theory behind it. Having said this, Valerie gently twirls her wand, explaining that after inspecting the portal, she went back to her workshop, where the scanner picked up something strange, forcing her to come straight back here. Lee Cheol stared intently at the monster on the ground, realizing this was likely the horde his detector had scanned. Intrigued, Valerie asked what on earth this thing actually was. He repeated his claim as he had said before, these were humans turned into monsters. But Valerie suddenly cut him off, asking what on earth he had been talking about this whole time. With that, she raised her wand, claiming she could understand if it was edited, but wondered if they were under some illusion magic. Lee Cheol could only sigh, asking if she truly believed his eyes could not tell the difference, which was exactly why he wanted her to see his catch in person. He then reminded her to check the corpse of the lizard man as well. Valerie muttered under her breath, wondering if he had actually been hit by some sort of illusion magic. Ultimately, she had to compromise reluctantly, agreeing to check it out. A purple magical energy slowly began to spread through the area. After a moment, Valerie turned around and concluded that it was just a monster. Although its abilities were quite unique, at the end of the day, it was still a beast. Her face darkened slightly. She noted that while there are monsters capable of taking human shape, this creature was simply a lizard man. Its mana system was incredibly bizarre and it possessed highly unique abilities, but something still felt completely off. Hearing that, Lee Cheol chimed in, noting that some individuals in their human state had been fused with monsters. He then invited her over to see for herself. White clouds floated lazily across the vast and deep blue sky. He carefully went ahead, leading the way down this path. The shocking sight right before them left Lee Cheol utterly speechless. Beside him, Valerie asked in confusion, noting it was just a goblin. Cheol stood frozen for a long time, knowing that when he defeated the creature, it clearly still possessed a human form. Then a sudden clue caught Valerie's eye, sparking a major realization. Valerie's gaze locked onto a specific spot, wondering why such an item was on the monster's leg. She fell silent, tracing the footprints left from when the creature was still human and examining its clothes, finding clear signs that proved it was indeed once a person. By now, Valerie also sensed the anomaly, wondering if this could actually be true. Standing up abruptly, she decided to investigate further, stating she had collected enough samples to look into the matter on her own. Cheol stood there, asking if she finally believed his words. Valerie scratched her head and sighed, admitting that these monsters were indeed incredibly bizarre. She then stepped closer and asked if he had disposed of everything, noting it would be best to burn all the corpses. He did some quick mental math and replied that he had dealt with all 30 monsters. Surprised, she asked if there shouldn't be 31, as her scanner had detected 31 unidentified mana sources earlier. Recalling the screeching sound from earlier, she muttered her theory about the flute, guessing that even though they hadn't seen them, another person might still be out there. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light, realizing that person was the one pulling the strings behind these mutated humans. The two of them returned to Valerie's workshop together. The door swung open, breaking the silence as he asked Valerie about the results. Removing her glasses with a light smile, she admitted she didn't find much, noting it was just like what she saw with her magic eyes. From behind, Cheol called Valerie's name again, but she stubbornly refused to look back. He slowly reminded her of his victory in their three-question game. This immediately irritated Valerie, who snapped back that she obviously remembered. Cheol stood there completely unfazed, reminding her that her lies were always extremely easy to spot. She muttered under her breath that he was incredibly insolent. Valerie proudly puffed out her chest, claiming that if he only knew how famous she was at the academy, but Cheol just shrugged it off, saying he already knew. Her defensive voice chimed in again, insisting she was once the Rose of the prestigious FN Magic Academy. Cheol's face went blank, wondering if Rose was just code for a lunatic. Shaking with suppressed frustration, she told him she got it, so he should stop beating around the bush and just spill it. Cheol easily read her expression, and trust me, she was genuinely on the verge of sulking. Cheol immediately changed his tune, flattering her by asking how someone of her caliber could find nothing. He told her to stop buying time, since he knew how brilliant she was, causing her anger to instantly melt away. Clearing his throat, Cheol kept the praise coming, mentioning that she was the master of the analyzing eye, helped him raise his mana control, and even decoded his family's ancient stone tablet. Deep down, he knew for a fact that Valerie was the only one capable of deciphering it. She slammed her hand hard against the table. Proudly standing up, Valerie declared that it was only natural, since there was absolutely nothing she couldn't uncover. Cheol could only marvel at how incredibly easy she was to manipulate. Suddenly, her tone shifted to a serious note, stating she had one crucial question before they proceeded. With an incredibly grim expression, Valerie asked if those mutants had actually targeted him from the very beginning of the ambush. After pondering for a long moment, Cheol admitted that seemed highly likely, though without communication he couldn't know for sure. But Valerie pressed on, asking what exactly he had discovered at the site of that ancient stone tablet. Valerie dug deeper, questioning if he knew what those culprits were truly after. Cheol quickly caught the critical detail, realizing she had specifically referred to them as people. Cheol honestly admitted that he had gathered a few things, but explaining everything was complicated. While he trusted Valerie, this was a completely different matter. She listened intently as he explained that the stone tablet belonged to his family, meaning he couldn't just share its secrets with anyone else. Suddenly, Cheol wonders why she's even asking this. Valerie hesitates, looking a bit uncomfortable. Her hand fidgets nervously by her side. She warns him that this is strictly just her theory. Looking down in deep thought, Valerie mentions a mysterious group that existed during the Great War. Ravenous monsters screamed for blood in a massive world war that initially began with a full-scale monster invasion. Flame and ash engulfed everything. As the war escalated, humans, demi-humans, and beasts clash over resources and survival, ultimately turning the entire world into a giant sea of blood. During that blood-soaked era, ancient forces that had been sleeping deep underground finally crawled into the light. Among them, 6 mysterious organizations suddenly showed themselves to the world. They were all shrouded in absolute secrecy, bizarre, dangerous, and yet strangely fascinating to the masses. Each group operated from different hidden corners, wielding a unique influence. Because of these eerie similarities, people eventually grouped them together under one title. They called them the Six Shadows. These organizations are barely mentioned in standard history books, and she only knows about them because her master passed down the secret. Pausing briefly, Valerie adds that despite the shared name, they never actually saw each other as allies. Cheol listens intently, wondering if the bizarre enemy he recently encountered is actually one of these legendary groups. Valerie doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, she mentions one specific group called Behemoth, noting how closely her master's old stories match his current ordeal. Holding up a single finger, she explains that their core philosophy was actually very simple: to completely reject human rationality. She concludes that humans should survive solely on raw instinct and unconscious desire. Cheol immediately recognizes this concept, noting that it sounds exactly like the theories debated by ancient scholars back then. Valerie looks slightly uneasy. If they had stopped there, she says it would be fine. But they believe the human body is merely a mask, and tearing it off is the only way to achieve true freedom. Her voice echoes in the quiet room as she explains how they actively operated as monsters to chase that freedom. Cheol gasps in absolute shock. She theorizes that they viewed wild monsters acting on pure instinct as the ultimate, most correct form of living beings. Hearing this, Cheol quickly speaks up, asking if they were actually turning humans into beasts back then. If there is a historical precedent, he wonders why she called it impossible. Her next words leave Cheol completely speechless. Her master's accounts claim those people only wore masks or draped themselves in fake monster hides rather than truly transforming. Frowning, Valerie firmly states that humans literally morphing into monsters was simply never a thing. She slowly lights a cigarette. Behemoth was convinced their extreme ideology was absolute truth, spreading it far and wide to gather countless fanatical believers. They grew so incredibly powerful that they eventually waged an all-out war against an entire nation. Valerie issues a stern warning, noting they still cannot confirm if Behemoth is behind this, but some shadowy group is definitely targeting him. Cheol quietly nods, acknowledging the dangerous reality. Gray smoke slowly drifts into the quiet air. What next? She casually asks about his next move, admitting that she is actually quite worried about his safety. Cheol firmly states that he will continue his training journey. If he was going to run back to his family over some vague danger, he never would have left home in the first place. Hearing his stubborn response, she sighs and shakes her head. She does not seem surprised at all, muttering that she figured he would say something like that. Sometime later, Cheol stands alone in his room, muttering that this outfit really does not feel like normal clothing. Feeling the threads, he realizes this is definitely not standard embroidery. The material itself is far from ordinary, possessing a unique texture he noticed the second he slipped it on. He casually drapes the outer robe over himself. Suddenly, the long sleeves begin to move on their own. Stunned, Cheol realizes that the fabric is actually auto-adjusting to fit his body perfectly. Admiring his new look in the mirror, he finds it incredibly comfortable with great flexibility for easy movement. The door suddenly swings wide open as someone calls out his name. Valerie struts in with a grin, phone in hand, suggesting they order fried chicken for dinner. Meanwhile, Cheol is still completely caught up, staring at his reflection. Their eyes lock, followed by an incredibly awkward silence. She bursts into hysterical laughter, teasing him for posing like that. She wonders aloud if every 15-year-old boy is this obsessed with spinning around in front of mirrors. Her laughter suddenly cuts short. She dryly reminds him of how quickly he rejected her invitation to go clothes shopping last time. Startled, Cheol watches her rush over, stammering to ask why she is suddenly acting so weird. Valerie's eyes glow purple as she tells him to hold still and let her see. Shaking all over, she gasps, unable to believe her own eyes. It takes her a moment to finally ask where he got this clothing. Confused, Cheol steps closer, asking why she is so shocked. She mumbles that it was simply too dark to notice earlier. Regaining her composure, she identifies the material as celestial silkworm thread covered in complex spell patterns despite lacking magic resistance. Cheol repeats the name in absolute confusion, having never heard of it. A heavy silence falls over them. She asks if he is truly ignorant of this legendary thread, woven exclusively by a divine creature known as the Angel Silkworm. She explains that it takes 15 long years just to produce a single thread, yet someone used it to weave an entire outfit. Cheol still does not grasp the scale of the situation, asking if the material is really that valuable. She quickly cuts him off, snapping that it goes far beyond simple value. Realizing this is legendary celestial-grade fabric, Cheol freezes in absolute disbelief, completely unable to process the shocking reality. He wonders if she is mistaken, noting that his magic eyes did not detect any active power. She sighs deeply, explaining that is perfectly normal because raw celestial thread requires further refinement to unleash its true potential. Valerie tightens her fist as she speaks, explaining that celestial silk is an incredibly rare thread that grows alongside its owner. It is so rare that spellcasters usually only use it as a magic catalyst, yet here it was used to make an entire coat. Unable to hold back any longer, she begs him to let her try it on just once, but Cheol flatly refuses. Frustrated by his rejection, her magic flares up as she pleads for just a single thread. Or maybe just 2 threads. She loses her composure, more and more demanding exactly 2 threads until Cheol grits his teeth and yells for her to wait. Quiet gasps fill the room as they realize the legendary item has already recognized its master. Honestly, Valerie excitedly hugs the coat, amazed it has a soul and calling the whole thing absolutely insane. Cheol's face darkens as he asks how long she plans to keep hugging it. Snapping back to reality, Valerie sheepishly apologizes. She then hands over a book, telling him to read it. The pages reveal that the celestial silkworm is a divine creature feeding on mana in places of perfect elemental balance, hatching once every 15 years and taking 25 years to form a cocoon. By melting that cocoon in a special spiritual medicine called celestial spirit water, the rare celestial silk is finally created. It holds a perfect balance of water and fire. Even if cut by sharp blades, it will absorb magic to heal itself, remain dry in water, and instantly restore itself if burned by flames. Cheol is quite curious, asking if the gear actually has its own consciousness. Valerie nods, explaining that while it is slightly different, it is practically the same thing. She gently traces the patterns on the fabric, highlighting that this gear has absolutely no limits, with a magic resistance so incredibly low that even cloaking yourself in pure mana cannot compare. Valerie sighs with regret, noting that even a third-rate mage could become first-rate with this gear. If it had not already bound to him, she would have begged for a single thread. Hearing this, Cheol carefully holds the coat, knowing it was special but never expecting it to be this extreme. A moment later, she hesitantly asks for the name of the armor, and Cheol quietly replies that it is called Yunhan. He recalls the two characters embroidered in white on the inside of the coat, Yunhan, which means the Milky Way. No other name could possibly be more fitting. The blade of his sword also bears inscriptions. Hokya, a weapon forged to embody the deepest dark night. They seem bound by a profound connection, the sword of night and the code of the galaxy harmonizing like a perfect set, even if they were never meant to be one. Witnessing this connection, Valerie has to admit that he has acquired an incredibly precious treasure. Days pass in a blur, and soon he finds himself sitting alone in his room, realizing the translation is taking far longer than he anticipated. Sitting before a massive pile of ancient bamboo slips and scrolls, he knows Valerie could decipher these archaic scripts with ease, but because this story involves his deepest clan secrets, he absolutely cannot let her lay eyes on them. Cheol looks down at the open page, quietly reminding himself that obtaining these precious texts was only possible because of Valerie's hard work. Taking a deep breath, he decides to try translating the passage once more. Slowly, a complete sentence comes together, stating that leaving these records of Hokya goes against his father's wishes. Cheol frowns in deep confusion, wondering if this was indeed penned by their second-generation ancestor Yi Hyang-son. The very next line catches him off guard, expressing uncertainty about whether these records will ever reach future generations, safely warning of what might happen if they do. His hands fly open to unroll the bamboo slips, seeing that while other contents remain perfectly intact, only these crucial sections are completely ruined. Numerous lines have faded away, leaving only a few isolated words legible. He is struck by a dark thought. Did someone intentionally erase these records, meaning a trespasser had actually broken into the tomb before him? But recalling the eerie silence of that vault, he shakes his head. It is impossible, as there were absolutely no physical traces left inside the ancestor's tomb. Cheol lowers his eyes in deep thought, realizing the ancestor had actually anticipated this, knowing these written records might not survive the test of time. Scanning the text carefully, he notes that the explanations regarding the sword's seals are surprisingly sparse, only covering the basic details that his eldest brother had already discovered and made public. Nearby, the sword flashes with a brief pulse of power. If it really was written by ancestor Yi Hyang-son, it makes sense why it only records up to the third seal. Cheol lets out a quiet sigh, realizing his eldest brother had not been intentionally hiding anything from him after all. His fingers gently trace the fading characters on the page. A moment later, he mutters under his breath, reading that Hokya is a legendary sword forged by a god to strike down evil. Cheol's expression instantly hardens, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks on him, a sword forged by a god. Suddenly, his phone rings, breaking his train of thought at the worst possible moment. He quickly pulls it out, wondering who could possibly be trying to contact him at such an hour. Looking at the screen, Cheol is startled to see Zhang Jin-su calling him out of the blue. A message pops up from Zhang Jin-su stating that an issue has arisen and he needs to meet immediately. Cheol packs up his belongings and bids farewell, thanking Valerie for all of her help recently. She immediately begins listing her achievements, reminding him that she researched the magic circles, decoded the ancient tablets, and even explained his new armor, leaving Cheol to stand there in silent amusement as she rants. Finally finding an opening to speak, Cheol promises to introduce her to some of his acquaintances later. Valerie pauses in curiosity, demanding to know who, only for Cheol to sigh and mention his aunt, which only leaves her deeply perplexed. Cheol mutters that he thinks the two of them will get along perfectly before quickly turning to leave and saying goodbye. Suddenly, Valerie calls out, telling him to hold on. Shyly, she steps forward and hands him a necklace. She hands it over, telling him to take it. She admits it might not look like much. Actually, it is a big deal, a stone she poured her heart into making. She put a protection charm on it, and though she is not sure how well it works, it is a simple evil-warding charm. He smiles slightly, thanking Valerie and noting that he always seems to be receiving things from her. This completely flusters her, making her stutter that actually she also, but Cheol widens his eyes, asking Valerie also what. Sensing something, Lee Cheol asks if she is hiding something, making her guiltily turn away while insisting it is absolutely nothing. In her mind, Valerie warns herself she cannot say a word. Recalling her own work, she feels quite proud. In her thesis, she secretly named Lee Cheon's evil eye the ultimate superhuman and evil king's true magic eye. If no one finds out, it is not a crime. Besides, he probably does not read papers that only shut-in magic nerds would ever look at. He lets it go. It is pretty suspicious, but he decides to play along anyway. Turning pale, she shrieks out that she is not hiding anything, demanding to know what he means by playing along. Valerie turns serious, asking what he plans to do now. Checking his phone, Lee Cheol replies that he needs to return to Seoul. She smiles warmly at his response, telling him that she will see him later. Lee Cheol closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Walking up, he shakes her hand and thanks Valerie once again. A car carries him toward the outskirts of Seoul. Wearing heavy dark circles, Jong Jin-soo greets him, saying it has been a long time, young master. Lee Cheol cannot help but point out his poor complexion, but Jong Jin-soo merely offers a weary smile, blaming it on a heavy workload. Leading the way, Jong Jin-soo invites him inside, admitting he is slightly embarrassed to show him this, though things are slowly getting on track. Lee Cheol observes his surroundings carefully, thinking that the office is quite small, especially since he thought the provided investment was more than enough. Despite the size, Lee Cheol notes that the nearby employees look surprisingly bright and happy. Jong Jin-soo smiles slightly, asking if he feels a bit disappointed with this place. Lee Cheol sighs softly with closed eyes, admitting he was at first, but now he thinks he understands. Once inside the private room, Lee Cheol asks if he deliberately started this small, to which Jong Jin-soo quietly confirms that he did. Serving a cup of tea, Jong Jin-soo explains that when Lee Cheol asked for money, he pondered whether the young master wanted immediate profits. Sitting down slowly, Jong Jin-soo asks if he wanted to build a lasting foundation instead, explaining that he purposely recruited highly loyal and talented people who simply lack real-world experience. Determination shines in his eyes as he explains his plan to train them step by step to manage major deals later, noting that while achievements are small, they are growing slowly and surely. Lee Cheol silently assesses him, realizing that despite receiving a massive sum of money, Jong Jin-soo chose to focus on building a strong, lasting foundation. A slight smile appears on Lee Cheol's face, as this is exactly what he wanted. Hesitating, Jong Jin-soo asks if he acted too presumptuously, but Lee Cheol is completely relaxed, repeating that he should simply do whatever he thinks is best. Lee Cheol remains totally unbothered. Even without concrete results yet, he wants Jong Jin-soo to keep moving down this path. Talk about a great boss. Observing his anxious expression, Lee Cheol knows that praising his efforts right now would only make him stick too rigidly to this single path, so it is best to let him unleash his full potential without any boundaries. Lee Cheol suddenly notices a folder and asks what it is, prompting Jong Jin-soo to explain that these are documents to legitimize the black market funds and turn them into his legal assets. Pausing, Jong Jin-soo carefully adds that because the sum is so massive, this step is absolutely necessary, asking the young master to review and sign them. Hearing this, Lee Cheol calculates the risks, knowing that even after initial laundering, these are still black market slush funds and tax collectors are not fools. A brand new business moving massive unexplained cash flow is bound to get audited, but if authorities realize the money is tied to him, they will not dare investigate any further. Finally, Lee Cheol points out that Jong Jin-soo actually wants him to act as the face of the company, which Jong Jin-soo honestly admits, stating he is merely managing the funds on his master's behalf. Lee Cheol chuckles, teasingly asking if Jong Jin-soo plans to use his family influence. As the tension eases, Jong Jin-soo replies that since he was told to act as he saw fit, he intends to utilize every single card in his hand. Lee Cheol sighs softly, realizing the man wants to clearly establish their master and servant relationship, acting as both a chain to bind him and an oath of absolute loyalty. Putting pen to paper, Lee Cheol signs the documents, agreeing that they should proceed with this. Pushing the paper back, Lee Cheol tells him to get to the main point, knowing he was not summoned here just for this. He delivers the real news: the Nine Dragon Association has officially made a move. Quickly regaining his composure, Lee Cheol wonders why they would suddenly act, prompting Jong Jin-soo to explain that during the laundering process he discovered their clear involvement with the Nine Dragon Association. Jong Jin-soo shares his suspicion that Bakbaek Chosu has received backing from them, causing Lee Cheol's expression to darken as he questions if Bakbaek Chosu is really connected to the association. Lee Cheol remembers them well, knowing it is highly plausible since the Nine Dragon Association rivals the prestigious Sunmu Lee family in power, though unlike them, they gladly dive into illegal activities. In the quiet room, Jong Jin-soo explains that since discovering their connection, he had been monitoring them silently, only to learn they mobilized their forces. His figure flashes through his mind, knowing they cannot act too openly. Korea is the territory of the prestigious Sunmu Lee family, so they cannot approach publicly, not to mention that the one handling this matter is supposedly seventh brother. With those thoughts in mind, Li Cheol silently nods, realizing their target can only be one single person. The man sitting right in front of him waiting in silence is Zhang Jin-su. As night falls, brilliant blue lightning tears across the sky. Outside the grand hall, a sudden flash of light gleams. Someone is walking quickly down the long, empty corridor. Nearby, the old master is calmly sipping his tea. You are late. Zhang Han stands straight and reports in a low voice he was delayed by headquarters. The next words freeze him. I know full well headquarters never issued any official orders. It takes a moment for Zhang Han to reply that it was the elder's request. From the pavilion, a slow voice asks if the kid who once dug through trash for food is now trying to play politics instead of holding a sword. Raising his head, he replies that his time at the bottom is why he wants to see the top. Master Huang Gu is clearly displeased. Playing political games with the elders means his tongue has already become much sharper than his actual blade. With that, the master tosses an object toward him. Zhang Han quickly catches it, and before he can ask, Huang Gu cuts in, saying a master should support his disciples' wild ambition. In the quiet night, his master's voice explains that the elders messed up a secret scheme, and since it unfortunately involves the powerful Sumu Lee family clan, they desperately need to monitor the situation. Zhang Han listens silently as the master notes the brat in charge needs a weapon to use and asks if he wants to take the trip. A moment later, he cups his fists and loudly thanks his master for showing such care and guidance. Watching the steam rise from his tea, the master warns him to be careful. Underestimating the Sumu Lee family clan will cost him a very heavy price. As his footsteps slowly fade into the distance, he makes a silent vow. Walking away without looking back, Zhang Han grumbles that those high and mighty leaders are nothing but hypocrites anyway. Soon, a sleek black car stops at a quiet military checkpoint. A man inside rolls down the window and hands over their travel permit. The guard takes the document and examines it closely. Inside the vehicle, the passengers are heavily bundled up, looking absolutely nothing like ordinary workers. Suddenly, the side door is slid open as the guard barks an order for everyone to step out for a passport check. One of them steps down with a smooth smile, asking the officer if they didn't already meet yesterday. The guard backs away suspiciously, but Siriang keeps up his friendly act, praising him for his incredibly hard work while the guard tries to recall when they ever met. Seeing this, Siriang quietly slips some cash to the guard playfully, asking if his memory is really that bad. The guard quickly pockets the money, suddenly remembering and blaming his poor memory on having too many drinks yesterday. The guard quickly waves his hand, shouting to let them pass. The car doors slam shut immediately. Crossing his arms, Siriang grumbles about how annoying it is for the future elder of the Nine Dragons camp to travel like a rat. Receiving no answer, he glares over, demanding the swordsman speak up since he was brought along as the official head of security. Sitting with his legs crossed, Zhang Han calmly explains they must hide from the Sumu Lee family clan, meaning they should absolutely avoid any route that might alert their enemy's intelligence. Siriang scoffs, arguing that avoiding detection is fine, but there is absolutely no need to take such a miserably slow and tedious path. Zhang Han stays silent, prompting the arrogant heir to call him completely useless and rigid. Zhang Han calmly bows his head politely, apologizing for his lack of foresight, but Siriang keeps grumbling next to him, utterly annoyed that he has to carry a lowly assassin from the slums as his personal guard. With his face cast in shadow, Siriang mutters that he will establish his absolute authority as the new elder once this job is done. Zhang Han grits his teeth, suppressing his anger at this spoiled idiot who is already dreaming of wielding power. He recalls Siriang bragging loudly in a bar yesterday, realizing this complete fool has probably leaked their entire secret mission details to the public already. Squeezing his fist tightly against his leg, Zhang Han is determined not to let this rare important opportunity go to waste because of a stupid heir. Deep down, he knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance from heaven that he absolutely cannot afford to lose. High above the clouds, a voice echoes inside a quiet room, mocking how predictable those fools are. Sitting with his drinking buddies, he laughs that those playing out of their league are just asking for trouble, hoping they don't drag everyone else down with them. With that, he suddenly stands up to leave, catching the tavern owner completely off guard. Baek Wong-baek smiles, noting that setting off early is the only way to cross the border smoothly, which prompts the tavern owner to tease him about why the organization's top drunkard is suddenly so incredibly dedicated to his daily work. His slurred, drunken voice stammers out a denial. No, that is not it. After that guy Baek Chosu died, I got in touch with his broker, because these days absolutely no business makes money like human trafficking. Heavy footsteps echo in the distance, drawing closer by the second. Park Bae-woong turns around in utter confusion. What is that? A sudden fist flies directly toward his face. What on earth is this? Caught completely off guard, he takes the brutal hit full force. A group of men suddenly barges in from outside. He glares down, grabbing the hair of Park Bae-woong, the organization member in charge of the white-bone sex human trafficking. With that, Zhang Han immediately stands up. That is him. Drag him out. Agonized screams begin to echo throughout the entire room. Holding his sword, he slowly demands to know, so you mean after the white-bone sect collapsed, They scattered in all directions because they were absolutely terrified of the esteemed Martial Lee clan family's brutal revenge. Bai Youngbaek's face is now completely pale as he stammers, yes, that is right, there's a man known as Young Master Lee Jihak, the young master of the esteemed Martial Lee clan family. He clutches his severed hand as Jang Han cold-bloodedly snaps, you already said that if you are trying to buy time, I will cut off your other hand too. Park Bae-wong flinches and snaps his head up, fine, it was that manager mister. His body is pinned down with immense force as he gasps. He manages the slush fund and all other cash flows too. Jang Han steps down hard on him, demanding to know who that is, while the trembling man stammers, Secretary Dong, it is Secretary Jin Soo. He stands there looking down with a cold expression as the man begs, I really do not know anything else, please spare my life. He slowly lifts his foot, thinking that this is already the third time that name has come up, and it is even on the mission order, so finding this guy is all it takes to finish the job. Seeing this, the man hesitantly looks up and whimpers, so can you please spare my life now? Jang Han's sword instantly swings down with zero hesitation. Bright red blood splatters across the floor. He ends lives as if they were simple bugs. Seo Dan strolls over leisurely from the distance, commenting, I am starting to like this, swordsman, next time leave the torture to me. I am pretty confident in it. A voice calls out, making him freeze. All necessary info is gathered. Security in South Korea is tight, so we must move fast across the border. Jang Han carefully sheathes his sword at his waist. If we move quickly, you can have dinner at a hotel tonight, leaving the other guy barely able to react. Then Seo Dan turns and orders, nothing we can do. I will head back to the car first. Make it quick. And Jang Han quickly complies with a nod. A hand flips through the document pages. Sure enough, the faction Bak Chosu allied with belongs to the Elders' Council. Jinsu hands over another stack. Yes, they only seem to provide moderate support while watching how things play out. Without looking up, Lee Cheol replies, if they had given major backing, our family would have noticed it right from the start. He thinks of that Grand Palace. The Nine Dragons Syndicate cannot really be called a unified power, and though it is a massive organization, its roots as an alliance of various martial families and sects mean that instead of uniting, they constantly split into factions to protect their own separate traditions. On the other side, the structure is completely different. The Elders' Council faction consists of 5 sects and 4 great families, while the Nine Dragons leader commands all subordinate forces. Lee Cheol analyzes the data carefully in terms of raw numbers. The Elders' Council holds the advantage, but the sheer martial dominance of the Nine Dragons leader keeps the balance perfectly stable. Flipping to the next page, he is highly impressed. This is incredibly detailed, tracking everything from the personal profiles of key players on both sides to their secret alliances, cooperative ties, and the constant internal conflicts between these rival factions. Lee Cheol pauses and asks out of curiosity, how did you manage to map out their power structure to this extent? Jin Soo smiles honestly, explaining that he has an intelligence contact there from whom he bought the information. Lee Cheol knows that selling this volume of data proves they are a major player in this underworld, and very few brokers hold such top-tier intel, so he guesses, could it be the Black Crow Guild? A small smirk plays on Jin Soo's lips as he replies, you recognize them instantly. Instead of answering, he simply nods in agreement. The Black Crow Guild is highly respected for its remarkable reliability and a vast network spanning all across East Asia, meaning that any intelligence coming directly from them is absolutely trustworthy. Jinsu slides over another document. Next up is the dossier on the representative from the Nine Dragons Syndicate who is handling this operation. One specific name catches Lee Cheol's eye, Seo Dan, a guy who outside of his political connections is a complete idiot, making him wonder why someone like that is coming in person. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. He caused so many scandals that the leader's faction cast him out, but it looks like they are trying to give him a chance to redeem himself. Jinsu explains that the guy is bragging to everyone about personally going to South Korea for this mission, planning to enter illegally this week, prompting Lee Cheol to sigh and wonder if the idiot even has a brain, as he will likely sneak in through a highly dangerous route. Jinsu suggests that maybe he should lay low for a while to buy time, since the enemy cannot stay in South Korea too long with the esteemed Martial Lee clan family around. But Lee Cheol immediately rejects the idea, knowing that the Nine Dragons Syndicate will just send someone else if they do. Lee Cheol leans back in his chair with a smirk, saying he has a pretty good idea, prompting Jinsu to lean in and ask what it is. Lee Cheol hesitates slightly, admitting he cannot do it alone and that it might take some effort from Jinsu, who immediately beats his chest, promising to do whatever is needed. Lee Cheol narrows his eyes with a bright grin, asking if he is absolutely sure, which instantly makes Jinsu feel a bit nervous as he nods yes. Meanwhile, over at the luxury Jongno Hotel building, inside a lavish room, a sharp voice echoes, so did that Lee Ji-hyuk guy really let him go? Jang Han carefully reports the situation, confirming that the target likely survived by selling black market information, as the other man stares at his documents and mutters that this is exactly why he avoids dealing with untrustworthy strangers. With those words, Sodan tossed it aside. All they had to do was capture this guy, and then they could finally leave this country. Jiang Han placed his hand on his chest, standing silently. You talk as if you actually accomplished something yourself, when in reality you just pushed all the work onto others. Though my impression of the esteemed Martial Lee clan family has shifted a bit, it seems impossible to find in any documents. None of the direct information is available, and since everyone is keeping so quiet, could the esteemed Martial Lee clan family's influence really be this massive? Just then the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, a bodyguard went outside to answer it, asking what was going on. A moment later, he walked back in slowly. When asked what happened, the caller hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Jiang Han took the receiver himself and asked what was wrong. The other end reported that a guest had arrived to see them, prompting him to ask in confusion a guest. The name spoken next left Jiang Han completely stunned. Yes, they said that if they mentioned Dong Zhang Jinsu, you would know. He was now sitting right in front of them, and honestly, who would have thought the very guy they wanted would just walk right in? Seoden sat with his legs crossed, demanding to know how he found them. Zhang Jinsu did not hide a thing. He learned it through an information broker. Pausing for a moment, he smiled in greeting. It is a true honor to meet Jiang Seoden of the Great Nine Dragons sect. With a polite smile still on his face, Zhang Jinsu remarked that he did not expect him to stay at such a luxurious hotel while on a mission, but just as the young master said here, he was. Skipping any greetings, Seoden demanded to know how he was recognized. In a highly respectful tone, Zhang Jinsu replied that since he was about to become the head of the Jiang family, of course he would know. Hearing this, Seoden grew even more guarded, noting that his visitor seemed to possess a rather impressive information network. Saying that he glanced to the side, demanding to know why someone who knew exactly who he was would dare to bring bodyguards along. Without a hint of panic, Zhang Jinsu explained that meeting a martial artist from the Nine Dragons sect required some insurance, especially since he was just an ordinary person with zero magic. Seoden's face instantly twisted in anger. How could a mere merchant from a tiny country be so arrogant? Still, since he came here himself, he must come back with them to the Nine Dragons sect right now. Standing up slowly, he told him that he would have to explain everything about the black market deal and that he was too tired to continue this meeting. Across from him, Zhang Jinsu simply sat in absolute silence. Only after a long moment did he suddenly interject, "I am afraid that will not do." Confused, Seoden stared back, asking what he meant. Zhang Jinsu lowered his head and flatly refused, saying he had absolutely no reason to go with him. This time, Seoden completely lost his temper. How impudent did he think this was a negotiation? This was not an invitation, but an absolute order. In contrast, Zhang Jinsu remained perfectly calm, stating that he did not come to negotiate either. He was strictly here to make a deal. Slamming his hand onto the table, Seoden roared that he was the next elder of the Nine Dragons. Did someone of his low status really think they could bargain? At that moment, Zhang Jinsu's gaze turned icy as he noted he knew exactly why they came to Korea. The Nine Dragons sect had no reason to target him, and this deal would not harm Zhang Sodan at all. Gritting his teeth, Sodan growled at him to shut up. If he did not come willingly, he would simply be dragged away by force. Then Seoden called out to the swordsman, and Jiang Han immediately bowed his head in obedience. Pointing his finger directly at Jian, he ordered him to kill that guy first. The sword sliced through the air in a flash. He had to react instantly to block the devastating strike. Deep down, Jian could not help but admire his incredible speed. Terrified, Seoden quickly backed away, screaming at the foolish swordsman for swinging his blade so suddenly without warning. Since the fighter made no further moves, the situation was turning messy. Seoden was arrogant yet foolish, making Jian think a few sweet words would be enough to easily manipulate him. Staying completely on guard, Jian realized the man was far more cunning than expected. Before his regression, he clearly remembered that his political skills were highly recognized. As he silently scanned his surroundings, one burning question remained: who exactly was this mysterious fighter? A strange power seemed to radiate from Jiang Han. He looked barely 17 to 19 years old. Yet he carried the heavy scent of iron, gunpowder, and fresh blood. Gripping his hilt tightly, Jian felt an overwhelming aura he had never faced before, a natural sword intent forged through countless life-or-death battles. The man was incredibly strong. On the other side, Jiang Han had to admit his opponent was formidable. He had aimed to take his head in a single strike, yet the boy reacted instantly, his young voice muffled behind a mask. Keeping his black sword pointed forward, Jiang Han estimated the boy was no older than him. If he allowed him within 10 paces, keeping control of the situation would be nearly impossible. At that thought, Jiang Han shifted his stance, but in this cramped room, they were already well within those 10 paces. But he quickly reassured himself it did not matter. Lunging forward with explosive speed, he focused on a single goal, simply completing his mission like he always did. His figure became a blur as he shot through the air. Jian raised his sword to shoulder height. His coming is it the heart or the head? Using his mystic eyes would expose his identity, so he had to rely entirely on his sixth sense. The instant the blade lunged forward, he swiftly deflected it. Ear-piercing metallic clashes echo sharply through the air. One highly skilled strike is unleashed after another. The sword tip grazes Li Cheol's mask. This is far from orthodox martial arts. His opponent is targeting only vital weak spots, the kind where a single landed strike will cause fatal damage. 2-3. The two temporarily back away. When it comes to an assassin's style, the enemy clearly holds the upper hand in almost every way. Li Cheol's aura slowly radiates outward. If that is all his opponent has, victory is absolutely guaranteed. Suddenly, Li Cheol activates his Gale Wind Chi and charges straight ahead. Zhang Han barely manages to defend against the crushing onslaught. Seizing his chance, Li Cheol draws his blade and strikes. Every strike is blindingly fast as his opponent moves at angles a human body shouldn't even tolerate. That immense force cracks the blade, yet he completely ignores his wounds to swing the weapon. The surrounding guards hesitate to step in. If that sword shatters, it is game over, and they won't stand a chance. Sensing the danger, Zhang Han's gaze turns ice cold. He has to end this before his weapon fails. An ominous crimson light begins to radiate around his body. Intense flame-like energy completely envelops his sword blade. Zhang Han's face darkens, unleashing the first form of the heavenly slaying blade. A faint smirk plays on Li Cheol's lips. This guy is a total monster. Where did he even come from? Swinging his arm decisively, there's no time to waste on doubts. Activating the infinite first form, Crimson Chariot, Li Cheol charges head-on. The collision of their monstrous powers triggers a violent shockwave. The blade snaps clean in half, clattering onto the cold ground. Zhang Han clutches his mouth, coughing up fresh blood. Staring at the floor, he realizes he lost despite swinging his blade tens of thousands of times to escape the slums. Meanwhile, Li Cheol stands there completely unscathed, a goal still entirely out of reach. After a tense silence, Li Cheol asks for his name. With his attitude completely transformed, the warrior quietly replies, Zhang Han. Siodan stands frozen, completely stunned by this scene. As the sword is sheathed, Siodan flinches. He genuinely assumed that guy was just some low-tier assassin, but this power is unreal. Sudden clapping shatters the silence, but honestly, the one who just easily suppressed that freak must be a total monster himself. Jinsu steps forward to defuse the situation, suggesting they call it a day and temporarily withdraw. Noise from the doorway catches his attention. That massive blast has clearly sent the outside into complete chaos. With a quick bow, Jinsu promises they will meet again soon, and Saban eagerly tells them to do just that. Steady footsteps echo rhythmically down the long, empty hallway. Walking one after the other, the two quietly exit the room. Jinsu asks with immense concern if he is alright, but Li Cheol calmly reassures him that these minor internal injuries will heal quickly. Once outside, Jinsu quietly mentions he dispersed the crowd to be safe. Li Cheol nods in approval, noting that dragging this out would have made things way too complicated. Stopping in his tracks, Li Cheol smiles. They finally hold the reins of this situation. He slowly slides off his mask, thinking of Zhang Han. Li Cheol stares back at the building, knowing they were bound to cross paths eventually, though he never expected it so soon. Li Cheol had heard rumors of the heavenly slaying blade Zhang Han. Born in the slums and trained as a ruthless assassin, he caught the eye of the Nine Dragons clan master. When the clan master wiped out the Elder Council to restructure from within, Zhang Han was the executioner who carried out every single order without hesitation. A hot cup of coffee steams on the table. Zhang Han was eventually named successor to the Nine Dragons clan, a rival who is both completely different yet strangely similar to Li Cheol. Siodan sits across from him and delivers his sole demand. Li Cheol must go directly to the Nine Dragons clan. Jinsu scoffs, pointing out that Siodan is the one tied to the Nine Dragons through Baek Chioso. Since Jinsu no longer works under that group, there is absolutely no reason for him to go to the clan. Siodan frowns, demanding to know if he is supposed to return empty-handed. Jinsu calmly clarifies that he simply wants them to work together on Siodan's current mission. Analyzing the rumors, Jinsu deduces that the Nine Dragons clan had secretly backed Baek Hyoso to gain immense influence over the Korean underworld. However, the powerful Esteemed Martial Lee clan family intervened, which is why Siodan had to watch them. After a brief pause, Jinsu adds that Siodan likely wants to avoid a head-on conflict with the Esteemed Martial Lee clan family, having only discovered Jinsu while investigating the black market. That final conclusion completely catches Siodan off guard from the start. His true target was never him. After a long silence, Siodan suspiciously asks if another plan has been prepared for him, to which Jinsu smiles and nods, confirming it. He quickly adds that he can offer an even greater gift, leaving the young man looking deeply thoughtful, wondering what kind of gift it could be. Sitting across from him, Jinsu carefully explains that it is solid proof showing the Esteemed Martial Lee clan family had absolutely no part in this incident. Siodan scoffs, questioning how that could ever be considered a gift, but Jinsu calmly replies that with the right presentation, its value will be massive. Jinsu remains completely unfazed, pointing out that securing such crucial intel on the esteemed Martial Lee clan is a massive achievement, proving his sheer capability. Finally, Seoden realizes the truth and asks what they want from him. Jinsu laughs, stating he simply wants to build a good relationship after all. Seoden is destined to become an elder of the Nine Dragons sect. That bold attitude makes Seoden roar with laughter, admitting he actually likes him, never expecting such a sharp player in a small country like this. With that, he waves his hand, dismissing everyone else, stating they need to have a much more private, close conversation. The surrounding guards immediately exit the room. Waiting outside, Lee Cheol notices something strange. Jang Han walks over asking for a quick chat, and Lee Cheol calmly agrees, seeing no reason to refuse. Once they reach a secluded spot, Jang Han asks for his name, but Lee Cheol, staying alert, asks why he wants to know. Jang Han watches him closely, explaining he just wants to confirm if Lee Cheol is the person he suspects, swearing on his life that he will never tell another soul. Hearing those sincere words, Lee Cheol slowly removes his mask. He calmly introduces himself as Lee Chan from the prestigious Esteemed Martial Lee clan family. Showing no surprise, Jang Han nods, prompting a highly curious Lee Cheol to ask how he figured it out. Jang Han explains he heard rumors of a direct descendant of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan family, the youngest person in history to ever complete the grueling martial journey. Hearing this, Lee Cheol finds himself unable to argue. Jang Han adds that he had suspected this all along, pointing out that absolutely no one younger than him should have been capable of easily blocking his sword. Lee Cheol lets out a quiet sigh, admitting Jang Han is incredibly strong and that this is his very first time facing an opponent of this caliber. Jang Han carries a heavy aura, following a brutal martial path, purely designed to slaughter his opponents with zero hesitation. Lee Cheol, however, relies on fluid techniques, walking a path that beautifully balances complex variations with the orthodox way. He then asks in a low, quiet tone if they had met in a sudden assassination attempt rather than a fair duel. How does Jang Han think it would go? Jang Han's eyes flash, asserting there is a 9 out of 10 chance his assassination would succeed. Pausing, Jang Han candidly points out that both of them were clearly holding back their true power. Crossing his arms, he observes Lee Cheol closely, stating his calculated odds were only based on what the young man chose to reveal. Lee Cheol sighs, realizing the man saw right through him, but Jang Han casually shrugs, noting only a fool would miss it. Suddenly, Jang Han issues a bold challenge, telling Lee Cheol to meet him at the massive global tournament in Germany next year. Lee Cheol thinks it over, replying he will attend if he finds the time. Jang Han's expression quickly sours, muttering that the esteemed Martial Lee clan is incredibly annoying. Lee Cheol smirks mockingly, firing back that he does not care much for the Nine Dragons sect either. Carefully putting his mask back on, Lee Cheol promises that their next fight will reveal everything he has been hiding, and Jang Han eagerly agrees to do the same. Before walking away, Lee Cheol leaves him with one last warning to not bring those annoying idiots along next time. Back inside, Jinsu lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Seeing this, Lee Cheol teasingly asks why he is sighing so deeply when he got along so well with Seoden. Jinsu sheepishly admits he still gets incredibly nervous dealing with heavy-hitting martial artists. Recalling Seodan's surprisingly warm attitude, Lee Cheol curiously asks how Jinsu managed to win him over so thoroughly, especially since Seodan ended up treating him like a real brother, constantly laughing, showering him with praises, and even thoughtfully booking their flight tickets. Jinsu smiles humbly, replying that dealing with difficult people is easy if you have survived a corporate job in Korea. Hearing this, Lee Cheol shudders, muttering that Korean office workers are truly terrifying. With their dinner served, Jinsu humbly claims he was only following instructions, but Lee Cheol, knowing him too well, tells him to drop the fake modesty. Sliding a folder over Lee, Cheol tells him to take it, and Jinsu reaches out curiously, asking what the document is. Leaning back in his chair, Lee Cheol explains it is a compiled list of key businesses and raw talents worth tracking, instructing him to recruit the marked individuals, no matter how much money it takes. Lee Cheol warns him not to let anyone manipulate his decisions, acknowledging Jinsu understands this field far better. Jinsu readily agrees, knowing the young master despises blind obedience. Highly pleased by his sharp intuition, Lee Cheol tells him he will be completely out of contact for a while, warning him not to wait up. This prompts Jinsu to wonder if his master is heading to some dangerous, unexplored lands, but Lee Cheol puts his glass down calmly, stating he is going to Jeju Island instead. By the next morning, everything is set at the airport. The early morning sun shines down on the massive palace. In his office, Lee Taishin slowly commands them to report. Right on cue, a shadow suddenly appears to confirm that they have moved. 5-dimensional rifts have opened at Mount Toem under Behemoth's control, with clear traces showing they used a demonic cult relic to tear open the portals. Lee Taishin's hand holding the pen pauses for a brief second. He looks up and scoffs, crushed twice already, and they still haven't learned their lesson, those old relics of a bygone era. The report continues, confirming that 30 mortal mask class targets and 1 white mask class warrior have crossed the threshold. He asks about the pursuit. Bowing, the agent replies that the white mask is successfully cornered and under close watch, but the 30 mortal masks have all been wiped out. Hearing this, Lee Taishan frowns. Completely wiped out, he mutters. The steady voice continues, noting that young Master Lee Cheol was also in Jeonju at the time, making the old man gasp in utter disbelief. Sunbeams pierce the office as he realizes they risked exposure just to target the boy. The subordinate confirms his fears, adding that aside from the young master, nothing else at Mount Tohum seemed out of place. Lee Taishan demands to know why the boy was in Gyeongju. The scout bows, explaining they had avoided gathering personal files on the family per his own strict orders. Lee Taishan leans back exhausted, wondering if history is about to repeat itself. Seeing his distress, butler Choi steps forward to address him. Standing up from his desk, Lee Taishan orders the Soul Sword unit to find the 9th young master immediately. He demands a full report on why the demonic cult is targeting him. His furious face reflects in the glass window. He warns that he will never tolerate any nameless fools interfering with the grand destiny of the esteemed Martial Lee clan bloodline. He lowers his voice to issue a final ruthless command: if Behemoth dares step onto this land, hunt them down and eliminate them all. The shadow instantly vanishes. Lee Taishan stands there, lost in thought, wondering how someone defeated 30 mortal masks alone. Meanwhile, over at the Jeju International Airport, Lee Cheol squints up at the blazing sun, thinking Jeju Island really is something else with this early summer heat. Blue energy glows everywhere, and even right here at the airport, the air is practically bursting with pure mana. Suddenly, a voice calls out from nearby, addressing him as a student. A smiling man approaches, asking if he is on vacation or university research, urging him to hop in for a cheap ride. Seeing Lee Cheol's cold stare, the driver acts confused, but the young man simply snaps at him to get lost. Jerking his hand away, Lee Cheol notes there is only one taxi here, yet the driver came straight for him. He noticed it immediately. Those rough hands definitely do not belong to a simple cab driver. Lee Cheol mockingly sneers that the Black Crow Society must be running low on talent to send such a sloppy agent. The startled man stumbles back, wondering how he knew. Heavy footsteps approach from behind as Lee Cheol sighs, realizing they must have completely underestimated his worth. A newcomer bows slightly with a polite smile, quickly apologizing for the bad impression and explaining that the rookie driver is still in training. He quickly introduces himself as Im Young-muk, the Southern South Korea branch manager of the Black Crow Society. Lee Cheol pulls no punches, firing back that Young-muk does not look much better himself. Unfazed, the smooth-talking branch manager simply flatters him, praising the young master's exceptional talents. Having absolutely no patience for games, Lee Cheol straight up asks what the Black Crows want with him. Young-muk politely opens the car door, suggesting they speak on the road and offering a free ride. After a brief silence, Lee Cheol agrees, directing him to the entrance of Mount Hala. With that, the taxi finally pulls away from the airport. Once on the highway, Young-muk breaks the ice, admitting he ruined their first impression. Lee Cheol rolls his eyes and tells him to skip the small talk and cut straight to the point. Still grinning, the manager appreciates his extreme bluntness, getting down to business to offer him an official partnership contract. Their operations' range of influence and secure communication channels are all heavily guarded secrets managed by an elite intelligence syndicate widely known across East Asia for its massive information network. He never expected to cross paths with them like this. Curious, Lee Cheol questions what this official contract actually entails, and Young-muk clarifies they will supply any intel he needs while keeping his own files completely locked down. Young-muk quickly adds that in exchange, the young master will occasionally need to share valuable details or lend them his overwhelming high-tier combat power. Becoming highly suspicious, Lee Cheol questions why they are so eager to sign an official contract with him. The manager casually replies that his recent eye-catching achievements made him impossible to ignore. He reflects on Lee Cheol's duel with Baek Chosu, a second-born son who became the youngest to reach level 5 martial artist status. To top it off, Lee Cheol has ties to the successor of the Nine Dragons clan. Plus, his secret meeting with Kang Han made it absolutely impossible for them not to make their move. Lee Cheol glares at him, asking if he is just flexing his spy network. Young-muk waves his hands defensively, insisting he is just presenting the facts. Beneath that friendly smile lies a calculating threat. Listing highly classified info is a subtle warning that they might leak his secrets if he refuses to cooperate. The taxi slowly comes to a stop as the manager asks for his final decision. Lee Cheol steps out and flatly declines, leaving Young-muk completely stunned by the blunt rejection. Raising his voice, Young-muk warns that if he wants to claim the throne of the esteemed Martial Lee clan family, he needs their help. Lee Cheol looks back with pure exhaustion on his face, thoroughly unimpressed. Lee Cheol rolls his eyes as he speaks, seeing that the answer hasn't changed at all. Young-muk refuses to let it go, warning him that he is going to regret this. Lee Cheol just glares back, regret who? He originally planned to share the cure for that disease, but he has changed his mind. "Tell your master I am sorry," he says he will understand. Those words leave the man completely flustered. How could Lee Cheol possibly know they are the Dark Crow Association? Without stopping his pace, Lee Cheol casually replies that he was not sure at all, just taking a guess. An astonished gasp echoes behind him. What? Lee Cheol's voice drifts further away as he tells them to train their recruits better. They are sloppier than he expected. It is quite disappointing, or is the entire Dark Crow Association this bad? The man clenches his fists until they tremble, while Lee Cheol wonders aloud if only the Southern Branch chief is this incompetent. Furious, Yongmuk unleashes his frustration by kicking an iron street pole. With a darkened face, he growls that the brat is far more arrogant than he expected. Another man steps out of the car asking if the chief is all right. Yongmuk turns back in fury. He only wanted to recruit a seemingly useless nobody, but instead this punk has made him lose all face and dignity. He quickly composes himself, still baffled why his superiors ordered him to handle this contract signing in person. Making a call, he reports that the target failed to understand the situation as predicted, and the contract has fallen through. The voice on the other end asks if that is really all. Yongmuk nods, confirming that yes, that is everything. Then he adds in a hushed tone that the target left a message for the master, making the other side gasp in shock. After listening, the caller asks if they should pursue and demands his current location. Yongmuk quickly reports that the target is heading through the north gate of the Mount Hana danger zone. Without a moment of hesitation, the caller orders the immediate mobilization of the entire southern branch to tail him, warning Yongmuk to prepare to step down as chief. This leaves him completely stunned and asking why. The voice explains in a dark tone that if this was just a simple threat, they would be fine, but if what Lee Cheol knows is true, things are about to get very ugly. A light breeze stirs the leaves as a guard carefully asks if Lee Cheol is all right. The guard gently reminds him that as a rank 6 hunter, he surely knows this place is far more dangerous than the north. Lee Cheol simply replies that he knows and that is exactly why he came. The guard looks worried, suggesting it would have been much safer to bring a team as he hands back Lee Cheol's identification card. The massive gate in front of them slowly creaks open. Taking a deep breath, Lee Cheol notices the temperature shifts dramatically the moment he steps past the threshold. He walks forward step by step, knowing there is no turning back now. Strange energy pools around Mount Hana, a legendary peak, harboring a deity that once appeared in the pages of Dark Knight 6. Stretching across vast elevated highlands, Mount Hana stands proud as one of Korea's 3 most sacred mountains. Terrible sea monsters lurk beneath the waves surrounding Jeju Island. Brimming with raw spiritual energy, this island is the sole danger zone in the southern peninsula. Reclaiming it is nearly impossible, first due to these ocean beasts and second because of the terrain. Lee Cheol catches his breath, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He cautiously makes his way through the dense jungle covering the heart of Jeju Island with Mount Hana at its center. The air itself seems to warp and distort. Navigating a thick forest is one thing, but this is something else. Watch his step, Lee Cheol is officially inside the danger zone. Sunbeams slice through the thick trees, creating a bizarre phenomenon known as the Goblin's Trick. It is a spatial teleportation spell. Without passing through any physical gate, the entire scenery around him shifts in the blink of an eye. He looks around to assess his new surroundings, realizing he has been dropped into a pine forest. His eyes gleam with recognition. Until recently, Mount Hana was a total mystery to him, but that changed once he read Dark Knight 6. He recalls a string of names connected to the southernmost edge of this land, starting with Bu Yuna. In Bu Yuna, the ancient kingdom of Tamna was established by 3 divine beings. Though they appear like muscular men, they were actually a mysterious race born directly from nature itself, known to the world as the Dr. Gabi. Possessing incredible control over raw energy, these beings serve as sorcerers, builders, and master smiths. They harness the Earth's heat to forge legendary stars, creating countless mystical treasures. Tucked away in a nearby cave, these mysterious Dr. Gabi were the ones who forged the Dark Knight. Glowing molten lava flows down the rocky cavern walls. Deep in the cavern, a figure intently hammers away. He pauses to inspect his work, scoffing because the item is not pleasing to his eyes. Suddenly, a strange noise in the distance catches his attention. The smith immediately stands up, growling at the sheer audacity. In an instant, the invading monsters are completely wiped out. Lee Cheol draws his hand back and sighs. He never expected a level 5 monster to control magic like this. This place is absolutely insane. He steps deeper into the woods. The mountain's dense energy makes these beasts far stronger than the ones outside. If he turns off his magic eye, even for a brief second, the path will shift instantly. It looks like he underestimated this place a bit. Sheathing his sword, he realizes even mythical beasts never seen on the peninsula are roaming around here. Mount Hana truly deserves its reputation as a demonic territory. A blinding light covers the word Samla, the very same mark from the mirror on Mount Sungmu. The 5th seal of the Black Knight is hidden right here. That memory steals Lee Cheol's resolve. His steps grow firmer as he heads deeper into the valley, nearing the summit. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes, "Who dares trespass into this demonic territory?" Cheol whips around in high alert. Could a mere monster actually be projecting telepathic thoughts? The voice sounds skeptical now, asking if he is a human. Cheol immediately senses a presence behind him. He instantly swings his blade at the shadow. In that split second, Cheol strains to see who it is. Blinding streaks of golden lightning flash before his eyes. Cheol immediately clutches his head and collapses. His head spins as a burning pain sears through his vision. In just 3 short seconds, a mere blink of an eye, he is entirely overwhelmed. The massive figure slowly comes into focus. Is the presence of this being just too grand and majestic for a mortal mind to even comprehend? It takes a moment for Cheol to steady his mind and see it. He looks up at the massive figure. He is speaking of the Black Knight. The wild statue god mentioned in Black Knight 6 is actually a Dakabi. As soon as he recognizes him, Cheol bows deeply. The descendant of Esteemed Martial Lee clan respectfully greets the great earth god. The deity mutters the name Esteemed Martial Lee clan under his breath, but the burning anger on his face does not fade. Pointing his massive hammer directly at Cheol, he warns, "I have never allowed humans inside my territory, and if you disrupt this forest any further," an intense invisible pressure crushes the surrounding air. With those final words, he turns to leave. "I will show no mercy." Seeing this, Cheol quickly reaches out to stop him. "Please wait." He tries desperately to hold the deity back. "Just give me a moment." Before he can finish, the figure vanishes. A cold voice echoes through the night wind, "Get out." Cheol stands frozen, unable to process the sudden change. When his vision clears, he finds himself in a completely different area. Before him stands the massive iron gate of the Mount Hana entrance. Cheol is utterly baffled. He got thrown out before even starting a real conversation. He tries to calm his nerves. "Fine, let's just roll with it." As the mountains fade into the quiet night, he realizes he needs answers. He has to break the Black Knight's seal, meaning another climb is inevitable. A smirk plays on Cheol's lips. Get ready for what comes next. Dawn gradually breaks across the horizon, and the houses on the streets begin to light up. Walking down the quiet street, Cheol makes a plan. He will prepare thoroughly and try again. As he looks up, his eyes lock onto a specific spot. Wait a second. Cheol quickly tenses up. Is it the Black Crow Association? Those guys are moving fast. He instantly pivots to walk away. He has zero intention of dealing with them right now. A swift shadow stalks close behind him. The tracker quickly reports into his radio. "This is number 17. I have lost the target at alley 19, proceeding to search the perimeter." Urgent footsteps echo sharply through the narrow alleyway. A sudden burst of raw energy wraps around his feet. Cheol reappears nearby. He tried blending his stealth arts with the divine light aura, but the technique is still a bit unrefined. He carefully pulls out a mask. If he walks out like this, he will easily get followed again. Luckily, he used his dark energy to absorb the thousand-faced Ironhide beforehand. With his face fully concealed, his focus shifts to his clothing. A fresh outfit materializes on him. This should do the trick. Time to go grab the essentials. A surprised voice rings out in front of the gate. "Are you really going back in? You were just there this morning." The flustered guard stammers out, "Did your business go under, or are you drowning in some massive debt?" Jian chuckles and explains, "It is nothing like that. People looking to end it all do not carry this much gear." That is when the guard notices and agrees his bags are indeed packed to the brim. He does not hide it either, admitting he plans on staying inside for a few days, leaving the guard totally wide-eyed and speechless. Before the guard can even respond, Jian walks off, yelling back that he will see him later. Jian steps inside with absolute resolve. He has no intention of backing down easily this time around. He walks alone through the eerie, shadowy depths of this mysteriously beautiful forest. By now, exhaustion is creeping in. It has been 2 days on this mountain, and he still cannot find any water. Lost in his thoughts, he pauses. He will search until sundown. If there is still nothing, he will head to town to restock. Though extremely faint, his senses suddenly lock onto a strange energy lingering nearby. His pace quickens, immediately bolting forward in a straight line without stopping to rest. Finally, after days of exhausting search, all of Jian's hard work pays off. He found it. Dipping his hand into the crystal-clear pool, he notices the water feels strangely warm. Even a mountain rich with holy energy should not feel like this. The presence of demonic energy here is incredibly faint, likely because this pure water source washes it away. Deciding to take a quick breather, Jian sits down completely unaware of the rustling bushes directly behind him. Tiny glowing embers suddenly flicker, taking the shape of a head and tail of some mystical creature. Before long, absolute darkness blankets the entire sky, and Jian quickly manages to pitch a small makeshift tent. Crashing after days of endless trekking, he sighs, keeping his magic eyes active for so long has left his body utterly drained. But just as his eyes close, a blood-curdling shriek pierces the silence and jolts him awake. Reacting on instinct, Jian grabs his weapon. Was that a scream? His mind races with questions. Could a monster have wandered in? The moment Jian slips his hand outside the tent, a low menacing growl vibrates through the air. He stares in utter disbelief. Are those demonic insects? This is supposed to be a sacred mountain overflowing with holy energy. Judging by their horns and wings, these things are at least level 5. The beasts on this mountain have been unusually tough lately, so fighting this level 4 monster is a risk he does not need to take. But then Jian freezes as a faint trembling sound echoes through the trees. Is that a child crying? Right then, several kids come running toward his tent, desperately crying out. Jiang screams at the pursuing monsters to get away, while terrified little June can only cry out for Jiang and Jiang. Despite the extreme danger, Jiang refuses to leave her behind, yelling for June to hold onto his hand as tight as she can. Her tiny trembling hand grips his like is the only lifeline left in this dark world. Just then, bursts of wild flame erupt directly from the forest floor. Those fire blasts were clearly meant to target the hideous beasts pursuing them, but the monster casually deflects the attack, kicking the fireballs straight back at the helpless kids. Knocked off balance and utterly exhausted, the children collapse onto the dirt, unable to run anymore. Giving them zero time to react, the beast lunges forward to finish them off. But before the beast can land a strike, the ancient runes on Jion's sword flash with blinding light. A single devastating slash tears through the air, looking to rip the entire forest apart. In an instant, the clearing is swallowed by thick dust and shattered wood. Shielding Jun in his arms, Jiang looks up at the towering silhouette standing before them. Standing there like a guardian deity, Jian glances back to ask if they are all right. But there is no time to rest. He might have slain one beast, but exposing these kids to demonic energy is extremely dangerous. Refusing to let their prey escape, the rest of the pack unleashes another deadly barrage. Jian channels power into his feet, ready to pull off a classic heroic rescue, but get this. He launches forward like a bullet, blasting straight out of a barrel. The beast barely has time to register his blinding speed before it can even flinch. An instant later, Jian effortlessly ends it with one clean, decisive strike. As he moves, his necklace sways in rhythm, a choice he once hesitated on when picking his final piece of gear. It turns out that bringing this protection was absolutely the right call. Emitting a holy aura that wards off all evil energy, it is truly a masterpiece-grade defensive item. Cheol tosses his cloak over to the children, telling them to hold onto it. He suddenly asks the young kid for his name, and though confused, the boy replies that he is Trang. Cheol strictly orders him to wrap it over his head and never take it off, prompting the confused kid to nod in agreement. But right as he speaks, a terrified shriek echoes from behind. It turns out that while he was busy talking, the monster lunged forward to launch a sneak attack. Showing zero fear, Cheol quickly activates a defensive spell on his shield. A glowing circle of energy forms, shielding him like an absolute wall of magic protection. With a swift spin of his blade, Cheol cleanly slices the beast in half. Suddenly, a terrifying guttural growl echoes right next to his ear. He turns in disbelief, wondering if these creatures are the ones possessing that special power. Their voices are distorted yet entirely understandable, demanding to know why a human is interfering, shouting to kill him and offer him as a sacrifice to their king. Cheol instantly senses the danger. These beasts are nothing like the weaklings from before and must be at least level 4. As long as he can bypass their special abilities, they should still be manageable. Stomping his feet firmly into the dirt to anchor himself, he decides this preparation is finally enough. Instantly, Cheol dashes forward like a rocket, leaving nothing but dust behind. At that very moment, a massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky. The surrounding earth and rocks instantly shatter under the immense pressure. A familiar voice echoes from the dust, explaining she saw him on the mountain and wondered what was happening, leaving everyone else confused about who just arrived and what just flashed by. A familiar head of long hair enters the frame. It looks like her arrival was because of him. Rio crosses her arms with a carefree smile, offering her thanks to the human because his actions saved the children. As soon as Joan recognizes her, the kid runs over with a tearful face, crying out for his grandmother. She angrily knocks both of them on the head, scolding them for running off on their own when she explicitly told them not to. Just then, the growling of the monsters rises again, catching the attention of both of them. Rio glares with obvious irritation, muttering about how incredibly persistent these beasts are. She casually steps past Cheol, telling him to leave the rest of this to her. Though she was warned not to interfere, she simply cannot overlook anyone who dares to target the children. Crackling lightning begins to gather in Rio's hand, shaping itself into a divine weapon. With a flash of murderous intent in her eyes, she darkly promises that she won't kill them. Her technique causes the electric currents to surge with violent intensity. Talk about overkill, the entire section of the forest is vaporized in a single breath. Along the way, Trang keeps asking how he did that, while Jun is equally hyped about a weapon that can shift between a sword and a shield. Finding the kids annoying, Rio tells them to stop bothering their guest, noting it has been ages since she last saw that Galaxy Road. Cheol asks in surprise if she recognizes the outfit, and she casually smiles, admitting that she was the one who actually made it. But before he can even process the shock, she immediately kills the vibe by clarifying she only spun the silk threads. Brushing it off, Rio mentions she already knew about his entrance into the mountains, explaining that while this is the Lord's territory, she is the one who manages it. Li Cheol curiously asks who this lord is, and she gestures forward, pointing out that it is the very same entity he previously encountered. She explains that the master hates all humans, unlike her, before summoning a staff and telling him to step closer so she can open the gate. Nobody expected her method of opening the gate to be so violent. Looking entirely pleased with herself, she invites him inside, announcing that this marks the entrance to their village. Li Cheol raises his hand to block the blinding flash of light, wondering what he is seeing. A magical scene unfolds before them as beautiful tiny spirits flutter and dance through the air. Up in the tree canopies, fully grown elves are seen peacefully resting. Proudly introducing the sanctuary where their races live in harmony with nature, she welcomes him to Marina village. Later, she gently sets down a glass of orange juice and asks if he is truly that shocked. Li Cheol honestly admitted that he never expected other legendary races to exist besides the Dakabi. Rao watched Li Cheol take a sip of water and asked if it tasted good, explaining it was special fruit jam made by elves. She introduced herself as Rao, the chief of this tiny village. Noticing his distinctive hair and eyes, she asked if he was a Li, and Li Cheol respectfully confirmed he was Li Cheol of the Sungmu clan. Her face turned serious as she noted that if he was a Sungmu, he must know the guy currently guarding the mountain. Li Cheol looked puzzled. Was she referring to the great mountain guardian? She slammed the table in anger, scoffing that he was no lord, just a fool dragged around by the nose for messing with a human. Li Cheol offered an awkward smile, asking if the old guy was still healthy despite his heavy drinking, but Rao pouted in indifference. Quickly changing the subject, she warmly thanked him for saving those mischievous kids, expressing how deeply worried she had been when they went missing, while Li Cheol politely replied that it was simply his duty to help. Rao insisted a debt must always be repaid, asking if there was anything he desired in return. Li Cheol seriously answered that he did not view saving children as a debt, but Rao firmly explained that Dakabi literally cannot live without standing favors, so he should just speak his mind. Seeing her persistence, Li Cheol respectfully agreed, asking if he could quiz her on a few things, which made Rao smile and offer any information she had. After brief hesitation, he made his decision, admitting he had many questions, but particularly wanted to know if she recognized his sword. Her face turned grave as she revealed she knew it well, calling it Dark Knight, a blade forged by the Great Lord. She had actually helped forge it, a shocking revelation that left Li Cheol absolutely stunned. Showing absolutely no pride, Rao added that many Dakabi helped in various ways during its creation, while Li Cheol sighed softly at her vague explanation, admitting he originally thought the Great Lord had forged the entire weapon by himself. It was a tedious group effort with a long process. The Great Lord finalized the sword itself, but 64 Dakabi assisted by gathering materials and helping with the melting, firing, and polishing of the blade. After a long era of waiting, the legendary sword has finally found its true master. She asked if he felt anything unusual when wielding it, but Li Cheol honestly confessed that while he was amazed by its sheer power, everything else seemed completely normal. He wondered if Dark Knight possessed a soul like his magical cloak, but Rao burst into laughter at the thought, stating that any soul in that blade would quickly perish anyway. To him it was just a weapon, but to her it was pure, unadulterated destruction crafted in the shape of a blade. Everything on Earth carries its own energy which never truly fades, but this terrifying weapon completely erases that natural flow upon contact with anything. Whatever gets slashed by it can never recover and will never return to its original state, a curse that unfortunately applies to the wielder as well. Li Cheol deduced that this energy probably meant mana, asking if that was why she originally inquired about any side effects during battle, which she quietly confirmed to be true. While its dark potential is still dormant, she warned him to be careful, stating it is a tool better off never existing in the first place. More curious than ever, Li Cheol asked why such a dangerous hazard was forged, but Rao could only shake her head, admitting she did not know either. The only people who might know the truth are his own ancestor and the Great Lord. Still, a quiet dread filled her heart, knowing everything exists for a reason, meaning the sudden appearance of this terrifying sword in the world signals that its destiny is to be used in a future battle. For a young man oblivious to destiny, the blade that slept for thousands of years is now actively responding to his touch. Li Cheol then casually revealed that the sword holds 9 seals in total, and that the 5th seal is located right here in this village, prompting Rao to sigh deeply for some unknown reason, warning him that unlocking it would be extremely difficult. Undaunted by her warning, Li Cheol immediately inquired about the nature of the test, eager to face whatever was required of him. She smiled casually, explaining that he had to wrestle and defeat 100 Dakabi, a massive challenge that left him completely frozen in disbelief. With a gorgeous scenic sky and fresh forest breeze filling the woods with life, this peaceful sanctuary seemed like the absolute perfect spot to sit down and take a quick break. Yet, a nearby training ground told a different story, with 2 busy figures preparing, where Rao asked what he knew of Dakabi wrestling, and Li Cheol shared that it was a ritual where souls collide, prompting her to nod and agree that he was not wrong. She clarified that it was a test of willpower, suggesting a quick trial run would be far better than explaining. With a grin, she called out to Gion, summoning him forward. Gion cheered in excitement while Trang crossed her arms, grumbling about how sly the boy was to get the first turn. Li Cheol looked down in disbelief, questioning if he was supposed to fight this child. Rao only smirked teasingly, asking if he was afraid of losing to a kid. She shrugged, adding that they only had 3 children in the village, and this boy was the smallest. His competitive pride sparked, prompting Li Cheol to agree confidently, claiming it looked much easier than he imagined. Rao warned him to be careful since it would not be easy before playfully telling Gion to take it easy on their guest. Once they both settled in, she gave the signal for them to sit directly across from one another. Almost immediately, Li Cheol felt his consciousness slipping, falling deep into a dark void. Waking up shortly after, Li Cheol looked around, wondering where he was. Suddenly, a strange sound rings in his ear, instantly drawing his attention. The kid appears as a massive giant, 100 times larger than Li Cheol, mocking his tiny size. Jion cheerfully strikes before Li Cheol can even react, calling out that he is coming for him. Li Cheol only has time to let out a panicked scream before sinking. Wait a minute. The kid's giant arm slams down, kicking up massive clouds of dust that blur the screen. Li Cheol stares wide-eyed, completely stunned in sheer disbelief. He sits there, gasping for air like a fish out of water, entirely losing his initial confidence. It seems Li Cheol still has not realized he is back, casting paranoid glances all around him. Confirming June is gone, he holds his head and lets out a heavy sigh. Rio appears with a warm smile, asking if he was able to pull it off. He sighs in realization, noting that inside that space, everything moves exactly as he imagined. Dark memories immediately flash back, reminding him of the kid's terrifyingly huge face right before that giant hand flattened him completely. The older woman simply cannot hide the utter shock on her face. But then Rio chuckles, amused by how fast he caught on. Giant struts over with a smug grin, boasting about his win and teasing how tiny humans are. Staring at the kid, he cannot help but wonder what kind of distorted world these children see to manifest such massive giant forms. Now check this out. Li Cheol immediately starts calculating the massive time difference between the wrestling space and reality, and she openly answers that 3 seconds in there equals only 1 second out here. Seemingly finding a breakthrough, he excitedly calls out to give it another shot right away. Rio gently advises him to rest, warning that a human's first goblin wrestling match drains an immense amount of divine energy. Li Cheol remains incredibly confident, insisting that if the kid is ready, he wants to go back in right now. His stubbornness makes her pause for a moment while an excited Jion eagerly charges forward from behind. But reality is harsh. He still has not figured out how to secure a win. In another round, Li Cheol gets effortlessly tossed out as the kid claims another easy victory. Jion gets more thrilled with each victory, noting that Li Cheol held out much longer this time, but Li Cheol stubbornly curses and demands another round, which the skeptical kid gladly accepts. Before diving back in this time, Li Cheol sits quietly to deeply channel and feel the rules. Rio stands quietly in the background, carefully observing his intense focus. He reminds her of Li Hyun-yon, the legendary ancestor of the Esteemed Martial Lee clan. Hidden in a nearby bush, a mysterious figure silently watches the entire training session. As the shadow moves, the hidden face is revealed to be Seom. However, he does not linger for long and quickly slips away unnoticed. 2 weeks later, the loud crashing of heavy logs hitting the ground stirs up thick clouds of dust. Yet the onlookers are thoroughly impressed, praising his insane strength for finishing in one go what usually takes them 3 whole days. Wiping the heavy sweat from his forehead, Li Cheol smiles and says he has to work to eat before starting the final step. He places his hand on the axe, making it glow with a bright blue light as he channels a freezing icy wind. He swings the weapon down cleanly, splitting the giant tree in half with a single blow. Smiling at the weapon in his hand, Li Cheol realizes that the intense goblin wrestling has significantly boosted his cognitive and reaction speeds. The villagers continue to shower him with praise, completely amazed by his incredible skills and thanking him repeatedly. Politely brushing off the compliments as mere training, Li Cheol is approached by Sujin, who hands him a refreshing drink and urges him to rest. Grateful for the kind gesture, Li Cheol warmly accepts it with a sincere thank you. However, the moment he takes a sip, he is stunned by how instantly his mind clears up. Rao, still watching from the shadows, is utterly shocked to see the notoriously picky elves offering Li Cheol their special elixir. Back at the training ground, Li Cheol easily lifts a massive boulder into the air. Just then, Rio's familiar voice echoes nearby, asking if she arrived late, leaving Li Cheol to wonder why she walked all this way. Shaking her head, she explains she was just passing by, then asks the village chief if she can take Li Cheol along. She smiles warmly, noticing the chief's hesitation to ask her a question. Since these heavy chores are usually meant for goblins, Rio playfully covers her ears and pretends she cannot hear a thing. Turning back to Li Cheol, she notes how incredibly fast he befriended the villagers and even took on their daily chores. The elves do not accept humans easily, yet they gave you that morning dew. Do you even know what it is? Innocent Jion has no idea. He just received a massive treasure, only noting that his mind feels a bit clearer. Rio has to explain it to him. That is a secret medicine to clear the mind and banish mental impurities. The reason his wrestling power recovered so fast is all because of this. It must absorb spirit energy for a week, age for a month, and it even requires a 10-year-old mana herb. He wonders why they would hand over something so precious. Suddenly, Rio asks if he ever got curious about why they live huddled together like this, since he never asked any questions. Jian just smiles calmly. He figures there is a hidden reason, and since they chose not to speak of it, an outsider like him has no business asking anyway. Her mind drifts back to a distant memory. It all began with a great war, is that what humans call it? Yes, the war. Everything started back then because of humanity. In truth, those kids are actually all refugees. That happened long before he was ever born, so she tells him not to worry. The villagers already see him as one of their own now, not just some guest. Suddenly, Rio gasps as if remembering something. She says she has other business to handle and tells him to go wrestle with the kids first. Being highly obedient, Jian asks no further questions and bids her farewell before heading out. She watches Jian walk away, her heart burdened with 100 different worries. After a brief silence, Rio finally speaks up, asking what wind brought the elder all this way. Seiya questions her, though it sounds more like an accusation. Did she really let that human he chased away into their village? She gives a highly practical reason. Since he saved the kids, she wanted to repay him. But Seik disagrees, claiming humans are despicable and probably only saved the children to put the elves in his debt. Surprisingly, Rio completely trusts Jian. He is not that kind of person. He plays with the kids and helps the villagers despite his own struggles. Besides, letting him take the challenge is that not the very promise the elder made to that person long ago. Seuk tries to back out, dismissing it as an ancient promise. Since he never specified when he would fulfill it, he demands the human be expelled. He refuses to allow any human to step into his territory. Rio cuts straight to the point. If he hates it so much, why does he not just kick the boy out himself? Feeling cornered, the old man snaps, asking how she dares to argue with him. Ignoring his temper, she presses on. If he hates humans so much, why does he still protect them? She points out the kids, laughing with Jian, asking if he has forgotten the old days, back when he used to play and laugh with them. Yet Seek remains stubborn, insisting that humans and elves can never mix. Rio refuses to give up, urging him to realize they have reached their limit. They desperately need human help now. But his next words leave her completely stunned. The seal has already begun to loosen. Leaving her with one final warning, Silk vanishes into the wind. He tells her to banish the human, claiming that when the crisis hits, humans will just run away as they always do. They never bleed for others. Left alone, Rio deeply contemplates his grim warning. Meanwhile, Jian sits down in deep meditation, preparing to enter the training space. Once inside, he wanders through the endless void, searching for the children. Jian points down, instructing the kids to pierce right through him, and they eagerly nod in unison. Facing down the enthusiastic young elves, Jian wears an incredibly serious expression. The three children raise their hands, summoning their respective elements and fusing them together. The combined strike rains down, but Jian easily blocks the massive impact without breaking a sweat. He cracks a dark smile, clenching his fist. Now it is his turn to attack. Night falls and eventually gives way to the morning sun, but their intense sparring match goes on. The kids begin to cry out in exhaustion, begging him to stop so they can take a rest. They whine, asking who in their right mind wrestles for 3 hours straight. Rio watches from afar, unable to believe her eyes. In just 2 weeks, he managed to defeat the trio. His sheer willpower and spirit are truly remarkable. She lets out a soft sigh, feeling deeply relieved. Just then, the children notice Rio standing nearby and quickly call out to her. They chatter over each other, making the atmosphere lively. They tell her he used the exact same skills she does, invoking lightning to destroy all their magic. On top of that, he is tireless and did not even flinch when hit with direct flames. She simply smiles warmly, reaching out to gently pat each of their heads. Rio speaks up, noting that letting him spar with the children has become completely meaningless. Jian is briefly confused, asking what she means by that. She finally presents the true trial. It is time for the 100-man wrestling match. He clenches his fists in pure anticipation, thrilled that the moment has arrived. However, Rio immediately kills his excitement by adding it will take about a week. Jian sighs in disappointment, realizing it is not starting right away. She goes on to explain that because the elves are scattered, gathering everyone back together will take a bit of time. After all, the number of elves left on this mountain is barely 100. Silence settles over the village once more, but this peace will not last. By the third day, the village is buzzing with gossip. A match between a human and elves is something they haven't seen in ages. Jian looks around in utter surprise at the crowd. Just then, some onlookers spot an arriving guest and excitedly call out, asking if that is Bang. Elsewhere, others are busy gossiping about how he was betrayed by old Kim last time. Another person quickly corrects him, pointing out that old Kim died over 30 years ago. Rio walks over, placing a hand on his shoulder. Everyone is gathered according to the covenant, though a few kept moving. When asked where he has been and what he has been doing, Cheol simply says he has been living by the mountain. Lee Cheol flashes a polite, confident smile to thank everyone. She softly asks if they should begin the test, wanting to know if he is ready. Without a single second of hesitation, Lee Cheol nods and says yes. By the looks of it, everyone is incredibly excited, eagerly waiting for his next performance. Rio briefly explains the rules. Until the adult elves acknowledge him, this fight will not end. But if he loses, he is allowed to try again. Asked if he remembers the time limit, Lee Cheol keeps his smile and confirms it is 1 week. She encourages him, promising a festival afterwards, so he needs to give it his all. With that, Rio lifts her head, taking a deep breath to gather her strength. Her voice echoes in every direction, proving her terrifying power as she tells everyone it has been a while, so they should stop wasting time and start. Deafening cheers fill the arena in loud agreement. Trang smiles teasingly, saying they are the opening act. Jun remains as polite as ever, asking for guidance, while Guillaume confidently boasts that this time will be completely different. In the first round, all three are totally crushed. One is flattened, while the other two cry over losing, making it 1 down out of 100. By round 4 out of 100, a massive tiger appears, but even that cannot change the final outcome. For round 10 out of 100, a full-grown warrior steps up, but Lee Cheol's sword is still a split second faster. By round 22 out of 100, he is already gasping for air, yet his stance remains absolutely flawless. In round 44 out of 100, a formidable opponent steps up. Though they call Lee Cheol a tough human to beat, they still find him a bit difficult to handle. Reaching round 57 out of 100, they surprisingly send out a massive giant panda to face him. The 63rd battle is against a giant serpent, but even a beast like that is not enough to defeat him. Before long, the sky turns a deep orange, yet Lee Cheol keeps fighting straight through the night until the sun is high above the mountain peaks. The onlookers watch in deep worry, asking if he is okay. It is already the 3rd day, so they urge him to rest since he has a whole week. Lee Cheol refuses to back down, saying he is fine and calling for the next challenger, knowing the 5th seal's test is meant to train his mind. Rio smiles with satisfaction, praising him and restarting the match. Meanwhile, the crowd grows to love Lee Cheol even more, cheering for the young man to win. In truth, his expression is looking pretty strained, yet he forces himself forward. By round 83, Lee Cheol is covering his mouth and coughing, clearly running on absolute empty. His pale face darkens visibly. Just one look makes it obvious he cannot hold out much longer. During the 99th round, one of the judges finally raises a hand in approval, warmly telling him he is almost at the finish line. Lee Cheol sighs in relief and says thank you. Rio speaks up as she slowly prepares to stand. It turns out she is his final opponent, declaring the start of the 100th match. Rio's gaze turns incredibly sharp, like a real enemy, as she warns him she holds no grudge. But since this test is bound by the ancient covenant, she cannot hold back at all. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, striking him directly. Lee Cheol writhes in agonizing pain, his face contorting as he realizes how utterly exhausted he is. Despite the immense physical toll, his mind remains razor-sharp and completely awake. A moment later, he coughs up a heavy mouthful of blood. Lee Cheol collapses instantly, clutching his throbbing body and wondering how a mere spiritual world can cause this much real damage. But he is not done. None of that matters now. He looks up with fierce determination, asking her to teach him once again. Suddenly, the entire area shakes violently, unleashing a deafening roar. Lee Cheol looks up in utter shock at the massive stone pillar that suddenly shoots straight up into the heavens. He realizes with a chill that everything up until now was only the beginning. Gritting his teeth, Lee Cheol refuses to let himself give up, no matter the cost. Lee Cheol chooses the most stubborn, simple solution possible, deciding to just dig through it bit by bit. In the end, even a mere human can level a whole mountain. He twists his body, successfully dodging the lethal lightning bolt. Rio offers some praise, surprised he dodged it, before asking how he will handle the next one. Feeling incredibly small, Lee Cheol looks up toward her booming voice. His face grows visibly pale. This is getting pretty dangerous. Just as expected, Lee Cheol takes the full force of a devastating lightning strike. Lee Cheol's eyes roll back as if he has completely lost consciousness. Voices rise in shock all around him, people asking how many times this has been, considering he has faced her alone over 50 times now. They scream to check on her condition, but at this rate, Lee Cheol will surely die. After a long while, he finally jolts awake with a start. Lee Cheol looks up at his surroundings, asking how long he was out. Looking down at his hands in a daze, he wonders if this is finally reality. Lee Cheol asks the nearest person how long he was out, and Rio helplessly replies it has been about 2 hours. He clenches his fists, not caring how many times he has to black out. It does not matter if it is the mental world or reality, he must keep going until he succeeds, asking her to help him once more. Hearing this, she jolts, opening her mouth to speak but quickly stopping herself. Ultimately, all her unspoken words simply melt into a silent nod. Lee Cheol closes his eyes to enter that world again, and Rio quickly follows suit without making him wait. Before long, Lee Cheol's brows furrow so deeply they cannot seem to untense. Everyone assumes he cannot take it, yet Lee Cheol keeps enduring, making them wonder if he will really push on without a single break. They cannot help but doubt whether any human could possibly endure this kind of pain. Almost everyone is left wondering why on earth he has to push himself this far. Meanwhile, deep within his mind, he is facing a bolt of lightning just as ferocious as the previous ones. Lee Cheol battles the storm. He senses the flow of time, letting go of his pain, his exhaustion, and even his own identity. Who is he even fighting anymore? Every single thought has been completely wiped clean. Only one single goal remains: he must win at all costs. The lightning continues to shake the air, crashing down with another violent strike. He uses his entire body to take the blow head-on. Rio also assumes that Lee Cheol has lost, thinking that this is surely the end. Suddenly, her eyes widen slightly, as if she is witnessing a true miracle unfold. He stands there like an empty shell, yet he remains completely immune to all damage, the state of selflessness. A state of abandoning oneself where even his own existence is completely discarded. Rio cannot hide the deep shock reflecting from the very depths of her eyes. She cries out, practically screaming that this is not a path any human should tread. A miraculous spark of light suddenly begins to glow from Lee Cheol's forehead. Before long, that brilliant light expands rapidly, completely swallowing up this massive open space. Rio suddenly snaps out of it, realizing this is definitely not selflessness. On the contrary, he is actively seizing control of the space she created. The very space is collapsing around them. How could any human do this? Cold sweat begins to pour down from her forehead. Lee Cheol slowly stumbles through the collapsing space like a completely soulless wanderer. She begins to piece together the situation, realizing what that look actually means. When he finally looks up, his expression is terrifyingly calm. The moment they return to reality, Lee Cheol immediately collapses in exhaustion. The onlookers are filled with immense respect, muttering that his willpower is truly formidable and absolutely incredible. Struggling up to stand, he smiles weakly and asks if it is over. Rio gives him a gentle, welcoming smile and confirms that it has indeed ended. But then the light in Lee Cheol's eyes fades as he wonders if he lost. She stares in confusion, asking if he really does not know. Facing Lee Cheol's gloomy funeral-like expression, Geo confirms that he actually won. Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally spreads across his face before he collapses. Lee Cheol suddenly slips into another dimension. Is this a dream, or is he actually conscious? He sees vivid memories of the brutal battles he had to fight, even battles fought a very long time ago. Everything is so vivid it feels like it just happened. Ah, so this is it, his moment of ultimate hard-earned enlightenment. Then all those floating memories get sucked right back into his ring. Lee Cheol snaps his eyes open, gasping as if waking from a terrible nightmare. Sujin offers a warm, grandmotherly smile and gently asks if he is finally awake. She admits she thought he wouldn't wake today and hands him a drink, which he politely accepts with a thank you. Just then, the door is thrown open as loud voices cheer that he is finally awake, completely amazed by his incredible resilience. The villagers have fully accepted Lee Cheol, immediately demanding a round of drinks to kick off the festival. Rao storms in and snaps at them. What are they doing trying to party when he literally just woke up? She turns to ask Lee Cheol how he is holding up, and he awkwardly replies that he is fine but still completely lost about what is going on here. Rao casually tells him that he has been asleep for an entire week. Lee Cheol immediately panics, asking about the exam, leaving her exasperated that he forgot his own victory. Stunned by the sudden good news, Lee Cheol is speechless, prompting Rao to cheerfully repeat for the third time that he won. And just like that, the party is on as the village gathers for a wild, chaotic celebration. Rao looks at him with skepticism, asking if this is what he wants to show. Lee Cheol hands over the scroll, explaining that it is known as the Dark Knight Scroll. Deciding to reveal everything, he explains that this scroll taught him about the mysterious old man. Even his current gear was left behind by their stellar ancestor, not just for any descendant, but specifically for him. Rao examines the bamboo scroll, noting that several sections have been erased, while Lee Cheol suspects the Dark Knight blade was made to slay whatever was deleted. Thinking it over, he asks if she has any idea what those erased parts could be, noting that even the central library records seem to be missing the exact same information. She honestly admits she is not entirely sure, but based on context, she suspects it refers to a living entity rather than a location, pointing out that the text did not simply fade or get manually erased by someone. Rao is completely stunned, muttering that it sounds absurd. Staring blankly, she recalls old rumors of a massive void in the distant ocean described in a haunting lullaby from ancient folklore. She recites the eerie tale of terrifying beasts rushing out from a dark abyss when the sky ripped open, changing the world forever, yet leaving behind no memories of that day. She warns that those who weep will be devoured by the monster, completely erased from existence. Rao sighs, recalling how the elders used to scare her with that dark rhyme whenever she refused to sleep, warning her that beasts would come to eat her. Lee Cheol agrees it is a pretty terrifying bedtime story, but Rao quickly points out that the final verses might actually hold real crucial clues. Carefully reading the next verses, Rao mentions there are some words she cannot fully translate, but she deciphers that the ultimate destination of the Dark Knight seal holds their father's legacy. She notes that the author wrote this, hoping the record would survive, revealing the Dark Night is actually both a key and a map. She continues reading that this sacred place hides everything belonging to their father, including the true name of the mountain's guardian spirit and all the clan's undisclosed secrets. The author, the second-generation ancestor Lee Hyang's song, explicitly recorded this, so future descendants could unlock the mysteries of the Dark Night and reach the end of their quest, wishing them ultimate safety on their safe journey. Gently rubbing her chin, she hesitates as she processes the revelation. Rao wonders if tracing the sword's seal will lead them to that idiot's name, but suddenly realizes she has completely forgotten what the fool is even called. Lee Cheol smiles warmly and promises to retrieve the guardian's name for her if he ever finds it. She huffs and waves it off, grumbling that they should let that fool suffer without a name for another 1,000 years instead. Rao calmly asks if he has any more questions, prompting Lee Cheol to pause before quietly requesting to hear more about that legendary figure. Meanwhile, Siam slowly steps forward, lost in his own thoughts. His eyes remain fixed on the center of the gathering. Right there, a crowd of happy villagers and playful children are surrounding Lee Cheol. The local children eagerly crowd around, laughing and chatting with him. Watching the heartwarming scene, Siam lapses into a deep, silent contemplation. Memories of his own dark and bloody past flood back. He vividly remembers the day a desperate villager reached out a hand toward him. Bitterly, he remembers that in the end, only he was left alive. Once the festival winds down, the drunk villagers are left passed out everywhere. They were fast asleep, literally drooling on the ground. Jean stood there in awe, realizing everyone was seriously formidable. Right at that moment, he suddenly felt an intense gaze locked onto him. Siop approached him slowly, muttering about how humans are always so incredibly stubborn. He delivered a stern warning. He had clearly told them never to set foot in his territory. Jean did not hesitate for a second, firmly declaring he was there as the rightful successor of the Dark Knight Covenant. Siop coldly agreed. He knew that, which was why he had not kicked him out immediately, as ancient promises still stood. He laid down a firm command. The village children had fulfilled their part of the covenant, meaning there was no reason to stay. Siop coldly waved him away. Instantly, the sudden voice froze him. In the blink of an eye, Jean was teleported away. He stood lost in a strange, desolate forest. Right then, a gentle telepathic voice echoed this was his decision alone, so he should not blame the other elves. Rao hesitantly approached Lord Seop, who sighed wearily at her arrival, prompting her to ask if he really had to go this far. Handing over the food the human brought, Rao watched as Seop admitted quietly that although he despised humans, things were complicated. He confessed he felt guilty for keeping them all confined because of him, but Rao comforted him, insisting that every single elf understood his noble heart. Rao softly pointed out that the human was different, which was exactly why he had not chased him away immediately. He freely admitted he had no intention of denying their bond with the boy, as his personal grudges were his own to carry. She worriedly noted what would happen if those other two saw him like this, but Seop snapped, telling her to shut it. He growled a sharp warning, "Do not cross the line." Rao pushed back, asking if he truly did not hate humans, and if this was all because of those two, making Seop sigh deeply about the boy. He hesitated. Suddenly, the entire mountain began to shake violently. They locked eyes in sheer panic. Could this be happening? Without wasting a single second, they both teleported away. The moment they arrived, a dark, sinister energy was swirling deep inside the pit. Boiling lava began to crack the solid rock beneath them. They recoiled in absolute terror at the suffocating heat. Both of them stared intently as the massive fissure widened. In the blink of an eye, the unstable ground split completely in two. Witnessing this disaster, Seop instantly activated one of his powerful skills. Opening up a safe path, he urgently ordered her to head back and warn the village. But Rao firmly refused, arguing that as the chief she had to stay and watch since magic could deliver the warning anyway. Realizing she was right, Seop reluctantly agreed and told her to follow him. Together, they quickly made their way down the stone stairs. The crushing pressure forced her to gasp in horror, and noticing her slowing down, Seop turned to ask if she was all right. Filled with absolute sorrow, she asked if he had really been enduring this horrific place all on his own for so long. Seop explained that dark energy from the north had been slowly eating away at the seal for years, but he never expected it to fail this quickly, prompting Rao to ask about the artifacts he had built, only for him to dejectedly admit they were all useless failures. A second later, they stepped right through a blinding flash of light. Suddenly, they found themselves standing in the central cavern, completely surrounded by bubbling lava. Seeing shattered swords scattered everywhere, Rao asked in shock if he really had to go to such extremes, especially since he had the backing of the family to forge a replacement seal. Seop sighed, admitting failure. Right at that moment, they spotted a terrifyingly bizarre shadow moving beneath the lava. Shuddering, they stared downward immediately, recognizing a deeply familiar, menacing presence. In absolute horror, she realized this was the ancient enemy that caused so much bloodshed on Mount Hana, the ultimate nemesis of elves and all magical races, the Great Archdemon. Rao bitterly recalls how when the invasion of this world began, no one could have anticipated it would trigger a war that would swallow the entire world. Even he who could decipher the secrets of heaven couldn't foresee the future, as the very definition of good and evil shattered. The boundary between life and death grew hazy. Flashing back to the past, a messenger begged on their knees, pleading for their help. The mainland is in absolute crisis. Once we regroup, we will join forces, so please just hold out. Zeop sighed, recalling those hopeful days, believing that humans would eventually return. The three of them had resolved to protect Juro Island, defending this precious land, the tiny elves and humanity alike. They had faced a terrifying archdevil known by many names depending on each person's deepest fears: the Serpent of the Red Valley, the Nine-Headed Enemy, the Seething Temptation. He shivered, recalling the awful clashing nature between demons and elves. That vile serpent had used cunning illusions to toy with them, yet, during those agonizing and painful times, the three of them still trusted humans and waited. Back in reality, Zeops plunges a dagger straight into his own leg. That sharp pain finally snaps him out of the illusion. He sees Rio standing nearby, dazed and blindly flailing her arms. In a panic, he yells out, "No, do not go that way, wake up." With absolutely no other choice left, Zeops drives the blade into her leg, causing Rio to shriek in sudden, ear-piercing pain. Snapping back to sanity, she looks at the old man in confusion while he gasps for air. Finally, the moment has come. The two of them stare in dread as molten lava bubbles up onto the ground. Zeops urgently commands her to return and lead the villagers to safety, but Rio asks, "What about you?" He calmly explains that he is an elf from a bygone era. Slaying that beast is a grudge he must settle himself. Without another word, Zeops swiftly teleports her away as Rio cries out in shock, "Old man." Left entirely alone, he stares deeply into the looming darkness ahead. Zeops tells himself that he must hold out. Surely humans are on their way. Wait, does he really believe that? No, his mind quickly crushes that hope. Deep down, Zeops desperately clings to their ancient vow, whispering that they will keep their promise no matter how late, but in the bitter end, absolutely nobody came. He spits out in bitter realization, no, they were all tricked, treated as mere sacrifices. Next, Zeops summons his own grand weapon. He grips the weapon tightly, channeling raw magic into the blade. Zeops recalls the fierce words of his old friend who vowed to drag that demon to hell with him, yet he bitterly thinks there was no point, for that thing cannot truly die. His female companion had also spoken bravely, though in her heart she deeply regretted not fleeing this doomed land, wishing they had simply run away and left this cursed place to rot. In his memories, both of them turn and stare directly at him. With their final breaths, they plead with Zeops, "We are giving you our remaining power, so use your flame to hold the seal and protect our sacred covenant, until that day comes when humans finally return." But Zeops knows in his heart, no matter how long they wait, humans will never return. Suddenly, the wicked archdevil sneers, mocking his foolish devotion. "Humans are nothing like you, they only used you because they knew you elves would protect them." Furious, Zeops roars, "Shut your mouth, you filthy demon." Deep down, he bitterly admits the truth. Yes, they will never return. Yet he stands tall, swearing that he has kept his sacred vow to Lee Hyun-yeon, accepting this tragic end as his destiny. Zeops pauses quietly, and now it is time. Without a single shred of hesitation, he hurls himself forward. "I am coming with you." Meanwhile, outside the cavern, the wild beasts suddenly begin to howl in madness. The villagers panic, screaming in terror. "What is happening? Protect the mother tree. This is absolute madness." Terror-stricken, they scramble to escape. They look around in confusion, wondering why the beasts went wild before spotting Rio and asking, "Where have you been?" Rio grits her teeth, assessing the chaos. The old man is in grave danger, but things here are just as terrible. She barks out orders, telling them to take the wounded to the healing spring and gather all fighting elves to clear the area. Right then, the ground beneath their feet begins to violently shudder. Searing hot steam begins to hiss up from deep within the cracked earth. Rio freezes, realizing that thing is about to strike. Sensing movement, the massive beast lets out a savage roar. Terrified villagers cry out in sheer panic. They are getting completely out of control. Do something. She frowns quietly, realizing the beasts are corrupted by the archdemon's darkness, and unless they slay him, this nightmare will never end. Suddenly, the beast accelerates, lunging right toward the helpless villagers. With no time to react, they are violently slammed to the ground. Without missing a beat, it raises its razor-sharp claws to strike. Right at that critical second, Cheol steps in and decisively slays it. Seeing the monster drop dead, the bewildered villagers whisper what just happened. Sensing someone right behind his back, he spins around, thoroughly confused. He declares solemnly that he is here to help. After gathering a massive amount of energy into his weapon, Cheol proactively swings the glowing blade straight at the arch-demon, but the monster instantly shifts, splashing molten lava high into the air. Cheol winces, raising his arm to block the blinding heat. Right then, the archdemon mocks him with a dark question. "Why go to such insane lengths to protect mere humans, when you yourself claimed you never trusted them?" Cheol roars in absolute fury, "Shut your mouth, you vile demon." He is horrified, quietly realizing the monster is still this powerful, despite losing its physical body. Without wasting a single word, Cheol tightens his grip on his weapon. Brimming with raw fighting spirit, he charges straight ahead into danger. Seop does not hesitate, throwing a direct attack at the fiend, but his heart sinks as he realizes the attack did absolutely nothing. Gritting his teeth, Seop decides to summon his weapon, even if it is a highly unstable forbidden tool. He unleashes a volley of sharp, crackling magical beams that instantly pierce straight through the archdemon's massive dark body. The beast tosses its head back, screaming in pure agony. Panting heavily, Seop smiles. It actually worked, though it only buys them a tiny bit of extra time. The next second, he gasps in shock as the demon begins to regenerate. Dejectedly, Seop makes his final decision. There is only one way left, and that is a seal. Suddenly, the archdemon's haunting voice echoes, "Do you really need to go that far? A seal? You think that will solve everything when you still have things left to protect? If you do that, who will remember us, or have you already forgotten about us?" Using illusions to bewitch him, the demon whispers, "Abandon humanity. The elves never wanted to watch you perish." Seop fiercely fights back, yelling at the devil to stop showing him these lies. They would absolutely never say those words. The archdemon continues to mock him. "What are you talking about? Isn't trusting humans the exact reason we ended up like this? Even with the three of us combined, we still failed. So what can you do all by yourself?" Focusing his mind, Seop snaps back with utter contempt. "Save your breath. Did you really think your words would work on me?" The beast circles him, mocking. "Oh, is that so?" Seop suddenly gasps in shock, realizing he was actually tricked into mindlessly swinging his staff. He blames himself bitterly, realizing he fell right into its trap to buy more time. Just then, the archdemon opens its massive maw, preparing to swallow its delicious prey. In this heart-pounding moment, Seop grits his teeth, utterly helpless, but suddenly, a blinding light flashes right before his eyes. Out of nowhere, lightning strikes directly at the archdemon's head. Rio runs over, calling out for him in worry. Seop panics, waving him away. "This is no place for you to return to." Before he can finish speaking, lightning erupts across the entire space. The intense activation completely paralyzes him for a brief moment. He looks back anxiously, wondering if the village elves are coming to reinforce them, but those attacks won't do a single thing. In that split second, Seop's eyes go wide with absolute shock as he watches a brave youth step right up to him. Once he recognizes the kid in front of him, Seop can't hide his utter astonishment. He stammers out in shock, "How did you even make it?" Lee Cheol answers with absolute sincerity, "I came to help." Seop asks back with deep suspicion, "Why are you here?" With fierce resolve, he fires back, "Didn't I already tell you?" Lee Cheol smiles, repeating his exact purpose, "I am here to help." Frowning, he stubbornly fires back, "I don't need help from a human." Seop looks up with clear doubt. What could a mere human possibly do against a giant beast like that? He calmly acknowledges the bitter truth, "Yes, you're right, even I don't stand a chance." A second later, Lee Cheol slowly draws his blade, but wait. He claims confidently, "This Dark Knight sword of mine can actually slice it." He ponders the statement, slowly agreeing, "True, if it is the Dark Knight blade, you can cut that formless entity." Without a moment of hesitation, Lee Cheol pleads, "I don't know my own limits, so please just give me a single opening." Seop listens in silence, deep in thought. With a grim look, he turns his gaze to the great demon. After weighing it carefully, Seop offers a deal: "You only get one shot." He silently calculates that although the Dark Knight's sword can slice that entity, this kid's cultivation is still lacking, leaving him with only one clear choice. Channeling all his strength, Seop charges forward to carve out a path so the blade can strike. He unleashes his entire arsenal of demon arts, shouting at the boy to go. Without hesitation, Lee Cheol obeys. "Yes, sir." He points his blade straight ahead, focusing his raw energy. Lee Cheol channels the mysterious power from his ring directly into his sword. Then he activates his absolute ultimate skill, Infinite Second Form. He senses the surge of energy flowing inside, recalling all his grueling training. Infinite Second Form begins by fusing every single bit of that power together. He pours in all his strength, just a little bit more. Lee Cheol begins fusing every single one of his skills together. Combining Lightning and Gale, the Spirit Demon Jade of Enkai, the Sub-Zero Frost of Fahrenheit, Berkyama, and Azure. Filled with deep gratitude, he follows the bright path that the old man has opened for him. Locking his target, Lee Cheol fixes his gaze on one precise spot, that is the place. He decisively strikes with his ultimate finishing move, Infinite Second Form Black Lotus. The great demon panics, screaming in terror, "This is dangerous, I must dodge it." He howls in absolute despair, "No, this cannot be." In a single flash, the great demon's spiritual body completely explodes. Seop roars in satisfaction, "Now come to hell with me, you demon." But his two friends quickly step in to stop him. "You do not need to go this far. This demon is already heavily wounded, so do not throw away your life." He calmly shares his peace. "No, I have no regrets left, even though I once harbored hatred for humans. By keeping elves and humans apart, I can finally let go." But his two friends chuckle and remind him, "You stubborn fool, that is enough. Let us bear this vortex. You need to stay behind. Only by staying can you truly move on, so let go of your hatred." Then reality snaps back. Rio cries out in worry, "Elder," while the woman happily announces that it is finally over. "Those two save you." CEO flatly dismisses the thought. "No, they did not." He turns his gaze toward the unconscious Cheol. It was that human. Seop nods quietly, acknowledging that Jian saved them all. He looks around in a daze, wondering if he is dreaming. No, this feeling is far too real. Jian looks to the side, completely bewildered. The moment he sees the sight before him, he recognizes them as the memories of the infinite. Watching the incredibly sharp sword paths, Jian is completely stunned by how magnificent they are. He quietly realizes that this could be another perfect path for him to reach the peak. Right then, the young noble thrusts his sword into the ground. Jian deeply engraves the two forms of the Black Lotus into his heart, realizing these memories were meant to show him the master's true form. The scene shifts to his private room. He wakes up and slowly opens his eyes. A second later, Jian suddenly feels a sickening sensation in his mouth. Ryo quickly grabs a bucket and helps him up, telling him to spit it out here. Jian immediately throws up a mouthful of dark blood. Sujin is thoroughly amazed, noting that waking up after only a few hours of unconsciousness is incredibly impressive since she thought it would take days. She hands him a drink, gently asking if he feels any lingering pain. Jian honestly explains that his internal organs are a bit of a mess, but he should recover soon. Upon hearing his casual response, both of them are left completely speechless. Ryo turns to criticize her, calling her a quack doctor, while Sujin snarls back, asking if she wants to pick a fight with the chief. Jian curiously asks if they fed him something, seeing how his severe injuries healed so fast. Sujin proudly lists off all the rare herbs, healing waters, and soul elixirs they used. Jian gasped in gratitude, realizing that explained why his mana felt like a massive gift. Ryo gently tells him that he has no idea how heroic his actions truly were, declaring she would gladly give him dozens of those precious elixirs. Sujin mutters under her breath about how she made them while the chief takes the credit, but Jian quickly asks what happened after he passed out. She gently advises him that while he must have many questions, he needs to rest for now. Since he has recovered, they bid him farewell. Just as they are about to leave, Ryo suddenly stops in her tracks. She turns back to offer her sincere thanks, admitting they owe him a massive debt of gratitude. 2 days later, Seop stands in the middle of the cave, completely lost in thought. Hearing a sound, the old man turns to greet him. Jian politely nods and greets him back. Seop warmly admits that everything was resolved thanks to him, prompting Jian to ask if the great demon has been completely sealed. Seop nods, assuring him that everything will be fine from now on, but asks how he is doing. Jian confidently replies that he is fully recovered thanks to the villagers. Seop casually mutters that it is good, though he still absolutely detests humans. Jian hesitantly asks why, prompting Seop to explain that humans constantly lie, break promises, and disrupt the natural order. Seop looks over thoughtfully, asking if his mindset seems incredibly strange to him. Jian agrees without hesitation, saying it makes sense and he would probably feel the same. This prompts Seop to ask, pointing out that Jian is human too. Jian explains that during the festival, he saw meat-eating elves and sober wolves and even heard of spirits who moved to the city because they loved it. Jian calmly points out that not all humans are the same, suggesting the old man must know this better than anyone. Looking slightly embarrassed, Seop agrees but asks why Jian returned after being so harshly driven away. Jian firmly replies that he could never stand by when his friends are in grave danger. Hearing this, Seop completely freezes up at the word. Overcome with emotion, he quietly mutters the word again. Jian nods, confirming their bond and calling them true friends. After their chat, the local children tearfully cling to him, begging him to stay and play with them just a bit longer. Ryo gently reminds the kids that Jian has important work to do, though they continue to whine and complain. Jian smiles, patting their heads and promising to play with them again next time. He then anxiously asks if they will be safe now that the mountain's magical barrier is gone. Ryo scoffingly asks why a human kid is worrying about spirits, assuring him that no one can ever find their tribe unless they actively choose to reveal themselves first. Seop warmly reassures him that their long, painful destiny has finally ended, and it is time for them to step into the outside world. He recalls Jian's words that not all humans are the same, and Jian happily agrees, even as Seop stubbornly grumbles that he still absolutely detests humans. He cleared his throat and continued, adding that he did not actually hate him. Next, Seop hands him a gift to take. He carefully explains that this scabbard is forged from blackwood, sandalwood, cloud, iron, and fine steel. Infusing his own magic into the scabbard during a highly auspicious millennium alignment, Seop created a masterpiece. Cheol is left utterly amazed, quietly marveling at how it completely unsealed the mysterious power of the Black Knight. Seop solemnly advises him to remember that while the sword represents death, the scabbard actually represents life. Quite the heavy lesson, right? He must never forget that sheathing the weapon is far more important than drawing it out. Cheol respectfully commits this to heart. Just then, the children raise their hands to ask Grandmother Rao if they can walk him to the mountain path. Seeing their excitement, Rao is ready to strictly refuse, knowing how dangerous it is out there. But the elder shakes his head, signaling her not to refuse, leaving her to turn in conflict toward the children's beaming smiles. Rao sighs and finally gives in, warning them to behave and only see him off. The children eagerly cheer, urging him to follow them through a shortcut. Watching him walk away, Rao softly comments that he is indeed a good kid. Rao anxiously asks if they should chase away the humans who keep sneaking up the mountain even though the magic has already faded. Seong calmly decides there is no need for that. He will hide the entire village very soon. Rao expresses her doubts, wondering if it will really be okay. But Seong relaxes, declaring it is finally time to stop living like prisoners. Just then, a warm spring breeze sweeps through, marking the start of a new year and the arrival of fresh changes.